You are clearly the only 4S level spatial ability user in the world. Was forced to apologize to the female internet celebrity. Even willing to send you to a military court. Only because the spatial seal that suppressed you for 10 years has recently become increasingly unstable. 3 days ago, a few little demons even escaped into the human habitation zone. Startled a female internet celebrity who was live streaming. I never expected the Supernatural Association would use this as an excuse to challenge you. Let me apologize. Fine, I quit. Do whatever you want to do. Muge, you've gone too far. The speaker was Wu Qingya, Wu Xianxiang's daughter. When you saved Wu Xianxiang back then, she was right beside him. You casually rescued her as well. You look at the woman before you, slightly furrowing your brows. Me going too far? Wu Qingya looked straight into your eyes. A flicker of disgust flashed in his eyes. Isn't it? Because of your work mistake, resulting in harm to civilians. My dad just wants you to apologize publicly. You would even threaten him with quitting the guard. Is this not excessive? Hearing this, someone immediately chimed in, exactly. Leave some leeway in your dealings, it pays to keep bridges unburned. Using such things to threaten us is truly disgusting. Wu Qingya took a deep breath, calmed my emotions a bit. If you could take back your badge, keep being the seal guardian. I could also ask my dad and brother to put in a good word for you. Otherwise, you wouldn't hesitate to refuse outright. Take your time and enjoy yourselves. I'm out. Seeing this, Lei Ming wore a cold smile on his face. Do you still think you're that irreplaceable spatial ability user? Let me tell you frankly, supernatural beings like you, we now have too. Lei Ming finished his words with a cold sneer, gave Wu Qingya a meaningful glance. The next second, ripples spread through the space behind Wu Xianxiang. 2 spatial system ability users successively appeared in everyone's line of sight. These 2 men, one bearded with a full face of stubble, around 40 years old. The other one is a young man about your age. The young man had barely appeared. Wu Qingya happily went forward and looped her arm through his, shouted, "Brother you." Everyone was initially worried that without you, there might be issues with the seal over there. Now seeing 2 space system ability users arrive all at once, the crowd on site was extremely excited. Wu Qingya ignored their excitement, holding the young person's hand. Calmly looking at you, he introduces, "Let me introduce you. This slightly older senior is named Hu Taiping. He is 43 years old and a 6th level spatial ability user. The strikingly handsome young man beside me is named Fang. This year I am 26 years old. He is a 7th order spatial ability user. Pastoral. Do you still think you're one of a kind? 6th level? 7th rank?" You couldn't help but let out a light chuckle. The strength of the awakened one's abilities. Not only must we observe the potential of awakened talents, it also depends on the individual's cultivated ability level. No matter how strong the innate talent is, without diligent cultivation, percent, still unable to form effective combat capability. You rely on an 8th tier spatial ability combined with your 2nd talent, only to become the strongest among humans. But even so, last night you gave it your all. Barely managed to stabilize the seal. Let these 6th tier and 7th tier substitutes take my place. Aren't you going to deliver the food? Seeing you not regretting anything at all. Instead, they even wore a mocking smile. Wu Qingya was very annoyed. What are you laughing at? Nothing much. Since you've already chosen your substitutes, then I have even less to say. That's all for now, I'm heading off. With that, you raised your hand and tore through space directly. Disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing this scene, everyone in the meeting room was dumbfounded. Is he tearing through space? How is that possible? Wu Qingya forcibly suppressed the shock in her heart, turning to look at Fang Yu beside me. Brother Yu, can you use this ability? Fang Yu was also deeply shocked at this moment, but he didn't show it, just forced a light smile. Tearing through space? A mere trick, hardly worth mentioning. On the other side, standing atop the office building, watching the bustling street below with its endless stream of cars and pedestrians, with heartfelt emotions. Power intoxicates, strength bewilders. I've been guarding the seal since I was 18, until I turned 28. One could say I devoted the best years of my youth to the abyss, and now they actually want me to apologize to some female influencer. What a dumbass. Guarded this land for nearly a decade. It's impossible to say there's no emotion at all. It's just because of this kind of thing right now, to give up a decade of persistence. It's quite laughable when you think about it. Forget it, out of office, out of danger. For me now, it might be a good thing. Previously, to safeguard the seal, gave up their own life. Now it's time for me to enjoy myself as well. 15 years ago, all your family and friends died at the hands of demons. So you've chosen to become the guardian of this seal. The survivors were left with no worries about the future. These years, you not only helped establish the Special Abilities Security Team, also made use of the remaining time, developed their supernatural abilities to the fullest, because you know, the seal will inevitably be broken one day. My own abilities might become humanity's last hope. Unfortunately, fate had other plans, and what happened today? It makes you understand a lot of things in an instant. In the evening, Feng Jianjun called you. Feng Jianjun is one of the members of the Seal Guardians. He originally thought your matter was just a trivial issue. Once you figure it out back home, you'll be back in no time. I waited all day, but you didn't come back. Instead, it was Fan Yu and Hu Taiping. Feng Jianjun asked, what else could it be? You resigned, didn't you? You replied, just resign like that. This incident has caused such a big uproar. Someone is clearly targeting me, and they've even found someone to replace me. I no longer have any reason to stay. Feng Jianjun was anxious, but you're leaving. What should we do? You've rebuilt your family in the city. Of course, we must keep going. But as a teammate, I have to remind you of one thing. That seal probably won't hold much longer. What does this mean? This sentence left Feng Jianjun somewhat dumbfounded. Literal meaning. The force that broke through the seal last night was extremely intense. Even I can only suppress it temporarily. You know, the power of the otherworldly invasion is growing stronger. That seal simply cannot be repaired. One more impact like last night's. The seal will undoubtedly be broken. And according to my experience, the next impact won't be long. It could take as long as half a month, or as short as 3 to 5 days. Feng Jianjun hastily asked, why such a tight schedule? Then why didn't you report it to the higher-ups? I was going to report it, but it was too late. Someone else had already taken the place. And tell them now. No one might believe it anyway. This won't do. The matter is of great importance, even if they don't believe it. I also need to report this matter to the higher-ups. Feng Jianjun received the news. Can't wait to hang up the phone. You shrugged indifferently. When it comes to space-based abilities, there's no telling what other functions they might have. Survival ability is absolutely top-notch, so you're not worried at all. After putting down his phone, Su Bai noticed Su Qinya emerging from the shower, staring at him with utter shock. Curiosity piqued. What's wrong? Nothing at all. Su Qinya timidly shook her head before obediently sitting down beside Su Bai. Su Bai stopped overthinking. Watching her wrapped in a towel, droplets sliding down her skin like dew on a budding flower, he couldn't help but inhale deeply. Come on. Can you be gentle? It's my first time. Me too. Su Qinya. Wait, I get that it's your first time, but what the hell does your first time even mean? Su Qinya was momentarily stunned, but before she could process it, Su Bai had already pulled her into his arms and silenced her with a kiss. When golden wind meets jade dew, their meeting surpasses countless earthly joys. Su Bai had never truly grasped the meaning of this phrase before. Now, all he could think was that the 28 years prior had been utterly wasted. How could such a beautiful thing exist in this world, and he never knew? If he'd known it was this delightful, he should have quit his job long ago. But discovering it now wasn't too late, was it? The seal you mentioned on the phone earlier, is that the one guarded by the Supernatural Protection Squad? Yes. But you also said it won't hold out much longer? Yeah. So if you have the money, use it now. It might not be useful later. How could this happen? Wait, how do you know this? Don't worry about that. The information is definitely real. Consider it an insider tip. Chapter 8, This Su Bai, how disgusting can he be? The seal won't hold much longer, and the demon will return to the mortal realm? It must be said, Su Bai's words delivered an extremely powerful psychological blow to Su Qinya. 15 years ago, after the demon descended upon the world, her father perished in that catastrophe, leaving only her and her mother to rely on each other for survival. Though her mother survived, she became permanently disabled while protecting her. Later, when the world returned to peace, her mother worked herself to exhaustion trying to support her. Now, she lay on a sickbed, her days numbered. Her mother was her only remaining family in this world. She couldn't bear to lose her. So she sought out an awakened individual who possessed healing abilities, hoping they could save her mother. Treating her mother's illness would take a significant toll on the awakened one. He demanded 300,000 yuan. Having only recently started her job, she had no money to her name. Her only option was to sell herself to earn the money for the cure. But now, could she trust him? Su Qinya's mind raced with thoughts. Meanwhile, in the sealed land. After hanging up, Feng Jianjun had intended to report to his superiors immediately. But Fang Yu had ordered the 4 of them to assemble, delaying the report. Now that they were gathered, he finally found an opportunity to make this call. Hello, who is this? This is Feng Jianjun, guardian of the seal. What is it? Well, Feng Jianjun quickly relayed Su Bai's message. The highest-ranking official in the city defense department was Wu Yan, son of Wu Shian. But Wu Yan had a packed schedule and couldn't always be in his office, so his assistant, Li Na, usually handled incoming calls. Li Na, who managed to become Wu Yan's assistant despite being an ordinary person, naturally possessed a slender figure and dressed provocatively. After hearing Feng Jianjun's account, she furrowed her brow slightly. Are you saying the seal on the other world could be broken at any moment? Yes. You'd better take action as soon as possible. Feng Jianjun, right? Do you even know what you're saying? Li Na was incredulous. That seal was cast by 36 top-tier masters who sacrificed their own power to establish it. It's been stable for a full decade, how could it be broken so easily? Precisely because it's been stable for 10 years is why it could be broken at any moment. Are you prepared to take responsibility for what you're saying? Absolutely. Feng Jianjun replied without hesitation. As Subai's subordinate and comrade in arms, he held absolute trust in Subai, no matter what changes might be occurring within him. Alright, I'll inform Minister Wu. I'll hang up now. Li Na, at least possessing some intelligence, understood this matter could escalate beyond her control as a mere assistant. After agreeing with Feng Jianjun, she didn't conceal it but immediately called Wu Yan. But upon hearing the news, Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. The seal could be broken at any moment? Who told you that? A guardian named Feng Jianjun. Ha! Wu Yan, who had been tense moments ago, relaxed immediately. Don't worry about him. This Feng Jianjun is one of Subai's people. Subai's man? Li Na was puzzled. Wu Yan patiently explained, well, Subai used to be the main force guarding the seal. He just stepped down today. I suspect he's resentful about being replaced, so he spread this rumor to make us feel threatened and keep relying on him. Is that really it? Li Na looked utterly bewildered. Wu Yan was certain in his mind, that's definitely it. Anyway, just ignore him. Well, alright. Li Na still harbored doubts, but since Wu Yan had spoken so decisively, she felt it best not to press further. Meanwhile, Wu Qingya, who had been handling the aftermath with the guard squad alongside Wu Yan, listened to the call and looked curiously at him. Brother, what's going on? That's Subai. To prove his worth, he's been spreading rumors behind the scenes. Wu Yan recounted the phone conversation and his analysis to his sister. Subai had only just stepped down, and already the seal was at risk of being breached by the other world? What kind of coincidence was that? After listening, Wu Qingya looked utterly disgusted. My goodness, this Subai, how utterly repulsive. And to think I used to admire him so much. I used to think he was someone too. Never imagined. I guess seeing is believing. By the way, those guardians, do they get a house in addition to their salary every year? Yes, and not just any ordinary housing, Wu Yan corrected. Wu Qingya's eyes lit up. So since Subai isn't a guardian anymore, can we reclaim those apartments? Haha, you really won't take a single loss, will you? Wu Xianxiang couldn't help but laugh out loud. After a moment's thought, he nodded. Alright, I'll leave this to you. Just don't push him too far. Don't worry, I know my limits. But about that ceiling thing earlier, are you sure it's just a rumor? If you don't believe me, why not call Fang Yu and ask him yourself? Right. Wu Qingya snapped to attention, her eyes lighting up. Brother Yu is a guardian now too. With that thought, she eagerly dialed Fang Yu's number. The call connected quickly. Brother Yu, is everything okay with the seal over there? What could possibly go wrong with the seal? Don't worry, with me here, there won't be any problems. That's good. Brother Yu is still the best. Is something wrong? No, it's just this guy named Feng Jinjun. What? After hearing Wu Qingya's account, Fang Yu instantly exploded. Hanging up the phone, he bellowed at Feng Jianjun. Feng Jianjun, what the hell do you think you're doing? I'm your superior now. You have an issue and you don't report it to me first? You just call the city defense department directly? Bypassing superiors to report directly to higher-ups was always a major no-no in the workplace. Feng Jianjun's actions had undoubtedly touched Fang Yu's sore spot. Fortunately, the other guardians weren't pushovers either, and they immediately fired back at Fang Yu. After confronting Fang Yu, two of them couldn't resist sending Subai a few messages of sympathy, taking the opportunity to vent about Fang Yu's despicable behavior. They mentioned that Fang Yu and Hu Taiping had gone to the sealed land, yet instead of setting up a spatial barrier first, they'd come to lecture them and intimidate them? Subai could only chuckle helplessly at this, taking the opportunity to remind them to prepare their defenses. Brother Bai, could the seal really be broken? Highly likely. Anyway, just be careful. Chapter 9, when are you going to apologize to me? Subai wasn't a savior. He'd done everything within his power. Everything that followed was now up to fate. Time to head back. Subai stretched lazily. He'd arrived at the bar at 2 in the afternoon and left around 3. He'd stayed with Su Qingya at the hotel until 6. Su Qingya was the kind of pure, next-door girl type who would easily be considered a campus beauty at school. Logically, after Subai had been holding back for so long, 2 or 3 hours wouldn't be enough. But Su Chen was a virgin, an ordinary person who simply couldn't withstand the relentless demands of an awakened being like Subai. So Su Qingya added Subai's contact information and agreed to reach out to him after wrapping up her own affairs. Shaking his head to clear his mind, Subai exhaled deeply and headed toward his residence. Having guarded the seal for a decade, all the other guardians had been allocated at least 10 fully furnished apartments each. As their leader, Subai had received 10 luxury villas. But having rarely returned to the city, he suddenly felt a bit unsettled without his responsibilities. So instead of using his spatial abilities, he hailed a cab, savoring the fleeting bustle and tranquility of human society. "Ha! Are you Subai?" Around 6:30 p.m., Subai arrived outside one of his villas. Before he could enter, a woman's voice called out to him. Turning toward the sound, he saw a beautiful girl in a red dress, selfie stick in hand, slowly approaching him with her assistant, bodyguards, and a crowd of onlookers. Was that the female internet celebrity named Gu Chanshan? Subai recognized her instantly from the photos of her trending on today's hot search list. But how did she know him? Good heavens, it really is you? Gu Chanshan approached Subai, her expression tinged with arrogance. "When do you plan to apologize to me? That demon-possessed delivery guy ripped out my beloved hair." Turbulent times breed heroes, prosperous times breed internet celebrities. Many people, with nothing better to do after eating their fill, crave mental stimulation, thus the internet celebrity phenomenon was born. Other internet celebrities held no interest for Subai, but this particular female influencer made him feel distinctly uncomfortable. So he simply spat out a single word coldly. "Get lost. You." Gu Chanshan's expression froze, but then she remembered the crowd of fans behind her, including several reporters she'd specifically invited, and her confidence surged. She put on a pitiful act, tears welling up instantly. Why so mean? If you won't apologize, fine. We ordinary folks can't do anything to you awakened anyway. Ever since the alien invasion of Blue Star, many humans had gradually become awakened. Yet according to big data statistics, no matter how numerous the awakened grew, they would never exceed 20% of the total population. Her words instantly pitted awakened against ordinary people. Apologizing would cost Subai his dignity. Refusing to apologize would brand him as a monster who disregarded ordinary lives. The reporters behind him, witnessing this, seized the moment and thrust their microphones forward. "Mr. Su, multiple civilians were attacked by demons last night. Shouldn't you apologize for this? Your poor attitude, does this prove the rumors about you being unsociable and hard to get along with? Or is there another reason? Would you care to explain? As the captain of the guard, you only know how to drink and revel with your men. Don't you have anything to say to the citizens?" Question after question bombarded Subai, leaving him flustered. Gu Chanshan watched the scene unfold, a smug smile spreading across her face. So what if he was an awakened? So what if he led the guard? When faced with this kind of situation, he had no choice but to take the scolding, didn't he? Little did she know that Subai had already shed his burdens and grown indifferent to everything. Facing her petty tricks, he simply stamped his foot. "Get lost." Boom! With Subai's fierce shout, a powerful shockwave radiated outward from him in all directions. Several reporters holding microphones in front, along with onlookers who had gotten too close, were instantly knocked flying by the blast. Gu Chanshan witnessed the scene and quickly raised her phone, aiming to capture Subai's crime. Subai paid no heed, merely snapping his fingers. Snap, hum. The space around Gu Chanshan instantly froze. Realizing her body had become instantly immobilized, Gu Chanshan's eyes widened, a hint of fear creeping across her face. She was just an ordinary person. Any first-tier awakened could easily take her down. All she had to rely on was her status as an internet celebrity and the two awakened bodyguards behind her. But now, not only was she immobilized, even her two awakened bodyguards behind her were completely frozen. What do you want? My phone is still live streaming." Subai hadn't restrained her head or hands, so she could still breathe and speak. "Shut up." Ignoring her protests, Subai raised his hand and pulled the phone toward him right in front of the onlookers. Snap. With a light squeeze, the phone emitted a hissing sound, sparks flew, and it shattered into fragments. The live stream cut off instantly. Without pausing, Subai walked slowly toward her. Smack! A slap landed squarely on her cheek. Then, as terror filled her eyes, his hand clamped around her throat. "This is a warning. If you ever provoke me again, I will kill you." His voice was icy, devoid of emotion. The words "I'll kill you" were deliberately drawn out and emphasized, like the Grim Reaper demanding a life. Gu Chanshan could even feel tangible murderous intent emanating from Subai. Wasn't this guy supposed to be a guardian? Why was he radiating such intense murderous intent? In that moment, she finally understood what kind of monster she was facing. Amidst her terror, the air around her suddenly relaxed. Subai withdrew his hand and turned to leave. Cold sweat beaded on Gu Chanshan's forehead as her legs gave way beneath her. Unable to control herself, she collapsed to the ground. Chapter 10, Shangwan Shui. Holy, why did the live stream cut out? Did something happen to the streamer? A bodyguard killing someone in broad daylight? Is there no law anymore? That Subai, he's definitely no good. Where are the rest of the guards? Arrest that criminal Subai immediately. Awakened ones may technically be human, but there's always been scum among humanity. Once some awakened gained immense power, they grew indifferent to ordinary lives, frequently bullying the weak. Thus, a certain tension exists between awakened and ordinary people, much like the mutants in that foreign movie series. Though Gu Chanxian was just an ordinary person, her beauty and sweet voice, coupled with her willingness to speak out against injustices like bullying the weak, had earned her a large following. The fans in the live stream had just witnessed the entire standoff through her perspective. When the screen suddenly went black, they couldn't help but worry about Gu Chanxian's safety. Arrogant, utterly arrogant. This Su Bai is completely lawless. Is this the oppressive aura of the guard captain? Terrifying. He's just lucky to have awakened powerful abilities. What's so great about that? In my opinion, Su Bai isn't worth a single hair on my Minga's body. I'd love to see Minga take on Su Bai. Chanxian, are you okay? After Su Bai left, Gu Chanxian's fans were seething with indignation. Her female assistant helped her to her feet. Two bodyguards stared in the direction Su Bai had departed, fear flickering in their eyes. Su Bai's attack had been so sudden, the frozen space had crushed them, leaving them unable to breathe. There was no way they could have stepped in to help, let alone anyone else. Only after Su Bai had departed did they dare speak. I'm fine. Gu Chanxian took a deep breath to steady herself, then turned her gaze toward the photographers in the distance. Did you capture everything that just happened? We got it. Ms. Gu, rest assured. This Su Bai has no regard for the law. We will report the facts accurately and seek justice for you. Good. Very good. Rubbing her swollen cheek, Gu Chanxian stared at the villa before her eyes burning with intense hatred. Su Bai, you brought this upon yourself. To ordinary people, Gu Chanxian was a positive online influencer known for speaking her mind fearlessly, unafraid to offend the powerful. But clearly, that image of defying authority and speaking truth to power was merely a persona she had crafted for herself. The truth was that everything she shared in her live streams was distorted and fabricated, some even meticulously orchestrated by her personally. This approach to streaming brought her a massive surge in traffic, and she reveled in the attention. Previously, her live streams had always gone smoothly. The psychics she slandered weren't powerful enough to retaliate, leaving her unscathed. She'd never been in such a desperate situation as today. Today, Su Bai not only threatened her but also humiliated her publicly. If she didn't retaliate out of fear, would she still be Gu Chanxian? Meanwhile, Su Bai couldn't care less about her plans. Personal reputation? Was it important? Not really. It was already ruined anyway, so what difference did it make if it got a little worse? The villa promised by the higher-ups had daily cleaning services, so Su Bai casually flopped into a room, pulled out her phone, and opened an online game called Survival. Based on real-world scenarios, this was the kind of MMO where you leveled up, fought monsters, and tackled dungeons. Its stark realism drew a massive player base. Su Bai rarely logged in, being occupied with guarding the seal and developing his supernatural abilities. Today, he finally had some free time. Master? Shortly after logging into the game, a friend named Snowfall Captivates sent me a message. She was Su Bai's in-game apprentice. They'd known each other for 5 or 6 years and always addressed each other as master and apprentice. Su Bai, whose nickname was Titanium Straight Guy, quickly replied. Titanium Straight Guy, don't call me master. Have you ever seen a master with a lower level than their apprentice? You just don't have time to play, unlike me, bored out of my mind all day long. Help me with a quest. Sure thing. Just let me finish this boss fight first. In another city, within the executive office of a luxury office building, a stunning woman dressed in a white women's casual suit, matching pencil skirt, and flesh-toned stockings with white high heels sat in the executive chair, frantically tapping skills on her phone screen. Her name was Shangguan Shui, the granddaughter of the company's chairman. By the way, the seal on the other world might not hold. You'd better brace yourself. Games were just games. Su Bai never let them spill into reality. But since they'd known each other for so many years, he still felt compelled to give her a heads up during the game. The seal on the other world? The level 59 dungeon? I'm talking about reality. Shui Luo Qingxin, if I recall correctly, all the seals worldwide are quite stable. Only the one outside our Xia Nation's City of Light might be problematic. You wouldn't be referring to that one, would you? Titanium Alloy Straight Guy, didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable. Snowfall Heart, seriously, that one? Where'd you hear this? Reliable? At Daydreamer. Titanium Alloy Straight Guy, well, I only heard about it. Anyway, it can't hurt to keep an eye out. Snowfall Heartthrob, well, you're right. After replying, Shangguan Shui found herself distracted in the game. Before she knew it, her entire party was wiped by the boss. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath to steady herself, then turned to her beautiful assistant working beside her. Xiaoling, any major developments in the City of Light lately? Xiaoling, full name Xiaoling, quickly recalled the details before replying. Nothing major, but today's trending topic seems pretty absurd. Trending topic? Shangguan Shui was intrigued. She'd been buried in work all day and had immediately opened her game app when she finally grabbed her phone, completely missing the trending topic. Well, it's like this. Assistant Xiaoling explained the trending topic. Moments later, Shangguan Shui looked utterly stunned. They want the sealed guardian to apologize to some female influencer? Are these people out of their minds? I agree, but what netizens think doesn't matter. What matters is the official stance. If the authorities don't step in to stop this, it's getting ridiculous. Ding! No sooner had Assistant Xiaoling finished speaking than a news alert popped up. Handling of the demon attack incident in City of Light. Investigation confirms that on the night of October 15, Era 10, guard member Bai neglected his duties, allowing demons to enter the city and attack civilians, resulting in multiple injuries. Guard member Bai is hereby dismissed. Fang Yu and Hu Taiping will assume leadership of the new Seal Guardians. Shangwan Shui. Zhao Ling. Chapter 11, Brotherly, the Socialite. This sudden commotion nearly threw my back out. I was just wondering what the official stance would be, and the next second, the official announcement drops? Holy, I thought I'd misunderstood him, but turns out it's true? This is outrageous. That seal holds the fate of all humanity. How could they let scum like him guard it? Aren't the guards rigorously selected? How did this scum even pass the screening? Corruption. Pure and simple corruption. Demons hurting people is normal, but it's your fault for neglecting your duties. At Evil Grin. Originally, demanding the Seal Guardian apologize to the female influencer was an absurd request. Aside from Gu Chanshan's fans, most people remained neutral onlookers, with few jumping on the bandwagon to criticize. But now, the authorities had officially confirmed Bai's dereliction of duty. What more was there to say? In an instant, Bai's name was thrust into the eye of the storm. Despicable scum and worthless trash became the adjectives defining him. Facing this online backlash, Bai remained oblivious, lost in his games and savoring this rare retirement period. Meanwhile, in the western slums of City of Light, 4 tattooed men were gathered in a room, drinking cheap liquor and eating hot pot. The leader, a burly man with dark skin, wore a thick gold chain around his neck. Beer bottles littered the floor, scattered haphazardly. Brotherly, Zhang Sangun from Zhu family alley's loan is due. Should I bring some guys tomorrow to collect? That Zhang Sangun is a tough fighter. Bring Tiger with you when you go. Yeah, got it. Oh, and Brother Chow, I remember Biao beat up some kid named Chow Bing yesterday. He's got some connections, I hear. Should I bring some guys to handle him? Leave him alone. No matter how connected that bastard is, can he really have stronger backing than the bosses? Well, you're right. Come on, come on, come on. Drink up. Stop messing around with all that nonsense. Bottoms up. City of Light was a city, and like any city, its people were divided into social classes high, middle, and low. When the city was first founded, commoners could only trade labor for food. It wasn't until the introduction of federal currency that people's lives gradually improved. The wealthy resided in the city center, while the poor lived on its outskirts, an immutable truth since time immemorial. Lei Ming was an awakened one and the leader of a gang in the western slums. In these times, awakened ones were also ranked by strength. Those unwilling to serve the authorities had no choice but to fend for themselves. Extorting protection money and lending at usurious rates became Lei Ming's means of survival. Boss, there's a woman named Zhu Hongfang looking for you outside, a subordinate shouted from the doorway. Let her in. Got it. Moments later, a heavily made-up woman in a low-cut top, high heels, and a tight black stocking-clad skirt appeared in the small room. Brotherly, she greeted politely upon entering. Ha! Lei Ming looked up at her with a calm expression. But the moment his eyes met hers, he froze in place. The other three noticed their boss's expression and followed his gaze, their own faces equally frozen in shock. Zhu Hongfang was attractive, and they had known her for a long time, so she wasn't surprising. What had them stunned was the girl behind her, wearing a yellow spaghetti strap dress. Though she wore a sheer cardigan over it, her innocent features, fair skin, and snow-white thighs were undeniably stimulating to their senses. Who is this? This is Su Qinya, the one I mentioned to you last time. Zhu Hongfang introduced them. Qinya, this is Brotherly. Hello, Brotherly. Su Qinya greeted him timidly yet respectfully. She had been raised to be an obedient, sensible child. Had it not been for her mother's illness, she likely would never have crossed paths with people like Lei Ming. Good, good, good. Lei Ming's fleshy face instantly broke into a broad smile. He stood up and pulled out his own stool. We're having hot pot. Want to join us? We'll pass on the hot pot. Zhu Hongfang quickly offered a flattering smile. Brotherly, we came today mainly to ask about that medical practitioner you promised to help us find last time. A medical practitioner? At this, Lei Ming instantly lost interest, slumping back into his seat and turning to Su Qinya. Is someone in her family sick? Yes. This is going to be tricky. Lei Ming feigned difficulty, shaking his head. Zhu Hongfang asked knowingly, what's the problem? Old Lu just left today to treat patients in another city. If you want treatment, you'll probably have to wait a while. How long will we have to wait? At least half a month, Lei Ming said offhandedly. Ha? Half a month? Half a month was obviously an excuse. Zhu Hongfang recognized it, but before she could speak, Su Qinya's gasp echoed through the room. Earlier, Subai had mentioned that the seal would start failing within a month at most, or as soon as 3 to 5 days. Though that might not be entirely true, what if it was? By then, forget about curing the illness, survival itself would be in question. She couldn't risk waiting half a month. What's wrong? Li Ming feigned curiosity, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Is your family member's illness that urgent? I'm really worried, brotherly. Could you please get him back as soon as possible? I'm afraid my mom won't last that long. Getting him back quickly won't be a problem. Li Ming spoke with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, his eyes boldly appraising Su Qinya. But traveling such a long distance costs a fortune these days. You can't expect me to help for free, can you? I can cover the travel expenses. Like I need your damn travel money? Li Ming exploded. This girl Zhu Hongfang had brought along was utterly clueless. My family's got deep pockets, like I need your measly travel money? Who does she think she's looking down on? Just as he was about to explode, Zhu Hongfang quickly stepped in with a forced smile, holding him back. Brotherly, I'm so sorry. My little sister is young and doesn't know any better. How about this? I'll talk it over with her and give you a definite answer later. Fine. I have no idea where you found this gem. She doesn't know the first thing about social etiquette. But you don't bite the hand that feeds you. Even if Li Ming wasn't keen on letting Su Qinya go, he could only wave her off with impatience at this point. Sorry. Having spent so long in the nightlife scene, Zhu Hongfang knew exactly what Li Ming was thinking. She quickly apologized while pulling Su Qinya away from the scene. Bro, that chick Su Qinya is a real looker. Are we just letting her walk away like that? Watching the two women's retreating figures, the man called Brother Chow couldn't believe it. Beautiful women were always a scarce resource. If this had been downtown or somewhere heavily guarded by city walls, it would have made perfect sense for them to hold back. After all, no one wants to lose their life. But this was the civilian district, a place where illegal activities could erupt at any moment. And they didn't make a move when a beauty of this caliber appeared? That wasn't their boss's style at all. Hearing this, Li Ming narrowed his eyes toward the gate. Zhu Hongfang is under Sister Mei from the New Generation Bar. She's got a brother working in the security detail. We have to give her some face. But, little Lu, keep an eye on them. If that girl agrees, everything's settled. If she refuses, find a way to get her home address. Chapter 12, Ling Fengxiao. In this line of work, it's not just about power and connections, it's also about navigating human relationships. Having navigated the underworld for years, Li Ming knew Zhu Hongfang's background well. Confronting her head-on was both unwise and unnecessary. Xiao Lu agreed with his boss's reasoning. Receiving his orders, he quickly followed after them. Aunt Fang, did I say something wrong earlier? Upon reaching the perimeter of Brother Li's territory, Su Qinya spoke with a hint of sadness. Before entering, Zhu Hongfang had warned her not to speak out of turn, but Su Qinya couldn't resist, ultimately drawing Li Ming's furious wrath. Zhu Hongfang, 36, had originally come from the working-class district. Seeking a better life, she became an employee under Sister Mei. She knew Su Qinya's family situation and had essentially watched her grow up, but her own capabilities were limited, and she couldn't offer much help. Still, she retained a shred of conscience and never considered dragging Su Qinya into her line of work. It wasn't until Sister Mei called inquiring about a clean girl that Su Qinya came to mind again. To save her mother, Su Qinya would have to make sacrifices. This opportunity was once in a lifetime, especially since Sister Mei mentioned the client was a young, handsome guy, making it even more tempting to try. Never mind. Zhu Hongfang had intended to scold her, but waved her hand instead. You've never dealt with these people before, this reaction is normal. Damn it, that bastard Li Ming is clearly just using excuses to get his hands on you. So what should we do next? If my mom doesn't get treatment soon, I'm afraid she... As Su Qinya spoke, her nose began to sting again. Her mother had been ill for so long, and Su Qianyang had long been overwhelmed by the burden. Today, she had finally resolved to sacrifice herself to earn money, only for fate to play such a cruel joke on her? I don't have any other options right now. Zhu Hongfang sounded equally helpless. Sister Mei does know a therapist, but he's demanding 1 million yuan to help. Given your situation, you have two choices: either agree to Li Ming's terms, or find a way to save up 1 million. 1 million yuan? Su Qinya froze. 300,000 was already her absolute limit. Now she was being asked to come up with 1 million? Yes. Zhu Hongfang replied matter-of-factly. That boss who picked you up today, wasn't he young and handsome? And he didn't seem like someone short on cash. If you sweet-talk him a bit, getting him to give you 1 million shouldn't be too hard. She was the one who took Su Qinya to that bar, so of course she'd seen Subai. Even though he dressed plainly, he sure was generous with his money. But... no buts. Zhu Hongfang cut Su Qinya off, her expression serious as she stared at her. Qinya, since you've already taken this step, you have no choice but to go all the way. There's no turning back. Think about your mother's illness. You don't want her gone before she even hits 50, do you? Ropes snap at their weakest points. Misfortune targets the unfortunate. Sometimes, certain choices are truly beyond one's control. Zhu Hong was absolutely right. Once you've taken that first step, you have no choice but to go all the way. If Su Qinya wanted to save her mother, she had to make sacrifices. However, after careful consideration, Su Qinya ultimately chose the second option, not because she thought getting money from Su Bai would be easier, but because she found Su Bai more handsome and appealing than Li Ming. Men like beautiful women, and women like handsome men. Being with Su Bai wouldn't be a loss for her, especially since it was his first time too. With that thought, she decided to follow Zhu Hongfang out first, then find an opportunity to discuss this with Su Bai later. She completely failed to notice the tail following her. Meanwhile, Su Bai, lacking precognitive abilities, naturally had no way of knowing about Su Qinya's situation. After gaming with Shangguan Shui late into the night, he simply showered and went to bed. His physical stamina and mental strength were formidable now. Without intense combat, he could easily go days without sleep. But health was the foundation of revolution. To preserve his physical condition, he cast a sleep spell on himself. Ring ring. Su Bai slept straight through until noon the next day, roused by the ringing of his phone. He picked it up and saw the caller ID, Ling Fengxiao. The moment he answered, a cold, sharp female voice cut through the line. Hello, Su Bai. Where are you now? What's up? You quit the guard squad and got cyberbullied. Why didn't you tell me? What's there to say about such a minor thing? You don't consider me a friend anymore, do you? I'm near the delicacies restaurant. Come over now and explain yourself. With that, the other party hung up abruptly. Listening to the busy tone, Su Bai couldn't help but let a faint, resigned smile curve his lips. This woman really is impatient. Ling Fengxiao was a female awakened he deemed at 14, a year younger than him. They fought side by side through that chaotic era to reach this day. Even though they worked in different departments, they'd stayed in touch. Their bond was unquestionable. If she wanted to know why, he had no reason not to go. The delicacy restaurant wasn't a fancy establishment, just a small Chinese eatery where they occasionally met for meals. Su Bai changed into casual clothes and used spatial teleportation to appear in the deserted area of the North City Mall. He practically ran the 3 steps to the restaurant outside the mall. To maintain public order, Light City enforced regulations prohibiting awakened individuals from using their abilities in public halls or before spectators. Violations were strictly penalized. Though Su Bai had since stepped down from his position, he maintained this habit to avoid trouble. Hey, what did you like to eat? Boiled beef, green pepper pork strips, any stir-fried veggies, and finish with tomato and egg soup. Got it, just a moment. Regardless of their type, awakened ones no longer possess the physical strength of ordinary people. Yet these ingredients are no longer ordinary either. So, overall, people's dining habits haven't been significantly affected. After placing the order, the owner brought over 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks along with a pot of tea. A few minutes later, a woman wearing a black form-fitting uniform and sporting a high ponytail walked in. She was taller than most girls, standing at a full 5 feet 10 inches, and with her custom combat boots, her height exceeded 5 feet 11 inches. At that height, most girls would appear more robust than their peers, but she did not. Her delicate features and fair skin, accentuated by the form-fitting black uniform that perfectly outlined her slender, well-proportioned figure, made her resemble a rose on the battlefield, graceful and heroic. It was not yet noon, and the restaurant was sparsely populated. Ling Fengxiao spotted Su Bai the moment she entered and walked straight over to sit across from him. Have you ordered yet? Already ordered. Spill it. What's really going on? Nothing much, really. Just that the seal loosened the night before last. Su Bai recounted the events of the night before last and yesterday. The boss brought the food to the table just as he finished speaking. What? They want me to make a public apology? Fine, let the ignorant netizens join the chorus. Their brains must have been kicked by donkeys. No way. I'm going to demand an explanation from them. Chapter 13, The End is Nigh. Ling Fengxiao had a fiery temper. After hearing Su Bai's explanation, she couldn't hold back a moment longer. She stood up decisively, ready to confront the higher-ups. After all, who was Su Bai? He was the key figure behind safeguarding the seal. Not only had he guarded it silently for a decade, but he'd also played a pivotal role in setting up the sealing barrier back then. Apologize to some internet celebrity? Does that influencer even deserve it? What gives those higher-ups the right to treat him like this? Forget it. It's not worth it. After all these years of exhaustion, some rest is probably good. Su Bai spoke up in time to stop her. Those were his true thoughts. I hadn't really felt it before, but after a whole day yesterday, it all clicked into place. There's truth in the saying, I could have endured the darkness had I never seen the light. That seems true too? Hearing Su Bai's words, Ling Fengxiao calmed down and fell deep in thought. They, a group of powerful awakened individuals, could have lived freely and independently relying on their own abilities. The reason they joined the Guardians was simply because they held a sense of duty in their hearts, wanting to make a small contribution to human society. Now that the human elite were fighting for power and pushing them aside, it wasn't oppression to them, it was a kind of liberation. With this realization, she sat back down. So what are your plans from here? I was planning to do what most others do, find a couple of women and live out the rest of my days peacefully. But reality doesn't seem to allow for that. Subai picked up a rice bowl from the table, plucked a slice of boiled beef, and casually placed it in his own bowl as he spoke. After the alien invasion over a decade ago, humans adopted a policy of encouraging large families to ensure the survival of their species. Those who awakened Class B or higher abilities were deemed genetically superior, and polygamy was permitted for them. What's the matter? Too many eligible beauties to choose from? What nonsense! Subai was speechless. What I meant to say was, the end of humanity is approaching, and I don't know if I'll have the time. Snap! Subai's words made Ling Fengxiao's right hand jerk violently, snapping the chopsticks in her grasp with ease. The end of the world? Yeah, the end. Subai recounted his experiences and speculations once more. The loosening of the seal the night before last had been unlike any previous in intensity and frequency. He had every reason to suspect the demons would break the seal within a short time. And the onslaught would be far more ferocious than 15 years ago. You are serious? After hearing Subai's account, Ling Fengxiao was utterly stunned. The weakening of the seal was no joke. Most people wouldn't believe such a thing. Yet Ling Fengxiao trusted Subai more than Feng Jianjun, so deep down, she already believed his words. Why would I lie to you? This won't do. I must report this immediately. After all, Ling Fengxiao was part of the Special Abilities Guard unit. She understood the gravity of such matters, so she took the same action as Feng Jianjun, reporting it to her superiors. Unfortunately, breaking the seal meant people would lose their current peaceful lives. Too many vested interests were involved, so Ling Fengxiao's path to reporting this was bound to be anything but smooth. After shoveling down a couple of bites, Ling Fengxiao quickly paid and left the restaurant. Watching her retreating figure, Subai paid her no further mind. He continued eating while pulling out his phone. He'd intended to check how bad his reputation had become, but instead found an unread message on WeChat. Opening it revealed it was from Su Qinya. Su Qinya, boss, can I come see you now? The message was sent at 9 in the morning, and it was almost noon now. Subai casually replied, finished your business? Su Qinya replied almost instantly, not yet. Subai, never mind. Come over first. I'll send you the location. After sending the location of the neighboring mall, Subai began checking the latest news about himself. Unsurprisingly, alongside the earlier news about the beauty influencer being attacked by a demon, his disciplinary notice and video were trending. Gu Chanshan edited the footage of her encounter with Subai and had others post it using fake accounts. The headline read, Bodyguard Subai flouts the law, assaults journalist in public, and attacks female blogger? The footage included not only Gu Chanshan's first-person perspective but also multiple third-person viewpoints from bystanders. Every detail was captured, Subai knocking the reporter away, crushing Gu Chanshan's phone, choking her, and terrifying her until her legs went weak. The comments section was flooded with condemnation. Why aren't they arresting this guy? Are they saving him for the new year? Arrest him, absolutely arrest him. People like this are a menace. Thank goodness he was discovered early, otherwise, the consequences would have been endless. When you spot one cockroach in your home, there are usually countless more lurking unseen. Someone as brazen as Subai has likely committed countless atrocities. I knew he was no good from the start. He doesn't look like a first-timer. I suggest a thorough investigation. Thorough investigation +1. Netizens were outraged, condemning Subai's crimes one after another. Because Subai's appearance and background were revealed in Gu Chanshan's livestream, some people had even started tracking him down offline. Now Subai's reputation was in tatters, and he'd become a pariah everyone wanted to see hanged. Go ahead and rant. See how long you can keep it up. Subai turned off his phone and tossed it onto the nearby table. Personal reputation meant little to him. As a solitary figure, no amount of online abuse could disrupt his daily life. As for sanctions, he cared even less. When one possessed sufficient power, no one could sanction them. Elsewhere, he couldn't say, but at least in City of Light, no one possessed that capability. Boss. Ignoring the online abuse, Subai ate his meal and sat for a while. About half an hour later, Su Qinya arrived in a taxi. She'd been preoccupied with her mother's affairs lately and hadn't had time to follow the news, so she remained unaware that the man who kept her was a universally reviled seal guardian. Didn't you say you'd come find me after finishing your business? What's the situation now? Outside the mall entrance, Subai observed the girl before him, visibly more haggard than the day before, and felt a surge of curiosity. It's... Su Qinya bit her lip, hesitating to speak. Her pretty face flushed crimson before she finally gathered her courage. Could we find a quiet place first? Subai sensed something was off, but in public, he couldn't press her further. Instead of heading to a hotel, he hailed a cab and took her to a villa near his place. Fortunately, netizens hadn't been that quick to expose this villa, so returning posed no obstacles. This is my home. I live alone. If you have something to say, now is the time. No sooner had Bai finished speaking. Thud. Suchinya dropped to her knees before him. Boss, could you lend me a little more money? Chapter 14, I'll do anything you ask. Money? Suchinya knelt on the floor, tears welling in her eyes. Bai sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, raising an eyebrow at her request. He'd just given her 300,000 federal coins yesterday, why was she asking for more? Had she fallen for a pyramid scheme, or did she think he was a sucker? My mother is sick and urgently needs a medical practitioner. We agreed on 300,000, but the practitioner insists I accompany him before he'll provide treatment. I had no choice but to find another medical practitioner, but they charge $1 million. I just don't have that kind of money. After a night of internal struggle, Suchinya had actually come to terms with it long ago, but hadn't figured out how to broach the subject. When she texted Bai to meet this morning, she felt a bit nervous. After all, such matters were truly difficult for a girl to broach. But when Bai didn't reply for ages, she started to panic. Her mother's illness couldn't wait. If she wasted any more time trying to persuade Bai, they'd definitely run out of time. After much deliberation, she decided it was safer to be honest and ask for a loan. You can get up now, Bai said calmly. Suchinya dared not disobey and obediently stood up. Bai's voice sounded again. I can lend you the money. It's not much to me. But how do you plan to pay me back? I can work to pay you back. Is that okay? Suchinya tentatively asked. This was the solution she'd prepared long ago. Though she knew he'd likely refuse, trying wouldn't kill her. Hearing this, Bai couldn't help but laugh. 1 million in medical fees. You're still short 70,000. Do you know how long it would take to pay that off at 3,000 a month from your job? 20 years. Bai held up 2 fingers. And that's assuming you don't eat or drink, and doesn't include interest. Factor that in, and you might not even pay it off in a lifetime. Besides, I'm not going to wait that long for such a small sum. In this age of awakened ones, ordinary people struggled more than ever to make ends meet. A 3,000 yuan salary was considered high for the average person. Suchinya was just an ordinary person. Unless she leveraged her physical advantages, it would be incredibly difficult for her to earn that much. Then I'll become your slave. Suchinya pleaded anxiously. As long as you're willing to lend me the money, I'll do anything you ask. All right. Seeing your filial devotion, I'll help you this once. Bai hesitated briefly before extending his hand. 5 years. For 5 years, you'll stay by my side and attend to my daily needs. I'll cover all your expenses, food, clothing, lodging, everything. After 5 years, I'll give you back your freedom. Agreed. Suchinya replied without hesitation. 500,000 yuan over 5 years, 14,000 a year. Working in a nightclub wouldn't pay much more than that. Don't rush into agreeing. Before that, we need to sign a contract. Bai emphasized one point, listen carefully, it's a contract, not an agreement. If you break this contract, you could die. I agree. Suchinya hesitated briefly before consenting. She had heard of contracts. It was said that powerful psychic-type psychics used special methods to bind soul agreements with others. Such agreements directly affected the soul, breaking them meant suffering worse than death. But did she have a choice? No. She had already steeled herself mentally, such a contract could never bind her. Very good. Bai was pleased with her decisiveness. It's just about dinner time. Have you eaten yet? No. Order some takeout. After you eat, I'll go with you to take a look. Ha? Go back? Suchinya was taken aback. Wasn't this about borrowing money? Why was he suddenly asking to go home with her? Bai explained, you're my person now. If someone scams you, it'll reflect badly on me. So it's necessary for me to go with you to confirm the situation. But don't worry, it won't disrupt your normal life. The emergence of awakened ones had rendered modern medicine a laughingstock. Your disinfection, suturing, medicating, and bandaging, the entire process can't hold a candle to their single healing spell. Your expensive equipment, X-rays, CT scans, chemotherapy, dialysis can't hold a candle to their casual purification spell. Thus, modern hospitals are suitable for minor ailments and injuries. For serious illnesses costing hundreds of thousands or even millions, people would rather seek out a medical practitioner. However, the same abilities yield different results depending on the practitioner, and the skill level of healers varies greatly. Seeing Suchinya's clueless expression, Bai had no intention of letting his loan go down the drain. You don't need to say anymore. While Bai had Suchinya ordering takeout, Ling Fengxiao had already arrived at the city lord's office. Seeing the poised and capable woman before him, Wu Xianxiang's eyes flashed with displeasure. I know you and Bai are close, but no matter how close you are, you can't help him spread rumors. The seal would be broken by another realm? What a joke! This not only accused him of cutting off the branch he was sitting on and killing the donkey after using its milk, but also implied he was blind and couldn't recognize talent. He had personally recruited Fang Yu, who found no issues, yet Su Bai, who had left, had discovered problems? Wasn't this ING slapping him in the face? I trust him, Ling Fengxiao declared with unwavering certainty. When she'd been betrayed by a pack of scum, it was Su Bai who pulled her from despair. They'd fought side by side ever since, their friendship now unbreakable. Su Bai wouldn't deceive her. Trusting him won't change anything. Wu Shian, flustered and angry, pulled out his phone and opened the video titled "Su Bai knocks reporter away, chokes Gu Chanshan's neck." He shoved it in front of Ling Fengxiao. Look at his current behavior. Think back to what he said. Doesn't it all sound like a fairy tale? Ling Fengxiao had seen this video long ago and dismissed it entirely. Oof. Just a tearful drama queen milking attention. 10 years ago, she'd be dead. Fine. Wu Shian, furious, turned off the phone and tossed it aside. Forget him. Just think about this incident itself. Do you have any idea what will happen if this news gets out? Ling Fengxiao was instantly at a loss for words. She hadn't actually considered that question. Wu Shian didn't beat around the bush. He stated bluntly, let me tell you. If the seal is broken, it means the apocalypse will descend upon the world once more. At best, it will plunge the populace into panic and cause social order to collapse instantly. At worst, other nations will hold us accountable, exert pressure, demand reparations, and seize control of the seal's guardianship. Once they obtain that authority, they'll deploy massive military forces to garrison the area. Have you considered these consequences? As someone soon to become city lord, Wu Shian presented his reasoning with compelling logic. Ling Fengxiao, though gifted with exceptional awakened abilities, knew nothing of politics and couldn't find any flaws in his opponent's arguments. But, knock. Ling Fengxiao sensed something amiss and was about to speak when the office door was suddenly knocked upon. Come in. At Wu Shian's command, the assistant ushered a young man through the door. Lord City Master, there's a document here requiring your signature. Wu Shian took the document from his assistant and turned his gaze to the young man standing behind him. Fang Yu? Why are you here instead of guarding the sealed land? Chapter 15, The 12 Heavenly Kings. The sensory barrier over there is already set up. Old who can handle it alone. Fang Yu said with a relaxed expression. He certainly wouldn't mention that the place was so desolate not even a chicken would there, nor a bird lay eggs. Forget fancy cars and beautiful women, or bathhouses and saunas, he couldn't even get a stable internet connection. As a spatial ability user, he hadn't endured such frustration in a decade. He couldn't stand staying there for even a single day. I see. Well then, you should brief Captain Ling on the situation at the seal. When Su Bai first took charge of guarding the seal, his ability was only at the 6th tier, so Wu Shian didn't think much of it. Captain Ling? Hearing the title, Fang Yu instinctively glanced at Ling Fengxiao. Seeing her exquisite features, upright posture, and the heroic aura radiating from her entire being, his eyes instantly lit up. This woman, she's so fierce. If only I could get close to her. Could this be Ling Fengxiao, the strongest female warrior among the 12 heavenly kings? It's her. Ah, Captain Ling. Your reputation precedes you, truly legendary. Meeting you today confirms it's well-deserved. Fang Yu plastered on a flattering smile, reaching out to grasp Ling Fengxiao's hand. The 4 guardian deities and the 12 heavenly kings represented the pinnacle of combat prowess within the City of Light Psionic Guard. As the foremost among the 12 heavenly kings, Ling Fengxiao's strength was nothing short of extraordinary. Such a person was worth befriending. Ling Fengxiao couldn't care less about him. She smoothly withdrew her hand and said coldly, no need for small talk. Tell me your inspection results. Are you also a spatial type ability user? Yes. You seem rather ordinary. Can you even handle this inspection? Having one's abilities questioned, especially by a beauty, would leave most men feeling thoroughly humiliated. Especially since Fang Yu had been hailed as a savior ever since awakening his spatial abilities. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? Who knew Captain Ling was not only powerful but also sharp-tongued? Fine, I'm a gentleman, I won't stoop to arguing with a woman. Fang Yu produced a stack of photos and several videos. Here are our inspection results. See for yourself. At the spatial seal site, all electronic devices malfunctioned, even cameras would inexplicably shut down and go dark. Yet this magnetic interference held no sway over spatial ability users. As for the force assaulting the seal, whether completely suppressed by Su Bai or biding its time for the next strike, it appeared calmer than before on the surface. Thus, Fang Yu's photos and videos revealed no anomalies. Even Ling Fengxiao, upon viewing them, had no rebuttal. Could it really just be rumors? After leaving the city lord's mansion, a flicker of doubt crossed Ling Fengxiao's eyes. Su Bai had resigned, online criticism of him was overwhelming, and the abyss seal appeared unusually calm. All signs pointed to this truly being nothing more than rumors. No, that can't be right. Even if Su Bai stepped down, he wouldn't deceive me with such lies. I must get this information out. But given the current situation, spreading this news would be defined as rumor mongering. Forget it. Ling Fengxiao pondered for a moment, already forming a plan in her mind. Regardless, I'll do my best. Those who choose to believe will believe, those who don't, well, that's just fate. Having lived through turbulent times, Ling Fengxiao understood the wisdom of letting go of the urge to help and respecting others' destinies. Doing her utmost to warn the world was the greatest kindness she could offer. Boss, this is where that girl lives. While Ling Fengxiao was figuring out how to spread the news about the seal, around 2 p.m., Li Ming and brother Chao, guided by Xiao Lu, arrived at Su Chenya's residence. Xiao Lu had spent the entire night gathering information about Su Chenya's address and family circumstances. Learning she had an ailing mother, they slept until noon, ate lunch, and rushed over without delay. For people like them, drinking until midnight and sleeping until noon was just the norm. Are you sure she lives here? Li Ming stared at the dilapidated old neighborhood before him, finding it hard to believe. Su Chenya was so beautiful, how could she live in such a dump? Trash littered the grounds. No property management. No security guard. Some walls even had cracks running through them? Just hook up with some rich guy, and you could live in a place 100 times better than this, right? I saw her go in with my own eyes, and I checked with the neighbors, I'm absolutely certain. Well, fine. Li Ming couldn't argue further and had to trust his subordinate's judgment. Lead the way. Xiao Lu nodded, leading Li Ming and brother Chao through the winding paths of the dilapidated neighborhood. Finally, they arrived at the 7th floor of a rundown apartment building. The stairs were steep, the hallway narrow, and there was no elevator. If it weren't for his physique far surpassing that of an ordinary person, just climbing these stairs would have left him gasping for breath. Thump! 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 Anyone home? Li Ming knocked on the door to the left on the landing. No response came the first time. The second time, a weak, aged woman's voice came from inside. Who is it? Excuse me, is this Su Chenya's residence? Li Ming used what he considered a polite tone. Su Chenya's mother, Tong Shuang, was short, with snow-white hair and a frail, skeletal frame. Hearing the name Su Chenya, she feared something had happened to her daughter. She hurriedly dragged her frail body out of bed and opened the door with trembling hands. Peering through the crack, she saw 3 unfamiliar men standing at the door, and her anxiety deepened. Who are you? Hello, auntie. I'm Su Chenya's boyfriend. Li Ming's bold claim made Tong Shuang's heart skip a beat. Boyfriend? Though Li Ming wore long sleeves today, hiding his tattoos, the 3 men's expressions didn't suggest they were good people. Her daughter was such a good girl, how could she have found a boyfriend like this? She hasn't mentioned me? No problem. Let's formally introduce ourselves today. Li Ming pushed the door open with his hand. Tong Shuang tried to stop him, but how could she possibly stop him? Not only was she gravely ill now, but even in her prime, she couldn't have held back Li Ming and his 2 companions. What the hell is that smell? Upon entering, Li Ming caught the scent of medicinal herbs wafting through the room. He pinched his nose in disgust. Tong Shuang dared not respond. Only after Xiao Lu closed the door did she lie back on her bed and ask, What do you want with me? My name is Li Ming. I've been with your daughter for over half a month. Yesterday, she scammed me out of tens of thousands of yuan and stopped answering my calls. I had no choice but to come here to find you. Scammed me out of money? Hearing Li Ming's words, Tong Shuang's body trembled violently, nearly causing her to faint. Before she could say anything, Xiao Lu's impatient shouts reached her ears. Where is she now? Hurry up and call her back. Chapter 16, Kneel and Speak. Su Chenya's apartment was tiny, a rooftop conversion unit with just 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom, totaling less than 40 square meters. Li Ming's words made Tong Shuang, lying on the bed, feel as if the sky had fallen. If Li Ming had come up with any other excuse, Tong Shuang might not have believed it. She might even have immediately thought these people were deliberately picking a fight. But scamming money? Only she knew how desperately her daughter had fought to save her. Though she sometimes wished to die and spare her daughter the burden, Su Chenya had threatened her life, vowing to die too if she dared to end her own. So she had no choice but to hold on. The thought of her daughter rushing out yesterday after a phone call, returning with a change of clothes yet still carrying the scent of perfume, made her sense something was terribly wrong. Now Li Ming mentioned yesterday as the time. Could the money scamming story be fabricated? I'll call right now. Tong Shuang clearly believed Li Ming. Trembling, she pulled the phone from under her pillow and dialed Su Chenya's number. The call connected quickly, and Su Chenya's clear, pleasant voice came through. Hello, Mom. Chenya, Mom needs to ask you, did you scam someone out of money? Cheated? Su Chenya, who had just been about to hail a cab home, froze for a moment. She glanced at Su Bai beside her and replied with a hint of guilt, No, I didn't. You're lying again. They've already come to our house. Hearing this, Su Chenya realized what was happening and quickly responded, Mom, don't believe them. They're scammers. Hey, Chenya, it's your brother Li. Before Su Chenya could finish her sentence, Tong Shuang's phone was snatched away by Li Ming. Hearing Li Ming's voice, Su Chenya's heart sank. Li? Brother Li. You wanted to get your mom treated, right? Come back quickly. Let's talk in person. What should I do? What should I do? Li Ming's words were cleverly crafted. Not only did he present himself as the good guy, but he also subtly implied to Su Qinya, we're at your place now, and we're here to help you. You wouldn't actually call the police, would you? Tong Shuang sensed something was wrong, but she was helpless. With 3 burly men entering the house, she was like a lamb led to slaughter. Su Qinya, meanwhile, had completely lost her composure. She had never given Li Ming her home address, yet he showed up uninvited. Any fool could guess what they were here for. What's going on? Su Bai noticed something was off and asked casually. Brother Li is at my place. Who's Brother Li? Su Bai inquired curiously. He's the local gang leader from the next district. The one who promised to treat my mom's illness. I feel like they're here with bad intentions. After saying this, Su Qinya grabbed Su Bai's hand, her voice trembling with tears. Boss, what should I do now? Originally, besides her mother, Zhu Hongfang was the only person she could rely on. Now that her mother was ill and Zhu Hongfang was gone, the only person left was Su Bai, someone she'd only met a day ago. Unable to decide, she could only pin her hopes on Su Bai. With me here, what's there to fear? Su Bai was speechless after hearing her story. He'd heard the voice on the phone and assumed it was some big shot, but it turned out to be just a gang leader? Damn it, what a waste of excitement. Su Qinya froze, then bit her lip. Aunt Fang said this Brother Li is really powerful. Boss, you. I love dealing with formidable people. Ha! The car's here. Let's go. Seeing Su Bai so eager, Su Qinya froze. We're just going like this? Shouldn't we bring more people? Not necessary. In Su Qinya's mind, Brother Li was formidable. Su Bai was no match for him. But Su Bai was a wealthy man. As a rich boss, it was only natural for him to have his own men. Bringing along a couple more would definitely be safer. As for Su Bai, he hadn't thrown down with anyone in 10 years. If the other side truly came with hostile intent, he wouldn't mind stretching his muscles a bit. However, using the spatial rift to teleport people not only risked being spotted but also required precise predetermined coordinates. Spontaneous location detection wasn't nearly as accurate. Since Su Bai didn't know Su Qinya's exact location, he could only use temporary positioning. If the coordinates were off and someone spotted him, it would easily tip off his target. Therefore, he opted for conventional transportation. By the time the two arrived by car at Su Qinya's rundown neighborhood, half an hour had passed. As soon as they reached the entrance, Li Ming and Brother Chow intercepted them. Su Qinya, right here. Li Ming ignored Su Bai entirely, beckoning directly to Su Qinya before striding toward them. On the way, Brother Chow noticed Su Bai and looked puzzled. Brother Li, that kid looks kinda familiar to me. We all hang out in the same neighborhoods. It's normal to recognize each other. Well, I suppose so. The time was too short. Brother Chow couldn't recall and didn't bother to think about it further. Seeing the two blocking the entrance to the residential compound, Su Qinya's expression darkened. As soon as they approached, she demanded, "What did you do to my mom?" The way you put it, you'd think we were some kind of wild beasts. Brother Chow grinned mockingly. Li Ming also wore a smile. Don't worry, Auntie isn't feeling well, so I specifically arranged for Xiao Lu to take care of her upstairs. My mom doesn't need your care. Who says she doesn't need it? I can see she can barely walk straight. You people. Su Qinya clenched her teeth, yet felt utterly helpless. What exactly do you want? Don't be so tense. We came here today specifically to help you. As for how much we can help, that depends on your performance. Li Ming finished speaking, then grinned wickedly as he reached out to touch Su Qinya's fair, delicate face. Su Qinya instinctively flinched away, only to find Li Ming's hand frozen mid-air. Looking closer, she saw Su Bai's hand gripping Li Ming's wrist. Hey! Do you even see me here? Damn it! Feeling the sharp pain and force gripping his wrist, Li Ming's face twisted in shock. He tried to attack with his free hand to break free, but Su Bai twisted his wrist even harder. Ah! Li Ming cried out in pain, forced to halt his attack. Kid, let go. Let go now. Kidnapping, intimidation, threats, publicly harassing an innocent woman by the laws of City of Light, you both deserve death. Su Bai's tone was casual, yet his words were icy cold. Harsh measures in turbulent times. It wasn't just empty talk. Chao Zi, what are you standing there for? Kill him already. Li Ming was in excruciating pain and couldn't be bothered with Su Bai's talk of laws. But no sooner had he spoken than, boom! Chao Zi was sent flying. Li Ming froze in shock at the sight, and Su Qinya froze too. They hadn't seen a thing. How had Chao Zi been sent flying? Su Bai tilted his head, fixing his gaze on Li Ming. Speak. How do you want to die? Who are you? At that moment, even a fool could tell the two sides weren't on the same level. Li Ming wasn't a fool, so naturally he needed to figure out the other's background first. Kneel and speak. Uing. Kneel. Chapter 17, The Tang Clan's Alliance with the Deputy City Lord. Boom. As soon as Su Bai finished speaking, he released his grip. Li Ming instantly felt an immense pressure bearing down on him, forcing his body to kneel involuntarily. The force of the kneel was so intense it nearly crushed the ground beneath him. Had his body not been exceptionally sturdy, his knees would likely have shattered. Boss, so powerful. Seeing Li Ming's knees crack the floor and the space ahead warp slightly, Su Chenya's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Earlier in the bar's private room, Su Bai had used his special ability to make Zhu Shasha speak the truth. Not long ago, he'd also mentioned wanting to sign a contract with her. In her mind, though Su Bai was an awakened one, his awakened ability should be of the psychic type. But now, not only was he stronger than Li Ming, but he could also wield this spatial ability? Kid, you're courting death. Li Ming channeled every ounce of strength to resist the pressure, yet still felt his chi and blood churning violently within him, as if he might vomit blood at any moment. Having spent years in the City of Light, he'd encountered countless awakened ones, but never one of Su Bai's caliber. Standing motionless, he could make someone kneel with just a single sentence? After all, Li Ming was an awakened himself, one whose physical enhancement had reached Tier 3. Could ordinary awakened achieve such feats? But humiliated like this by Su Bai, Li Ming couldn't just stand by. With a furious roar, his bones began to harden and his muscles swelled, transforming him into a towering, muscular giant over 2 meters tall. He attempted to use his overwhelming strength to break free from Su Bai's pressure. Oh ho, still talking tough? Su Bai sneered mockingly, raising his hand to press down. The spatial pressure surged instantly, pinning Li Ming flat to the ground, his situation now even worse than before. Gravity space, a spatial ability, not only intensified gravitational pull in designated areas but also allowed its user to adjust the range and intensity of gravity as needed. Moreover, this ability wasn't possessed by all spatial ability users. Even Su Bai had spent considerable time mastering it. Given Su Bai's current ability strength, anyone below 5th tier physical prowess had virtually no chance of resistance. Wait a moment. Seeing Li Ming struggle under the pressure even after transforming, Super Brother, who had been knocked flying by the spatial force earlier, struggled to sit up. Brother Li is from the Tang family. Kill him, and you won't escape either. The Tang family? Su Bai's eyes narrowed sharply. Which Tang family? The Tang family set to marry into the Deputy City Lord's family next month, Chao Zi blurted out. He's the maternal uncle of the Tang family's young master. If you touch him, the Tang family won't let you off. Kid. Feeling the pressure ease slightly, Li Ming snarled through gritted teeth, his face twisted in fury. If you know what's good for you, let me go now. Or I'll make sure you have no place to be buried. The Tang family was a prominent clan in the City of Light. Not only were their connections intricate and far-reaching, but they were also set to marry into the Deputy City Lord's family next month, specifically to Wu Yan, the son of Wu Xinshan. It was common knowledge that Deputy City Lord Wu Xinshan was merely a deputy. Now it wouldn't be long before he became the true City Lord. Facing such a colossal force, ordinary people dared not provoke them. But Su Bai was no ordinary man. He raised his hand and pronounced Li Ming's death sentence. No place to bury your body? I hate being threatened more than anything. So, you'd better just die. You dare. Seeing Su Bai actually move to act, Li Ming roared furiously, that little brat's mother is still in our hands. If you dare touch me, I'll make her pay with her life. Boss. Hearing Li Ming's words, Su Chenya snapped back to reality and cried out in alarm. She had witnessed Su Bai's formidable strength and knew he was far more powerful than Brother Li. But everything she had done was for her mother's sake. If something happened to her mother, what would be the point of all her efforts? Su Bai gave her a reassuring hand gesture, then pressed his hand down without looking back. Boom! Put! The terrifying pressure surged several times stronger than before. The ground instantly cracked like a turtle's shell. Li Ming collapsed again, unable to withstand it. This time, his bones shattered, meridians snapped, and internal organs ruptured. A large mouthful of blood gushed from his mouth. Yet the Awakened's formidable vitality kept him alive for the moment. Su Bai didn't increase the force. Instead, he withdrew the gravitational space and slowly crouched down. You know what else I dislike besides being threatened? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Su Bai swept his hand to the side, instantly ripping open a fissure in the otherwise normal space. Through the torn perspective, Li Ming, Chao Zi, and Su Chenya saw Tong Shuang lying on a hospital bed on the other side of the spatial fissure, along with Xiao Lu sitting on a nearby chair, engrossed in a mobile game. Xiao Lu was engrossed in a competitive game, right in the middle of a crucial team fight, completely oblivious to the spatial disturbance beside him. By the time he reacted, Su Bai had already grabbed him by the collar and dragged him out. The torn space rapidly closed, yet Xiao Lu was forcibly dragged by Su Bai from the 7th floor of Building 3 all the way to the entrance of the residential complex. Thud! Xiao Lu, utterly bewildered, found himself pinned beneath Su Bai's crushing foot. Xiao Lu was just an ordinary person. How could he withstand Su Bai's kick? Stars instantly danced before his eyes, the world spun, and he passed out. Witnessing this, Brother Chao, who had been knocked back by the shockwave, finally remembered the identity of the man before him. Spatial abilities? You're Su Bai? The Seal Guardian who let the demon into the city, Su Bai? Congratulations, you got it right. Too bad there's no reward. Don't kill me, Su Bai. Brother Bai, it was all Brother Li's, no, Li Ming's idea. I had nothing to do with it. Brother Bai, please spare me. I swear I'll never do anything bad again. I beg you. Realizing Su Bai's identity, Brother Chao's face turned pale with panic. His earlier arrogance vanished completely. He knelt on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing to Su Bai in supplication. It wasn't cowardice. Recent rumors in the underworld claimed Su Bai had made a pact with demons. Not only had he joined their ranks, but his personal power had grown formidable. He killed without batting an eye. Su Bai's actions just now confirmed the rumors were true. He'd even revealed Li Ming's true identity to Su Bai, yet the man had still been killed outright. Seeing the once arrogant Li Ming lying on the cracked ground, gasping for air, how could he not be scared? Your attitude toward admitting your mistake is commendable. Alright, tell me everything you know. I might consider sparing your life. Chapter 18, Su Bai's personal space. Killing the heart along with the body was Su Bai's favorite pastime. Watching his opponents witness their own trump cards rendered useless before death added another layer of pleasure to the act. Before arriving at this residential complex, he had already ascertained Su Chinya's home address. Once here, sensing the layout of her residence up close, opening a spatial portal was child's play. What followed unfolded naturally. The head of the Tang family was Tang Jianming, 53 years old, wielding familial influence beyond the reach of ordinary people. He had 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son, Tang Feng, aged 30, had taken a concubine named Li Jiaojiao. The gang leader Li Ming was Li Jiaojiao's own older brother. While guarding the seal, Su Bai had been unaware of the city's intricate web of relationships. Now, after Super Brother's explanation, he grasped the general picture. Get out of here with them. Su Bai kept his word and didn't kill him. He was just a lowly lackey. Killing him or not made no difference. Wiping out the entire gang to cover up the murder? Utterly unnecessary. Though this was an old neighborhood with no surveillance around, plenty of people lived here. The fight at the entrance earlier had likely been filmed and uploaded online already. Besides, the 2 bodies lying on the ground needed to be dealt with. Boss, who exactly are you? How could you? Su Chinya, trailing behind Su Bai, felt her mind go completely blank. She knew her boss was powerful, but never imagined he could be this formidable, tearing through space to drag that thug Xiaolu out of his own home from such a distance. Could an ordinary awakened do that? And judging by that Super Brother's expression, her boss seemed to be some kind of big shot? You don't like browsing the internet? Just check the recent trending topics. Su Bai said casually. He was notorious lately. No one could be more famous than him, well, if infamous fame counted. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, Su Chinya immediately searched based on his abilities and appearance. Her eyes widened in astonishment almost instantly. His name was Su Bai, not Su Chen? He was that sealed guardian everyone wanted to beat up? Hated by all. Su Chinya murmured to herself. He was significantly older than her, yet this was his first time? Putting the pieces together, it was obvious he'd been too busy guarding the seal to have time for women. He sought her out merely because he'd been cyberbullied and needed an outlet for his frustration? And despite barely knowing her, he was willing to antagonize the colossal Tang family for her sake. How could someone like this be a bad person? Gazing at Su Bai's resolute, handsome profile, Su Chinya felt an inexplicable pang of pity well up inside her. He must be so lonely, right? That thought surfaced in Su Chinya's mind. Boss, I believe in you. Ha! Surprised by Su Chinya's sudden, inexplicable remark, Su Bai turned his head to look at her. What exactly do you trust me about? I believe you're not as bad as they say online. Even if you let the demon into the city, there must be reasons others don't know. As the guardian of the seal, you're a hero. You shouldn't apologize to that female internet celebrity who only cares about grabbing attention. He. Su Chinya's words made Su Bai burst into loud laughter, tears streaming down his face. He had silently guarded the seal for 10 years, only to be vilified by millions after a single mishap. Who would have thought he'd finally be understood by a girl he'd barely known for 2 days? This world is ironic. Su Chinya was barely 19, not yet 20. Perhaps that was why she was so naive about the world. Her mother, Tong Shuang, had merely fallen ill from overwork. It wasn't an incurable disease. So, under the astonished gazes of mother and daughter, Su Bai tore open a spatial rift, transporting them to one of his villas. He then summoned a therapist to treat her. I've addressed the issues with her condition. From here on, it's a matter of gradual recuperation. You can handle that yourself. That night, in the guest room of Su Bai's villa, the therapist took a deep breath, tucked the blanket around Tong Shuang, and casually remarked. He was Su Bai's former teammate, Hao Liang, whose healing abilities matched Su Bai's spatial powers at the 8th tier. With him present, not only could ordinary illnesses be cured, but even those on the brink of death could be easily pulled back. Su Bai nodded. Thanks. How much do I owe you? Damn, are you crazy? Do you even consider me a friend? If you dare offer money, I'll turn on you, Hao Liang retorted irritably. Even though they hadn't seen each other in ages, their friendship remained strong. How could you even think about money for something this small? Su Bai couldn't help but chuckle. Then I'll owe you a favor. Favors or not, your reputation's been pretty high lately. Better watch your back when you go out. You think someone's gonna ambush me? Ha, you're so awesome, so great. Guess my warning was unnecessary, huh? Take your time leaving. No need to see me off. Who the hell needs your escort? Hao Liang cursed under his breath, drove downstairs in his supercar, and left Su Bai's villa. Su Qinya gazed at her mother lying in bed, her breathing steady and deep in slumber. Once again, tears welled up in her eyes as she knelt before Su Bai. Boss, thank you. Thank you so much. I'll be your servant for the rest of my life. Serving me like a beast of burden isn't necessary, just be my maid. Go buy some more uniforms tomorrow. Uniforms? Hearing Su Bai's blunt words, Su Chinya's face flushed crimson all the way to her neck. That Su Bai is such a piece of trash. What kind of skill is it to bully ordinary people? You idiot, just wait to get arrested. You're a parasite on the guard squad, why don't you just die? You animal. How the hell did your mother give birth to such a disgusting piece of trash? Scum of the earth. You waste air when you're alive and land when you're dead. People like you shouldn't have been born. At midnight, Su Bai enjoyed a refreshing shower while the online abuse from netizens continued unabated. These messages flooded not only his sparse social media accounts but also his phone calls and text messages. After all, online abuse comes at no cost. They could hurl whatever vile insults they desired. Though Su Bai had grown indifferent to it, he couldn't stand the constant ringing of his phone. Finally, with no other choice, he shut down all communication channels except his satellite phone, turned off his mobile screen, and tossed it into his personal space. As a spatial ability user, possessing a personal space was perfectly normal. He didn't know how large other spatial ability users' personal spaces were, but he knew that through deliberate cultivation, his own personal space stretched endlessly beyond sight. Moreover, to prepare for any eventuality, he always kept a certain amount of survival supplies stocked within it. Rice, flour, oil, water, beverages, seasonings, various instant foods, and some mutated beast meat. Even if he never left home, it would be enough to sustain him alone for decades. It's just online bullying, it won't make you lose any flesh. So, you'd rather come ask me for money to treat your mom than hang out with that Lei Ming. Is it because you think I'm richer than him, or because you think I'm hotter than him? Can I be honest? Of course. I think you're also my type. No wonder you could sit on it yourself on just the second try, so that's why? Aya, you're so annoying. I'm done talking to you. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 19, Shangwan Shue's First Love. The rumors in real life and the malicious comments online didn't significantly impact Su Bai's life. Instead, they allowed him to experience a kind of joy he'd never known before. He ate when he should eat, drank when he should drink, and occasionally played at romance with Su Qinya. His entire being, inside and out, had entered a state of pure relaxation. He felt utterly content, almost forgetting his worries. The only slight regret was that Su Chinya's ordinary body simply couldn't withstand Su Bai's advances. Twice in a row, she left him wanting more. Feeling helpless, Su Bai resolved to find Su Qinya another partner. The morning after bringing Su Qinya back to the villa, Su Bai awoke to find her absent. Quickly scanning his surroundings, he sensed she slipped into the kitchen to prepare breakfast and noticed someone standing at the doorway. Su Bai paid it little mind, pulling on his pajamas before opening the door. There stood Tong Shuang, waiting at the entrance. As soon as Su Bai appeared, Tong Shuang immediately mimicked her daughter's gesture, kneeling on the floor with both knees bent. Boss, thank you. Thank you for helping us. If it weren't for you, my daughter and I would have. Before Su Bai woke up, Su Qinya had already confessed everything to her. While someone as powerful as Su Bai couldn't possibly be devoted solely to her daughter, regardless, his physique and appearance were undeniable. On the surface, he was 100 times better than that Lei Ming. And his assistance had been genuine. If she still couldn't see the obvious, she should have died 10 years ago. It's nothing. Get up. Your body needs rest. Extreme emotions aren't good for you. Mom. Su Qinya, emerging from the kitchen, saw the scene and her eyes welled up. Su Bai looked at her. Quickly help your mother to rest. Yes. Su Qinya hurried over to help her mother up. Mom, let's go. Oh, and boss, I've already made breakfast. I'll bring it over shortly. Su Bai nodded, thinking to himself that this girl was quite sensible. He slowly made his way downstairs and sat on the sofa. He pulled out a new phone from his spatial storage, connected to the internet, and opened the game interface. Snowfall Heart, Master, have you seen the trending topics about City of Light these past 2 days? This woman seems addicted to the internet online this early in the morning? Titanium alloy straight guy, yeah, I saw. What about it? Snowfall Heart, what's your take on that bodyguard named Su Bai? Titanium alloy straight guy, well, what else could I do? Of course I watched it lying down. Su Bai knew the whole story inside out, but the current public opinion was stacked against him. He himself had no habit of self-promotion or self-justification, so he couldn't be bothered to explain anything. Shui Luo Qingxin, don't you think there's something fishy about this? Ha? Su Bai perked up at her question. What's fishy about it? Shui Luo Qingxin, logically speaking, the Sealed Guardians are a classified unit. Every member is a hero. Even if someone made a mistake, the Lord of the City of Light should have handled it discreetly. Making such a public announcement is rather unusual. Moreover, the video exposing his appearance and address hasn't been taken down. That's even less logical. Seems there are still sharp minds in this world. Impressed by her thorough analysis, Su Bai couldn't help but praise her. Who says netizens are all ignorant? Here's a reasonable person right here. Shang Shui perked up at Su Bai's response. What do you mean? You agree? At surprised. Isn't it obvious? Su Bai's achievements have made him a threat to those in power. He's become uncontrollable, and someone wants him gone. Su Bai had been uncertain, but after witnessing Lei Ming's attitude back in the city, the reason became crystal clear. He was Wu Xianxiang's savior. Whether out of gratitude or self-interest, Wu Xianxiang should have tied their fates together. Wu Xianxiang had indeed acted accordingly before, even promising Su Bai that if he wanted to marry, Wu Qingya would be given to him once she came of age, even as a secondary wife. But Su Bai was too powerful and disliked being constrained. Combined with his conflicts with Lei Ming and others, Wu Xianxiang had no choice but to make a decision. No matter how formidable Su Bai was, he stood alone. Lei Ming, however, had the backing of several powerful families. His ambition to become city lord depended entirely on their support. Previously, no one could replace Su Bai, so he dared not act rashly. But now, with Hu Taiping and Fang Yu joining forces, and his daughter Wu Qingya falling for Fang Yu, Su Bai had naturally become expendable. Shuelua Qingxin, Master, do you know something we don't? At daydreaming. I know a little, Su Bai replied truthfully. But discussing this now is pointless. That kid's reputation is already ruined. No one can save him. But I want to try. Su Bai? What do you mean? Those few words left Su Bai utterly baffled. He and Snowfall Heart were merely gaming acquaintances, never having revealed real names or photos. So she clearly wasn't targeting Titanium Straight Guy. Since becoming a Sealed Guardian, aside from his 4 co-workers, only old teammates like Ling Fengxiao and Hao Liang could be considered friends. None of them played games, so real-life friends were also out of the question. So now Snowfall Heartfelt wanted to save Su Bai? What the hell? Snowfall Heart, truth be told, Master, this Su Bai might be my first love. Put. Su Bai held his phone in his left hand while sipping hot milk handed to him by Su Qingya with his right. The moment the words first love popped up, he nearly sprayed the milk out of his mouth. He thought it was just casual chit-chat, but then she drops a line like that? Wait, girl, do I even know you? Though I'm 28 this year, I've devoted my youth to the nation and never dated anyone. Where did this first love of yours suddenly come from? At that moment, Su Bai felt like he'd been struck by lightning. He had absolutely no clue where this was coming from. After an unknown amount of time, he finally figured out how to respond. Titanium Alloy Straight Guy, well, this Su Bai and I are sort of friends. As far as I know, he's never had a girlfriend. So this first love of yours, what's the deal? What? Reading Su Bai's reply, Shang Shui instantly grew excited. Master, you're saying you and Su Bai are friends? He's never had a girlfriend? Is that for real? Why would I lie to you? But you've never mentioned it before. At surprised. You never asked me. Shang Shui. Alright, but it's not too late to know now. Master, since you're friends with him, could you tell me more about him? First, tell me about your first love. Well, actually, we never dated. It's just that 13 years ago, he saved our entire family's lives. Shang Shui told Su Bai a story one he had long forgotten. 13 years ago, Shang Shui was only 11 years old. At the time, the family of 3, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, was being hunted down by a group of low-level demons. Relying on the bodyguards and her own abilities, she covered her family as they fought their way back. However, due to her young age, her physical strength and supernatural power couldn't keep up. Soon, she collapsed from exhaustion. The 2 bodyguards, desperate to save themselves, abandoned them and fled far away. Her parents, determined to protect her, prepared to sacrifice themselves to buy her time to escape. Just as despair gripped her, convinced she would witness her parents' deaths before her eyes, an invisible wall suddenly materialized in the air. The low-level demons, lacking intelligence, charged forward on autopilot and slammed into the transparent barrier. Leave this to me. You two, run. Those were the first words the boy ever spoke to her and the only ones. From that moment on, the back of that 15-year-old boy became the light in her life. Chapter 20, Su Bai defies his superiors? Every boy dreams of being a martial hero in his childhood. To champion justice, to rob from the rich and give to the poor. Su Bai was no exception. 15 years ago, after enduring a brief period of darkness following the loss of his parents, he was recruited by the official forces and became a demon hunter. Over those years, he saved so many lives he couldn't even recall the exact number. Now, hearing her words, a scene gradually surfaced in Subai's mind, a pair of parents, determined to protect their child, holding a gasoline canister, ready to take the demon down with them. Could she be that little girl who cried back then? Titanium alloy straight guy, you still remember something from 13 years ago? Snowfall heart, of course. That was a life-saving favor. Titanium straight guy, but so many years have passed. Appearances change. How can you be certain Subai is the same boy who saved you back then? Shuelua Chinchin, I didn't know who he was at first, but did you see the video where he confronted that female influencer? The look in his eyes when he faced the camera was exactly the same as when he saved me all those years ago. Titanium alloy straight guy, you could tell from that? Shueluo Chinchin, I just feel it's him. Master, please tell me about his situation. I really want to help him. Titanium straight guy, he'd be thrilled to know he has a fan like you, but it's really unnecessary. Titanium straight guy, his reputation is already irreparably tarnished, and he doesn't care anyway. Snowfall heartthrob, then what does he care about? Titanium straight guy. Titanium straight guy, hold on, I've got something to take care of. The image of that youth back 13 years ago had left an indelible mark on Shangwan Shui. So profound was the impression that she would dream of him every few days. Now that she learned that youth might be Subai of the City of Light, and her master even knew him, she immediately wanted her master to make the introduction. Seeing her master leave on business, she didn't think much of it at first. But then she paused. Wait, now that I know his name, identity, appearance, and current location, why would I need my master to arrange a meeting? Why not just go find him myself? He needs help right now. No matter how I assist him, nothing could be more meaningful than standing by his side through this crisis, right? Shangwan Shui grew increasingly excited as she pondered this, eventually rising to her feet with impatience. Xiao Ling, prepare the carriage. I'm heading to the City of Light. Ha? City of Light? Her assistant, Zhao Ling, looked utterly bewildered, clueless about what had gotten into her boss. Miss, City of Light is hundreds of kilometers away. The journey is fraught with danger. Are you sure you want to go? Times had changed drastically since the alien invasion began 15 years ago. Life on Blue Star had started mutating. They destroyed the original highways and railways, making areas without city walls extremely dangerous. Thus, rural villages and towns vanished, replaced by walled cities like the City of Light. Farmlands and crops now existed only near these fortified cities. Without highways and railways, traveling between cities has become not only much slower but also far more perilous. As for airplanes? Sorry, but at altitudes above 300 meters, any aircraft exceeding 300 kilometers per hour simply vanishes. Some speculate that the fusion of dimensions has caused spatial instability, sending these flying machines straight to another world. Helicopters could still operate, but they were easily shot down by mutated flying birds. I'm certain. Then, I'll inform the chairman. In this day and age, traveling long distances is no simple matter. Regardless of the reason, Zhao Ling had a responsibility to inform her boss about this situation. Meanwhile, on Subai's end, having business wasn't an excuse. Miss, are you sure this is okay? What's the problem? But this Subai, Oh, you're such a nag. If you can handle it, do it. If not, get lost. Alright, fine. A locksmith was replacing the locks on his villa, egged on by a woman and a crowd of onlookers. Subai sensed the commotion from inside his room and promptly appeared at the doorway. The locksmith stopped his work the moment he saw Subai open the door. Subai looked at the woman with the striking features who seemed to be leading the group and raised an eyebrow. Wu Qingya? Subai, what are you doing here? Wu Qingya seemed surprised, but once she realized who it was, she didn't show fear. Instead, she crossed her arms, tilted her chin toward Subai, and wore an expression of contempt and provocation. She was an awakened one. Though her combat prowess wasn't high, she had a city lord father and a powerful older brother who served as the head of the city's defense department. Thus, she had every reason to be proud. Subai paid her no mind, glancing instead at the locksmith and the onlookers behind her. Shouldn't I be asking you? What exactly is this all about? Wu Qingya remained haughty. Housing is tight in the city right now. We've discovered you own 10 detached villas. You can't possibly live in all of them alone. Why not give them up and let those in need have them? Subai frowned. These villas were promised to me by the previous city lord. You want me to give them up? You just said yourself they were promised by the former city lord. The current one has no say in the matter. Wu Qingya sneered coldly with a hint of amusement. Besides, you're no longer a member of the guard squad. As the daughter of the current city lord of Light City, I have the authority to reclaim these properties. Ha 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 ha. Wu Qingya's words made Subai burst into loud laughter before he snapped. Wu Qingya, just because I haven't raised a finger in ages, you think I'm easy to push around? I'm putting this out there today, not a single brick or tile of these 10 villas can be touched. Anyone who dares to lay a finger on them, I'll slaughter their entire family. Boom. The moment Subai uttered the final syllable of family, a terrifying aura erupted. The sheer intimidating power unique to a top-tier powerhouse sent Wu Qingya and the locksmith flying backward. Behind them, onlookers were blown back by the powerful gust, unable to keep their eyes open. Two groups of reporters scrambling for the scoop had their cameramen's lenses shattered by the force of the blast. Put. The locksmith, caught in the aftershock, was mostly unharmed. But Wu Qingya, Subai's primary target, wasn't so lucky. After landing, she spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly suffering internal injuries. Subai, you have the audacity to defy your superiors and lay a hand on me? Subai reined in his aura, his face dripping with contempt. Disrespecting your superiors? Even if your father were here, he wouldn't dare utter those words to me. Who do you think you are? Chapter 21, Rumors, definitely rumors. Subai was a good man, but he was certainly not the kind who would let others push him around without retaliating. If someone shows me an inch of respect, I'll return a foot. But if you push your luck, don't blame me for picking up the knife lying on the ground. Subai could easily brush off Wu Xianxian's warning. After all, stepping down from his position was, in a way, a relief for him. But trying to take back what you've already given? That's pushing your luck. Fine, Subai, just you wait. Wu Qingya gritted her teeth in fury, yet helpless, she could only struggle to her feet and hastily depart with the others. Since Wu Xianxiang joined the management of the City of Light, she hadn't suffered such humiliation. But she knew better than to fight a losing battle. Realizing she was no match for Subai, she swallowed her pride for the moment. Watching Wu Qingya's retreating figure as she hurriedly departed with the locksmith and onlookers, his expression remained unchanged. Mercy? Letting the tiger return to the mountain? Releasing a tiger back to the mountain presupposes that the person is indeed a tiger. Was Wu Qingya a tiger? No. In the framework of Journey to the West, Subai was now like Sun Wukong before his rebellion in heaven, unencumbered by his monkey kin. Even if someone could take him on one-on-one, they'd never be able to hold him. Boss, are you okay? The moment Subai stepped back into the living room, Su Qingya rushed over, her face filled with concern. I'm fine. Subai replied calmly, then suddenly frowned at Su Qingya as if remembering something. Staying here might not be safe. I'll use my spatial ability to send you out shortly. Find a better place to stay, then send me the address. Alright. Su Qingya understood Subai's current situation and agreed without hesitation. With the 300,000 yuan Subai had given her, finding a decent place was no problem at all. Wu Qingya's appearance made Subai realize that the villas under his name might all be exposed. Therefore, to prevent them from becoming a liability, he instructed Su Qingya to find a new place. After all, aside from Brother Chow, no one else should know about their relationship. However, as Subai used his spatial ability to transport Su Qingya and her daughter away, the online news was undergoing earth-shattering changes. What? The seal is weakening? The apocalypse is coming again? Is this real? Bro, you don't joke about stuff like this. Where's this info coming from? Is it reliable? Some self-proclaimed seal guardian posted it on Weibo. Check it out if you don't believe me. Here's the Weibo post, @LonelyWolf. Holy, it's true. This is insane. Seal guardians weren't ordinary psychics. Every word they spoke carried significant credibility. Plus, the higher-ups weren't all fools, they understood the principle of better safe than sorry. Thus, the news of the seal weakening was officially released by Feng Jianjun and Ling Fengxiao. The news sent shockwaves through society, and Wu Xianxiang's phone was flooded with calls from his superiors. Rumors. Absolute rumors. The seal is perfectly secure. There's absolutely no problem. Yes. I will handle this matter with the utmost seriousness. Rest assured, sir. I guarantee this matter will be resolved. After fielding several calls in quick succession, Wu Xianxiang's composure shattered. He had only harbored minor resentment toward Subai, reasoning that Subai was, after all, his savior. Even if their relationship soured, he shouldn't have pushed him to such extremes. But now, he felt nothing but disgust toward Subai. Even after quitting, he still tries to screw me over? Does he really think I'm easy to push around? Ring. Wu Qingya called just in time. What, Dad, Subai hit me. Great. Hearing his precious daughter had been hit sent Wu Xianxiang's temper spiraling even further. You're on strike, you hit a reporter, and now you dare to hit my own daughter? Are you rebelling? But he hadn't risen to his position by accident. He knew that what needed to be done now was to quell the rumors, not punish Subai. After a moment's hesitation, he immediately convened an emergency meeting and had his team issue a rumor debunking statement. Recent online rumors claiming the seal is about to break are false. We urge all residents to remain rational, refrain from believing, spreading, or fabricating rumors. Attached was a highly upvoted comment. Breaking news, this rumor originated from former guard captain Subai at Doghead. With both the announcement and the comment working in tandem, it took only a few short hours for the online sentiment to shift back. So it was that bastard Subai behind it? I knew it. Things were going fine, how could the apocalypse be back? I believed it too, what a false alarm. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Quit your job, fine. But then you have to go and spread rumors? That's just disgusting. Exactly. At Supernatural Abilities Association, are you going to arrest him or not? Is it really just a rumor? I doubt it. Who jokes about something like this? Something's fishy here. Even if Subai is a mole spreading malicious rumors behind the scenes, does that make the other Guardians moles too? The two above are Subai's lackeys. May their entire families die. May you all have a friend like Subai. Smile. Since Subai's reputation was already ruined, when they saw the official statement claiming the rumors were spread by his colleagues after he stepped down, they believed it almost instantly. A lawless parasite who disregards ordinary lives, how could he possibly release genuine information? Still, some sensed something was off and immediately began covering their bases. These individuals simply refused to waste their breath arguing with the fools. Husband, I don't care. You must avenge this for me. The news released by Ling Fengxiao and Feng Jianjun caused untold waves, yet online, the torrent of abuse directed at Subai showed no sign of abating. Around 3 in the afternoon, in the living room of the Tang family villa, a seductive woman with alluring features, a curvaceous figure, and enchanting almond-shaped eyes was venting her anger at her husband. Tang Feng, the young master of the Tang family and its future heir. Hearing his young wife's words, he sighed in exasperation. How should I report it? Your so-called elder brother has always been a scoundrel, committing every conceivable evil. I've told you before this day would come sooner or later. His current fate is nothing but what he deserves. But, he's my brother. My only family in this world. Li Jiaojiao's eyes brimmed with tears as she wept bitterly. Now that he's been killed, shouldn't you, as his brother-in-law, do something about it? Originally backed by the Tang family, Li Mang wouldn't have ended up as a gang leader. But he loved causing trouble, and the Tang family disdained him as unsuitable for public appearances, leading to his current predicament. However, after encountering Subai, he didn't die immediately. Instead, he drew his last breath while Brother Chow was searching for a medical-type ability user to help him after Subai had left. This morning, Li Jiaojiao finally received news of Li Mang's death. I'd love to do something, but that Subai is a spatial ability user. Under normal circumstances, who could possibly catch him? Even tigers doze off. I refuse to believe he has no weaknesses. Chapter 22, Subai, afraid you'll abuse me. To Li Jiaojiao, no matter how despicable Li Mang was, he remained her elder brother, the man who had fought his way through the chaos of war, protecting a weak woman like her. Now that Subai had killed him, she was determined to avenge her brother even if her opponent was a space-type psionicist notorious for his cunning survival tactics. Tang Feng doted on her endlessly. Finally worn down by her persistence, he resorted to using his connections to call higher-ups, demanding they find a way to eliminate Subai. Meanwhile, Subai couldn't care less about what the Tang family might do. With his formidable strength, he simply planned to meet any challenge head-on. After spending half the day gaming and scrolling through short videos at home, Subai received the rental location from Suchinya. It was a high-end residential complex with a decent environment. Subai paid it little mind. After a light dinner, he planned to cover his face and take Suchinya to explore the city's night market, savoring the vibrant urban atmosphere. But before he could step out, his phone rang. Pressing the answer button, he heard Ling Fengxiao's voice. Subai, what's up? Just wrapped up some business. What's up? Let's go. Let's grab a drink. Ling Fengxiao worked for the city defense department, holding a position second only to Wu Yan. She had once loved her job, finding joy in using her awakened abilities to help people. But this sealing incident had left her feeling lost. Subai sighed, abandoning his plans to stroll the night market with Suchinya, and headed to the bar Ling Fengxiao had specified. Ling Fengxiao secured a window seat and ordered a crate of liquor worth 20,000 Federation credits. The shimmering blue liquid looked nothing like alcohol, more like some chemical reagent. After downing several bottles and chatting about this and that, the conversation finally circled back to the main topic. Sorry about that. We just wanted to give everyone a heads up, didn't mean to get you caught in the crossfire. They posted on Weibo in short videos, pouring traffic into it all to expand their influence. But now the comments sections were flooded with abuse directed at Subai. Where the hell could he go to get justice for this? Heh, no big deal. Subai shrugged indifferently. Too many fleas to feel the itch. Speaking of which, could that seal really be broken? When have I ever lied to you? Then why did their inspection show no issues? I forced the seal down. On the surface, it looks exactly the same as before. If it happens again, even I won't be able to hold it back. But we have no proof. They simply won't believe us. There's nothing we can do. Power corrupts. If they believed you, they'd have to give up the power they fought so hard to seize. Most people don't have that kind of resolve. Is that really it? Ling Fengxiao felt even more bewildered. Wasn't it about fearing public chaos or other nations seizing the sealing rights? How did it become mere lust for power in Subai's words? What else could it be? This. Forget it. I won't dwell on it. Let them believe what they want, Subai. What's wrong? Ling Fengxiao shook her drunken head, then seemed to think of something. Staring intently at Subai's face, she said, "You mentioned wanting to find 2 women and live a peaceful life. I suddenly had an idea. Want to hear it? What kind of idea? The 2 of us finding a place to live in seclusion. Retreat?" Subai froze, pointing at himself and Ling Fengxiao in surprise. "Me, with you?" "Exactly." Ling Fengxiao's face flushed as she declared matter-of-factly, "With our combined abilities, even if demons invaded en masse, we could still carve out a sanctuary for ourselves." "You're drunk." "I'm not drunk." Ling Fengxiao stubbornly insisted. "With my physical constitution, how could I possibly get drunk? This is demon-infused blue demon flower. Even a mutated elephant would collapse if it drank too much. Anyway, I'm not drunk, and you can't change the subject. Be honest, Subai, do you look down on me?" Subai knew Ling Fengxiao liked him. "But how could I? You're so beautiful, with such a great figure, how could I possibly dislike you? Then why have you always ignored me? Do you want the truth or a lie?" "The truth, of course. The truth is, we're too familiar. It's awkward to make a move. That's it? Also, I was afraid you'd abuse me." "What?" Ling Fengxiao froze in surprise. Subai said with a hint of resentment, "With your temper that flares up at the slightest provocation, how could my little arms and legs withstand your rough treatment?" "Subai, go to hell." Ling Fengxiao was so enraged by Subai that he immediately tried to push himself up from the table to punch her. Subai dodged swiftly. See? You're at it again." He could drink, but since becoming a sealed guardian, he rarely touched alcohol, fearing it might compromise his duties. Today, he was literally risking his life to keep his friend company. Though a psychic, his physical strength was no slouch, at least on par with a 5th-tier body enhancer. A 5th-tier physical enhancer could withstand ordinary cold weapons and bullets with sheer physical strength. Combined with his 180 centimeters height and well-proportioned physique with defined abs, calling him skinny was a bit of an exaggeration. Of course, it was also true that he couldn't beat Ling Fengxiao in close combat. After all, specialization was key. Subai's primary offensive and defensive capabilities still relied on his supernatural abilities, with physical strength serving only as a secondary asset. Ling Fengxiao grew up in a military camp, and his awakened talent was also related to close combat. As a mage, it was only natural that he couldn't match a warrior in close quarters. That night, Ling Fengxiao drank herself into a blackout. Subai carried her drunken form to a secluded corner, tore open a spatial rift, and returned to his own home. With practiced ease, he removed her shoes and coat. Her curvaceous figure and the unique scent of a woman stirred Subai's desires. "If it weren't for me, you'd be gone tonight." Subai was a normal man. But his youth had been marred by demonic invasions, and as an adult, he devoted his time to guarding seals and cultivation, leaving him single until now. Suchinya, being inexperienced, couldn't satisfy him. Now, faced with a woman who was both stunningly beautiful and curvaceous, it was impossible for him to feel nothing. But with 2 people who knew each other so well, it was truly difficult to make a move. Plus, Subai wasn't the type to take advantage of a friend in distress. Thus, the night was destined to pass without incident. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Ling Fengxiao stirred groggily from sleep. Finding her clothes intact, she felt a pang of disappointment. At the same time, she wondered if Subai was even a real man. She had made her intentions so blatantly obvious. She'd even feared he'd see through her feigned drunkenness and force-feed her alcohol, yet this guy remained completely unmoved? That Subai, could he be incapable? Ling Fengxiao murmured in confusion, when suddenly she noticed a translucent, deep blue light screen on the wall. A soundproof barrier? He must have set this up because he was worried I wouldn't sleep well. This guy. Noticing Subai's thoughtful side, a smile curved Ling Fengxiao's lips, easing the disappointment in her heart considerably. Dressing and rising, she pushed open the door, intending to look for Subai. But the moment she stepped outside the barrier, a cacophony of noise erupted from beyond. "What's going on out there? Didn't they say the seal was weakening? Why is everything calm now? You actually believe that? He's nothing but a con artist." "Yeah, the authorities already debunked it." "You still believe him? He quit his job and still spreads lies. What a piece of trash. Con artist, get the hell out of our city. Get out of here, you're disgusting." Chapter 23, live-streamed raid on Subai's mansion? A crowd had gathered outside Subai's villa, their anger boiling over as they blocked the main entrance. They hurled rotten eggs and spoiled vegetables at the gates, venting their fury through this violent act. Ling Fengxiao sensed trouble and quickly pulled out her phone to check. News about the weakened seal and Subai's rumors dominated the top 3 trending topics, with comments filled with sarcastic and snide remarks. "Thanks to the efforts of the Psionic Association and the Guard Squad, I slept the most soundly I ever have last night. Thank you. Having someone else on guard makes all the difference. I used to be a terrible sleeper, but last night I slept like a baby." Cutie. "Didn't they say the seal is weakening and the demon army is coming? Who can tell me where the demon army is? Where? As this final comment appeared, a post titled, "Searching for the Demon Army," shot to the top of the trending list. Clearly, Subai wasn't just facing online abuse, he was being hunted down offline by an outraged mob. Meanwhile, Subai emerged from the kitchen carrying 2 plates. "You're awake? Here, have something to eat: milk, bread, fried eggs, and cold tossed lettuce with shredded tofu." Subai placed the plates on the table. "Let me tell you, these fried eggs are from mutant free-range chickens. They taste amazing. Wait, how can you even be in the mood for breakfast?" Ling Fengxiao was puzzled. Subai looked back at her curiously. "Why wouldn't I be in the mood? Don't you know what's happening right now? Just look outside." Ling Fengxiao pointed toward the villa's entrance in disbelief. "This guy's got nerves of steel. People are barricading the gate, and you're still casually eating breakfast? Do you even take online harassment seriously?" "Put." Subai curled his lip dismissively. "Let them make a fuss. I've got no job, no family, what's there to fear? After this breakfast, I'll teleport somewhere else. If they can track me down, good for them." It must be said, Subai's attitude toward life was something most people could learn from. Ling Fengxiao had always admired Subai's resilience in adversity, and now she found herself even more moved by his words. She stopped trying to persuade him, obediently sat down across from Subai, and took a bite of her bread. "All these years later, you haven't changed a bit. That's... Subai, get out here." As the two chatted idly, a booming female voice reached their ears. The speaker had clearly used some special ability to project her voice this far. Judging by the tone, it was Wu Qingya. "Get out here now. I know you're in there." Wu Qingya's second sharp command echoed. Subai frowned slightly upon hearing this. "Take your time eating. I'll step out to handle something." With that, Subai downed the hot milk on the table in one gulp and rose to head outside the villa. Outside the villa, besides Wu Qingya and a large crowd of onlookers, there were also numerous news reporters and over 100 fully armed city defense guards. Wearing tactical vests and uniforms, they held specialized assault rifles as they completely surrounded the villa. These weren't ordinary assault rifles, they were specialized weapons capable of firing capture nets. Processed by the Psionic Association, these nets could partially seal off a psionic's abilities upon impact. Amidst the crowd, Gu Qianqian held a selfie stick, whispering into her phone camera. "Guys, see this? This is the front gate of that scumbag Subai's villa. The place is swarming with armed forces. Stay tuned, I'll be live streaming the action soon." As she spoke, Gu Qianqian swept the selfie stick around, capturing the scene. Recently, she had gained a massive following by playing the victim online after being slapped by Subai. Today's live stream had already surpassed 1 million real-time viewers. Upon hearing her words, the chat exploded with excitement. "Awesome! Awesome! We actually get to see the live stream? The host is so badass. So many armed soldiers? This is a major operation. These parasites should have been caught ages ago. Better late than never. Dropping some cash here, let's roll. Live stream? Damn, this is intense. Shanshan baby is amazing, but the streamer should stay safe too. I hear that Subai is pretty strong. Yeah, when high-tier psychics fight, the damage spreads far and wide. The main character really needs to stay safe. Streamer, stay safe. Streamer, stay safe. Streamer, stay safe." Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Watching the live chat flood with gifs and the phrase "streamer, stay safe," Gu Qianqian smiled contentedly. Clearly, Subai's actions had provoked widespread outrage, prompting the higher-ups of City of Light to order his arrest. Given the unique nature of the Subai incident, they planned to make an example of him, permitting select streamers and journalists to broadcast live. Gu Qianqian was just one of them. Alongside her were several other major local streamers and journalists. They aimed their cameras at Subai's villa, delivering some very official opening remarks. Meanwhile, at the front of the military unit, a man in black uniform, clearly the captain of the security detail, gazed intently at the villa ahead, his expression grave. "Are you certain he's inside?" "Absolutely," replied a perception-type psychic. "My senses never fail. But he's a spatial ability user. Will our encirclement even work?" "Captain Chen, rest assured." Hearing this, Wu Qingya, who had stepped forward to issue the warning, retreated back into the crowd and said with a cold smile, "Brother Yu has already sealed off the entire villa with his spatial abilities. Unless his spatial powers far surpass Brother Yu's, he won't be able to use spatial teleportation." "That's good." Chen Weijun exhaled deeply. With such a massive operation, letting him escape would be an absolute embarrassment. He hadn't met Subai personally, but mobilizing this many armed forces and psychic guards to apprehend a single individual was unprecedented. As the commander of the armed forces, he was eager to meet this legendary figure. "Captain, the target is out." As Chen Weijun pondered, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. The moment the voice rang out, every soldier and psychic guard surrounding the villa snapped to high alert. As time passed, the villa's gates slowly swung open. "Wow, so many people. Bai appeared alone before the crowd, his gaze sweeping mockingly over everyone present. Besides the previous group, 3 men now stood beside Wu Qingya. One was Chen Weijun, captain of the city guard squad. Another was Fang Yu, who had replaced Bai. The last man was an elegant, scholarly-looking individual in his 30s. Dressed in a casual suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, he looked refined and scholarly. Wind God, Gu Qingfeng? Chapter 24, I reject your suggestion. The Psionic Association was established by the state, with administrative offices in every major city. The Supernatural Guard, encompassing the City Defense Department, Enforcement Squad, and SEAL Guardians, was a collective term for elite operatives selected from within the association. Turbulent times call for heroes. Among the Light City's Psionic Guard, 16 individuals held particular renown, the 4 Great Guardians and the 12 Heavenly Kings. Setting aside the 12 Heavenly Kings for now, let us focus on the 4 Great Guardian Deities. All 4 guardian deities are elemental-type psychics, each wielding one of the 4 fundamental attributes: water, fire, wind, and lightning. Due to their high-level abilities, dazzling skills, and frequent public appearances, they earned the title of the 4 guardian deities. Lei Ming, supporter of Wu Shian, is the god of thunder. Wu Yan, son of Wu Shian, is the god of fire. With 2 of the 4 guardian deities under his banner, this is the very root of Wu Shian's inflated ego. Now that Gu Qingfeng, the god of wind, has aligned himself with Wu Qingya, doesn't that mean? Brother Su, it's been a while. Gu Qingfeng looked up at Bai hovering mid-air, his face maintaining a refined smile. Others might not recognize Bai, but as one of the 4 guardian deities, how could he not? 10 years ago, they had even fought side by side. You're here too? Looks like today's not going to be a good day for me. Brother Su, don't blame me. I'm merely following orders, Gu Qingfeng said with obvious resignation. As a top-tier powerhouse, he generally avoided antagonizing another elite warrior. But Bai's actions had caused such a massive uproar that even he had no choice but to step in. Don't waste your breath on him. Wu Qingya cut off their reunion and barked at Bai standing by the villa entrance. Bai, as a former member of the Imperial Guard, you know the law yet break it. You assaulted civilians, disregarded justice, spread rumors, and even committed murder in broad daylight. We strongly suspect you've been corrupted by demons and have become one of them. You are now under arrest. Do you have anything to say? Clearly, news of Li Mang's murder had already reached their ears. Yesterday, Wu Qingya had traveled without guards. After being struck by Bai until she coughed up blood, she could only swallow her anger in silence. Today, not only was she accompanied by over 100 city guards, but Fang Yu and Gu Qingfeng were also present, giving her a noticeable boost in confidence. Bai offered no defense. I have nothing to say. If you want to arrest me, just come at me. You intend to resist arrest? Wu Qingya's eyes narrowed sharply. Bai stared in disbelief. What else? Do you really think just because you're a spatial ability user, we can't touch you? Wu Qingya was furious, especially after seeing Bai's utterly unfazed expression. With all these armed forces and psychics surrounding you, plus the spatial barrier we've cast over this place, how dare you remain so calm? If you were confident, you wouldn't be blabbering on like that. Bai shot Wu Qingya a contemptuous glance. And without sounding self-absorbed, even with that Gu Qingfeng thrown in, none of you together would stand a chance against me. You. Bai, this is where you're wrong. Wu Qingya was about to retort when Fang Yu, who'd remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Hands tucked into his pockets, he channeled spatial energy to project his voice directly into everyone's ears. What happened to you started as a minor incident. Mistakes happen at work. A public apology would have settled it. But instead of apologizing, you threatened the city lord with leaving the guard, then terrorized the victim again, spread rumors, assaulted the city lord's daughter, and finally committed murder in broad daylight. No matter how you look at it, this entire affair is your fault. So what? His reputation already ruined, Bai saw no point in explaining. That retort stunned Fang Yu. He hadn't expected Bai to offer not a single word of defense. This defied logic. As the saying goes, those who frame you know your guilt better than you do. The demon attack on the female influencer was fundamentally the fault of the City Defense Department failing to properly notify the guards. Making Bai apologize was merely a way to discipline him. It had nothing to do with Bai himself. The rumors were spread online by Feng Jianjun and Ling Fengxiao, which also had little to do with Bai. As for Wu Qingya getting beaten up, that was because the foolish woman inexplicably went to confiscate someone's property, pushing Bai to his limit. As for Li Ming? Before arriving, they had already learned of Li Ming's death and conducted a preliminary investigation. They discovered Li Ming was a thug who committed every conceivable crime, so Bai's killing of him was ridding the people of a menace. Throughout the entire incident, aside from impulsively quitting his job, what exactly did Bai do wrong? And now, being falsely accused like this, he didn't even bother to defend himself? But Fang Yu reacted swiftly, quickly rephrasing his words. I advise you to surrender peacefully to avoid unnecessary casualties. If you're innocent, we will certainly see justice done. I refuse your suggestion. You. Fang Yu gritted his teeth in frustration. Are you trying to take on the entire nation by yourself? Stop putting words in my mouth. Defy the entire nation? A useless piece of trash like you? You think you're qualified to represent the nation? How am I useless? You took over my job, skipped sealing duty, and came loafing around here? Just because you couldn't handle the grind? Trash like you, what else would you call it but useless? You. Fang Yu, struck at his core by Su Bai's words, instantly lost his temper, ready to lash out with insults. Boom! Crash! A massive fireball and a colossal water sphere suddenly plummeted from opposite rooftops, crashing onto the top floor of Su Bai's villa. Su Bai, cut the nonsense. Surrender now. There's no way you're escaping today. Exactly. One Gu Qingfeng wasn't enough, but what about us? As the fireball and waterball dissipated, two figures materialized. One was Wu Yan, clad in crimson battle armor and wielding a fiery red longsword. The other was a man in his 40s, sturdy and muscular, clad in blue battle armor and wielding a green staff adorned with a large blue gemstone. And it wasn't just them. From the outer ranks of the armed forces, 6 familiar faces with powerful auras had also slipped in. Fire God Wu Yan and Water God Zheng Ping? Excellent, excellent, excellent. 3 of the 4 guardian gods have arrived, and 6 of the 12 heavenly kings. I, Su Bai, am truly honored. Chapter 25, Ling Fengxiao vs Wu Yan. What kind of divine lineup is this? People we usually only see on TV, so many of them showing up at once today? This is ridiculous. Just to catch a single pest? Is such a massive mobilization really necessary? Who knows? Probably to prevent him from escaping. After all, he has spatial abilities. Countless viewers flooded the live stream with comments as they saw so many familiar faces they usually only saw on TV. Great fame never comes without reason. City of Light was a metropolis with a permanent population exceeding 20 million. To earn the titles of Guardian and Heavenly King in such a city, even if only nominally, meant their power was undeniably formidable. And now they're deploying such an extravagant force just to capture Su Bai? Captain Chen, withdraw your men. Their presence here is useless. A slightly older, burly middle-aged man spoke calmly. His name was Huang Ziyuan, one of the 12 Heavenly Kings, holding a rank higher than Chen Weijun. Ordinary people truly couldn't intervene in a battle between high-tier awakened beings. Understood. Chen Weijun promptly agreed, then nodded to his deputy captain. Once the others had departed, Huang Ziyuan finally turned his gaze toward Su Bai. Su Bai, you really want us to take action? We've come this far, why beat around the bush? In that case, then. Unless absolutely necessary, they truly didn't want to resort to force. After all, Su Bai's contributions were undeniable, and his formidable strength meant that once hostilities began, heavy casualties were inevitable. But with Su Bai stubbornly refusing to budge, they had no choice. Boom! As Huang Ziyuan raised his hand to issue the attack command, before the others could even move, the space outside the villa's main gate collapsed. The ground cracked open, dust billowed everywhere, and everyone felt an unprecedented, immense pressure. Is this gravity? You actually mastered this kind of power? Wu Yan, Zhang Ping. The sudden gravitational suppression left every expert present gasping for breath. Yet they weren't mere amateurs like Li Ming, they swiftly countered the assault. Colors of light flared around each of them, some countered the gravity with sheer physical strength, others channeled the strange energy within their bodies. Here it comes. Wu Yan and Zhang Ping, positioned on the rooftop villa behind Su Bai and thus outside the gravity's reach, immediately unleashed high-pressure water cannons and fire snakes to support their comrades. Su Bai's gravitational space required a constant infusion of energy. If the release frequency was disrupted by other attacks, the gravity would gradually dissipate. They knew the weakness of this sustained ability and chose the most effective attack method. But Su Bai never intended to win solely through gravity. SSSSS. Su Bai's toes lightly touched the air as he leapt upward, evading Wu Yan and Zhang Ping's attacks. The high-pressure water jet and fire serpent collided, dissipating into a dense mist. His spatial ability granted flight one of his key advantages. A man wielding twin heavy hammers used the mist to obscure his vision, braced against Su Bai's gravitational space, and propelled himself directly before him. Su Bai, watch the hammer. Buzz. As the hammer loomed to strike Su Bai, the suspended youth flicked a finger forward. Space around the man froze, pinning him mid-air. With another flick of his wrist. Thud. The hammer-wielding man was sent flying by an invisible force. Su Bai paid him no mind, for Gu Qingfeng's sword had already reached his face. Gu Qingfeng was a wind elemental ability user. Empowered by his wind abilities, his sword moved with astonishing lightness and speed. Long time no see. Your sword has grown even faster. A hint of amusement flashed across Su Bai's face. He sidestepped effortlessly in midair to evade the attack, simultaneously flicking his finger. Whoosh! An invisible spatial blade sliced toward Gu Qingfeng. His expression hardened as he swiftly raised his long sword before him, channeling his energy to block the strike. The collision of spatial and wind energies nearly shattered the blade in Gu Qingfeng's grasp. Truly worthy of a spatial ability user. Just a casual strike like that. Qingfeng, get out of the way. Whoosh. 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 With a sharp shout, several throwing knives defied gravity and shot toward Su Bai midair. This was a psychokinetic user. The spatial lockdown functioned like a barrier, trapping everyone within a massive water tank while severing Su Bai's ability to perform spatial jumps. This psychic, alongside Gu Qingfeng, suppressed Su Bai's spatial abilities. Su Bai fought two opponents simultaneously, maneuvering through the air while battling. Fire serpents, light blades, vines, rocks, a barrage of psychic abilities and projectiles rained down like they were free, sealing off Su Bai's retreat and blocking his movements. To face 9 elite warriors single-handedly was a feat most awakened individuals wouldn't even dare to imagine. But Su Bai did just that. In the original battle between psychics, the greatest advantage of spatial psychics was their ability to retreat calmly using teleportation or spatial transfer when facing powerful enemy attacks. No matter how powerful their opponents were, as long as they lacked the ability to seal or distort space, they could never be captured. But in the minds of Wu Yan and the others, the space here had already been sealed off by Fang Yu. No matter how formidable Su Bai was, he couldn't possibly be a match for so many of them. It was only a matter of time before he was taken down. Yet Su Bai's strength far exceeded their expectations. Instead of using his formidable spatial power to break through Fang Yu's blockade and escape, he not only stayed put but absorbed every single attack head-on. Under the influence of his spatial abilities, a perfect cube each side measuring roughly 2 meters enveloped his entire body. Any attack striking this cube shattered like an egg against a concrete wall, unable to harm him in the slightest. Is this a spatial barrier? A spatial barrier can be used like this? Wu Yan, watch out. Numerous experts were present to apprehend Su Bai. Yet all their attention was fixed on Su Bai, suspended mid-air. None had anticipated another presence within his villa. Wu Yan was positioned on the top floor of Su Bai's villa. Upon receiving the warning from water god Zheng Ping, his expression turned grim. By the time he reacted, a black spear was already pressed against his face. He was a psychic, not a warrior. The flame blade in his hand was merely an auxiliary weapon. Faced with this sudden, close-range attack, his block was clumsy and awkward. Even when he unleashed his fire-based psychic power, he couldn't force the attacker back. This guy, his speed is insane. Clang! Clang! Bang! The opponent's thrusts were lightning fast and possessed immense force. Wu Yan barely managed to block 2 strikes before being struck squarely in the chest and sent flying backward. The immense impact slammed him through the wall. When he hit the ground, it cracked beneath him. Wu Yan gritted his teeth against the pain, preparing to unleash fire in retaliation only to find the black gun already pressed against his throat. In that moment, he dared not move, yet he clearly saw the assailant's features. A form-fitting black uniform, a high ponytail, combat boots, exquisite features, and in upright posture a dashing figure, a battlefield rose. Ling Fengxiao? Fengxiao, what are you doing here? Wu Yan was dumbfounded, and Gu Qingfeng wore an equally astonished expression. It was common knowledge among the guards that Gu Qingfeng harbored feelings for Ling Fengxiao, but none of that mattered now. The most crucial question was, hadn't their sensory abilities detected only Su Bai? Why was Ling Fengxiao hiding inside the villa? Ling Fengxiao didn't holster her gun. Instead, she shot a piercing glance at Zheng Ping nearby, then swept her gaze toward Gu Qingfeng and the psychic guard squad outside the villa. I was about to ask you just how serious is Su Bai's crime that you'd send this many people to arrest him? Chapter 26, Has the demon truly broken free from its ceiling? Ling Fengxiao's voice was icy, his tone laced with fury. No matter what, Su Bai was a major contributor. Even if he had truly made a mistake, it didn't warrant such an enormous mobilization. These people clearly intended to ruin Su Bai's reputation. Ling Fengxiao, you know Su Bai's situation better than any of us. Are you seriously trying to shield a murderer? Wu Yan, lying on the ground, barked fiercely. As one of the 4 guardian deities, to be pinned down with a weapon at his throat, unable to move? It was an utter disgrace. Murderer? Ling Fengxiao's eyes narrowed sharply. She hadn't heard anything about this incident. He killed someone yesterday. You didn't know? Hearing this, Ling Fengxiao instinctively glanced at Su Bai suspended in midair. Seeing no denial from him, she couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. The victim must have deserved it. If he killed, he killed. You. Wu Yan was stunned. He never imagined Ling Fengxiao would place such trust in Su Bai. Before he could protest, Ling Fengxiao's grip on her spear tightened abruptly. Don't move. Fengxiao, release Wu Yan. Gu Qingfeng stepped forward in time. I know you and Su Bai are close, but this has nothing to do with you. Don't get yourself dragged into this. How is Su Bai's business not my business? Ling Fengxiao delivered the line expressionlessly, then countered Gu Qingfeng. Besides, even without me, could you really take down Su Bai? What do you mean? Gu Qingfeng narrowed his eyes. Ling Fengxiao ignored his question and turned her gaze back to Su Bai. Bai, how much longer do you plan to keep up this act? Hey, sis, couldn't you have shown up a little later? Bai was speechless. He teleported behind Ling Fengxiao. He'd finally managed to stretch his legs and warm up properly, only for her to show up and end the match? What a total buzzkill. The others watched Bai use the spatial leap, and one by one, they froze in place. What just happened? Wasn't this area sealed off? How can he still use spatial teleportation? Could his psychic abilities be far superior to Fang Yu's? How is that possible? Was he just toying with us this whole time? Everyone was utterly shocked. Even Zhang Ping and Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but furrow their brows. In this world, there are no crystal cores, only beast cores. Beast cores only appeared with a certain probability within creatures from other realms. Native mutated creatures possess none. Therefore, awakened ones seeking to enhance their strength could essentially only rely on their own cultivation. Spatial abilities leaned toward support and were exceptionally rare in nature, making them arguably the most difficult to cultivate among all abilities. In the minds of other awakened, 7th tier was essentially the current ceiling for spatial ability users. That was precisely why they dared follow Fang Yu to capture Bai. But now, Bai's spatial abilities were leaps ahead. Who the hell could possibly catch him now? What was the point of continuing this fight? Witnessing this scene, Fang Yu clenched his teeth, feeling utterly humiliated. Wu Yan was stunned, while bystanders like Wu Qingya and Gu Chanshan stood frozen in place, speechless. Only Ling Fengxiao remained composed. The moment she saw the astonished expressions upon her appearance, she understood. What had been in her room last night wasn't a soundproof barrier, but a shield barrier far superior to any soundproofing. The barrier not only blocked external sounds but also masked her aura, rendering her presence undetectable to others. This meant Bai had already discovered their plan to capture him last night and had set up the barrier in advance. Fang Yu's spatial lockdown was utterly useless against him. Otherwise, given Bai's temperament, he would have taken her and fled long ago. What the hell are you babbling about? Come on, you want to capture me? Hurry up, let's get this show on the road. UING. Boom. Bai's provocative words stung the pride of the assembled experts. His displayed power left them caught between advancing and retreating. But before they could react, a thunderous rumble shook the earth. Outside the once bustling villa, silence descended instantly. Not only them, but the entire city of light fell into a brief, profound stillness. Moments later. Holy, what just happened? Did the ground just shake? Yeah, it definitely shook. Holy, I thought I was imagining things. Was that an earthquake? Not sure, but my phone lost signal. My livestream feed just cut out too. Why do I suddenly have a bad feeling? Rumble. Amidst the murmurs, the ground shook again, this time more violently than before. Then, rumble. Rumble. The earth trembled continuously, yet the ground showed little disturbance, and the city's buildings remained standing. Ling Fengxiao, who had been pointing her gun at Wu Yan, instantly had a thought. She immediately lowered her weapon and looked northward. Bai, is it the seal? MHM. Bai nodded, sounding somewhat surprised. I didn't expect it to happen sooner than I anticipated. His estimate had been anywhere from half a month to 3 or 5 days, though he'd personally predicted 5 days. But now, trouble had struck barely 3 days in? The water god Zhang Ping, listening from afar, grasped the meaning of Bai and Ling Fengxiao's exchange. You mean, the seal has been broken? Impossible. The moment Zhang Ping voiced this suspicion, Fang Yu shouted from afar, I've already inspected the seal. There's no way it could be compromised. Besides, old Hu is still over there. Bai, don't even think about using this to cover up your crimes. The facts are right before your eyes. Why are you still fooling yourself? No, impossible. The seal has been stable for so long, how could it just break like that? I don't think it's possible either. It must be fake. Just an earthquake. I think it's an earthquake too. Earthquake? Look, what's that over there? Among the onlookers, many possessed supernatural abilities. Hearing Bai and Ling Fengxiao's exchange, they grew increasingly frantic. One among them even spotted an unidentified flying object in the sky. It was a fiery red bird with a wingspan exceeding 25 meters. A crimson flame eagle? That's a crimson flame eagle, at least a 5th tier magical beast. I've seen it in books. Did the demon really break its seal? Run! Run for your lives! With that shriek, the onlookers finally snapped into action. They scattered like birds, fleeing in all directions. Who had time to confront Bai now? Wu Qingya glanced at the eagle soaring overhead, then at the panicked crowd scattering in all directions. For a moment, she was at a loss. In the end, it was Gu Qingfeng who acted decisively. Sound the alarm. Get everyone to the shelters now. The shelters were underground fortresses built 10 years ago, during the city's construction, as a precautionary measure. Located in the east, south, and west directions of the City of Light, though the conditions inside weren't ideal, they were reinforced with thick steel plates capable of withstanding ordinary demons. How could this happen? How could this happen? Chapter 27, The Seal is Broken, the Apocalypse Descends. 10 years ago, after humans united to establish the seal, demons from other realms might linger within human society, but they dared not openly appear on human territory. The appearance of the Crimson Flame Eagle was undoubtedly a warning sign. Of course, a single Crimson Flame Eagle might not signify much. Yet soon, others noticed other flying monstrosities in the skies. Giant birds radiating cold air? Bats that could still fly even when reduced to mere skeletons? Panic erupted, and people scattered in flight. Amidst the chaos, Wu Qingya, initially at a loss, suddenly had a thought. She shouted urgently at Su Bai, "Su Bai, did you tamper with the seal?" Whoosh, bang. Her question was answered by a black rifle tearing through the air. The black rifle, carrying terrifying momentum, slammed into the concrete ground before Wu Qingya, causing the surface to collapse and rocks to scatter wildly. Ah! A basketball-sized chunk of rock slammed into Wu Qingya, sending her flying backward. She let out a piercing scream as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Wu Yan roared at the sight, "Ling Fengxiao, what the hell are you doing? Keep your sister in line." Ling Fengxiao's voice was icy. "If she ever speaks out of turn again, this bullet will be aimed straight for her heart." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Ling Fengxiao reached for the black gun. The black gun embedded in the ground, as if receiving a command, instantly broke free from its earthen bonds and flew back into her palm. "You!" Wu Yan tried to say something more, but upon seeing the murderous intent in Ling Fengxiao's eyes, he clenched his fists and swallowed his words. "I'll get to the bottom of this. Let's go." Gritting his teeth, Wu Yan uttered these words before waving impatiently at the others. His resentment toward Ling Fengxiao reached its peak. This woman, who barely even met Su Bai normally, was defending him like this? Unbelievable. "All members of the guard squad, hear my orders. The mission has changed. We must stop the demons from entering the city and cover the evacuation of the civilians." "Yes, sir." "Squad 1, follow me. Second squad, follow me. Third squad, this way. Advance. Let's go too." Seeing Wu Yan lead away the city defense unit and Huang Ziyuan and Chen Weijun take the guard squad, the others saw no reason to stay behind. After all, Su Bai's spatial abilities surpassed Fang Yu's. If he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. Moreover, in their minds, the threat posed by the demons far outweighed that of Su Bai. "Su Bai, what should we do?" Ling Fengxiao asked, watching the crowd that had been tense moments ago now scatter like birds and beasts. The demons' arrival signaled doom. Individual strength was severely limited at this moment, making solidarity essential. Among all humanity, the person she trusted most was Su Bai. With the seal broken, the seal guardians will be the first to sacrifice themselves. "I can abandon the others, but I can't abandon old Feng and the rest." Su Bai murmured to himself before tearing open the space ahead. "Head to the eastern city shelter and wait for me. I'll be back soon." "Got it." Ling Fengxiao nodded and dashed toward the East City shelter without another word. What's all this noise outside? Meanwhile, at the city lord's mansion, Wu Xianxiang was still sitting in his office sipping tea when he sensed the ground trembling and heard the commotion outside. A wave of confusion washed over him. It's just a minor tremor. Is there really that much to be afraid of? He'd weathered far stronger tremors before without so much as a flicker of concern. Before he could ponder further, his secretary rushed in, flustered. "Lord City Master, it's terrible. Crimson Flame Eagles have been spotted above the city. They say there's been a breach in the seal." "What?" Wu Xianxiang's right hand trembled, nearly dropping the teacup he held. "How is that possible? Why wasn't I informed beforehand? Breaking a seal isn't something that happens in an instant, it's a process. That process should have given the seal guardians ample time to relay the news back, but now. Bad news." Another aide rushed in, panic evident. Wu Xianxiang grew impatient. "What now? Hordes of flying demons have appeared over the city. Citizens are in panic, and multiple transportation routes have been paralyzed. It's over. This time, it's truly over." Hearing this, Wu Xianxiang trembled violently, slumping completely in his office chair. If it had been just one Crimson Flame Eagle, he could have rationalized it as an isolated incident and dispatched someone to handle it. But now, with so many demons appearing, not only would the casualties be devastating, but it would also prove that the seal had truly failed. Did that damn statement he posted online earlier mean absolutely nothing? "Lord Mayor, what do we do now? What else can we do? Sound the alarm immediately and activate all defensive measures." Wu Xianxiang roared, then closed his eyes in despair as his spirits plummeted to rock bottom. Had he believed Su Bai's rumor earlier, taken preventive measures, and made every effort to repair the breach, perhaps after ensuring safety, he could have earned the title of a hero. But now, no matter how hard he tried to make amends, casualties were inevitable. He would become a criminal to the City of Light, even to all of humanity. His crime deserved nothing less than death. Damn it! Wasn't the seal breaking just a rumor? What the hell is going on now? Was Su Bai telling the truth? The seal really broke? We've all been deceived. Did we misjudge Su Bai? Ah, good thing I was prepared. Honey, let's get to the shelter fast. Damn it, if I'd known, I would have stockpiled more food. Let's go, we're heading to the shelter too. Wait for me, I'm coming too. Hey, aren't you guys coming? Like hell I'm going. I haven't packed a damn thing. How am I supposed to go? Traffic's gridlocked, chaos outside. If you run into demons out there, you're dead. Better to wait it out at home. Trust the guardians to handle it. Faced with the broken seal, people reacted in different ways. Some had stockpiled supplies and were already sprinting toward the shelters. Others, unprepared, still felt the shelters offered greater safety. But most believed demons weren't necessarily stronger than human awakened ones, so they chose to shelter in place. Regardless of their reactions, Subai's charge of spreading rumors was temporarily cleared. Woo! 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 As the piercing alarm sounded, the entire city of light embarked on its path to survival. Chapter 28, Dimension/One strike to clear the screen. Kill. You. Where's that Hu Taiping? Where the hell did he go? Who knows where the hell he went? Damn it, are we just going to die here? While chaos erupted in the City of Light, 100 kilometers north at the sealing site, demons poured forth from the abyssal depths. Some resembled creatures from Blue Star, differing only in color and size, while others were bizarre beings unseen on that planet. Giant cockroaches walked upright, black-armored beetles covered in hard carapaces, flying bat-like monsters, and even some entities without physical form. A mere loosening of the seal wouldn't cause the earth to rumble. Only when the seal was truly broken would such an anomaly occur. Therefore, by the time people heard the earth's roar, the seal had already been shattered beyond repair. Besides Subai, there were 4 others here before: Feng Jianjun, Sun Xiuping, Liang Feng, and Zhou Yun. Liang Feng and Zhou Yun were a couple. Liang Feng's awakened ability was earth manipulation, while Zhou Yun's was wood manipulation. Together, they formed a well-rounded team capable of offense, defense, and control. Sun Xiuping possessed a transformation ability, enabling her to shift into a bird form for reconnaissance, surveying, and rescue missions. Paired with Feng Jianjun's metal-based abilities, they formed a versatile team capable of both combat and mobility. At that moment, over 100 demons, fangs bared, horns protruding from their heads, wings spanning their backs, and bodies drenched in blood red, launched a fierce assault upon the last 4 humans remaining at the sealed land. Though these were merely ordinary minor demons, they stood over 4 feet tall and possessed extraordinary defenses. They could disguise themselves, parasitize hosts, regenerate, and wield immense strength. An ordinary person, even armed with a gun, stood no chance against them. Back when Subai was present, any spatial fluctuation would trigger the Seal Guardians to arrive instantly, nipping demonic threats in the bud. Hu Taiping's spatial abilities were clearly several tiers below Subai's. Even though they were both 6th tier, they weren't on the same level. Consequently, they received no warning from Hu Taiping whatsoever. They didn't even know where he had gone. By the time they sensed something was amiss, it was already too late to turn back the tide. Don't give up. I can't speak for the others, but Subai will definitely come to rescue us. Feng Jianjun's sharp command rallied the group's morale. As Seal Guardians, they had long since cast aside thoughts of life and death. Yet in this situation, their survival or demise made no difference. Rather than stay behind for a futile sacrifice, they'd rather preserve their lives for more meaningful endeavors. Who would choose death over life? Subai? Hearing Feng Jianjun utter that name, the other 3 froze in surprise. Liang Feng transformed his hands into rock, punching a small demon away before quickly addressing Feng Jianjun. Is he still coming? Though they were usually on good terms, they were well aware of the recent trending news. With Subai being treated like that by the higher-ups, would he even have time to come save them? Trust me, he'll definitely come. Alright, we'll hold on a little longer. Feng Jianjun's words ignited the 3 men's will to survive. Just as I thought. Though the sealing site lay 100 kilometers from the City of Light, and Subai's spatial perception range was insufficient, often disrupted by other energy fluctuations, he possessed the ability to tear open space. This skill allowed him to instantly tear open a spatial rift and return to any location where he had previously imprinted a unique mark. Thus, after ripping open the space, Subai instantly returned to his room in the Guardian's domain. The moment he pushed open the door, Subai witnessed a scene that would drive any ordinary person to despair. A horde of lesser demons swarmed 4 Guardians, while colossal demons approached from the distance. Despite their formidable strength and coordinated efforts, which had already claimed dozens of demons of varying sizes, breaking through the encirclement proved nearly impossible. Hold on, I'm coming. Subai's roar, infused with spatial energy, reached the 4 Guardians' ears with pinpoint accuracy. Hearing that voice, Feng Jianjun and the others' eyes lit up. Subai? Holy, you actually came? I knew you wouldn't abandon us. Woohoo, brother Bai, you're the man. Cut the crap, get down. At Subai's sharp command, the 4 moved in perfect sync, instantly deploying their defenses and pressing their bodies flat against the ground. The next second. Buzz. An invisible force tens of meters long streaked toward the 4 from above, tearing through space along its path. Wherever it passed, space warped, leaving nothing intact. The four on the ground narrowly avoided it, but hundreds of small demons, unable to react in time, were all shredded to pieces by this invisible force. The space-splitting slash, also known as the dimension slash, was one of the few offensive abilities wielded by spatial-type psychics. It rips through space, taking enemies with it. Holy, one move wiped the entire screen? That's our man, Brother Bai. Though they'd worked together for years, Bai's role in the team was perception and control. He rarely used offensive abilities. So witnessing the sheer power of Bai's dimension slash left them utterly speechless. Let's get out of here. Got it. Think you can escape? Too late. As if understanding Bai's words, a voice that sounded both human and inhuman echoed from the distance, reaching the ears of the five. They turned toward the sound and saw a monstrous figure charging toward them from the direction of the seal. Standing nearly 5 meters tall, it wielded a 4-meter-long black rune-engraved greatsword. Its form resembled an iron tower encased in black armor. Its massive frame caused the ground to tremble with every stride, yet its speed was astonishing. Trailing behind it were two 50-meter-long black serpents. The serpents' jet-black scales were etched with eerie purple runes, granting them not only formidable defense but also speed that matched the black-armored humanoid monster's own. Black Mage Warrior? Ignore it. Move. Bai barked the order, daring not to waste another moment. He swiftly transformed his right hand into a sword finger, tracing a basketball-sized circle in the air. The previously tranquil space rippled as the circle materialized, opening a basketball-sized spatial portal. Bai swiftly channeled spatial energy into the portal. The basketball-sized opening rapidly expanded into an elliptical portal 2 meters wide and 3 meters tall. Fang Jianjun and the others acted decisively, diving into the portal just as the Black Mage Warrior's massive sword came crashing down. Die! Boom! Though the Black Mage Warrior was far from Bai and his companions, his running speed was extraordinary. By the time Bai's portal had fully materialized, the Black Mage Warrior was already less than 20 meters away. With his immense strength, 20 meters was more than enough. The sword strike, carrying terrifying force, cleaved the ground and hurtled straight toward Bai's portal. Chapter 29, This is My Own Space. Tearing open a spatial rift to transport people required Bai to continuously channel spatial energy into the fissure, preventing him from using other skills. A portal, however, did not demand such constant energy expenditure. Therefore, after calculating the distance between them, Bai opted to use the portal. But just as he freed his hands to cast a spatial barrier against the incoming sword energy. I'll handle it, rock wall. Liang Feng promptly utilized his earth elemental ability to create a wall of earth over 2 meters tall and more than 5 meters wide and long. Boom! The sword chi collided with the earthen wall, erupting in a thunderous crash. Its formidable cutting power effortlessly shattered the barrier. Dust and debris filled the air, sand and stones flying everywhere. Fortunately, though the sword strike was powerful, the wall's 5-meter thickness barely held. Feng Jianjun, Sun Xioping, and the others seized the moment to enter the teleportation gate. Hiss! 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 2 black-scaled giant pythons, flaring their tongues, burst out of the dust. Bai had considered engaging the Black Mage Warrior and the pythons, but the proximity to the seal entrance and the gathering of other demons nearby made it unwise. Besides, this wasn't a game any mishap could spell trouble. So Bai didn't linger. As the black-scaled giant serpents lunged to bite, he hurled a wall of air and darted through the portal. By the time the Dark Warrior crossed the ruins and reached the scene, there was no trace of Bai and his 4 companions to be found. Phew. Thank goodness for Bai. If it weren't for him, we'd have been done for today. You bet. I trusted Brother Bai's warning about the seal failing, but I never imagined it would happen this fast. Yeah, what the hell was Hu Taiping doing? Not even a single warning? On a vast, unfamiliar expanse of open ground, the survivors sat panting heavily, clutching their chests. Breaking the seal couldn't have happened in an instant. If Hu Taiping had given even the slightest warning, they wouldn't have been caught so off guard. But Hu Taiping never showed up at all. Where is this? Once Zhou realized she was safe and regained her composure, she suddenly noticed something. Looking around, her face was filled with confusion. They were in an open area. In the distance stood numerous old-style residences, yet these houses showed no signs of human habitation. The others, seeing this scene, were equally curious. Besides us, there doesn't seem to be anyone else here? Bai, where the hell did you bring us? The group turned to Bai, who had entered last, their eyes filled with astonishment. Having not engaged in intense combat, Bai's breathing remained unusually steady. He casually replied to their questions. This is my space. One sentence left all 4 of them completely dumbfounded. It took them an age to process what he'd said. Your space? What do you mean? This place, you created it yourself? Yes, it's an alternate space I opened using my own power. Bai made no attempt to conceal the truth, his voice calm as he explained, the environment and the flow of time within this space are identical to the outside world. However, my current power is limited, so I could only create this small area. Hearing Subai's words, Feng Jianjun and the others stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with utter disbelief. A separate space, created by himself? They recognized every word, yet when strung together, why did it feel so utterly incomprehensible? Was Subai this powerful now? He could actually create his own space? And the environment here really looked no different from the outside? You mean this is your own world? Holy crap, that's insane. A god of creation? Holy crap. After working together for so long, they only knew Subai possessed spatial abilities. They had no idea just how powerful they were. They'd always assumed Subai had limited offensive options, mostly relying on support and control skills. Who knew he could actually create his own space? Sun Xiaoping, whose awakened ability was transformation into an owl, allowing him to scout enemies as a giant owl, instantly perked up at Subai's words. He swiftly transformed and soared into the air to survey the situation. This space wasn't particularly large, its boundaries were visible at a glance. Above, there was no sky, only a portal-like structure. Whether for convenient entry-exit or air circulation remained unclear. Judging by the number of dwellings here, it could hold at least 10,000 people, right? Pretty much. Wow, Jinji is seriously impressive. That's insane. You guys rest here. I'll go check things out. This space was developed by Subai 4 years ago when he elevated his spatial abilities to the 8th tier. The purpose of creating this space was, of course, to preserve humanity's last shred of hope. As Liang Feng had just stated, he was the creator god of this realm. What existed within it, and what did not, was entirely at his command. However, his current abilities were limited, and the space's facilities remained incomplete. Not only could he not expand the living quarters or increase the area, but even the air and oxygen had to be imported from the outside world. And now, it seemed unnecessary. Taking a deep breath, Subai activated the teleportation portal and vanished into the alternate dimension. When he reappeared, he found himself atop a skyscraper. Everyone, stay calm. Evacuate in an orderly fashion as we've practiced. The shelter has ample space. Even those without local residency can find refuge here. Form an orderly line. One at a time. The seal of the Otherworld was located north of the City of Light, with shelters positioned to the east, west, and south. Though unprepared, the people's foresight proved strong. Many areas had conducted drills beforehand, so with military assistance, the evacuation to the shelters proceeded with remarkable order. Of course, while the shelters were meticulously designed by the authorities and offered ample space, they could never accommodate the entire city's population. Thus, the wealthy could secure better accommodations, while the impoverished were most likely dumped into the refugee district square. The seal has truly been broken. That Subai was telling the truth. Damn it, damn it. We've all been deceived, utterly deceived. That crimson flame eagle is descending. Run. Save me. Save me. Ah. The apocalypse had begun, plunging human society into chaos. Even with military forces maintaining order on the roads, traffic remained gridlocked. People fleeing to shelters, who had been complaining about the seal issues, never expected the Crimson Flame Eagle to suddenly launch its attack. They tried to flee, but it was too late. With a wingspan exceeding 20 meters, the Crimson Flame Eagle dived like a fighter jet, targeting the weakest point in human defenses. Whoosh, boom. The searing flames it spat from its beak swept across the human streets like a giant flamethrower. Ah. It's so hot, it's burning me alive. No. Chapter 30, Yoga Instructor, Fang Wanqing. The seal's coverage was vast, containing demons of every bizarre kind. But most of the demons that appeared in the City of Light first were capable of flight. The Crimson Flame Eagle started at Tier 5. The blazing heat from its mouth was exceptionally intense. Combined with its flying ability, even Tier 6 or 7 psychics usually couldn't handle it. Boom! 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 Several fleeing citizens, unable to dodge in time, let out only a scream before being reduced to ashes. Vehicles stuck in traffic also exploded due to the extreme heat of the flames igniting their fuel tanks. The military reacted swiftly, opening fire. Yet beyond their flight and fire-breathing, the Crimson Flame Eagles possessed feathers as hard as iron. Not only was it already fast, making it difficult for ordinary firearms to hit, but even if struck, bullets barely penetrated its skin. Moreover, the demons weren't limited to just this one Crimson Flame Eagle. As it swept across the ground, swarms of other demons poured in. Among them were silver-winged demon flies, hideous creatures with silver wings. Though not larger than the demons themselves, they commanded swarms of fly larvae. These demon fly larvae, no bigger than a human infant's fist, possessed mouthparts capable of tearing flesh from ordinary people with ease. Then there were giant bat-like monsters, dodging the human guards' bullets while hunting for prey. Quick, find cover. No, don't eat me. Get away. My child. My child. Has anyone seen my child? Areas ravaged by demon attacks were far more chaotic than elsewhere, with luxury cars and private vehicles colliding in a cacophony of crashes. Massive LED billboards peeled off walls, crashing into crowds below and triggering a chain reaction of disasters. Screams, panic, wails, and cries of agony filled the air. The reporter from City of Light, who had intended to capture footage of Su Bai's arrest, unexpectedly documented the massive demonic invasion. Viewers, this is a catastrophe, an unprecedented catastrophe. We can see those monsters from 10 years ago have once again escaped their seals and launched an attack on our city. Next, we. Her impassioned report on the city's current devastation was cut short as a giant bat demon swooped down from the sky, knocking her to the ground. Beep, beep, beep. The camera crashed to the ground, its screen cracking as a pool of blood spread across the lens. Su Bai paid no heed to the others' fates. He first found an open spot and released Feng Jianjun and the others. While the number of demons entering the city is still low, go find your families. I won't see you off. Got it. The group nodded in unison, saying nothing more. The seal had only recently been broken, and the demons emerging from within were generally weak. Their psychic abilities were more than sufficient to handle them. Where should we meet up later? If possible, head to the Eastern City shelter and wait for me. Got it. With phones unusable now, communication between people could only rely on verbal agreements. After Feng Jianjun and the others departed, Su Bai used spatial teleportation to arrive at the entrance of the newly rented residential complex belonging to Su Qingya. He had no family, no ties, and few people he needed to save. Su Qingya, though he'd only known her for 2 days, was at least his first woman, so she barely counted as one of them. She'd only rented this place a day ago. She hadn't even finished buying daily necessities before this happened. Talk about bad luck. At this hour, in areas without security escorts, most people are huddled inside cold concrete buildings awaiting rescue. This place was no exception. Originally a high-end residential complex, it was bustling with activity if not exactly teeming with people. Now, with over 30 winged demons rampaging through the neighborhood, ordinary residents dared not venture outside. Despite Su Bai's earlier feat of eliminating over 100 such demons with a single strike, their actual strength is formidable. Not only were they impervious to conventional firearms, but they possessed formidable strength, remarkable regenerative abilities, and a degree of tactical intelligence. Without the advantage of ambush, surprise attacks, or long-range enchanted weapons, escaping their clutches required at least the strength of a second-tier combat type awakened. Remember, this is merely escaping, not engaging in a one-on-one fight. Given humans' tendency to avoid taking damage, it would take at least 2 Tier 3 experts to eliminate it unscathed. Even a single Tier 3 expert would likely sustain injuries despite winning. With over 30 demons roaming the neighborhood, how could anyone still be seen alive at the entrance? Cackle, 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 cackle. One demon detected Su Bai's presence, emitting a sinister chuckle before lunging directly at him. Looking for death? Without even looking, Su Bai casually flicked his sword finger. Swish! The demon was cleaved clean into mid-air. The wound, caused by his psychic ability, was irreparable. Scorching, corrosive green blood splattered onto the ground, releasing wispy wisps of white smoke. Yes, its blood was green and intensely corrosive. Wah! Ha! One demon, witnessing its comrade's death, let out a strange cry and a low growl. Hearing the roar, nearby demons abandoned their targets and flew out from the surrounding residential buildings. Though they possessed some perception abilities to gauge their target's strength, Su Bai concealed his aura. The earlier fluctuations of power emanating from Su Bai had led them to believe they could overwhelm him through sheer numbers. And so, a one-sided slaughter commenced. Holy crap, this guy is crazy strong. What kind of power is he using? Sword energy? No clue, but it sure looks badass. He single-handedly took down over 20 demons? That's insane. Is he from the Supernatural Protection Squad? Doesn't look like it. He's not wearing a uniform and he's operating solo. Should we go ask him for help? No rush. Let's watch for a bit first. This upscale residential complex housed many residents, typically society's elite, including several awakened individuals. But their awakening levels were clearly not very high. Even if 1 or 2 could fight demons, they wouldn't risk their lives to protect others. Su Bai's appearance caught their attention. Honey, go find out who this guy is. Inside the luxurious apartment on the 16th floor of Building 5, Unit 1, Fang Wanqing, dressed in dark yoga pants and a tracksuit, stood by the window watching the figure slaughtering demons at the community entrance. Her expression was grave. 34 years old, she was a yoga instructor who ran her own studio. Her husband, Wang Jinming, 38, was an executive at a company. The couple considered themselves social elites, looking down on those from lower socioeconomic backgrounds. Now that the seal had been broken and demons re-emerged in the world, they had lost their former advantages. Hearing his wife's words, Wang Jinming hesitated. Me? Go ask? That seems inappropriate, doesn't it? Someone that powerful? Why would they have time to deal with us? Are you going or not? Seeing her husband evade the issue, Fang Wanqing instantly flared up. Her husband was perfect in every way except for his cowardice. Their daughter was still at school, her fate unknown. How could he act like a scared turtle now? Wang Jinming remained hesitant. It's not that I won't go, but those demons have such keen senses. Our complex is huge. Who knows if there are more lurking in the stairwells? What if I get eaten by a demon? Who'll save our daughter then? You. How can you be such a coward? Chapter 31, Su Bai's second ability. Fang Wanqing was utterly exasperated with her husband. No matter how terrifying the demons were, killing someone took time. As long as they took precautions, spotted them from afar, and hid, there was still a chance to escape. Their daughter's life hung in the balance, and he couldn't even muster the courage to step outside? Wang Zhenming was speechless too, unable to resist emphasizing, this isn't cowardice. It's risk assessment. Risking your life for a 1 in 10,000 chance, isn't that just foolish? After saying this, he seemed to realize his words might have been harsh and quickly added reassuringly. Don't worry too much. Schools these days have awakened guardians. Low-tier demons can't harm anyone. But I'm just worried about our daughter. She's only 10. If something happens to her, what am I supposed to do? Damn it, it's all that Su Bai's fault. The thought of his daughter made Wang Zhenming curse angrily too, beating up reporters, threatening female streamers, committing murder in broad daylight. That's bad enough. But conspiring with demons? I suspect he tampered with that seal. Su Bai? What evidence do you have to say that? Fang Wanqing asked curiously. She'd heard the name before but hadn't looked into it further. Didn't you watch this morning's live broadcast? They're already suspecting him of colluding with demons. It's just suspicion, not confirmation. But he hasn't denied it either. Wang Zhenming retorted matter-of-factly. Initially, he approached this farce with a spectator's mindset, but once the authorities intervened, he became utterly convinced of Su Bai's guilt. The authorities issued a statement, and Su Bai didn't clarify during the confrontation. Wasn't that proof enough? Hey, honey, that person seems to be coming this way. Fang Wanqing didn't want to continue the topic, redirecting her attention to the figure approaching the community gate. Seeing him slowly approach their direction, she felt a surge of excitement. If he got close enough, he would surely cleanse this place of its demons. Then they would have a chance to connect with him. It really is him. Oh my god, he's really coming over. Hurry up and get ready. Go ask him if he's willing to help us save our daughter. Alright. Seeing there was no way out, Wang Zhenming steeled himself, grabbed his self-defense weapon, and opened the front door. Honey, do your best. Seeing his wife, whose skin remained dewy and figure flawless, cheering him on, Wang Zhenming's confidence soared. He didn't notice at all that shortly after he left home, a fiery red giant eagle soared in from the distance. Su Bai had never been to this neighborhood before, so his teleportation location was entirely random. With his current strength, these minor demons posed no threat whatsoever. Without a second thought, he swiftly dealt with them. However, just as he located the building where Su Qinya resided, he suddenly sensed a searing force hurtling toward him from behind. The force felt strangely familiar, and Su Bai instinctively turned his head. The Crimson Flame Eagle? A creature from another realm that delighted in incinerating weaker beings. The flames it spat from its mouth were of an extraordinary temperature, capable of melting steel in mere moments. Facing such a formidable opponent, Su Bai didn't use his spatial abilities to defend or even attempt to dodge. Boom! A scorching fireball plummeted from the sky, smashing directly into Su Bai's face. The extreme heat seemed to ignite the very air around him. The Crimson Flame Eagle seemed quite pleased with its handiwork. After unleashing the fireball, it prepared to depart, but it had barely flown over Su Bai's head. Buzz! Terrifying gravity slammed it from the sky straight into the ground. Not built for brute strength, the Crimson Flame Eagle was pinned down by Su Bai's gravitational field, unable even to flap its wings. It couldn't get up. Meanwhile, Su Bai maintained his hands in pocket stance. Aside from the faint black mist rising from his body, not a single strand of his hair was disheveled. He strolled slowly toward the Crimson Flame Eagle and raised his right hand. It's been ages since I devoured a 5th-tier beast. You'll help me get back into the swing of things. As the words left his mouth, a wisp of black mist emerged from Su Bai's hand and drifted toward the Crimson Flame Eagle. Like a rope, the black mist coiled around the Crimson Flame Eagle under Su Bai's control. The Crimson Flame Eagle had been struggling fiercely, its eyes filled with savage ferocity. Yet the moment the black mist bound it, the fierce glint in its eagle eyes instantly transformed into sheer terror. Yes, terror was visible in the eyes of a demon beast. It struggled even more frantically, as if this wisp of black mist were some terrifying flood beast. Unfortunately, Su Bai's gravitational space, even without active control, would only gradually weaken. Within 3 minutes it wouldn't vanish instantly. Thus, the eagle had no chance of breaking free. 3 minutes was ample time for Su Bai to act. He's Su Bai? When Wang Zhenming left home, the Crimson Flame Eagle hadn't arrived yet, and the electrical system in their residential complex remained intact, allowing the elevator to function temporarily. So he took a chance and used the elevator. When he arrived at the first floor, he witnessed the scene unfolding before him. Su Bai's black mist coiled around the Crimson Flame Eagle. The bird's struggles visibly slowed down with each passing moment, its strength fading until, after about a minute, it fell completely silent. How is this possible? Wang Jinming stared in disbelief, utterly stunned by what he saw. Earlier, from their vantage point upstairs, the distance had been too great to make out who the person was. But now, at this proximity, he could clearly see the individual's clothing and general appearance. Damn it, this was Su Bai from the morning livestream. He hadn't even changed his clothes. Black mist? Devouring life? This guy can wield demonic power? Has he really made a pact with the devil? At that moment, he dared not even think about striking up a conversation with him. He scrambled back into the elevator as fast as his legs could carry him. As a top-tier powerhouse, Su Bai naturally sensed his presence. In the past, he might have intercepted him, then used mental control to make him forget what he'd just witnessed. But now, he no longer cared how others perceived him. Indeed, Su Bai's second ability wasn't mind control, it was Dark Devour. A dark power capable of devouring everything. Because this ability was dark attributed and resembled a demonic skill when unleashed, Su Bai had concealed it while even Ling Fengxiao remained unaware. The fireball from the Crimson Flame Eagle moments ago? He had blocked it with his darkness ability. Snap! With a snap of his fingers, a ball of flame appeared at Su Bai's fingertip. Through repeated personal testing, he discovered that Dark Devour had no special effects when consuming humans or mutated flora and fauna on Blue Star. At most, it caused their life force to wither, leading to a slow death. However, when devouring these otherworldly creatures, special effects emerged, such as permanently strengthening his own body or temporarily acquiring the devoured entity's abilities. The specific power gained depended entirely on the attributes of these otherworldly creatures. Take elemental type ability users, for instance. Most elementalists possessed relatively low physical strength, typically around tier 2 or 3. Su Bai, however, boasted tier 5 physical strength not from cultivation, but from devouring demons. Over a decade ago, devouring a disembodied otherworldly specter granted him a permanent ability, mind control. Over the past decade guarding the seal, he devoured several beasts possessing spatial powers, evolving his spatial ability to a level bordering on 9th tier, a solid 8th tier. As for that Crimson Flame Eagle just now, it likely granted him permanent vision enhancement and temporary fire elemental abilities. Phew, not bad. Su Bai exhaled deeply, extinguishing the flames in his hand before turning toward the 16th floor. Chapter 32, Be My Woman. Honey, open the door. Hurry up and open it. 16th floor, Unit 1602. Wang Jinming, who knew Su Bai's identity, pounded frantically on the door. When Fang Wanqing opened the door and saw her husband's frantic state, she looked puzzled. What's wrong? Did you run into monsters out there? Wang Jinming didn't answer immediately. Instead, after closing the door, he walked into the living room, grabbed a glass of water from the table, and gulped down a large mouthful. That person is Su Bai. Su Bai? Yeah, he really made a pact with the devil. I saw him wielding demonic power. How could that be? Fang Wanqing was clearly startled too, quickly checking if the door was properly shut. Did he see you? I don't know. I recognized him and ran back immediately. I don't know if he... Knock knock knock. Before Wang Jinming could finish his sentence, the door was pounded on. The sudden knocking startled both of them. They exchanged a glance before cautiously approaching the door, listening intently to the sounds outside. Open up. I need to ask you something. A man's voice sounded at the door. The two exchanged another glance, but neither dared to speak. Su Bai grew impatient. I know you're in there. Open up now, or I'll break it down. Hearing this, they instantly recognized who it was. Su Bai? He found us this quickly? Wang Jinming froze, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. But Su Bai's strength was undeniable. They had no choice but to open the door. After a moment's hesitation, he signaled to his wife to open the door while he hid in the kitchen, waiting for an opportunity. Fang Wanqing had no choice but to force herself to calm down. After 2 deep breaths, she tremblingly opened the door. Hello. How can I help you? Fang Wanqing stood at 5 feet 7 inches, with delicate features and an elegant demeanor. Her dark tracksuit and form-fitting yoga pants accentuated her curvaceous figure perfectly. Though no longer young, her family's wealth and her career as a yoga instructor had kept her skin and figure exceptionally well maintained. After dealing with the Crimson Flame Eagle, Su Bai didn't take the elevator like Wang Jinming. Instead, he sensed the exact floor and activated spatial teleportation directly. Su Chinya's rented apartment was completely empty. After searching thoroughly with no results, Su Bai realized theirs was the only occupied unit on the entire floor. He decided to come over and ask. Now, as he looked at the woman opening the door, not only fair-skinned and beautiful, but with a figure that was already unfairly proportioned, and she was wearing yoga pants? Su Bai didn't ask his question right away. Instead, as if possessed, he blurted out. You're pretty cute, huh? Got a boyfriend? The moment those words left his mouth, Fang Wanqing and Wang Jinming both felt their hearts skip a beat. Was he here for my husband me? This Su Bai had truly become a demon. Just seeing him wield demonic power, he'd come straight to kill? No. Fang Wanqing couldn't possibly betray her husband, so she quickly denied it. Subai scrutinized Fang Wanqing. She was so beautiful, he thought, and likely not young either, probably already married. So he changed his approach. Then where's your husband? I don't have a husband either. I'm divorced from him. Subai's question made Fang Wanqing even more flustered. She didn't even dare to glance toward her husband's seat, instead making up an excuse on the spot. Terrified he might recognize her husband. Already divorced? Then who was that man in the kitchen? Could it be her father or brother? Subai was puzzled but didn't dwell on it. As long as she had no man, that was fine. Perfect. My name is Subai. Be my woman. What? Subai's shocking words left Fang Wanqing completely dumbfounded. She couldn't believe her ears. You went to all this trouble just to ask me to be your woman? Are you kidding me? Have we even met before? Subai, however, didn't seem to care. He repeated himself, I said. I want you to be my woman. You don't have a man right now, and I happen to need one. He disliked resolving matters between men and women through force. After all, when they came together, it was about mutual benefit. Transaction was the most fitting approach. He had ample bargaining chips. Fang Wanqing desperately wanted to refuse. After all, she had her own husband, and they didn't have major conflicts. But now that he was essentially a demon, would outright refusal invite mortal danger? This thought left her hesitant. She instinctively glanced at her husband hiding in the kitchen. Seeing him frantically nodding at her, she froze for a moment before gritting her teeth. What's in it for me if I become your woman? Benefits? Of course there are. I entered through the main gate of the complex. From your position, you should have witnessed the entire process of me hunting down the demon. What do you have to say about my abilities? And no. Good. After you follow me, I can't guarantee everything, but at the very least, I can ensure your safety. And beyond that, I can fulfill any of your reasonable requests. Hearing Subai's words, Fang Wanqing felt a bit dazed. Sometimes life works like that. One lie requires countless more to cover it up. She had claimed she had no husband, so she had to stick to that story. The man's appearance and formidable strength left her with no valid reason to refuse. If she made up some flimsy excuse to refuse, he'd surely think she was toying with him, and end up furious and humiliated. But if she agreed, what about her husband? Wang Zhenming felt a bit dazed himself. His wife was beautiful and stylish, even more so than many young girls, and she was the greatest pride of his life. The work stress had caused some issues in that department lately. What man would willingly hand over his own stunning wife? But if he refused? Subai's formidable strength was undeniable. If he got angry, would he end up getting killed? The thought of possible death sent a shiver through Wang Zhenming's heart, and the answer instantly formed in his mind. Agree to it. Seeing her husband grit his teeth and mouth those 3 words to her, still nodding frantically, Fang Wanqing couldn't help but feel a wave of disappointment. It was one thing for him to be a coward in everyday life, but now his own wife was being bullied, and he still wouldn't stand up for her? This dog of a man, could he really abandon his own wife just to save his own skin? Well, I suppose that's only human. Fang Wanqing understood, yet still felt a pang of sadness. Watching Subai exhale deeply, she tentatively asked, then, could you help me save my daughter? Daughter? She attends elementary school in the high-tech zone. Sure. Will you come with me? Or should I bring her back? Subai's immediate agreement felt almost unreal to Fang Wanqing. You really want to help me save my daughter? Of course. Subai nodded, then shifted gears, but let me be clear, if I bring your daughter back, you have to come with me. Alright. Alright. Chapter 33, Are You Even a Man? The plot seemed to be unfolding in an unpredictable direction, and Fang Wanqing reluctantly agreed to Subai's demand. But for her husband's sake, she could never leave with Subai. She could only let him bring her daughter back. Subai didn't care either way. What's your name? Fang Wanqing. Give me your daughter's full name, age, and class. A photo would be helpful too. For him, having a name, age, address, and photo made finding someone incredibly simple. Even amidst chaos and demons everywhere, it wouldn't affect his efficiency in locating her. Fang Wanqing didn't hesitate. As she spoke, she swiftly pulled out her phone, opened her daughter's photo album, and handed it to Subai. Her full name is Wang Midwa, but we call her Duo Duo. She's 10 years old and in class 3, grade 5 at experimental elementary school. Here's her photo. With the seal broken, the network in City of Light was down, making photo transfers impossible. Subai could only snap a couple of quick shots with his own phone. Wait for my call. Thank you. Subai tucked his phone away and waved. Then he remembered something. Oh, I almost forgot to ask, do you know where the family from 1604 across the hall went? 1604? Fang Wanqing froze for a moment before realizing something. You mean that cute girl who brought her mother to rent the place? Yes, that's her. I remember her, Fang Wanqing recalled. We saw each other yesterday. This morning when I dropped Duo Duo off at school, I saw her leaving with her mother. I casually asked where they were going, and she mentioned something about heading to a nearby supermarket to buy some daily necessities. Nearby supermarket? Which one? Hualo, I think. They have the most complete selection. Having no family and having shed the burden of his guardian role, Subai felt little pressure. Even as floods raged outside, his sole purpose remained finding Su Qinya. Whether by luck or not, during his search, he encountered Fang Wanqing, a beautiful young woman who happened to know Su Qinya's whereabouts, saving him considerable time. But after Subai left with Duoduo's information, Fang Wanqing closed the door and her expression turned cold. Wang Jinming, are you even a man? What's wrong with me? Wang Jinming emerged from the kitchen, utterly baffled. Hadn't he been cooperating perfectly just now? Why was he suddenly throwing a fit? Fang Wanqing was so enraged by her husband that her eyes stung. I'm your wife. When someone wants me to be his woman, you don't stand up for me, fine. But to actually make me agree to his unreasonable demands? What choice did we have? Wang Jinming protested loudly. Do you even know how powerful this Subai is? This morning, the 3 guardian gods and 6 heavenly kings surrounded him and still couldn't take him down. What do we have to fight back with? The 3 guardian gods and 6 heavenly kings? Fang Wanqing clearly hadn't watched the livestream and was unaware of Subai's power. She never imagined it could be this terrifying. What choice did we have? If your refusal had angered him, we both would have died today. The memory of that crimson flame eagle, its life force drained away, sent a chill down Wang Jinming's spine. It felt as though his own life force might be drained away in the very next second. But even if what you say is true, what should we do now? I've already agreed to his terms. If he saves Duoduo and I choose to renege, won't I die an even more miserable death? I've already thought this through. When the time comes, we'll just... Wang Jinming whispered his plan into his wife's ear. Want to sleep with my wife? I'm no pushover either. Fang Wanqing listened, her heart heavy with resignation, yet she could only nod in agreement. A powerhouse like Subai could reduce them to dust in the blink of an eye. Once transformed into demons, they became a catastrophe for humanity. They were mere ordinary people, how could they possibly resist? Their only option was to find a way to delay. Meanwhile, Subai couldn't care less about their thoughts. In his dictionary, going back on one's words simply didn't exist. Arriving at the entrance of the experimental primary school in the high-tech zone, Subai quickly assessed the direction before striding inside. Typically, when his space experienced violent tremors and loud noises, it signaled potential combat nearby. When the space encountered significant obstructions, it proved the presence of structures, requiring him to sense the internal situation before opening a spatial passage. Perceiving the interior of a building from a distance would cause Subai's energy consumption to increase exponentially. Therefore, when teleporting long distances, he usually chose relatively quiet and open areas. Of course, his decision to search the elementary school first wasn't because Fang Wanqing was more important than Su Qinya, but because Wang Midwa was a more easily located target, one that wouldn't waste too much time. Holy crap, that guy teleported here using space? A spatial ability user? He's Subai? Although flying demons had appeared in significant numbers, their presence still paled in comparison to the vast coverage of the City of Light. Only 2 minor demons had appeared here, both swiftly dispatched by the school's combined guard squad. Seeing Subai appear, several guard squad members visibly tensed up. After all, the disparity in strength between them was too great, and his allegiance remained uncertain. Subai ignored their unease. Where is Class 3, Grade 5? It's over there. Though fearful, the guard dared not feign deafness and promptly pointed Subai in the right direction. Thanks. Subai offered his thanks before vanishing from the spot with a flash. Several guards collapsed onto the ground as if granted a reprieve, gasping for breath as though they just walked through the gates of the underworld. Subai paid them no mind as he approached the door of Class 3, Grade 5. Seeing the classroom doors and windows tightly shut, with people packed inside, he tapped on the glass window. Call Wang Midwa out. Who are you? I'm a friend of her mother's. I'm here to take her home. Hearing this, the female teacher looked puzzled. After checking with Wang Midwa, she immediately grew wary of him. Duo says she doesn't know you. Subai couldn't be bothered with small talk and waved his hand dismissively. Boom! The sturdy concrete railing of the school building shattered into flying debris from the force of his palm strike. If I wanted to arrest someone, I wouldn't need such an excuse. Witnessing this, the female teacher believed Subai's words. After all, with his power, he could easily wipe out the entire elementary school. There was truly no need to lie over something like this. So after Wang Midwa emerged, Subai opened a portal to his personal space right before everyone's eyes. Step inside. It's safe in there. Whoa! What is this? A portal? Wang Midwa's eyes widened in astonishment. Everyone else, including the teacher, looked utterly stunned. Duo, is this uncle of yours an awakened one? Not just an awakened one, he's an S-rank spatial ability user. That's incredible. So cool. Uncle, where does this portal lead? Can we go inside and take a look? After all, the classroom was full of kids. Even though textbooks now included such knowledge, none of them had ever seen it in real life. Now that a portal stood right before them, how could they not be curious? Subai glanced at them and said, "I've got other things to do. No time for a tour. That's all." With that, Subai led Wang Nidwa through the portal. Chapter 34, Calling Me Scum, Yet You Want Me to Save You? After Subai led Wang Nidwa away, the glowing ring representing the portal slowly closed in the hallway. The faces of the 5th grade class 3 kids were filled with envy. Never mind the danger, just the fact that his parents could send someone to pick him up immediately. That spatial ability alone would have them talking for days. This was spatial magic, a power possessed by only 3 individuals in the entire City of Light. And that teleportation portal? Only Subai could wield it. Such an impressive ability, what kid wouldn't be fascinated? Subai couldn't care less about their thoughts. After bringing Wang Nidwa back to the alternate space, he gave her some toys and snacks, briefly instructed her, then rushed straight to the vicinity of Huala Supermarket. Once inside the alternate space, even his subjects were under Subai's command, and he could take them anywhere. Huala Supermarket, the largest store near the northern city limits, offered everything imaginable. Upon arriving, Subai scanned the area and noticed it was completely different from the residential complex. Grab it! Grab it! If you don't take it now, you won't be able to later. Once we've grabbed enough stuff, we're heading straight to the shelter. Get the hell out of my way, you're stepping on my foot. You want to die, huh? Where demons roamed, people sought refuge. Where demons vanished, people gathered supplies. The demons here have been dealt with by human awakened ones, so the remaining people chose to loot for free. Suchinya! Suchinya, are you there? If you're there, come to the entrance of the supermarket on the 3rd floor. Subai channeled spatial energy, projecting his voice throughout every corner of the shopping mall. Boss! With demons lurking outside at any moment, Suchinya dared not wander freely. She could only take refuge in a corner shop on the 4th floor. She had assumed that with no cell signal, she'd be stuck waiting here for days, perhaps even a lifetime, without ever seeing Subai again. Yet here he was, searching for her immediately? In that moment, tears of gratitude welled up in her eyes. Mom, wait here for me. I'll go meet up with the boss first. Okay, be careful. Got it. Who was that person just now? How could their voice carry so far? That's not something an ordinary person can do. He must have awakened a voice-related ability, and it's at least 4th tier or higher. He said the entrance to the supermarket on the 3rd floor? But we're on the 3rd floor. Holy. That guy is... Subai? Subai? Holy, it really is. I was watching his live stream this morning. Subai was now a social media sensation, so the few people coincidentally on the 3rd floor recognized him. But they didn't have time to think much about it, because... Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly erupted from the top floor, the 6th floor. Immediately after, the sound of shattering glass echoed through the air. Ah! Snakes! There are snakes! Run for your lives! A massive black-scaled python appeared out of nowhere, smashing through the 6th floor glass windows and entering the mall. Its body was exceptionally robust, thicker than a water barrel, stretching over 50 meters in length. Its scales were hard as iron as it charged through the mall, moving as if unopposed. People were already running as fast as they could, yet the colossal serpent still scattered them in all directions. Several individuals were even knocked directly off the 6th floor. The floors were high. A fall from the 6th floor would leave you crippled if not dead. Subai remained motionless, narrowing his eyes as he watched the colossal serpent. He observed it was merely wreaking havoc within the mall, not actually eating people? What the hell? Boss, huff, huff. Suchinya's breathless voice interrupted his thoughts. Today, Suchinya wore a white t-shirt, jeans, and white sneakers, a pure, schoolgirl look. Subai snapped back to attention, glancing at her and offering a faint smile. You're okay, no missing limbs. My mom, she's still on the 4th floor. Suchinya ran up, gasping for breath. Subai nodded slightly. Alright, lead the way. For Subai now, dealing with the black-scaled giant python and rescuing the people in the mall was child's play. Yet he had chosen only Suchinya and her mother, not intervening to stop the monster rampaging through the mall. Why? Because he was tired. Not physically exhausted, but mentally drained. The news about the seal malfunction had been released yesterday morning. The incident had escalated dramatically, and over 24 hours had now passed. Subai couldn't speak for other cities, but in City of Light alone, over 80% of the population was now aware of the situation. Except for special cases like Suchinya, anyone who knows this news yet still lingers in the mall is undoubtedly showing distrust towards Subai. If you don't trust me, why should I save you? Even if you're wavering between trust and distrust, choosing to wander the mall is your own decision. Respect others' destinies, let go of the urge to help. Subai had seen through it all. Guided by Suchinya, Subai swiftly located Tong Shuang. Without a word, he activated the portal and tossed them both inside, leaving them staring in astonishment. Rest for a bit. I'll gather some supplies. Leaving this instruction, Subai didn't wait for their response before closing the portal and beginning to plunder them all. If others could loot, why couldn't he? Rice, flour, oil, seasonings, vegetables, soybeans, clothes, pants, shoes and socks, tables and chairs, anything useful, Subai took without hesitation. Unlike other spatial dimensions, his personal space didn't require opening portals to store items. With just a casual wave of his hand, Subai could tuck anything away. The only drawback was the lack of air inside, making it impossible to store living creatures. Using his flight ability, Subai flew wherever he needed to, gathering supplies faster than Japanese soldiers sweeping through a village. Damn it! What is that Subai doing? Instead of stopping that giant python, he's looting supplies? That bastard's looting the dead. Damn it, does he have any shame left? Wasn't that kid a guardian before? He clearly has the power to take down monsters, why isn't he doing it? Exactly. Why isn't he doing it? Because he got called out online a few times, he just stands by and watches people die? Is he even human? Damn it, he really is scum. Inside the mall now, besides Subai, there was no other awakened one capable of stopping the black-scaled giant python's rampage. So everyone who witnessed Subai's actions couldn't help but curse out loud. You were a guardian once, for crying out loud. Not only did you refuse to stop the monster, but you're actually fighting ordinary people for supplies? What a shameless bastard. But their curses didn't last long. A mid-tier demon, leading a squad of lesser demons, flew in through the shattered glass the giant serpent had smashed earlier. The squad of minions numbered over 100. Upon entering, they didn't rush to kill but instead captured the humans who had been knocked down by the serpent and now lay barely alive. A middle-aged, overweight woman, fleeing the pursuit of the lesser demons, tried to escape from the 4th floor to the 3rd. Amidst the utter chaos, she was shoved from behind on the stopped escalator. Her body instantly lost balance and tumbled down the escalator. In excruciating pain, she could no longer stand. The little demon spotted her. Seeing the demon's face twisted in a savage grin as it stared at her, the woman's face contorted with terror. Crawling and rolling, she made her way toward the only man nearby who hadn't backed away from the demon. Save me! Please, save me! The woman clung to the man's pant leg, wailing for help. But the man remained utterly unmoved. Thinking she hadn't offered enough, she blurted out, I'll give you 100,000, no, 200,000. Just go kill that monster for me. You'll give me 200,000 just to kill that monster? Yes, as long as you kill that monster, I'll give you 200,000. How generous. Too bad you just called me scum. Chapter 35, Why Not Save People? Subai had found the person he was looking for. With no more reservations, he retorted, You insulted me right to my face? Did you really think I couldn't hear you? It's you? Hearing Subai's words, the middle-aged woman finally realized that the only man in the entire venue who hadn't backed down was actually Subai, the very person she'd always despised. Why did she dislike Subai so intensely? Because her son was a fan of Gu Qianshan and believed Subai should apologize to her. But her wife thought her husband had questionable values, leading to a heated argument between them. While it was normal for couples to bicker over trivial matters, making up after a fight, she couldn't stand seeing her son berated by his wife. So with her help, the couple's arguments grew increasingly fierce and vicious. They escalated from trivial matters to major conflicts, from present issues to past grievances, nearly ending in divorce. Later, her son blamed her, but she dared not confront her daughter-in-law. Instead, she channeled her resentment toward Subai. Mother and son united in their hatred, seething with loathing for him. No, you misunderstood. I didn't insult you, someone else did. The woman reacted instantly, quickly shifting the blame. Humph. Subai chuckled softly, wiggled his foot, and pulled his pant leg free from the woman's grasp before decisively turning to leave. When human awakened ones wielded their power, demons could sense the strength of their opponents. Earlier, Subai had deliberately released a trace of his aura. Thus, though the demon had targeted the ante, it dared not act rashly. Now, seeing Subai turn and leave, a savage grin reappeared on its face. Don't go. Please don't go. What will I do if you leave? I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please, save me. Subai, you stinking idiot. Are you even human? I only cursed you a couple times. What gives you the right to not save someone? You're scum, a parasite, trash. Even as a ghost, I'll haunt you forever. Amidst a flurry of frantic apologies, curses, and screams, the old woman's life ended forever on this day. Insults come at a price, online insults included. Though this apocalyptic world lacks zombies, the destructive power and lethality of demons far surpass those brainless undead. The mere fact that conventional weapons can't kill them sets them apart from those rotting corpses. As for viruses? If the zombie virus couldn't spread through the air, it wouldn't be terrifying at all. A hail of gunfire would teach them a lesson. Demons, however, are beings capable of disguise, seduction, and parasitism. Though the demons appeared suddenly, the psionic guard wasn't to be trifled with. The moment they spotted the crimson flame eagle, they were already prepared for battle. After Subai collected a batch of supplies and departed, the guard finally arrived. Combining the firepower of their firearms with the weapons and innate abilities of the psychics, they quickly gained control of the situation. Meanwhile, in the eastern sector of the City of Light. Ugh, these people are so annoying. Gu Chanqian, dressed in a white sundress, sat in her brand new Maserati, on the verge of losing her mind. The seal to the other world lay north of City of Light, making the south appear the safest refuge. But with large crowds, traffic congestion was inevitable. Many had therefore chosen the eastern or western exits as their first refuge. Gu Chanqian had selected the eastern evacuation route. She'd planned to use today's livestream to gain a wave of new followers, but who would have guessed that halfway through the battle, the demons would break through the seal? Who the hell could she complain to about this? Knowing home wasn't safe, she decisively headed for the shelter. But the streets were already chaotic, forget cars, even walking was impossible amid the crushing crowds. Chanqian, what should we do now? Her assistant asked anxiously beside her. What else can we do? We're abandoning the car and walking, Gu Chanqian snapped impatiently. Every minute was precious at a time like this. Hearing this, the assistant's face fell in shock. It's at least 7 or 8 kilometers to the East City shelter. With the chaos out there, how could we possibly make it that far? Or what? Hide at home and wait to die? The City of Light possessed formidable defenses, but once the demons arrived, this place would become a battlefield for both sides. In terms of safety, it definitely couldn't compare to the shelter. This. Alright. She almost blurted out, you know, high-level awakened ones, why not get them to help? But before the words left her mouth, she realized all phones seemed to have lost signal now. Calls wouldn't go through. Reaching a friend not physically present was simply impossible. Realizing this, she had no choice but to get out and walk. Boom! Crash! Pushing open the car door, the two opened the trunk, preparing to grab some things and flee. Suddenly, a massive lizard-like monster landed on the roof of a distant car, thudding loudly. Is that a black armored dragon? Run! Run now! Without its tail, the creature measured 4 or 5 meters long. Its appearance resembled a lizard, but it was larger, with longer, more powerful limbs that clearly possessed formidable running speed and jumping ability. Most significantly, a pair of wings covered in matching colored scales grew from its back. Its appearance resembled a western dragon, prompting people to nickname it the Black Armored Dragon. The street where Gu Chanqian and the others stood was packed with cars, flanked by various shops. The buildings lining the road weren't tall, only about 5 or 6 stories high. This monster had clearly leaped down from a rooftop. Whether due to the Black Armored Dragon's bone structure or the density of its scales, its weight was absurdly high. Each individual easily exceeded 5 tons. Its immense weight crashed onto a car, instantly flattening it into a pancake. Shards of glass littered the ground as panicked bystanders scattered in all directions. Gu Chanqian was clearly terrified too. Without pausing to gather her things, she hurriedly grabbed her assistant and followed the crowd into a nearby clothing store for cover. Though the clothing store might not be entirely safe, it was certainly preferable to being eaten right there on the street. No, no. Please don't. What's going on? Up ahead. There's another black armored dragon up ahead. The surrounding crowd rushed toward the clothing store, only to retreat before even reaching the entrance. It turned out the clothing store was huge, spanning the entire building. The floor-to-ceiling glass on the opposite side had already been smashed, and 2 black armored dragons burst out from the other end. Black armored dragons are social creatures. Yikes. Dongping, I twisted my ankle. Help me. Seeing the crowd ahead retreating rapidly, Gu Chanqian panicked. She accidentally stepped on a sewer grate and lost her balance, tumbling sideways. As an internet celebrity fairy, she always prioritized her posture and figure, loving to wear high heels even while driving. Stepping out of the car too hastily, she'd completely forgotten about this. Faced with this sudden danger, her high heel got stuck in the crack, inevitably twisting her ankle. Dongping, her assistant, instinctively wanted to rush back to help her. But as she turned, she saw 2 black armored dragons bursting out of the store, one of which had already locked onto Gu Chanqian. Her eyes widened in terror. She took 2 steps back, then decisively turned and ran without looking back. No, I can't die. Black armored dragons could not only fly at low altitudes, but their running and jumping abilities were far beyond those of ordinary humans. If she went to rescue her, she would surely meet the same fate. At this life or death moment, aside from parents, how many people would risk their own lives to save another? Come back, you damn well better come back here. Damn it. Chapter 36, my neck itches, feels like a brain's about to grow. Seeing her assistant run off without a second glance, Gu Chanqian cursed in frustration. But the black armored dragon was already closing in, leaving her no time to think. Struggling to her feet, she scanned the crowd frantically, searching for a kind soul to help. But she was surrounded by ordinary people. Even if she was beautiful, how many would dare play the hero and rescue a damsel in distress from the jaws of a black armored dragon? Wait, something was off. There seemed to be one person? Everyone else was frantically fleeing, trying to get away from the black armored dragon. But there was one person floating in midair? Su Bai? Recognizing the face, Gu Qianqian froze in shock. But there was no time to think about anything else now. Su Bai, save me. I'll give you everything I have, just save me. No time. Su Bai glanced at the black armored dragons on the street and coldly replied. After gathering supplies, he hadn't immediately sought out Fang Wanqing. Instead, he'd decided to explore the area, hoping to verify his suspicions, and now he'd run into this internet celebrity? If some stranger begged for help, maybe Su Bai would feel generous and lend a hand. But her asking him to save her? What a joke. I knew the seal would break eventually, but now that I think about it calmly, isn't this happening way too soon? And how did that giant serpent and these black armored dragons even appear? Su Bai muttered to himself. After all, the sealed land in the north lay hundreds of kilometers from the City of Light. The black-scaled giant serpent wasn't known for its speed like birds of prey, nor did it possess any spatial teleportation abilities. The black-armored dragons, weighed down by their bulk, could only fly low for short distances. How could they possibly appear in the city within such a short time frame? And even if they had made it to the city, they should have been intercepted by the guard squad. Thump! 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 As Su Bai pondered, the black-armored dragon had already caught up to Gu Qianqian with heavy yet swift strides. No! Gu Qianqian's face drained of color as the black-armored dragon closed in to bite her. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning darted between the rooftops, striking the dragon's head with pinpoint accuracy. Sizzle, 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 boom! The immense energy and force shattered the ground into cracks, sending clouds of dust billowing around them. Roar! The black-armored dragon let out an agonized roar from within the smoke. Su Bai narrowed his eyes, focusing his attention on the lightning bolt within the swirling dust. As the smoke cleared, a figure clad in the black guard's uniform and wielding a purple spear came into view. The spear had pierced through the black-armored dragon's skull, and a powerful electric current now enveloped its entire body. Looking closer, the black-armored dragon had fallen silent? Holy crap, one-shot kill on a black-armored dragon? Who is this guy? So cool, absolutely amazing. He's my idol. You guys don't recognize him? In our City of Light, who else could wield such powerful lightning? You mean, the Thunder God, one of the 4 guardian deities? His blinding speed and dramatic entrance left the surviving onlookers in awe. Lei Ming stood beside the black-armored dragon, his expression cold as he pulled his spear from the creature's crown. Pointing it at Su Bai, he roared. Su Bai, you actually stood by and watched someone die? Don't you fear me exposing your actions to the world? Earlier, the scene had descended into chaos as everyone scrambled to evade the black-armored dragon's pursuit. No one had heard Gu Qianqian's voice, and certainly no one had paid attention to Su Bai's appearance. Now, with the danger averted, over a dozen people heard Lei Ming's voice and immediately realized what had happened. Su Bai? That's Su Bai? What? You know him? Of course. I was watching his live stream this morning. I know him. He's that scumbag guardian who neglected his duties and bullied ordinary people online. It's him? But I remember he warned us earlier that the seal might weaken. Yeah. The official statement called it a rumor, and there's a comment below saying Su Bai started it. Rumor? What rumor? Look at the situation now, how can you still call this a rumor? What the hell is going on? My neck is so itchy, feels like brains are growing there. Spreading rumors takes a mere breath, but debunking them requires endless effort. In this era of rampant hostility, people often only believe what they see with their own eyes, without independently considering whether the context and consequences of what they see are reasonable. So when a video with captions surfaces, it's often treated as the absolute truth. Some online trolls, even if just jumping on the bandwagon, immediately grab their keyboards and vent in the comments section. Su Bai's case seemed far-fetched at first, but after official confirmation of his crimes, he became a cautionary tale. Now that the truth is laid bare, their convictions begin to waver. Ignoring these voices, Su Bai calmly looked at Lei Ming. I'm no longer part of the guard squad. I have no obligation to save anyone. You. Lei Ming froze, clearly having forgotten this very point. Fortunately, a spatial fluctuation rippled through the air, and Fang Yu's figure appeared, breaking the awkward silence. Holding the sky-slicing sword, he shouted at Lei Ming, "We rescue the people first." With that, he flashed in front of the other black-armored dragon and swung his sword of void. Swish! The Zhan Kong sword unleashed its formidable spatial cutting power to its fullest extent. The black-armored dragon that had landed on the car, just about to devour an elderly victim, was sliced clean in half before it could react. Lei Ming seized the moment, using his lightning abilities and Thunder Spear to finish off the last black-armored dragon. Thunder God, Thunder God. Fang Yu, you're so cool. Thunder God is awesome, Thunder God, I love you. Fang Yu, I want to have your baby. After completing their task, the two reunited. The surviving onlookers cheered triumphantly. Fang Yu, sword in hand, shot a triumphant glance at Su Bai. The black-armored dragon sounded formidable, but it was merely a 4th-tier beast. With their combined strength, defeating it in an instant was perfectly normal. Fang Yu's satisfaction stemmed from the fact that this sky-slicing sword had originally belonged to Su Bai. Now that it was in his hands, the feeling was beyond words. It was like sleeping with someone else's wife, yet they couldn't do a thing about it. Online celebrity Gu Chanshan paid no attention to Fang Yu and Su Bai's interaction. Instead, she limped over to Lei Ming, her voice trembling with tears. "Wah, Ming Ge, I knew you'd come save me." Her naturally striking features were now framed by tears streaming down her cheeks like pear blossoms in rain, tugging at Lei Ming's heartstrings. "What happened to your foot?" "I twisted it when that monster was chasing me." Next time something like this happens, don't wear high heels." Lei Ming sighed helplessly, walking slowly toward her. He planted his purple lightning spear into the ground, then swept her up in a princess carry onto the hood of a nearby car. "Sit tight. I'll massage it for you. It shouldn't be too bad." "Thanks, Ming." "No problem." Lei Ming's movements were utterly natural, leaving the onlookers utterly stunned. They clearly hadn't expected this stunning beauty, who had nearly died moments ago, to be so close to the thunder god, one of the four guardian deities. Gu Chanshan, meanwhile, wore a satisfied smile, her eyes brimming with a sense of superiority. Women were drawn to strength, and being favored by one of the famed four guardian gods was certainly something to boast about. Only Su Bai narrowed his eyes. So these two scoundrels really do know each other. Chapter 37, The Death of Gu Chanshan. Lei Ming not only knew Gu Chanshan, but they appeared quite intimate. Su Bai was surprised, yet not entirely shocked. Before the online harassment, Su Bai had never met Gu Chanshan. Yet she had coincidentally appeared outside his villa, even calling him by name upon their first meeting. This clearly indicated Gu Chanshan had close connections within the security detail. Few within the Psionic Guard possessed both the authority and capability to access his private quarters. Considering the circumstances surrounding this incident, Lei Ming was the most plausible suspect. The sky-slicing sword had always belonged to Su Bai. Even if it didn't significantly enhance him, he intended to reclaim it first. But before he could act, a powerful force surged into his senses. This aura, no mistake about it. "I must get out of here immediately." Su Bai's expression changed instantly. He immediately abandoned his plan to reclaim the sky-slicing sword and prepared to retreat. Lei Ming, who was massaging Gu Chanshan's ankle, noticed his movement and hurriedly called out to him. "Su Bai, hold your ground." Although Fang Yu's psychic ability was only one rank lower than Su Bai's, the gap between a level 7 and level 8 ability was at least fivefold. Consequently, Fang Yu couldn't sense the presence of that force. Lei Ming, not being a perception-type ability user, was even less likely to sense it. Yet his booming voice carried to everyone present, "After doing what you did, you think you can just walk away? That thing?" Su Bai, who had initially ignored him, halted abruptly and narrowed his eyes. "Humph." After massaging Gu Chanshan's feet, Lei Ming snorted coldly, drew his lightning spear, and pointed it at Su Bai. "Don't think I don't know the seal malfunctioned because you tampered with it. Unsubstantiated accusations, pure fabrication. Looks like you're itching for death." Su Bai's eyes sharpened, his tone laced with lethal intent. Previously, when he faced online bullying and suppression from the higher-ups of the City of Light, Su Bai hadn't felt much. After all, what dynasty throughout history hadn't seen power struggles? If things didn't suit him, he'd simply step back, no big deal. Even towards those who started it all, Su Bai had only intended to teach them a lesson, never considering taking their lives himself. But now, Lei Ming's repeated provocations and slander had pushed him past the point of patience. "Though I lack proof now, the seal remained stable for so many years without issue. Yet problems arose just days after you departed. Could this not be your sabotage?" Lei Ming bellowed this accusation, sweeping his gaze across the crowd. "Everyone, this seal should never have failed. The reason it did today is entirely because of Su Bai. He deliberately sabotaged it to prove his worth." He pointed his purple lightning spear at Su Bai, his voice icy cold, as if he were already certain of Su Bai's guilt. "What? No way? Is that even possible? He deliberately sabotaged the seal? Then why did he send out the warning message?" "Exactly. He sent a warning message, yet you dismissed it as a rumor. That logic doesn't hold water. Besides, didn't you guys inspect it already? If he'd already quit, how could he have tampered with the seal? To prove his worth, he deliberately sabotaged the seal? Is he really that utterly ruthless? Hard to say. Judging by his attitude before, he was clearly arrogant to the extreme. Who knows what he's thinking? Yeah. I just saw him stand by and do nothing while someone was dying." Lei Ming and Fang Yu had defeated the Black Armor Dragon, leaving the crowd elated. Yet Lei Ming's words plunged them into deep contemplation and debate. Su Bai quit his job, yet he still sent a warning message. But just 2 days ago, you guys called him a rumor. Now that the seal has failed, you're saying he tampered with it? Any clear-eyed observer can see you're just shifting blame, right? Still, some felt Su Bai had acted too arrogantly, making Lei Ming's claims not entirely implausible. We did inspect the seal, Lei Ming explained, setting down his spear to address the crowd's doubts. But Subai's spatial abilities surpass Fang Yu's. If he tampered with it, we likely wouldn't have been able to detect it. As for whether he's that utterly depraved. Lei Ming turned his gaze back to Subai. That's something you'll have to ask him. Has he made a pact with the devil? No, seriously? Colluding with demons? Seriously? Demons can corrupt minds, it's not impossible. I can attest to that. Gu Qianxian promptly stepped forward, her face beaming with pride as she pointed at Subai and declared to the crowd, he disregards the law, shows utter contempt for life. How is any of his behavior human? If he hasn't made a pact with the devil, that would be the truly abnormal thing. Yeah, he even assaulted a reporter before. That sounds about right. This. Ha 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 ha. I can confirm that Tu Subai is one of us now. Amidst the murmurs, a coarse laugh like a goblin suddenly echoed through the air. Immediately afterward, ripples disturbed the surrounding space. Lei Ming's expression changed instantly. Sensing the source of the sound, he shouted urgently behind him, Qianxian, watch out. Gu Qianxian hadn't yet grasped what was happening. By the time she reacted, several spiked tentacles had already pierced through her body from behind. Her bones shattered effortlessly beneath the tentacles, blood gushing from her front, staining her white dress crimson. Alarm bells rang in Fang Yu and Lei Ming's minds. One leapt into the air swiftly, while the other darted to the side. The onlookers nearby were startled by the scene, shrieking in terror as they scattered and fled. Gu Qianxian's eyes widened in horror, her mouth agape. Staring at the spiked tentacles pulsing with blood that now protruded from her chest, she tried to speak but no sound came out. Her pupils gradually dilated, and soon all sound ceased. The once arrogant beauty influencer had lost her young life in an instant. Damn it! Lei Ming and Fang Yu glared furiously at the space behind Gu Qianxian where the tentacles connected, bellowing, who the hell is playing tricks here? Show yourself! Gu Qianxian was Lei Ming's mistress, and this was one reason why she'd never encountered offline incidents during her years of streaming. Now, her murder right under his nose was a direct slap in his face. Pitiful humans. For the sake of power and profit, you'll stoop to anything. A deep voice echoed from the void behind Gu Qianxian. Then, a humanoid monster nearly 3 meters tall, with an exceptionally burly build and transparent scales covering its entire body, emerged from the ethereal space. Its right hand had transformed into a spiked tentacle, effortlessly lifting Gu Qianxian's corpse into the air. What kind of monster is this? Lei Ming narrowed his eyes, clearly having never seen such a creature before. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lai Su, the Rift Walker. The Rift Splitter? Lei Ming frowned. It was common knowledge that ordinary demons didn't speak human languages. Those who did were advanced demons possessing special learning abilities. The Black Mage Warrior was powerful, hence his grasp of human speech. Yet Lai Su, capable of inflicting harm in this alternate space, was clearly far stronger than the Black Mage Warrior. Lai Su ignored Lei Ming, instead mocking him with his deep, resonant voice. I had assumed that Subai, guarding the spatial seal alone for so long, must be considered a hero among your humans. Yet it seems I still underestimated the depths of your human hearts. Subai. Humanity has no place for you anymore. How about joining us? Chapter 38, that's a succubus, damn it. Rift Demon, a species of Rift Demon, one of the most powerful demons in and the demon with the strongest spatial abilities. That night, more than one demon attempted to breach the seal. He was among them. However, Subai's ability to single-handedly withstand the onslaught of so many demons didn't mean he was vastly superior to them. It was because he drew upon the sealing power condensed by the 36 predecessors. Subai's earlier attempt to flee wasn't out of fear of Riftbreaker. After all, demons wield spatial power differently than humans. With Subai's strength, escaping would have been no problem. His primary reason for wanting to flee stemmed from a decade ago, when spatial passages couldn't withstand demons of excessive power. Rift demons had never appeared on Blue Star before. Now that the Voidbreaker had appeared, other, even more powerful demons would surely follow. If he got entangled with this one, he risked being surrounded and killed by the stronger demons arriving later. You seem to know quite a lot. Looks like you have an insider among humans? Having not fled immediately, Subai decided against leaving altogether. Instead, he stared at the other and voiced the question burning in his mind. Gaining such extensive knowledge immediately after breaking the seal was clearly unusual. Liev Su didn't deny it. In your human terms, we demons also learn and evolve. Planting spies is perfectly normal. Subai realized, no wonder black-scaled giant serpents and black-armored dragons appeared in the city shortly after the seal was broken. So these informants were behind it all. Demons possessed many abilities, one of which was summoning. Once one became a demon's servant, summoning these creatures into the city was no difficult task. What do you think about what I said earlier? No need to consider it. Though they've ostracized me, betraying my own kind. I simply can't do it. Subai exhaled deeply, rejecting the offer. Demons excel at corrupting minds. It wasn't mere talk. Back when Subai guarded the seal, those demons would sense his presence and send their seductive whispers through the barrier. Most of their enticements were temptations of wealth. For instance, they promised him untold riches, making him the wealthiest being in the world, free to do as he pleased. Or granting him immense power and authority, elevating him to a king-like status even among demons. Or, for instance, making all the succubi in the entire otherworldly realm become his vassal tribe, allowing him to toy with them however he pleased. Succubi, for crying out loud? Those female succubi, each one stunningly beautiful, with fiery figures and outrageously seductive attire. Subai couldn't even count how many times his heart had skipped a beat. But their demand was simple: break the seal and set them free. Subai's parents had died at the hands of demons. Every time he thought of this, his mind became razor sharp. Even if these demons offered to resurrect his parents, he remained unwavering. His parents had been dead for so many years, could they truly be revived? And even if they could, how could he be certain it wasn't just an illusion the demons were creating to control him? In that case, let the battle begin. Liev Su seemed to have anticipated this, his voice utterly calm. After speaking, he placed Gu Chanshan's body on the ground, facing it with his palms open upward. A peculiar energy fluctuation engulfed her body. Immediately, several crimson portals appeared behind him, spewing forth countless demons of every shape and form. Some flew through the air, others scurried along the ground, and still others crawled up walls. Their numbers filled nearly half the street. You three are the strongest here. Eliminate you, and the rest are no threat. If you wish to leave, I might not be able to stop you. But those two? They've stirred up the masses to slander you for power and gain. Surely you won't side with them? Hearing Lai Su's words, Fang Yu and Lei Ming's expression shifted slightly. By now, no other awakened could be seen on the street. Only a few bold civilians dared to hide in corners and watch the battle unfold. If Subai didn't intervene, would the two of them have to face Lai Su and all these demons alone? Ordinary demons were no threat, but Lai Su's strength was unknown, and several high-tier demons lurked within the horde. They had no confidence in victory. Seeing Subai remain silent, Fang Yu quickly spoke up. Subai, are you really prepared to stand by and do nothing? Lei Ming chimed in as well. Subai, we have some history between us, but with such a formidable enemy at hand, this isn't the time for petty quarrels. We should set aside our differences and fight together. Let's deal with these monsters first. Sorry, I'm not interested. You guys can play around all you want. Subai refused, then turned and tore open a spatial rift. Seeing this, Lei Ming and Fang Yu panicked. Subai, you actually dare to leave? Aren't you afraid of drawing even more criticism? Not everyone's bashing you online. What about them if you leave? If you dare leave, I'll expose your actions to the world. Ignoring the increasingly frantic voices, Subai leapt into the spatial rift and vanished before their eyes. As he'd said before, he could help others, but these people? He had no interest. Besides, he intended to deal with Lei Ming anyway. Now that Lai Su was handling it, he didn't mind saving his own effort. Spatial barriers required advanced setup. A hastily activated one wouldn't cover much ground, so Lai Su couldn't stop Subai. Lei Ming, what about us? Are we fighting? Watching Subai depart, Fang Yu gritted his teeth and asked. He could have simply left himself, but if Lei Ming stayed, could he really just run off? What if Lei Ming survived? Fight! Lei Ming narrowed his eyes. They're just a bunch of demons from another realm. Who's afraid of who? You, are you serious? Humph. Fang Yu thought Lei Ming was joking after all. The enemy outnumbered them, and their strength was unknown. But Lei Ming had already snorted coldly, gripping his purple spear tightly as he charged toward the demon horde. Lei Ming was formidable. Without devouring any other abilities for support, he had single-handedly strengthened his lightning-type ability to the peak of the 8th tier. When unleashed at full power, it could change the very weather, summoning heavenly thunder. Fang Yu had no time to question him, for the Void Ripper had locked onto him as its target. Crackle! 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 Lei Ming charged toward the demons, trailing a series of electric arcs. On the surface, he appeared fearless and heroic. In reality, halfway through his charge, he suddenly made a sharp turn and darted into a roadside shop. Boom! With a deafening crash, Lei Ming smashed through the shop wall and fled across the street. Seeing Lei Ming's actions, not just Fang Yu, but even the demons poised for attack were stunned. We were all ready to kick some ass, and you just turn and run? Where's your backbone? Go after him. Take him down. Lei Ming, you bastard. Boom! Puff! 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 Several high-ranking demons received the order and began pursuing Lei Ming. Fang Yu tried to curse, but before he could finish, Lai Su seized the moment, teleporting behind him and kicking him flying. Mid-air, Li Shu delivered several tentacle-piercing attacks, staining Fang Yu's robes crimson as he grimaced in agony. Fortunately, his strength was formidable, and he'd been prepared. Otherwise, the single strike could have sent him down the same path as Gu Chanshan. Damn it, damn it! Fang Yu cursed inwardly. The excruciating pain was almost unbearable, but there was no time for overthinking now. The space around this rift breaker's body was inherently warped. Anyone within a certain range of him was unable to use teleportation skills. After several consecutive exchanges, Fang Yu was covered in wounds, his body drenched in blood. Swish! Fang Yu finally seized an opening, swinging his sword of the void to force Lai Su back. He immediately created distance and activated his spatial teleportation. At this point, he didn't care where he was teleporting to, he just kept flashing in the same direction. After several consecutive spatial jumps, exhaustion overtook him, and he collapsed to the ground. Just then, Bai appeared before him, swiftly snatching the long sword from his grasp. The sword of void cleaving, wasted in your hands. Chapter 39, Fang Yu's Demise. Demons had not only planted spies among humanity, but those capable of reaching Blue Star were now more numerous and powerful than a decade ago. One rift breaker might not be much, but what comes next? The demons emerging would only grow stronger. Relying solely on the awakened of the City of Light was utterly insufficient to stop them. The refuge was nothing but a joke in their presence. But none of this concerned Bai. After all, he possessed a separate dimension. No matter how formidable the demons grew, could they possibly invade his realm? Even if they did come, Bai was the god of that world. Within that space, no demon could possibly stand against him. Fight! Fight fiercely! Take them down! Damn it, these things have skin thick as hell! Tap tap tap! Tap tap tap! Around 2 p.m., over 4 hours had passed since the seal was broken. Chen Weijun was leading a rescue squad near the northern city gates, engaging 4 black armor dragons. Though the black armor dragon's scales could deflect bullets, repeated strikes on the same spot could still wound them. Their wounds required considerable time to self-heal. During this window, finishing them off with enchanted weapons or psychic abilities could secure their demise. However, the black armor dragons possessed not only short-range flight capabilities but also extraordinary agility. Even highly trained individuals would struggle to match them. For black-armored dragons flapped their wings, coordinating their movements to launch overlapping attacks. They quickly scattered the firepower of Chen Weijun's small squad. Roar! One black-armored dragon, relying on its blazing speed, dodged most of the bullets and lunged at Chen Weijun from an extremely angle. Captain, watch out! As the dark shadow loomed larger and his gun ran out of ammunition, only one thought raced through Chen Weijun's mind. I'm done for. Boom! At the critical moment, a tremendous force slammed into the creature from an unknown direction, sending the multi-ton black-armored dragon flying backward. The immense impact, amplified by the creature's exaggerated weight, slammed it into a distant wall with a thunderous crash. The wall shook, sending fragments of stone flying. Before the black-armored dragon could even get back to its feet, an invisible energy wave sliced clean through its neck. Swish! A spatial distortion sliced cleanly through its head. Holy, what the hell just happened? Reinforcements? Bai? The overwhelming power and decisive technique left them stunned. When Chen Weijun recognized the newcomer's face, he couldn't believe his eyes. He could understand other awakens saving him, but Bai? Bai paid him no mind, striding forward while effortlessly dispatching the remaining 3 black armor dragons. His mastery of spatial manipulation combined with precise spatial cuts made disabling these black armor dragons effortless. Witnessing this, the rest of the squad members, aside from Chen Weijun, were equally dumbfounded. Why did you save us? Chen Weijun could scarcely believe it. This morning they were hunting him down, and this afternoon he was saved by the very person they were pursuing? Bai halted, glancing at him. Just passing by. Helped out. But we just this morning. I'm a man who keeps his debts and grievances separate. You were just following orders, weren't you? Hearing Bai's words, Chen Weijun felt a pang of guilt. They were indeed following orders. Before the operation, he had even questioned why they were arresting Bai. But when higher-ups listed Bai's crimes and informed them he was likely already under the devil's spell, instructing them to simply carry out the order, he had said nothing more. But now. I owe you my life. No need. Bai turned and walked away, waving without looking back, as if he were merely passing through. Live well. Could someone like this truly be seduced by demons? Watching Bai's retreating figure, Chen Weijun suddenly began to doubt himself. The reports he'd received these past 2 days painted Bai as utterly depraved, arrogantly domineering, and fundamentally flawed in his dealings. Even he had begun to waver when he saw the video of Bai brutally killing Li Ming. But now, a man so targeted by society not only refrained from revenge but actually saved them? Could such a person truly be a demon? Captain! Trouble! As Chen Weijun pondered, a soldier sprinted frantically across the street, interrupting his thoughts. He frowned slightly. What is it? Another demon sighting? No, not that. We found a body over there. A body? Chen Weijun felt a pang of bitterness at the news. Isn't finding a corpse perfectly normal in this kind of environment? Demons were everywhere in the city, now finding a corpse was the most ordinary thing imaginable. No, it's not just any human corpse. The soldier swallowed hard, taking a moment to compose himself. You'll see when you come with me. 5 minutes later. Chen Weijun stood beside the body of a young man dressed in a black uniform, his face etched with shock. The body was covered in blood, riddled with wounds, and its internal organs appeared to have been torn out by some beast. Yet, the face remained relatively intact, allowing Chen to easily recognize the victim. Fang Yu? Recognizing the body as Fang Yu, Chen Weijun was utterly shocked. Fang Yu was a spatial ability user. His life-saving spatial leap ability was exceptionally powerful. Who could possibly kill such an ability user, unless they were also a spatial ability user? Another spatial ability user? Su Bai? Recalling Su Bai's abilities and the direction he had just come from, Chen Weijun was overcome with dread. Could it really be Su Bai? Impossible. Would someone like Su Bai target another powerful human? Did Su Bai kill Fang Yu? Yes, and no. Given the circumstances, even if Su Bai had left, he couldn't have gone far after all. He despised demons too. With two despised factions clashing, how could he not watch? So he ascended to the rooftop of a nearby skyscraper to observe. Upon seeing Fang Yu leap away, wounded, he promptly pursued. With Fang Yu severely injured, his spatial leap couldn't have taken him far. Detecting spatial fluctuations within that range was child's play for Su Bai. After Fang Yu collapsed unconscious, Su Bai retrieved his sky-slicing sword only to suddenly notice two mutated beasts lurking in the adjacent building, glaring at him menacingly. There was no deep-seated grudge between him and Fang Yu. At most, Fang Yu had taken his job and slandered him behind his back. Su Bai could have saved him. But his desire to help others had died, so he chose to abandon him. Thus, while unconscious, Fang Yu had his stomach torn open by two mutated beasts. This was his fate, the ending he deserved. Too bad they fled in different directions, Su Bai muttered to himself. Otherwise, Lei Ming would have died too. The others didn't matter, but Lei Ming had stirred his desire to kill. However, with other matters demanding his attention, he could only grant him 2 more days of life. Teleporting to Su Chinya's rented apartment, Su Bai activated the portal. There she was, playing games with Wang Midwa in the alternate space? Having fun, huh? Boss. Boss. You two continue resting, Su Bai instructed before turning to the little girl. Duo, come out. We're home. Chapter 40, Leaving the City of Light? The alternate dimension was unaffected by external terrain, allowing portals to open anywhere at any time. Their positions could also be customized according to Su Bai's preferences. Su Bai opened the portal in front of Su Chinya and the others, yet only Wang Midwa stepped through. Su Chinya had only stayed in this neighborhood for 1 night. She couldn't recognize it as the very complex she rented from the limited glimpse offered by the portal. Wang Midwa, however, was overjoyed upon being pulled from the alternate dimension to find her actual residential complex before her. She happily led Su Bai home. Could something have happened to my daughter? High-end residential complex, Building 5, Unit 1, Apartment 1602. After Su Bai left, Fang Wanqing felt conflicted. She both hoped he would return and hoped he wouldn't. Su Bai's return meant her daughter was safe, but his absence meant she and her husband were safe. She couldn't have both. After a moment's thought, she decided Su Bai's return was preferable after all, her daughter's safety was paramount. However, she believed that with Su Bai's capabilities, he should be back within an hour at most. Yet, after waiting for 2 hours with no sign of him, she began to grow anxious. Now, after waiting over 3 hours, she was as frantic as an ant on a hot pan. Mom, hurry up and open the door. I'm back. Wang Midwa's knock sounded like heavenly music to her long-waiting ears, and she rushed to open the door. Seeing her daughter standing safely at the doorway, she immediately burst into tears and pulled her into a tight embrace. Duo, are you okay? Thank goodness. Mommy, don't cry. Uncle is so amazing. His world is so big and vast, and it's very safe inside. Okay. Mommy won't cry. Fang Wanqing clearly didn't grasp the significance of the phrase his world, but it didn't matter. All that mattered was that her daughter had returned safely. I've brought your daughter back. Have you packed your things? Pack my things? Fang Wanqing wiped her tears, puzzled. Su Bai, however, was curious. You don't need to pack your luggage? If I may ask, where exactly are you planning to take us? First, we'll meet up with some friends in the east part of the city, then we'll leave the City of Light. Why leave City of Light? Fang Wanqing couldn't understand. The seal is broken now, demons are everywhere in the city, and you actually want to go to another city? Isn't the road even more dangerous than the city? Based on the intelligence I've gathered, it won't be long before City of Light falls. To resist the demons, we must find more high-level awakened ones. What? Hearing Su Bai's words, Fang Wanqing instantly lost her composure. The City of Light will fall? Are you kidding me? With its massive population and countless top-tier warriors, how could it possibly fall? Don't be so shocked. Just follow me, and I'll guarantee your safety. But... Fang Wanqing hesitated, prompting Su Bai to frown. What? You're not going back on your word, are you? No, Fang Wanqing hurriedly replied. I just feel reluctant to leave. After all, I spent so much money on this place, and I haven't packed yet. Could you wait a little longer for me? Sure, go ahead. Duo, play with Uncle in the living room. Mommy's going to pack up. Okay, Mom. As Fang Wanqing spoke, her eyes and tone betrayed a hint of evasiveness. Bai sensed something was off, but he didn't refuse her request. Glancing around the living room, he found it clean and tidy, with no lingering odors, clear evidence that Fang Wanqing was a meticulous person. Sitting alone on the sofa, Bai activated his perception abilities. He remembered seeing a man in the kitchen earlier, but now he was gone? A quick scan suggested the man had gone next door? The housing structure in this complex was quite unique. With enough courage, one could leap from their bedroom balcony to the adjacent unit's balcony. With no one else home on the 16th floor and all security doors tightly locked, Wang Zhenming had taken the risk of jumping across the balconies, fearing Bai might return and discover his presence. Upon entering the room, Fang Wanqing immediately closed the door and stepped out onto the balcony. Hey, honey? Honey? Hearing his wife's soft call, Wang Zhenming quickly stood up. Did he bring our daughter back? Yes. Fang Wanqing nodded. He said City of Light is about to fall and wants to take us away. What should I do now? What? The City of Light is going to fall? Hearing this news, Wang Zhenming was completely stunned. Though he didn't think Bai was a good person, he recognized Bai's capabilities. Knowing Bai had access to more information channels than himself, he didn't doubt the authenticity of this news. After all, falling didn't just mean danger, it meant the entire city would lose its defenses, rendering even the shelters useless. He had been planning to head to the shelter himself? What to do? What to do? He couldn't die. As Wang Zhenming snapped back to reality, panic began to set in. His mind raced, and soon he came up with a plan. Here's what we'll do. Agree to his terms for now, but when you leave, make a condition: he has to take me with him. Ha? Fang Wanqing froze, her mind clearly struggling to process it. How could he possibly agree to something like that? Are you stupid? Just don't tell him about our relationship. Wang Zhenming pondered for a moment. Just say I'm your cousin. As long as we keep our distance normally, he probably won't suspect anything. Is that how it is? I don't mind, but what about our daughter? What if she slips up and... You'll have to talk some sense into her. At a critical moment like this, we can't afford to be careless. Alright. Fang Wanqing thought it over. With no other options, she could only follow her husband's plan. Cousin? Hearing their exchange, Bai's gaze turned icy. Fang Wanqing had underestimated the capabilities of an awakened one, or rather, she had underestimated the abilities of a high-tier awakened one like Bai. Every word of their whispered conversation behind the closed door had reached his ears. Bai disliked being deceived, especially when the deception was deliberate and calculated. Though he didn't know why this couple was acting this way, he no longer cared. He couldn't be bothered to use mental control to force them to tell the truth. You want to play games? Fine, I'll play along. Duo, if you're tired, go lie down on the sofa for a bit. Bai's offhand remark made Wang Midwa yawn involuntarily. Wow. Uncle, you're amazing. How did you even know I wanted to sleep? Then I'll lie down for a bit. Wake me when Mom's done cleaning. Okay. Bai nodded, no longer paying her any mind. He got up and walked to Fang Wanqing's door, giving it a light knock. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden knocking startled Fang Wanqing, who hurried to open the door. What is it? Just packing a suitcase. Did you really need to lock the door? By the time Bai finished speaking, he had already grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his embrace. Chapter 41, I'm really pissed right now. Fang Wanqing was taller and heavier than Su Qinya. Overall, her body wasn't as supple as Su Qinya's, but she still felt quite nice to the touch. Su Qinya was a C cup, while she was at least a D. Add to that the uniquely feminine scent of her perfume. What are you doing? Suddenly pulled into Bai's embrace, Fang Wanqing felt utterly flustered. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes as her body instinctively began to struggle. She was a married woman, and her marriage was perfectly fine. How could she possibly allow another man to touch her? Unfortunately, her strength was no match for Bai. She couldn't budge him at all. Ignoring her struggles, Bai merely smiled. You already agreed to be with me. Just consider this a little interest. No. Fang Wanqing protested immediately, then quickly realized that wasn't a valid excuse and scrambled for another. Duo is still out there. Bai replied. She was so frightened today she passed out on the couch. That still won't do. Fang Wanqing froze for a moment, then still refused, her face flushing slightly. I'm on my period today. This was the tactic Wang Zhenming had taught her earlier. While it wouldn't change anything, at least it could buy a few more days. What the hell? Bai knew exactly what that meant and recognized the lie, but he didn't call her out on it. Why now? Why today of all days? I had no choice. It was supposed to start in 2 days, but for some reason, it came early. But I'm really hot right now. Bai narrowed his eyes and placed his hand on Fang Wanqing's silky hair. Alright then, get down on your knees. What? Fang Wanqing was stunned. She wasn't some innocent little girl. She knew exactly what Bai wanted her to kneel for. But she hadn't expected him to demand it at this moment. She was completely unprepared. To do this in broad daylight with a man other than her husband. How could that be possible? What? You don't want to? Bai frowned, his tone tinged with anger. Was this woman seriously going back on her word? Hearing the anger in Bai's voice, Fang Wanqing's mind snapped back into focus. Only then did she remember that the man before her was a monster far more terrifying than any demon. At this point, could she afford to offend him? Could she refuse? Though Wang Jinming had developed some issues in that department from years of overtime work and had put on weight, making him no match for Bai's physique or looks. But she and her husband didn't have major conflicts. That loyalty ingrained in her bones made it impossible for her to speak up. It's not that I don't want to, Fang Wanqing quickly improvised an excuse. It's just that we only met today. This feels like it's moving too fast. Do you take me for a fool? Bai's voice turned icy as he released her. Fine. If you're unwilling, I won't force you. But I saved your daughter. Taking her with me is no problem, right? When you've come to your senses, I'll bring her back. With that, Bai turned and walked away. He hadn't always been this hot-tempered, and he certainly wouldn't have resorted to threatening a mother with her own daughter. But whether Fang Wanqing had touched his sore spot or not, she had succeeded in shattering his usual patience. You don't want to? Fine, I don't need her anyway. There are plenty of women in this world. With my current abilities, finding 2 women would be a piece of cake. My daughter? Fang Wanqing froze upon hearing him mention her daughter. Panic seized her as she desperately called out, wait a moment. Bai ignored her, already striding out the door, clearly seething with genuine anger. Fang Wanqing grew even more frantic, rushing after him and grabbing Bai's arm. I'm sorry. I didn't think it through earlier. I'll help you. Are you sure? Bai halted. Fang Wanqing bit her lip and nodded. I'm sure. For her husband, for her daughter, she had no choice but to endure. Fine then. We'll see how you perform. Bai reluctantly returned to the room they'd just been in and sat down on the large bed where the couple usually slept. How could Fang Wanqing possibly refuse now? I'll go draw the curtains first. This room had a sliding glass door leading to the balcony. Wang Jinming, not being an awakened one, couldn't hear a thing once the glass door was closed, but he could see the drawn curtains. Why close the curtains in broad daylight? Wang Jinming was puzzled, then something occurred to him. Could it be? In that moment, rage filled his chest. He wanted nothing more than to leap over the balcony and confront Bai, but the corpse of the Crimson Flame Eagle below calmed him. He was just an ordinary person. Forget the Crimson Flame Eagle, even a regular demon could easily take him down. With such meager strength, how could he possibly stand against Bai? Small irritations can ruin big plans. It's just a curtain drawn, no big deal. It's broad daylight, they might not even be doing that sort of thing. Right. It might not be that. As long as I survive, nothing else matters. Wang Jinming clenched his fists, repeating these words to himself like a mantra. It must be said that the descent of the demon was hell for most people. Wang Jinming's situation was far from unique. But for high-tier awakened ones, the impact wasn't significant, especially for Bai. Back when he served as a sealed guardian, the endless deserts, abysses, and darkness before his eyes offered no glimmer of hope. Where had he ever enjoyed such treatment? The current sensation felt considerably better than before. Yet while Bai was enjoying Fang Wanqing's attentions, a peculiar blockade incident unfolded at the Southern City refugee shelter. Stop. You're not allowed in. You killed so many people, what right do you have to live? My son is dead. I demand you bury yourself with him. Lord Mayor, is the breaking of the seal not just a rumor? How do you explain the current situation? As the new guardian, why isn't Fang Yu guarding the seal site? Why is he participating in the hunt for Bai? Could it be true, as Bai claims, that he couldn't endure the hardships of the desert? Now that the seal is broken, countless citizens have died or been injured, and masses of people are displaced. As city lord, don't you owe the citizens an explanation? How many demons appeared this time? Can we still drive them back? Wu Shian, after all, was the current city lord. Even though despair had already taken root in his heart, the guard squad still rushed him here first. But upon arrival, he couldn't even enter the shelter. Instead, he was blocked at the entrance by a massive crowd of citizens and journalists. Facing the angry crowd and press, Wu Shian felt immense impatience, yet he delivered the prepared statement he had long rehearsed. Everyone, please calm down. Listen to me. We bear responsibility for this incident, but the blame does not rest solely with us. According to our investigation, the seal malfunctioned because the former guardian, Bai, was seduced by demons and became one of them. His spatial abilities were formidable, making it nearly impossible for others to detect his tampering with the seal. Our failure to detect this promptly was a dereliction of duty. Rest assured, however, that even if he perfected his spatial abilities, we will find a way to bring him to justice and give our fallen comrades the closure they deserve. Chapter 42, Despair Su-bai and Lai Su in Collusion? Shifting the blame onto Su-bai was a suggestion Wu Qingya made when she returned to the city lord's residence before the evacuation began. This move would not only absolve them of most responsibility but also turn Su-bai into a public enemy, avenging Wu Qingya's 2 instances of coughing up blood. Most crucially, the narrative that Su-bai was seduced by demons and tampered with the seal held strong plausibility. Ordinary citizens would struggle to discern the truth. Wu Shian found it utterly plausible. Thus, while fully recovering, he had Lei Ming's clan spread these claims, which explained why Lei Ming had spoken those words when encountering Su-bai earlier. So that's how it was? Su-bai was bewitched by demons? That sounds pretty far-fetched. I think it's far-fetched too. If he really was possessed, why would he have someone post on Weibo to warn us? Well, you wouldn't know this, would you? He made a mistake and refused to accept the punishment imposed on him. So he tampered with the seal and simultaneously posted on Weibo to warn everyone. This way, he could regain everyone's trust and support. No way. He'd break the seal to the other world just to win back trust? How utterly insane is that? Exactly. And from the start, making him apologize to some female influencer felt absurd. How can you judge someone possessed by demons by normal standards? This actually makes a point. Hearing Wu Xianxiang's words, the crowd immediately began discussing. Each side had its own arguments. Wu Xianxiang's words weren't impossible, and their speculations weren't without merit. But for ordinary people with limited access to information, distinguishing truth from lies was incredibly difficult. You're full of it. Amidst the heated debate, a beautiful woman dressed in a white casual suit stepped forward from the crowd. Accompanied by 2 bodyguards and a female assistant, she addressed Wu Xianxiang. Lord Wu, you claim Su-bai was seduced by demons? Then let me ask you this, Su-bai guarded the seal for 10 years without succumbing to demonic influence. Why would he suddenly defect to the demons at this critical juncture? True, he did let a few minor demons into the city earlier, but that was because the seal itself malfunctioned. And he even had his teammates send out warnings to everyone. So what did you all do in response? Not only did you refuse to believe him, you replaced him, accused him of spreading rumors, and ultimately pinned the blame on Su-bai? The truth is staring you right in the face, yet you still spout such blatant lies? Look at this city filled with demons and the corpses of our fellow countrymen. Doesn't your conscience ache at all? The beautiful woman spoke with impassioned fervor and righteous indignation, lambasting Wu Xianxiang mercilessly. The onlookers nodded in agreement, seemingly convinced this was the truth. Wu Xianxiang's face flushed with embarrassment, but he forced down his anger and glared at the woman. Who are you? Are you close with this Su-bai? The woman faltered, then replied, I don't know him well, but that doesn't stop me from knowing the truth. You barely know him. What truth could you possibly know? Wu Xianxiang felt a wave of relief wash over him, his face twisted with contempt. Is it not true that he assaulted a reporter in broad daylight and intimidated the victim? Did I fabricate the story about him committing murder in public and resisting arrest? If you continue spouting nonsense and stirring up public unrest, do you believe I won't arrest you too? You. Enough, miss. The woman tried to say more, but her assistant pulled her back. This kind of thing is impossible to explain clearly. There's no point arguing with them about who's right or wrong. I just can't stand what they're doing. But, report. Amidst the woman and assistant's exchange, a soldier rushed in frantically from outside. Wu Xianxiang was already annoyed by this interruption today, but he still had to ask, what is it? Thunder God Lei is injured. What? Hearing that Lei Ming was injured, Wu Xianxiang could scarcely believe his ears. After all, Lei Ming's strength was no less than his son's, and he had Fang Yu by his side. How could he get injured so easily? Without pausing to think, he hurriedly instructed the other party to lead the way. About 5 minutes later, Wu Xianxiang found Lei Ming in the rest area, his body wrapped in bandages. Though Lei Ming couldn't teleport, his movement speed was exceptional. Only a handful of high-level demons could match him, so his injuries weren't too severe. Lei Ming, who injured you? Su-bai. Lei Ming gasped, decisively shifting the blame onto Su-bai. He colluded with a demon called Shatter Void. Fang Yu and I were no match for them. What about Fang Yu? No idea. We got separated when they charged at us. Hearing this, Wu Xianxiang was utterly dumbfounded. What level of demon could possibly coordinate with Su-bai to separate Lei Ming and Fang Yu? Before he could ask more questions, his men brought another piece of news: Fang Yu is dead. The news sent a wave of relief through Lei Ming's chest. He'd been scheming about how to silence Fang Yu, but now the man was dead? Now, his act of abandoning his comrade and fleeing wouldn't be exposed to others. For Wu Xianxiang, however, it was like a bolt from the blue. A spatial ability user, hailed as the master of survival, how could he just die like this? How did he die? The fact that Wu Xianxiang would abandon Su-bai meant Fang Yu's identity was far from ordinary. He was the son of Fang Yuanshan, the wealthiest man in the neighboring city. The collusion between officials and business tycoons, the powerful alliance that was the primary reason he had chosen Fang Yu. But now, Fang Yu's death left Wu Shian deeply unsettled, momentarily at a loss for how to explain himself to Fang Yuanshan. Meanwhile, within the City of Light. Notice, demons are advancing fiercely. The city is no longer safe. All residents are urged to proceed to shelters immediately. Notice, demons are advancing fiercely. The city is no longer safe. All residents are urged to proceed to shelters immediately. Demons continued to rampage through the city, while the City of Light's guard forces carried out their respective defensive duties. Though the initial demon numbers were small, they attacked from multiple fronts: ground assaults, aerial incursions, and even summoned entities invading the city. Thus, while the guard could barely manage during daylight hours, once night fell, even they would likely only be able to protect themselves. Reporting to the captain. On the northern city wall of City of Light, an armed warrior approached Huang Ziyuan. The supreme commander of the city defense department was Wu Yan, followed by the captains of the city guard squadrons. Ling Fengxiao commanded the 1st battalion, while Huang Ziyuan led the 2nd. Watching the mist appear in the distance, Huang Ziyuan took a deep breath. Speak. Our men discovered a high-level demon within the city. Not only does it possess intelligence comparable to humans, but it can also use teleportation and create portals. As the armed soldier finished his report, a flicker of despair crossed his dust-covered face. Teleportation and portals? Huang Ziyuan froze upon hearing this. It was a widely accepted consensus that the higher a demon's intelligence, the greater its power. While not absolute, this principle held significant value as a reference. Now, a demon with human-level intelligence and spatial abilities had appeared within the city? Wouldn't that put the refuge in grave danger? The shelter can only defend against ordinary demons. It can't withstand monsters wielding spatial power. Have them immediately seal off the interior space of the shelter. Don't let such monsters exploit spatial power to enter the shelter. Hearing this, the armed warrior looked troubled. Sealing off space requires assistance from a spatial ability user. We currently have no high-level spatial ability users available. What about Fang Yu and Hu Taiping? According to reliable sources, Hu Taiping is currently missing. As for Fang Yu, he has fallen in battle. What? Chapter 43, Searching for Su Bai's Whereabouts. Huang Ziyuan was utterly stunned by his subordinate's report, unable to believe his ears. Hu Taiping vanishing was one thing, but Fang Yu actually killed in battle? Are you kidding me? A spatial ability user just gets killed that easily? If he couldn't defeat the demons, didn't he know to use spatial teleportation to escape? How could this happen? Huang Ziyuan's mind went blank, but the situation left him no time to dwell on it. In the entire City of Light, with its population of 2 to 3 million, there were only 3 spatial ability users. Now that Hu Taiping was missing and Fang Yu had fallen in battle, only one remained. Su Bai? Notify the search teams immediately. Have them mobilize all resources to locate Su Bai. Treat him with courtesy. Once found, under no circumstances provoke him. Go now. Yes, sir. The armed soldier saluted and departed. Huang Ziyuan gazed at the sky growing dark in the distance, then slowly closed his own eyes. Su Bai, oh Su Bai. I hope you're still willing to step in. Getting Su Bai to apologize to the female influencer was actually quite simple. Anyone who'd ever worked in management knew how it worked. But these individuals weren't particularly close to Su Bai, held little real authority, and Wu Shian had found 2 substitutes. Any sane person would play it safe at this juncture. Hunting down Su Bai was merely their way of distancing themselves from the situation. Yet now, events had taken an unexpected turn, catching even him off guard. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the bedroom of Unit 1602, a high-end residential complex, Su Bai remained unaware of the situation elsewhere. To him now, did the lives of others even matter? Not anymore. Living his own life was more important than anything else. Ugh. As Fang Wanqing pulled over the nearby trash can, Su Bai felt completely relieved. Not bad. I'm satisfied. Hurry up and pack your things. We'll try to reach the East City shelter before nightfall. Fang Wanqing rubbed her jawline and shot Su Bai a reproachful look. Alright, fine. But, can I bring one more person? Who? My cousin. He lives next door. It won't take much of your time. Sure. Su Bai gave a slight smile, choosing not to call her bluff. I said I'd grant any reasonable request you have. Thank you. Fang Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief, thinking her efforts hadn't been in vain. Su Bai ignored her, returning to the living room sofa to sit down and rest his eyes. As time passed, Duo was carried into the bedroom. After rinsing her mouth and disposing of the trash, Fang Wanqing woke her up and gave her countless instructions. Duo, you know the situation outside now. I'll bring Dad over soon, but to keep him safe, you can't call him Dad anymore. Got it? Ha? Why? Wangni Duo looked utterly bewildered. Fang Wanqing said anxiously, I can't explain the details now. All you need to know is, if you want Dad to be safe, you can't call him Dad anymore. Otherwise, you might never see him again. This is very important. You must remember it. Oh, I understand. Though only 10 years old and still naive about many things, Wang Midwa could tell her mother wasn't joking. So she could keep this promise. And so, Wang Jinming appeared in the living room of apartment 1602 as Fang Wanqing's cousin. Haven't we met somewhere before? Su Bai's offhand remark nearly scared Wang Jinming out of his wits, but luckily he'd already prepared his response. Heh, handsome, you're joking. We've only just met today. Then maybe I just misremembered. Su Bai muttered under his breath, allowing Wang Jinming to breathe a sigh of relief. Sure enough, with his wife acting as a buffer, he wouldn't lay a finger on him when unsure of his intentions. This turned out to be a blessing in disguise. To avoid arousing suspicion, Wang Jinming pretended to return next door to pack his belongings. Su Bai paid him no mind, taking the opportunity to scavenge some supplies outside. Cigarettes, alcohol, drinks, melon seeds, peanuts, bottled water, toilet paper, any supplies Su Bai would take without hesitation. But after Su Bai left, Wang Jinming cautiously approached his wife to ask, "Honey, why did you close the curtains just now?" Duo got scared and is sleeping in the room. "I didn't want the light outside disturbing her," Fang Wanqing replied without batting an eye. She wasn't some teenager or young woman. Since they'd already done it, there was nothing left to agonize over. Is that really it? Wang Jinming looked doubtful. What else could it be? Seeing his reaction, Fang Wanqing instantly feigned anger. "Wang Jinming, what are you implying? It's broad daylight." And no. Wang Jinming felt awkward. I was worried he might do something to you. What good does fear do? Fang Wanqing grew heated at this point. Given the situation, either you go kill him, or it'll happen sooner or later. Instead of worrying about this, you'd be better off figuring out how to get rid of him. Sigh. Hearing this, Wang Jinming sighed helplessly. "Don't worry, honey. I'll figure something out." But how could they possibly escape someone so powerful? With their abilities, their only chance might be reaching the shelter. Shaking his head to clear his mind, Wang Jinming trusted Fang Wanqing's words and returned to the next room to pack their belongings. By the time they finished packing, Su Bai had also nearly wrapped up. He returned, tossed all their luggage into his personal storage space, and activated the teleportation portal. What is this? Staring at the enormous portal ring before them, the Wang couple's eyes widened in shock. Su Bai ignored their reaction. "Step inside. It's safe in there. Mom, let's hurry. Uncle's world is so safe." While Fang Wanqing stood frozen in shock, Wang Duo, already familiar with the process, cheerfully pulled her inside. Inside, there was no one else besides Su Qinya and her daughter. Wang Jinming instinctively tried to step inside, but Su Bai stopped him with a hand. "You're a man. Don't go in. We'll use another portal." Su Bai closed the portal as he spoke, tearing open a spatial rift for him to slip through. Witnessing this, Wang Jinming was utterly dumbfounded. He had thought he had a rough grasp of Su Bai's abilities, assuming the man was merely a psychic who could use a personal space and perform short-range teleportation. At most, he might possess some demonic skills and spatial cutting techniques. But now, this guy could not only create his own space, but also tear open a rift to teleport people? What the hell kind of god-tier skills were these? But there was no time to ponder now. He had no choice but to follow Su Bai through the spatial fissure. Chapter 44, The Borderline Positive Energy Streamer? I absolutely must find a healer. While Su Bai led Fang Wanqing's family toward the East City shelter. On Renmin Road in the eastern part of the city, a girl clad in black spandex, her face smudged with grime, navigated the chaotic street with cautious steps. The girl was about 17 or 18, short and petite, but upon closer look, her features were exquisitely delicate and the skin exposed beneath her clothing was as white as snow. Using her own wits, she avoided the chaotic crowds and found a military unit. "Excuse me, does your unit have any healers?" The leader of the group glanced at her with a hint of resignation. "We do have a healer, but there are wounded everywhere right now. He's completely overwhelmed." "Then do you know where any other healers might be?" "Well, Captain, it's the Ice Falcon." The captain's words were cut off by the panicked shouts of his soldiers. At the mention of Ice Falcon, the captain hesitated not a moment. He turned to the girl and said urgently, "I'm sorry, young lady. We're the cleanup squad, tasked with eliminating demons appearing within the city. If your family is injured, hurry back home, secure your doors and windows, and wait for the rescue team. Now, leave this place immediately." All right. Wang Muyao, 160 centimeters tall, 18 years old, online alias Little Nayo, worked as a borderline streamer. Yes, she had lost both parents at a young age and was raised solely by her grandmother, living a life of extreme hardship. To ease her grandmother's burden, she became a borderline streamer at just 15 years old. While edgy streamers were common these days, breaking through to major fame was tough. Yet she carved her own path with her delicate features, petite frame, and under 18 status. Her short videos featured Lolita-style outfits, princess dresses with white stockings, JK-style boots with over-the-knee socks, t-shirts with hot pants and athletic socks. During live streams, she wore bunny ears and spoke with a high-pitched voice. If I ever make big bucks or unlock advanced powers, I'll definitely find a girlfriend just like you. This was a highly upvoted comment under one of her videos. Seeing this comment, other netizens assumed she wouldn't acknowledge it or would offer a perfunctory thank you. But to everyone's surprise, she soon replied, if you're rich, find someone normal. I'm just borderline. It must be said that in this materialistic society, Wang Muyao's comment was refreshingly honest. It was precisely this comment that made many netizens feel she had sound values, prompting them to follow her in droves. Recently, when the Subai incident was making waves, she dropped another positive statement in her livestream. Make the Seal Guardian apologize to an influencer? Why should he? She's just an influencer, does she even deserve it? The moment these words were spoken, they instantly caused an uproar online. Her fans praised her boldness, marveling that someone with just hundreds of thousands of followers dared to take on the millions of fans of Qianbao. Meanwhile, Gu Qianxian's supporters stormed into her livestream and tore her apart with insults. Who do you think you are, insulting our Qianbao? Our Qianxian isn't worthy? And you are? What kind of trash are you, coming out to sell yourself? So young and already trying to be edgy? How disgusting. Pushing boundaries at such a young age? Don't your parents care? Though Wang Muyao possessed remarkable mental resilience, she was still only 18. Compounded by her significantly smaller fanbase, her ability to withstand attacks simply couldn't match that of Gu Qianxian's supporters. Seeing the netizens hurling such vile insults, she hurriedly ended her stream, cutting off all contact with the outside world. For days afterward, she avoided posting videos or streaming, terrified that Gu Qianxian's fans would storm in to attack her. Still, she kept tabs on online developments. When she saw Subai smash Gu Qianxian's phone and grab her by the throat, she felt incredibly vindicated. She had merely spoken the truth, yet Gu Qianxian's fans came to attack her? What gave them the right? Especially after seeing Gu Qianxian's video later, learning that she had deliberately incited her fans to come and insult others, she felt even more resentful. Now that she was scared stiff by Subai, she deserved it. That Subai, what a real man. I just wonder if this will backfire on him. That was Wang Muyao's thought at the time. That thought lingered until this very morning. Seeing so many experts set up an elaborate trap to capture Subai, she held her breath in anxiety. When she witnessed him unleash his spatial leap ability, she breathed a sigh of relief. Now, upon hearing the cleanup squad leader's words and spotting a falcon radiating icy coldness appear in the sky, she had no time to think. She immediately retreated toward a safe location. Her running speed was remarkable, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. Buzz! Just as she reached the corner of the street, a spatial fluctuation suddenly erupted directly ahead, blocking her path. What is this? Her heightened sensitivity to danger kicked in, prompting her to slam on the brakes and slide sideways, diving behind a wrecked car. The moment she took cover, a rift split open in the space ahead. Immediately after, a middle-aged man in a suit, slightly overweight, emerged from the spatial fissure. Spatial ability? This person is a spatial ability user? Wang Muyao found it hard to believe her conclusion. There were only 3 spatial ability users in the entire City of Light. Subai? She'd seen him online. Fang Yu? Heard he was a young guy. Could this be Hu Taiping? Spatial ability users were treated like VIPs wherever they went, backed by incredibly powerful networks. Wang Muyao felt like she'd hit the jackpot encountering such a high-tier ability user precisely when she needed help the most. Should I go ask him for help? Wang Muyao raced through her thoughts. Mind your own business and don't meddle in others' affairs. This was the prevailing attitude among most residents of City of Light. Would someone so high and mighty even bother helping her? And why should he? But if she didn't seek help, what would become of her grandmother? As Wang Muyao's mind wandered, a second person emerged from the spatial rift. The moment she saw this person's face, her eyes widened in shock. Subai? Tall and straight-backed, with a handsome face, no mistake, it was Subai. That face was deeply familiar to her, she could never mistake it. In that moment, all her reservations vanished. She darted out from behind the car and sprinted toward Subai. Subai. Chapter 45, The Ice Soul Pearl. Spatial teleportation required precise sensing and positioning. With the current chaos engulfing the City of Light, severe spatial interference limited Subai's teleportation range. After 2 transfers, hearing someone call his name left him slightly puzzled. Tearing through space just to get somewhere, and he still ran into someone he knew? Seeing the person calling his name a filthy little girl only deepened his confusion. You know me? You're my fan. Wait, no, I'm your idol. Ugh, that's wrong too, I'm your fan. Wang Muyao babbled incoherently, spouting nonsensical nonsense that made Subai laugh. You're my fan? Someone like me actually has fans? Of course. Wang Muyao declared matter-of-factly, I don't care what others think, but I think you're great, handsome, responsible, and incredibly talented. Stop. Cut the flattery. Subai cut off her flattery and studied her closely. You suddenly show up pretending to be my fan. You must need my help with something. Spill it. If it's not too much trouble, I'll take care of it. Though Subai suspected she was likely a fake fan, he didn't refuse outright. After all, his reputation had been so terrible lately that gaining even one fan wasn't easy. Even if this fan was a fake, he'd take it. What? I really am your fan. Are you going to tell me or not? If not, I'm leaving. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Seeing Subai about to leave, Wang Muyo hurriedly called him back. Before approaching Subai, she'd felt a bit uneasy. After all, his reputation had been quite poor lately. What if she'd misjudged the situation? Instead of getting help, she might end up putting herself in danger. But after exchanging a few words with Subai, she relaxed completely. Not only was he down to earth, but he also had a straightforward personality. How could someone like that be a bad person? My grandmother's leg is broken. You know a lot of people, could you help me find a therapist? Healer? After Wang Muyo explained the situation, Subai grasped the gist of it. Wang Muya's background was similar to Su Chinya's. Her grandmother was her only remaining relative. When the ground began trembling that morning, her grandmother was out buying groceries. Upon seeing the crimson flame eagles appear, she had rushed out without hesitation to find her. At the market where her grandmother was, only two little devils appeared. Though they didn't pursue her grandmother, the elderly woman was frail and couldn't outrun them. Amidst the chaos, her grandmother was knocked down and had her leg broken underfoot. Though she could carry her grandmother back on her own now, she couldn't manage to carry her to a more distant shelter. That's why she had to come out seeking help. Finding teammates to accompany them to the shelter would be even better. I do know two healers, but my phone has no signal now, so I can't reach them. Subai spoke honestly. Her spatial ability couldn't replace a phone, especially when it came to finding people. What do we do now? Wang Muyo froze, her mind momentarily blank. If even someone as powerful as Subai couldn't find healers, then her grandmother was beyond saving, wasn't she? Don't panic. While I can't reach any healers right now, the shelter definitely has some. Just bring your grandmother and come with me to the shelter. Wang Muya's eyes lit up. Is that possible? Why wouldn't it? What's your name? Wang Muya. Excellent. Subai spoke, then turned his gaze to Wang Jinming. Cousin? Cousin? Wang Jinming was watching the ice falcon in the sky. He didn't react when Subai called out the first time, but by the second call, he finally realized Subai was calling him? Cousin? What the hell kind of cousin? He cursed inwardly, but dared not show it on his face. Instead, he stammered meekly, WH, what is it? What are you looking at? I'm watching that ice falcon. That thing is seriously impressive, huh? Those soldiers can't do a damn thing against it. Hidden in a corner, Wang Jinming watched the ice falcon soaring overhead with awe. Slightly smaller than the crimson flame eagle, its wingspan didn't exceed 15 meters. Its attributes were the exact opposite of the crimson flame eagles. It exhaled freezing breath capable of turning people into ice sculptures. Most crucially, it possessed no physical substance. Bullets fired by soldiers simply passed right through it, inflicting not a single scratch. When this monster first appeared 10 years ago, Wang Jinming dared only watch from afar. When had he ever observed it this closely? What's so great about an ice falcon? Subai grumbled. You go back with her first and carry her grandmother. Me? Wang Jinming was dumbfounded. Subai shot him a puzzled look. Or should I go? Alright, fine. Hearing Subai's words, Wang Jinming dared not say another thing. Setting aside the fact that Subai was a combat member and couldn't spare hands to carry someone, Subai's sheer strength alone was enough to make him bow in submission. Even if Subai just left him here, it would be a catastrophe for him. But just before they left, they witnessed a scene that shocked everyone. A soldier, trying to evade the Ice Falcon's attack, darted toward the rear of a black sedan for cover. He failed to notice, however, that behind the car lurked a corpse beetle the same color as the vehicle. The corpse beetle was about the size of a manhole cover. It devoured not only corpses but also the living, its serrated mandibles capable of snapping human bones with ease. The soldier panicked. The moment he spotted the scarab, he decided to change cover, but the Ice Falcon didn't give him that chance. No sooner had he run a short distance from the black car than the icy blast arrived as expected, surging toward his position. The frigid air was about to strike his face. Boom! A burst of flame suddenly erupted from his side. The sustained high-temperature flames shielded him from the frigid blast. Before he could react, an invisible force crushed the car beneath him, and the Ice Falcon plummeted from the sky. Immediately after, an even larger flame engulfed the entire Ice Falcon. Cold and fire were natural opposites, but now one was a skill while the other was sheer physical endurance. The outcome was obvious. Before long, the Ice Falcon was condensed by the searing flames into a snow-white bead the size of a pigeon's egg, radiating a cold, icy aura. The Ice Soul Pearl was the core of the Ice Falcon, its very soul or crystal nucleus, capable of being absorbed by human psychics. While most psychics would gain little benefit from absorbing it and might even suffer rejection, ice element psychics could achieve significant enhancement. A fire-type ability user? Could it be Minister Wu? No, you're Su. Su Bai? Chapter 46, She's Just a Gold Digger. The soldier watched in astonishment as the Ice Falcon, which his team had been unable to handle, was swiftly dealt with by the newcomer. His astonishment deepened when he recognized the newcomer as Su Bai. Wasn't Su Bai a spatial ability user? Why was he using fire abilities? Ignoring their expressions, Su Bai drew the snow-white orb into his palm. Feeling the bone-chilling cold emanating from the ice soul pearl, a faint smile touched his lips. Next time you encounter this kind of creature, just retreat. No need to waste bullets. After tossing the ice soul orb into his personal spatial pocket, Su Bai addressed the squad of soldiers. The Ice Falcon had no physical form, it existed as vaporized ice soul pearls. Not only were bullets useless against it, but even the gravitational space had negligible effect. Had Su Bai not recently devoured a Crimson Flame Hawk, temporarily gaining fire element abilities, and deliberately infused his dark abilities into the gravity field, taking it down wouldn't have been so straightforward. Yes. Thanks for earlier. You're welcome. Su Bai waved his hand and turned to leave. 10 years ago, his spatial ability was only at the 6th tier. He couldn't use gravity space, and his mastery of dark abilities was still rudimentary. He dared not use them in public. Creatures like the Ice Falcon required attributes that countered its own to be slain, so he'd only ever seen ice soul pearls in others' hands, never obtaining one himself. Today's haul wasn't bad. Even if he couldn't use this thing himself, he could trade it for some treasure later. Can I call you Brother Bai? Whatever. Was that fire-type ability you just used? What else? Aren't you a spatial ability user? How come you have fire abilities? And why did that Ice Falcon suddenly fall just now? I heard online that you've never had a girlfriend. Is that true? You're talking too much. Shut up. Perhaps seeing her idol had made her overly excited, or maybe it was because Su Bai was not only powerful but also easygoing. Wang Muyo found herself talking too much. After being scolded by Su Bai, she realized her mistake and quickly shut up. Wang Muya lived in a complex called Sunshine Garden, Unit 2, Building 8, 12th floor. While not as rundown as Su Chinya's old place, it wasn't particularly upscale either. Inside apartment 1204 as Su Bai escorted Wang Zhenming and Wang Muyo home. Boss, are you sure this won't get us into trouble? A slender man asked his boss suspiciously. His name was Xie Wei. He worked as a bouncer at a bar in the eastern part of the city, loyal to a boss named Shui Chang. Shui Chang was dark-skinned with an average build, an awakened individual. Though his awakening level wasn't high, he was still far stronger than ordinary people. What could possibly go wrong? Shui Chang glanced at the old woman behind him, bound with ropes and her mouth sealed with tape, and sneered, with the chaos outside, even if we beat that woman to death, no one would ever find out. Wah! Hearing their conversation, the old woman behind them stared with terror in her eyes, desperately trying to beg for mercy. But the tape was wrapped too tightly around her mouth, she couldn't make a sound. Smack! Shui Chang slapped her across the face. Shut the up, you! Your granddaughter took all my tips but refused to meet me in person. Is that my problem? It's your granddaughter's fault. She's a gold digger, eh? I'm just doing the world a favor. Shui Chang couldn't help but yell at the old woman as he spoke. He was Wang Muyao's fan. No, someone like him shouldn't be called a fan. He didn't follow her because he admired her personality or positive energy. He was purely lusting after her beauty. Following her, showering her with virtual currency gifts, all for the chance to one day taste her sweetness. But she refused to meet offline, leaving him itching with desire yet utterly helpless. Fortunately, fortune favors the bold. About a month ago at a comic convention, he saw Wang Muyao cosplaying as Remington. He immediately used his special skills to track her down and find her home address. To get closer to Wang Muyao, he even rented an apartment in this Sunshine Garden complex, spending each day subtly probing for information about her family. Originally, his awakened abilities weren't strong enough to make a move on Wang Muyao during peacetime. But now, with the demon's arrival, it felt like a godsend. He'd waited for this moment for far too long and refused to wait any longer. After a brief moment of consideration, he brought his henchman here. Xia Wei had been a thief before becoming a bouncer. Picking a regular lock was no trouble. Ignoring the old woman's furious shouts, they opened the door and found Wang Muyao absent, leading to the incident that had just occurred. Boss, with things this dangerous outside, you don't think that chick went out and won't come back, do you? Impossible. Shui Chang replied with absolute certainty. I've already checked. She's very close to that old hag. Unless she actually dies out there, she won't just abandon the old woman. That's good. Boss, I took such a big risk following you here. After you finish eating, could you maybe? Xia Wei didn't finish his sentence, just rubbed his hands together lecherously. They were all seasoned veterans. How could Shui Chang not understand his meaning? Don't worry. Once I've had my fill, I'll send her your way. Thanks, boss. Thanks, boss. Xia Wei expressed his gratitude profusely. Shui Chang shot him a glance, a shadow of suspicion crossing his mind. You dare covet my woman? You must be tired of living. Xia Wei, oblivious, returned to the window to continue surveying the situation outside. From his vantage point, he couldn't see the main entrance to the complex, but he could see the entrance to Building 8, Unit 2. As time passed, 2 men and a woman appeared in his line of sight. Hey, boss. She's back, but she's got 2 men with her. Men? Hearing this, Shui Chang frowned and hurried to the window. Seeing that the woman below was indeed the Wang Muyo he'd been obsessing over, and that 2 men were indeed following her, his mind raced. Soon, his eyes hardened with ferocity. He drew 2 pistols from his waistband and handed one to Xia Wei. These pistols had been taken from 2 fallen soldiers. While ineffective against demons, they were highly effective against humans. If they dare step inside, take them out immediately. Got it. Chapter 47, from now on, I'll be your dog. If you're not ruthless, you won't stand firm. Having gone this far, he might as well embrace evil completely. That was Shui Chang's resolve. Little did they know how terrifying the ally Wang Muyo had brought back truly was. Both men released the safety catches on their pistols, chambered around, and took up positions, one concealed in the kitchen, the other hidden behind the sofa awaiting Wang Muyo and her 2 companions to enter. Grandma! Ha! Huff! Huff! Wang Muyo unlocked the door with her key without any unusual reaction. But after ushering the 2 others inside, she instinctively sniffed the air. Su Bai glanced at her with surprise. What's wrong? The room smells like someone else was here. Ha! Ha! Su Bai chuckled at her remark, but just then, Shui Chang's bellow echoed through the air. Damn it, move! Since they'd been discovered, there was no point in hiding anymore. Just take out the 2 men and be done with it. Xia Wei wasted no time. Hearing the command, he burst out of the kitchen immediately. They had planned this long ago. He would take care of the fat man, while Shui Chang would handle Su Bai. Each had their role. Wang Jinming was startled by the sudden shadow. Before he could react, whoosh! An invisible force shot out from Su Bai's body. Xia Wei's right hand had barely risen, his gun not yet aimed, when that force sliced through his throat. His hand froze mid-air, his entire body frozen as if under a spell. His eyes widened in utter disbelief. Xia Wei? What's wrong with you? Seeing Xia Wei freeze, Shui Chang was momentarily bewildered. But before he could process it, he swiftly aimed his gun at Su Bai and pulled the trigger. Damn it, go to hell! Bang! 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 Bullets tore through the air with devastating force, unleashed without restraint until the magazine was emptied. Yeah! It all happened too fast. Wang Jinming didn't have time to react at all. Wang Muya, however, showed some quick reflexes, covering her head as she crouched in the corner of the entryway. Only Su Bai remained standing, unmoving. His left hand extended forward while his right hand yawned lazily. In a deeply relaxed tone, he spoke. Aha, this femme fatale truly lives up to her reputation. Who are you people? Why are you trying to kill me? Hearing Su Bai's languid voice and seeing the bullets suspended mid-air, Shui Chang felt a chill run down his spine. Carbon-based lifeforms couldn't block bullets. Even those awakened, whose physical strength reached the 5th tier, could only barely withstand them. That was the main reason Shui Chang had dared to attack Su Bai and his companion. But now, bullets suspended mid-air? Clink! 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 Thud! Sizzle! As Shui Chang's thoughts raced, the bullets hit the ground with a series of sharp clinks. Xia Wei, who had maintained his standing posture, suddenly developed a fresh line of blood on his neck as the bullets hit the ground. The moment the cut appeared, blood began seeping out, steadily increasing until it soon gushed forth. Thud! Xia Wei's head suddenly detached, his body slowly collapsing to the floor. Blood sprayed everywhere due to the pressure, splattering the ceiling, walls, table, and floor. Aha! Wang Jinming finally comprehended what had just transpired, letting out a blood-curdling scream as he scrambled toward the door. But Su Bai had already taken control of the situation, so he didn't get very far. Wang Muyo was also terrified, but she wasn't as utterly broken as Wang Jinming. She merely cowered in the corner of the entranceway, her body trembling slightly as she stared at Xia Wei's corpse on the floor, still shaken. I said I mistook you for someone else. Do you believe me? Shui Chang felt himself stuttering. Humph. Su Bai gave a cold laugh, walked into the living room, casually pulled out a chair, and sat down. He then motioned for Shui Chang to come over. Come. Kneel and speak. As a frontline combatant who had lived through the catastrophe a decade ago, he couldn't easily trust a stranger even if she appeared to be a harmless little girl. Following strangers to their hideouts while maintaining constant vigilance had become second nature to him. Originally, Su Bai had assumed the 2 people inside the door would be Wang Muyao's subordinates. After all, with his current reputation in tatters, it wasn't impossible that someone would attack him out of the blue. But when Wang Muyao entered and mentioned the scent of a stranger, he instantly realized he had misjudged the other party. Facing Su Bai's terrifying power, Shui Chang dared not resist. He could only obediently walk forward and kneel before him. Just then, Wang Muyo suddenly remembered something. Forgetting her fear, she rushed toward her bedroom and quickly found Lu Xiuzhen bound by Xue Chang. Yes, her grandmother. The truth quickly emerged: Xue Chang was just a creepy guy who spent his days fantasizing about female streamers. The money he'd tipped Wang Muyo wasn't much less than 1,000 yuan a month. After being rejected when he tried to arrange an offline meeting, resentment grew within him. When he finally found an opportunity, he encountered Su Bai instead. He shot and killed someone just to eliminate unnecessary trouble. "Bro, big bro, please spare me. I'm a first-time offender." Xue Chang knelt on the ground, tears welling in his eyes. He'd done bad things before, but never encountered someone as tough as Su Bai. Knowing any resistance was futile, he could only hope for mercy. Su Bai didn't respond. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Wang Muyo. "What do you say?" I don't know." Wang Muyao's eyes burned with fury. She clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and stared at Xue Chang, feeling utterly at a loss. The thought of the horror that might have unfolded today without Su Bai made her want to kill him. But she was only 18. Her upbringing had taught her that one couldn't take the law into their own hands. Even if he had kidnapped and beaten her grandmother, attempted to harm her, and ultimately caused little harm, she should have reported it to the guard squad for handling. But now, Su Bai beckoned towards Xia Wei's corpse. The gun in the man's hand drifted over and landed before Wang Muyo. "In the past, I might have advised you to call the police. But now, chaos has arrived. If you don't cultivate the right mindset, you won't survive. No, brother, don't kill me. I beg you. I'll be your dog from now on. Whatever you tell me to do, I'll do it. Please, don't kill me." Hearing Su Bai's words, Xue Chang instantly grasped his meaning. Fear washed over him. While desperately begging for mercy, he searched for an escape route. If he was going to die anyway, he might as well make a desperate attempt to flee. But as he prepared to flee, he suddenly realized his body wouldn't move at all. Meanwhile, Wang Muyo was jolted awake by Su Bai's words. She knew this was no time for sentimental weakness. Taking a deep breath, she reached out and took the gun hovering in midair. "Thank you, brother Bai." "No!" Bang! 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 As several gunshots rang out, Xue Chang bled profusely, meeting his end in the northwest. Chapter 48, The Sanctuary Infiltrated by Demons. Having killed 2 people in succession, Su Bai showed little reaction, while Wang Jinming nearly wet himself in fright. Wang Muyo, however, seemed relatively composed. Aside from some shortness of breath and tension, her feelings toward Su Bai had shifted from admiration to gratitude. She also found herself curious about Wang Jinming's identity. Wasn't he Su Bai's cousin? Why did he look so pathetic when danger struck? But that wasn't her concern. For her now, getting to the sanctuary to cure her grandmother was paramount. Her belongings had been packed long ago for the journey. After Wang Jinming gritted his teeth and hoisted her grandmother onto his back, Su Bai tossed their luggage into his personal storage space and led them toward the East City shelter. The shelter was vast in every direction, occupying multiple locations with numerous entrances. To accommodate more people, the interior resembled a honeycomb, spiraling downward in concentric rings filled with densely packed small rooms. The door frames, main gates, and outer walls of these rooms were all forged from steel, making them incredibly sturdy. Each door also featured a facial recognition system. The presence of facial recognition meant these rooms could be assigned exclusively to a single individual. Under normal circumstances, these rooms are not purchased with money. They contain nothing beyond 2 military-style bunk beds, a toilet, ventilation ducts, and a fixed daily water supply. The main doors remain open most of the time, and the facial recognition system is deactivated. As long as you're inside the room, you can register your identity to activate the power and take shelter there. But if you paid a hefty sum, the room became exclusively yours. Not only would others be barred from entering, but you could also pre-arrange bedding and stockpile supplies inside. Su Bai, possessing spatial abilities, saw no need to purchase a shelter in advance. When he arrived at the shelter with Wang Muyo and the others, it was already packed to capacity. "Everyone, please take your time. There's plenty of space inside. You over there. I'm talking to you. No cutting in line. Get back in your place. Everyone, please maintain order. Line up properly, one at a time. Damn it, class distinctions are one thing, but now we're refugees and you're still playing favorites? Exactly. A VIP lane at the shelter entrance? Ridiculous. The VIP lane over there is for people who paid. You didn't pay, so you should be grateful they're letting you in at all. Exactly. What are you whining about over there? Outside the shelter, the crowd was bustling and noisy. Suddenly, a terrified scream pierced the chaos. Instantly, the frightened crowd parted, creating a gaping space. In the open space lay a middle-aged man covered in blood. This discovery sent everyone into a panic. What happened? What happened to him? Looks like he got stabbed? Who did it? No idea. The disciplinarian officer in charge frowned deeply. The questioned civilian shook his head. Suddenly, the officer seemed to grasp something. Damn it, a demon has infiltrated the crowd. At the officer's shout, a soldier immediately raised his assault rifle and fired 2 shots into the air. Everyone get down. Hands on your heads, don't move. Demons have infiltrated the crowd. We need to conduct a preemptive check. The moment this voice rang out, the crowd descended into even greater chaos. A perception-type psychic immediately stepped forward, extending both hands and joining 2 fingers together. Invisible energy radiated outward from this individual like ripples, spreading in all directions and enveloping the entire crowd. Soon, a gaunt, 50-something-year-old man was singled out. Then a second, a third. The perception-type ability user found 4 at once? Outwardly, they appeared indistinguishable from ordinary people, but they seemed rather inept at acting? Upon being discovered, they immediately revealed savage grins. Crouching low, demonic runes appeared on their faces. Wielding daggers and kitchen knives, they began slaughtering indiscriminately within the crowd. Dozens of guards rushed to intervene. The devil's minions have infiltrated the sanctuary? Bai, who had just arrived, sensed the commotion ahead and couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. This type of demon, known as a soul parasite, was the same kind that had attacked Gu Qianqian before. They were only soccer ball sized and possessed little lethality on their own. They required their innate ability to possess other living beings to gain the strength to attack. The hosts they possess are generally weak. Even ordinary humans can only be possessed while asleep or unconscious. After possession, the host not only survives but temporarily gains a 1 to 2 tier enhancement to their physical body. When committing evil acts or attacking others, the magic patterns of this enhanced physique manifest. Brother Bai, what should we do? Are we stuck queuing here forever? Wang Muyao grew visibly anxious. The City of Light housed over 20 million people. Even if only 1/10 sought refuge, that still meant over 2 million people. Split into 3 directions, each would handle 600,000 or 700,000 people. Even with 4 entrances per shelter, it would be impossible to accommodate them all. The queue outside the shelter stretched endlessly, a sea of heads as far as the eye could see. With the demons causing this chaos, even by nightfall, they wouldn't be able to accommodate everyone. She could endure the strain, but she feared her grandmother might not hold out. You all rest in my space for now. I'll go check the front lines, Bai said with a hint of resignation. Outside the shelter, spatial detectors and mental interference devices were in place. To sense what was happening inside, one had to place their hand directly on the mountain's surface. Bai's reputation wasn't exactly stellar these days. Unless absolutely necessary, he truly didn't want to reveal his identity. Leading the group to the roadside, Bai activated the teleportation portal. This time, he tossed Wang Zhenming in alongside them. Wang Zhenming, carrying Wang Muyao's grandmother on his back, was already drenched in sweat from head to toe. Receiving Bai's order, he finally let out a sigh of relief. My goodness, what is this? Stepping into the alternate space, Wang Muyao stared wide-eyed at the vast plaza and the endless rows of buildings stretching into the distance. Her face was etched with utter disbelief. He just said, "This is his space?" The surrounding noise was too loud for bystanders to catch what Bai had said, but they saw the portal he had opened. His spatial ability combined with his distinctive appearance meant it didn't take long for someone to recognize him. A portal? Holy, spatial abilities? Is he Bai? Holy, it really is. Bai ignored the commotion entirely. After closing the portal, he soared into the air and flew directly toward the VIP entrance of the shelter. The shelter's security team detected a dark spot approaching from the sky, their nerves instantly tightening. When they realized the flying shadow was merely a person, they relaxed completely. Whoever it was, as long as they weren't demons, that was fine. You're Bai? The officer in charge, Yang Zhan, was in his 40s. Originally a soldier, he now served as a member of the Psionic Guard. Given the uproar surrounding Bai's previous incident, he recognized him immediately. After landing, Bai nodded without denial. Yes. I currently need 4 shelters and a healer. Is that possible here? No problem. Yang Zhan didn't hesitate for a second. He called out to the soldier standing nearby, Xiao Mao, you go inside with Brother Su. Got it. Brother Su, follow me. Yang Zhan's expression remained perfectly natural, devoid of any doubt or other emotion. The soldier called Xiao Mao responded promptly, even addressing him as brother. The goodwill was palpable. Bai gave them a friendly nod. Halt! Who authorized letting him in? Chapter 49, Then Go to Your Death. One of the VIP entrances to the East City shelter. Originally, Yang Zhan's permission for Bai to enter the shelter should have been a win-win situation, but someone clearly didn't want things to go smoothly. Just as Bai lifted his foot to step inside, a shrill female voice cut through the air from the side. Everyone turned to see a middle-aged, overweight woman clad in a custom blue vest, accompanied by 2 attendants and 2 bodyguards, appearing at the VIP identity verification station. The middle-aged woman embodied the stereotype of a traditional shrew, tall and imposing, with coarse features, thick hair, bushy eyebrows, a wide mouth with yellow teeth, and eyes that radiated malice. However, the blue vest was distinctive to the shelter's management staff, so her gaze towards Su-bai was filled with disdain and arrogance. Yang Zhan frowned and stepped forward. Supervisor 1, what brings you here? With the shelter's housing in short supply, I'm here to check if you're violating any protocols. The middle-aged, plump woman wore an air of haughtiness as she spoke, then glanced sideways at Su-bai. If I recall correctly, this person should be called Su-bai, right? Yes. Manager 1 questioned. He didn't verify his identity earlier. Why was he allowed to use the VIP? Yang Zhan explained, Su-bai is a guardian who has made contributions to humanity. He has privileges in that regard. Contributions? Does he even deserve to talk about contributions? The middle-aged, overweight woman sneered disdainfully. In the past, maybe he had some contributions. But now? Who knows if he tampered with the seal when it malfunctioned? You. Don't spread baseless rumors. Whether I have evidence or not is none of your concern. The higher-ups have issued an order. This shelter is open to everyone except Su-bai. On what grounds? Yang Zhan frowned. The middle-aged, overweight woman stood her ground. Because I'm the administrator of this shelter. You. Captain, let me handle this. Yang Zhan was about to speak when Su-bai raised his hand to cut him off. His gaze remained calm as he fixed it on the plump woman. Your surname is Wan, correct? So what if I am? Wan Fang remained defiant. Su-bai narrowed his eyes, then suddenly whipped his right hand forward. Thud. The powerful impact sent Wan Fang's bulky body flying backward. Her massive frame knocked over 2 attendants behind her, while the other 2 guards didn't even have time to react. Thud. Gurgle. Wan Fang crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust as she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Though her thick layers of fat could absorb some of the force, they couldn't possibly cushion such a tremendous blow. Defensive soldiers nearby sensed the commotion and instinctively raised their rifles. Captain Yang Zhan immediately signaled them to halt. Noticing Yang Zhan's action, Su-bai ignored the others and walked slowly toward Wan Fang. Now, do I have the right to enter? Standing before Wan Fang, Su-bai looked down at her with a cold expression. He wasn't a murderous maniac. Unless provoked, his first strike was almost always a warning. You dare hit me? You actually hit me? Wan Fang's face twisted in pain, yet she remained utterly incredulous. Do you even know who the hell I am? You dare hit me? Who you are is none of my concern. I have only one question for you. Su-bai's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone laced with coldness. Me. Su-bai. Can I enter this shelter? You little bastard, you're asking for death. Wan Fang ignored Su-bai's question, snarling at him with a twisted expression. Go ahead and kill me now if you've got the guts. Otherwise, the Wan family I belong to will tear you to pieces. Seems you don't understand human speech. Su-bai narrowed his eyes and slowly raised his hand. In that case, then die. You dare. Boom. Ah. Before Wan Fang could finish her sentence, the ground beneath her collapsed. Though the events unfolded slowly, they actually happened in the blink of an eye. Su-bai's killing was but a fleeting moment. Perhaps the emergence of awakened ones had granted certain individuals who should have remained at society's bottom rights they never deserved. Or maybe prolonged peace had made these people genuinely believe they were above others. In any case, Wan Fang, like Li Mang, relied on her family connections to back her up, showing not a shred of respect for these lowly soldiers. Though Su-bai was a guardian, not an ordinary foot soldier, in Wan Fang's mind he was no different from those powerless grunts. That was precisely why she and Li Mang dared to treat Su-bai with such contempt. Unfortunately for them, Su-bai had long since shed moral constraints and cared not a whit about who stood before her. If someone wasn't strong enough, even if they were the king of kings, they'd die for offending her. Wan Fang was just an ordinary person. How could she withstand Su-bai's gravitational suppression? She only had time to let out a pain scream before her liver and gallbladder shattered, and she bled to death from all 7 orifices. Holy, what the hell just happened? He killed someone. Murder? He actually dared to kill someone in front of all these armed soldiers? That's insane. That fat woman wasn't that Wan Fang? She got killed? It's all that fat woman's own fault. She provoked anyone and everyone. Looks like she finally bit off more than she could chew. This Su-bai dares kill Wan Fang? Looks like he's no pushover either. Witnessing Su-bai eliminate Wan Fang, the surrounding onlookers buzzed with speculation. Wan Fang's 2 attendants were still in shock, while her bodyguard checked her condition. Yang Zhan took advantage of the moment to approach Su-bai and whispered. The Wan family, where Wan Fang belonged, not only has numerous awakened individuals but also has intricate ties with the Lei family. Their clan even produced a 9th-tier psionicist. You'd better be careful from now on. Su-bai glanced at Yang Zhan upon hearing the warning. Seems this plump woman wasn't exactly popular around here. You've seen her temper yourself. It's just that sigh. Yang Zhan trailed off, letting out a helpless sigh. This world was no longer the world it once was. Even a powerhouse like him had to swallow his pride when facing the Wan family, whose influence and strength were formidable. Fortunately, she usually didn't push things too far, so it was bearable. Today, encountering Bai was just her bad luck. Alright, thanks for the heads up. If anyone gives you trouble, just pin it on me. Thanks for understanding. You and Xiao Mao go inside first. I'll handle things here. Got it. Bai nodded and followed Xiao Mao into the shelter. Yang Zhan immediately summoned 2 soldiers. You two, come over here. Dispose of the bodies and inform the Wan family about Wan Fang's death. Yes, sir. Chapter 50, The Floating City. Killing Wan Fang left Bai utterly unmoved. After all, with his unmatched escape skills, why would he care about anyone's status? However, Wan Fang's backing was formidable, not significantly weaker than the Tang family's influence. Now that Wan Fang had been killed in front of so many witnesses, someone would inevitably have to take the blame. Though Bai didn't care about others' lives, he didn't want his own affairs to drag innocent people into trouble. Brother Su, how about these 4 rooms? The soldier nicknamed Xiao Mao led Bai to a quieter section and pointed at 4 vacant rooms. Most rooms in the shelter were compact 4-person units. With fewer than 3 million rooms across all 3 shelters combined, it meant at least 10 million people would be left without housing. Today marked the first day the seal had malfunctioned, so most shelters remained largely vacant. Fine. I'm not picky, just give me any 4 rooms. Xiao Mao looked to be around 20, standing about 5 feet 7 inches tall with a rather slight build. Hearing Bai's response, he pressed on, so when will your casualties arrive? My casualties will arrive when the healer does. I am the healer. Ha? You are? Bai was taken aback, then shook his head with a hint of resignation. Fine then. He'd assumed someone in military uniform would be a combat member, but a medic? Yang Zhan was quite thorough in his arrangements. He motioned for Xiao Mao to step back 2 paces. Bai raised his hand, drew a circle in the air, then pressed his palms together, reopening the portal. Holy crap, is that a portal? Staring at the portal before him, seemingly leading to another world, Xiao Mao's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Brother Su, you can actually transport living people through a portal? Mere trifles. Bai chuckled, then called out into the portal, everyone come out. We've reached the shelter. Cousin, you take charge of the injured. In the minds of ordinary people, the signature abilities of spatial-type psychics were personal space and short-range teleportation. Long-distance teleportation required high-tier spatial abilities. Tearing open space to transport people or creating alternate dimensions, such feats astonished even powerhouses like Lei Ming, let alone Xiao Mao. But human awakened ones weren't pushovers. It would take time for the demon to fully break its seal, so once they reached the shelter, the ordinary people were temporarily safe. Next, under Bai's arrangements, Su Qinya and her daughter, along with Wang Muyo and her grandmother, moved into one of the rooms. Fang Wanqing stayed with her own daughter, while Bai and Wang Jinming each occupied a separate room. Boss, my mom and I didn't bring any luggage, Su Qinya said with a hint of grievance. After being transported into the alternate dimension by Bai at the mall, she and her mother had never been released again, leaving them no time to pack. No problem, I've got you covered. Bai tossed out bedding, pillows, toothpaste, toothbrushes, washcloths, and other essentials. Using his special abilities, he had plundered a large supermarket and emptied 2 medium-sized ones. Food and water wouldn't be an issue anytime soon. Fang Wanqing finished packing and approached Bai. Bai, Duo is getting hungry. What are we having for dinner tonight? Just cook some rice and stir-fry a few dishes. Bai tossed out a rice cooker, rice, and some seasonings, fresh vegetables, and pork he'd gathered from the supermarkets. Seeing all the supplies Bai produced, everyone finally grasped the convenience of spatial abilities. Bai wasn't just powerful, he was a walking warehouse. Following him meant no worries about safety, food, water, or clothing. I'll cook, Tong Shuaying volunteered, feeling she should contribute. Fang Wanqing felt awkward standing idle and quickly added, I'll help. Wang Jinming, not wanting to be idle, volunteered to help make Bai's bed. Everyone quickly fell into their respective roles and got busy. Brother Bai, thank you. After Xiao Mao finished treating Lu Xiuzhen's leg, Wang Muya washed her face and approached Bai in the hallway, speaking with great sincerity. If not for Bai, she wouldn't have even made it past Xue Chang's checkpoint, let alone reach the shelter to treat her grandmother's leg. The outcome would have been unimaginable. No problem. It was the least I could do. Leaning against the railing, Bai surveyed the shelter, which resembled a beehive, without turning his head. Building these places had taken tremendous effort back then. Who would have thought? Who knows how many days they'll last now? Can I ask you something? Wang Muyao suddenly sounded cautious. Bai looked curious. What is it? Is Su Qinya your girlfriend? I suppose you could say that. Then what about Sister Wanqing? She is too. Bai didn't deny it. What's the matter? Nothing at all. Wang Muyao's mood had grown somewhat low. Though she long suspected that two women so strikingly beautiful wouldn't appear in Su-bai's alternate space without reason, hearing him admit it still stung. Few women weren't drawn to heroes, and she was no exception. Su-bai had a great physique, striking looks, and immense power. Most importantly, he saved her at a critical moment, rescuing her grandmother. If she could remain unaffected by that, she wouldn't be an 18-year-old girl. But precisely because she was only 18, competing for his attention with two other women was something she simply couldn't bring herself to do. "Suchinya, I'm going out for a walk." "Oh." Su-bai didn't bother with her further. After informing Suchinya, he headed alone to the shelter's administration office. He was here to wait for someone and wouldn't be staying long. The shelter operated on its own power and management systems. As soon as Ling Fengxiao and Feng Jianjun arrived and registered their identities in the shelter rooms, Su-bai would be notified immediately. However, while Su-bai was settling into the shelter, earth-shattering changes were unfolding across other nations and regions of Blue Star. First, those seemingly impenetrable seals were breached one after another within mere hours, making the convergence of the two worlds inevitable. Insiders revealed that some of these seals had already shown signs of failure 3 days prior, the very day Su-bai had allowed the little demon into the city. Their national leaders, however, made the same choice as Wu Shian, concealing the truth to avoid global condemnation, minimizing the crisis and sweeping it under the rug. Second, upon returning to Blue Star's territory, most demons did not immediately engage human awakened beings. Instead, they first targeted humanity's modern infrastructure. Targets included power lines, underground fiber optic cables, mountain base stations, and roadside water pipes. This rapidly transformed the human living environment. Finally, some demons had infiltrated human nuclear power plants at an unknown time. Shortly after the seal guarded by Su-bai was breached, these nuclear plants were detonated one after another. The explosions triggered earthquakes, tsunamis, and tornadoes, contaminating the sky, land, and sea to varying degrees. What felt even more despairing was that on the morning after Su-bai entered the shelter, a massive, ancient red city emerged from the clouds north of the City of Light. The Crimson City floated suspended in midair, and occasionally, people could faintly hear the sound of dragons' roar emanating from within it. Chapter 51, The Fire Dragon's Lair. Holy, what the hell is that thing? A city floating in midair? It's nothing short of a spectacle. Dragon roars? Could there really be dragons up there? Unbelievable. This never appeared 10 years ago. Seeing the city in the sky, people were utterly horrified and buzzing with discussion. Though smaller than the City of Light, this Crimson City was still substantial. The very notion of such a massive structure floating in the air was utterly baffling. However, few awakened among humans possessed flight abilities, and with demons now swarming the skies above the City of Light, hardly any dared venture out to investigate. Su-bai waited at the shelter all night. Only Liang Feng and Zhou Yun, a married couple, showed up. Feng Jianjun and Sun Xiuping didn't arrive, nor did Ling Fengxiao. Thus, early the next morning, after giving Su Qingya a few instructions, Su-bai left the shelter alone. If the others couldn't come, so be it, but Ling Fengxiao had to be taken. Of course, he wasn't heading for that sky city. Having guarded the seal for so long, he knew full well that not far from the seal lay a Crimson Sky City. Its appearance on Blue Star after the world's fusion was only natural. This Crimson Sky City was inhabited not by other species, but by the very dragons of Western fantasy lore, fire attribute dragons. These dragons possessed extremely strong territorial instincts and formidable combat prowess. However, they rarely initiated attacks on other creatures except when hunting. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Su-bai wouldn't provoke them. Damn it, there's nothing here. How is anyone supposed to live in this place? Not even sheets or blankets? Not a damn thing. Sheets and blankets are secondary. My main concern right now is food and drink. Same here. We came in such a rush, didn't pack much. If I'd known, I would have snatched more food on the way. What the hell are we supposed to do now? What's the big deal? Some folks stockpiled supplies early on. Once we run out of our own, we can just borrow from them, right? Not long after Su-bai left the shelter, a group of grumbling people carrying large bags and packages moved into the neighboring unit. My neighbors stockpile food, I stockpile guns. My neighbors are my granary. Such thoughts were only human nature. But Su-bai, now back in the city, remained unaware of this. Run! Run now! These monsters are terrifying. Damn it, when the hell is help going to arrive? My dad can't hold on much longer. Hang on a little longer. Just a little longer. Though the City of Light possessed formidable defenses, after a night of relentless assault, the city's population had visibly dwindled. For the demons could not only fly, but possessed intelligence they knew to smash through doors and windows. For ordinary people, encountering them meant certain death. Yaya, where are you? Don't scare your mom like this. Yaya. Now, shattered glass littered the streets, fallen billboards strewn about, and the towering buildings were scarred and riddled with holes. A fashionably dressed woman with burgundy hair searched anxiously for her daughter. Xin Weiwei, 30 years old, with a 5-year-old daughter. Yesterday, she had finally managed to reach her daughter's kindergarten and found her there. After spending a difficult night at the kindergarten, she planned to take her daughter to a shelter today. But how many people were trying to get to the shelter today? While running with her daughter, she was suddenly jostled by the crowd. Unable to withstand the force, she fell to the ground. The massive flow of people nearly trampled her to death. Fortunately, she quickly rolled to the side of the road and narrowly escaped. But when she struggled to her feet, her daughter was gone. It felt like a thunderbolt had struck her. For any mother, her child is her second life. Even with danger approaching, she must find her child. But now, with no internet, no announcements, how could she possibly find one person in such a massive crowd? Thud. Ah. Shin Weiwei was still frantically searching for her child when, suddenly, a massive glass window plummeted from the rooftop of a high-rise building ahead. The window plummeted at breakneck speed, smashing into the head of a middle-aged woman upon impact. The glass shattered into splinters, and the woman lay unconscious on the ground. The onlookers around her were too busy fleeing to help, and Shin Weiwei had no time to spare either. To her, the woman was just a stranger. How could she compare to her own daughter? But just as she was about to resume her search, a chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. What is that? A snake. It's a snake. A black-scaled giant python? Run. Run for your lives. The glass window hadn't fallen for no reason. It had been pushed out from the inside by a massive black-scaled python. Its size was extraordinary, even larger than the one Su Bai had encountered at the supermarket earlier. In pursuit of a delicious meal, it slithered through the window, its tongue flickering menacingly. People below were terrified out of their wits, panicking and scattering in all directions. Shin Weiwei had intended to flee with the crowd, but she suddenly noticed a little girl crouched in the shade beside the middle-aged woman knocked down by the glass window. The girl was short and petite, with soft, delicate skin. Her hair was tied into two buns as she crouched there, crying incessantly. Looking closer, though the glass hadn't struck her, shards had cut her face. Ya. Shin Weiwei's face froze in shock. Without a moment's hesitation, she sprinted toward her daughter. Ya, don't be scared. Ya, mommy's here. The crowd surged eastward, while she pushed westward. The resistance from the throng made her progress incredibly difficult. But she was an adult after all. After several shoves and collisions, she finally reached her daughter. Mommy, wah. Seeing her mother appear, the little girl immediately threw herself into Shin Weiwei's arms, sobbing. It's okay, ya, good girl. Holding her daughter close, Shin Weiwei felt a wave of relief when she saw only a few scrapes on her face. For a mother, her daughter's safety meant clear skies. Without a moment's hesitation, she prepared to take her daughter away. But just then, the massive black-scaled python over 60 meters long and radiating raw power suddenly plummeted from the sky, landing directly before her. Its exaggerated size, jet black scales, and a raised head towering over 20 meters high, any one of these features alone was enough to instill an overwhelming sense of visual pressure. Shin Weiwei was just an ordinary person. How could she have ever encountered such a spectacle? Especially when she saw the terrifying golden vertical pupils of the giant serpent fixed intently on her. She couldn't move a muscle. Hiss. Whoosh. The black-scaled serpent flickered its tongue, wasting no time before launching its attack directly at the mother and daughter. Its massive frame could swallow them whole in one gulp, and its attack speed was blindingly fast. Shin Weiwei had no time to react. Only one thought raced through her mind. Protect my daughter. Instinctively, she shoved her daughter out of her arms. Yaha, run. Mommy, no. The little girl cried out in terror. Even at 5 years old, she understood what was about to happen. Shin Weiwei knew this might not save her daughter, but she did it anyway. Because she felt that after living 30 years, she had lived a full life. Her daughter's life had only just begun. Trading her own life for her daughter's was a fair bargain. Of course, 30 years wasn't truly that long. The most crucial reason was that she was a mother, Yaya's mother. For her child's life, she was willing to sacrifice her own. Buzz. Chapter 52, The Wife of an Old Acquaintance? There are many types of demons, each possessing unique innate talents and abilities. But demon is merely humanity's collective term for otherworldly creatures. Truly demonic beings from other realms are actually quite limited in number. Strictly speaking, the black-scaled giant python wasn't a true demon species. It was merely an otherworldly beast. According to human classifications of demonic beings, it started at Tier 4 like the black armored dragon, with most reaching Tier 5 or Tier 6. Only a very few could attain Tier 7 or even Tier 8. Of course, this tier doesn't represent their actual strength but rather how difficult they are to kill. Though incapable of flight, the black-scaled giant serpent possessed far superior defense to the crimson flame eagle. Special runes etched into its scales allowed it to withstand most conventional weaponry, rendering it vulnerable only to psychic abilities or specialized arms. Facing such a formidable beast, Shin Weiwei had no chance of fighting back. To protect her daughter, she chose to sacrifice herself. Yet just as the black-scaled giant python's gaping maw loomed over her head, poised to swallow her whole, the entire space fell silent. She saw the shadow of the colossal serpent on the ground and the terrified, weeping face of her daughter, yet everything froze before her eyes. No sound, no movement, as if someone had pressed pause on a television. She was utterly bewildered, unsure of what was happening, until a young man in plain clothes descended from the sky and landed before her. "Ah, I suppose I'm just too soft-hearted." The young man's tone was filled with resignation. After speaking, he raised his hand, forming a sword finger gesture aimed at the black-scaled giant serpent frozen mid-air. Then, he softly uttered a single word. Split. Crack. The space surrounding the black-scaled serpent warped and shifted. Within the once still void, countless fissures became visible, slicing the serpent into innumerable fragments. The fragments did not fall but remained suspended in midair, retaining their original shape. The young man paid them no mind, pulling Shin Weiwei behind him before snapping his fingers. Thud. 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 Fragments of the black-scaled giant python, mixed with blood and entrails, fell to the ground one after another, producing a series of dull thuds. Shin Weiwei and Yaya regained their ability to move. Shin Weiwei was utterly petrified by the scene before her. Having lived in the city for so long, she wasn't unfamiliar with psychics. She'd even seen masters who could spit fire and shatter rocks. But shouldn't even the most skilled practitioners, when facing a monster of this caliber, need to gang up on it and battle for a long time before finally winning? How did this person just take it down instantly? What are you standing around for? Get moving. The young man glanced over his shoulder with a sideways look. It was clear the newcomer was Su Bai, wielding the abilities of spatial confinement and spatial fracture. Recently, he'd grown disillusioned with both the City of Light's leadership and its citizens, no longer feeling compelled to save strangers. Yet, the good habits ingrained over years couldn't be shed overnight. Many had cyberbullied him, but how could they stoop so low as to target a 5-year-old child? Thus, while searching for Ling Fengxiao, he couldn't resist intervening when he saw this little girl in danger. Rescuing people was something he'd done countless times before, so it held no particular significance for him. Thank you. Thank you for saving me and Yaa. Shin Weiwei snapped out of her daze at Su Bai's words, quickly gathering her child into her arms and addressing him. After saying this, she seemed to remember something and quickly added, "Could you tell me your name?" "Not necessary." Su Bai glanced toward a distant skyscraper as he casually replied. There, a monster with fiery red wings was using lava from its mouth to melt the skyscraper. "Your brother Su Bai?" Shin Weiwei's daughter, Ya, had stopped crying at some point. Her babyish voice drifted into Su Bai's ears. Surprised by the question, Su Bai turned to face the little girl. "You know me? Are you really brother Su Bai? I saw you on Daddy's phone." Seeing that the big brother before her looked exactly as she remembered, the little girl's tears turned to a smile. Hearing the little girl's words, Su Bai turned his puzzled gaze toward Shin Weiwei. This woman stood about 5 feet 8 inches, wearing a navy blue crew neck short-sleeved t-shirt, loose brown dress pants, and canvas riding shoes. Tear stains and dust couldn't obscure her exquisite features. "You're Su Bai?" Only when her daughter called out the man's name did Shin Weiwei clearly see Su Bai's features. Noticing his gaze, she quickly interjected, "Yaya's father, his name is Su Guoliang." After becoming an awakened, Su Bai possessed exceptional memory, so the name Su Guoliang was not unfamiliar to her. Over a decade ago, after joining the military, Su Bai had been ordered to escort a group of civilians during their evacuation. Along the way, they encountered several awakened individuals bullying the weak and stealing their food. Unable to stand by, Su Bai intervened and rescued the victim, none other than the very Su Guoliang Shin Weiwei had mentioned. Though Su Guoliang was also an awakened individual, he possessed only a D-grade physical enhancement. Combined with their numerical disadvantage, they stood no chance against the attackers. Su Bai saved him, and Su Guoliang was eternally grateful. Later during the retreat, when the group was attacked by demons, Su Bai saved him once more, leading to their formal introduction. Through casual conversation, Su Bai learned that Su Guoliang's father had once been a chef at a star-rated hotel. Su had learned the craft from him since childhood and was an exceptional cook. Being a food enthusiast, Su Bai didn't hesitate to tag along and freeload meals for 2 months. However, Su Bai later had missions to fulfill. After the founding of the City of Light, he became a guardian whose identity and whereabouts required secrecy, so the two gradually lost contact. "You're Su Guoliang's wife?" "Yeah. I guess I have quite the connection with him. But now isn't the time for catching up. You two should head to my space to rest first. We'll talk about the rest later." Alright. Su Bai activated his teleportation portal. Although Shin Weiwei had long known Su Bai possessed spatial abilities, witnessing the portal still surprised her. "What is this? Get inside first." Shin Weiwei didn't have time to think twice. She quickly scooped up her daughter and stepped into the alternate dimension. Suddenly, Su Bai remembered something. Where is old Su now? He's already dead. Mentioning old Su, Shin Weiwei grew somber, but Su Bai's eyes widened in shock. Dead? How did he die? They said he got drunk on the rooftop and fell to his death, but I know the truth isn't that simple. Why are you so sure? Because old Su quit drinking a long time ago. Chapter 53, Su Bai's Spatial Domain. Xin Weiwei's few words revealed a lot. Su Guoliang was dead, and it sounded like he'd been murdered? Though Su Bai suspected Xin Weiwei's account might not be entirely accurate after all, someone who quit drinking could always pick up a glass again. The city was in chaos now, and he had no time to dwell on such details. Closing the portal, he soared into the air, using 2 short-range teleports to reach the rooftop where the lava monster loomed. Lava Breather, Destruction Power 7th Tier. Defense Power 6th Tier. 10 years ago, when the spatial passage connecting the two worlds was still unstable, the highest tier demons appearing on Blue Star were only 6th tier. Monsters like the Lava Breather were extremely rare. Even Su Bai had never witnessed one firsthand. Now, facing it for the first time, he remained utterly vigilant. Roar! Spotting Su Bai, the Lava Breather clung to the building's iron frame and let out a roar. Su Bai ignored it, focusing instead on clapping his hands together. Crack, hum! An invisible energy radiated outward from Su Bai's palms, swiftly enveloping both him and the breather. Come on, one-on-one. Su Bai released his hands, radiating intense fighting spirit from head to toe. The breather showed no particular reaction to being enveloped by this energy, but the survivors on the ground quickly noticed something was off. Holy, what's going on over there? How did that monster just vanish? The awakened one's gone too. What kind of ability is this? So bizarre. That awakened one can teleport. A spatial ability user? Is it Fang Yu or Su Bai? Clearly, the ordinary onlookers were out of the loop. They didn't know Fang Yu was already dead, and they certainly had no idea how Su Bai and the breath exhaler vanished. Seeing Su Bai vanish alongside the lava breather, their faces were etched with shock. Su Bai, however, remained unfazed. He simply raised his hand, unleashing that dark ability capable of devouring everything. Spatial Domain, harnessing spatial forces to carve out a segment of space, isolating it from the outside world. This enhances control over the confined area, increasing teleportation speed and frequency. Though this effectively created a spatial octagon cage, trapping those inside and preventing outsiders from seeing within, it also sealed off external observation. Su Bai created this for 2 reasons. First, the breathers possessed immense power, and the location atop a high-rise building meant using gravity space would easily allow them to break free, complicating the absorption process. Second, he didn't want to expose his abilities in public. While he didn't mind ordinary people knowing he possessed dark abilities, he didn't want top-tier awakened to discover his true power. This was his trump card. Bang! 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 While Su Bai consumed the breath exhaler, several soldiers led by Yang Zhan pounded on the door of room 10192 in the East City shelter. Shelter rooms lacked doorbells, so knocking was the only option. After pounding for a while with no response, the lead soldier turned to Yang Zhan. Are you sure he lives here? I'm certain. Xiao Mao, standing beside Yang Zhan, chimed in. I was the one who brought Brother Su here yesterday. That's strange. The lead soldier frowned slightly, then gave his subordinate a meaningful look. Go ask his companions. The 4 shelter rooms Su Bai had requested were adjacent. Left 1 belonged to Wang Jinming, left 2 to Su Bai, left 3 to Wang Mudiao and Su Qinya, and left 4 to Fang Wanqing. The subordinate received the order and headed toward Wang Jinming's room. Knock knock knock. Who is it? Can't people sleep in the morning? Wang Jinming was still asleep. Hearing the knocking next door had already annoyed him, and now his own door was being pounded on, making his irritation flare even more. But when he opened the door with a look of impatience and saw a group of soldiers standing outside, he suddenly stuttered. You, who are you looking for? The soldier in charge cut straight to the point. You know Su Bai, right? Where is he? He's not in his room? Wang Jinming looked utterly bewildered. All right, he knew nothing. The leading soldier's frown deepened. Just as he was about to question others, Su Qinya heard the commotion outside and proactively opened the door. You're looking for Su Bai? He left early this morning. As for where he went, I have no idea. All right. The leader sounded resigned. If I may ask, what's your relationship with him? He's my boss, Su Qinya replied without hesitation. This was Su Bai's instruction to her. After all, Su Bai's reputation was currently poor, and showing too close a relationship could easily attract unnecessary trouble. The leader pulled a yellow talisman from his pocket. Once this yellow talisman is burned, we'll be notified immediately. Please light it the moment he returns to alert us. You, still want to arrest him? Su Qinya asked tentatively, then quickly added on Su Bai's behalf, our boss is a good person. Why do you insist on arresting him? Whether Su Bai was a good person to others, she couldn't say. But to her, he was a savior. Besides, she couldn't believe Su Bai would deliberately damage the seal. You've misunderstood. The leader looked slightly embarrassed at Su Qinya's words. We don't want to arrest him. We just need his help with something. Really? Do you think we'd lie to you? Besides, the 4 of us couldn't overpower him anyway. Well, that's true. The thought of Subai's unfathomable spatial abilities crossed her mind, and no matter how unwilling Su Qinya was to believe it, she had to admit. Truly, there were few in this world who could catch Subai. That's settled then. We'll be on our way. The leader extended the yellow talisman. Alright, I'll make sure to pass it on. Su Qinya hesitated for 2 seconds before accepting the yellow talisman. After bidding farewell to the group, she turned to head back to her room to rest. That's when she bumped into Wang Muya, who had just finished washing up and was out for some fresh air. With nothing else to do, the two stood chatting in the hallway. Seeing this scene, the others showed little reaction, but Wang Jinming clenched his jaw tightly, his thoughts racing. Now that even the military had abandoned the pursuit of Subai, what about his own wife? Was he really going to just hand her over to him like this? No, that couldn't happen. He had to do something. Hey, old man, does Subai live here? As Wang Jinming pondered, a slacker-sounding voice reached his ears. He turned to see a scrawny, yellow-haired, tattooed young punk. The military searching for Subai was one thing, but this idiot was looking for him too? Seeing the guy's unremarkable appearance, Wang Jinming shot back impatiently, "Who the hell are you?" "I'm his friend." "Who are you?" I. Wang Jinming had no intention of answering the question, but before he could refuse, a wave of dizziness washed over his brain. Then, he lost consciousness, his mind left only with the eerie grin of the young man. When he came to, he found himself in an unfamiliar room. The room was spacious, many times larger than the shelter he lived in. Before him sat a well-dressed middle-aged man. Seated in the position of authority, the man looked down at him and asked a question similar to the one posed by the young man earlier. "What is your name? And what is your relationship to that Subai?" Chapter 54, Wu Shian, terrified out of his wits. Wang Jinming found himself inexplicably in a vast, empty room. He had no idea how he got there or what these people wanted with him. All he knew was that he was bound and kneeling on the floor. If he didn't answer truthfully, his life might be in danger. I have no connection to him." "No connection?" The middle-aged man frowned, and one of his henchmen promptly drew a dagger. The threat was unmistakable. Seeing the cold gleam on the blade, Wang Jinming felt like crying. "I really have nothing to do with him. I didn't even know him before yesterday." With no other choice, Wang Jinming recounted everything that had happened yesterday, including Subai's attempt to take his wife. After listening, the middle-aged man glanced at the sharp-looking young man beside him. The young man understood and quickly interjected, "Boss, he's nervous and scared. He probably isn't lying." "Ha?" The middle-aged man chuckled at this response. "Well, I never expected you two had unresolved issues over a wife. That makes things much simpler." The middle-aged man explained his plan, leaving Wang Jinming utterly stunned. So he was also an enemy of Subai? "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I'll leave this matter to you. I trust you completely." Meanwhile, Subai remained unaware of the events unfolding at the eastern city shelter. The magma breather couldn't reach him within the spatial domain. Subai held a black thread in his hand. No matter how the breather teleported, this black thread remained firmly anchored to its body. In roughly 3 minutes, Subai had completely drained the breather's power. After tossing its corpse into his personal space, he sensed his physical prowess had slightly increased, a flash of crimson light flickering across his skin. Fire-resistant skin? Subai clenched his fist. Though he lacked a system, he could still sense which aspects of his body had been enhanced after devouring the demon. Beyond permanent physical enhancement and extended duration of his fire-based abilities, fire-resistant skin granting immunity to ordinary flames was one such capability. Darkness abilities can devour all elemental powers. What use is this skill? Wait, darkness is an active ability while fire-resistant skin is passive. Their usage differs, so, it's okay? Never mind. The monsters appearing in the city are growing stronger. I must leave this place as soon as possible. Shaking his head to clear his mind, Subai dismissed his wandering thoughts and flew toward the southern city refuge. He no longer had any obligation to protect others, so there was no need to fight these demons. But in a city as vast as the City of Light, without phones or internet, finding someone was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Head to the shelter and take his chances. That was his only option now. Meanwhile, at the southern city shelter, Wu Shian stood atop a mountain outside the shelter with his assistant and several psychic guards, watching the survivors below scrambling into the refuge. His expression darkened. The replacement of Subai as guardian had caused everyone to lose faith in his words, leading to today's situation. He was undoubtedly the one primarily responsible for the entire affair. But after holding power for so many years, he had always considered himself wise and capable. How could he possibly admit fault for something like this? Xiaolu, any word on reinforcements from other cities? Wu Shian turned to his assistant. When one city is in distress, all others lend aid. The Light City bore the heaviest burden of the seal, so requesting support from other cities when trouble arose was only natural. Yet upon hearing Wu Shian's question, Assistant Xiaolu looked troubled. Reporting to the city lord, there, still no news. No news yet? Wu Shian frowned slightly. What's going on? Though the nearest city was hundreds of kilometers away, many psychics possessed flight abilities they could reach us in just an hour or two. A full day and night had passed, how could there be no news? According to reliable intelligence, the seals across the entire world seem to have vanished overnight. Every city is facing unprecedented survival challenges, so. The assistant named Xiao Lu spoke earnestly. It's possible our messenger was intercepted by demons en route, or perhaps other cities simply couldn't spare the resources. All vanished? Wu Shian's first reaction upon hearing this wasn't worry, but wild elation. So that means the breaking of the seals has little to do with us anymore? The complete disappearance of the seals meant the invasion from another realm was now inevitable. Such events cannot be altered by individual effort, nor should blame be placed on any single person. Especially not the city lord. Xiao Lu didn't know how to respond after all, their inaction was undeniable. Just then, the sharp shouts of two guards echoed from behind them. Hey! What are you doing? You can't go any further up there. Halt! Wu Shian stood atop the mountain peak of the refuge, with stone steps ascending behind him. Hearing the commotion, everyone turned to look. They saw a burly man, standing nearly 6 feet tall and weighing over 200 pounds, ignoring the guards' repeated attempts to block him as he charged relentlessly toward the summit. The ordinary guards couldn't stop him. Whoosh! Click! 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 Seeing the man's fierce approach, the surrounding guards raised their guns or activated their special abilities. 2 special ability guards even charged forward, one on each side, using sheer brute force to finally halt the giant's advance. The newcomer's voice boomed, his face twisted with rage. Wu Shian, you bastard! Chao Meng? Recognizing the man's face, Wu Shian narrowed his eyes slightly before signaling his men to release their hold. The guards complied, and the burly man halted his advance. What's got you so worked up? You're the reason I'm so worked up. Chao Meng pointed his finger right at Wu Shian's nose as he shouted. Su Bai's seal was working perfectly fine. Why did you have to replace the guard? I was just out on a mission, and when I got back to City of Light, things turned into this bloody mess. What the hell are you trying to do? Su Bai? The mere mention of that name now made Wu Shian feel queasy. You have the nerve to bring up Su Bai to me? He's colluding with demons now, don't you know that? Bull! Chao Meng erupted in fury, heedless of consequences. Your entire family colludes with demons. Su Bai would never side with them. If not for him, you'd have rotted in the ruins long ago. How dare you speak such words now? That was then. This is now. Hearing Chao Meng dredge up old grievances, Wu Shian flared up too. Chao Meng, what's your language? Your caution. Today I'm going to teach you a lesson for Su Bai and the people of City of Light who died, you son of a... As Chao Meng finished speaking, his aura surged violently. The 2 guards blocking his path paled, immediately activating their sealing abilities. Wu Shian, too, was shaken by Chao Meng's overwhelming presence. He stumbled backward while barking orders. What do you think you're doing? Quick! Quick! Restrain him! Chapter 55, Is the City of Light about to fall? Boom! Supernatural power erupted, instantly cracking the ground. Chao Meng was exceptionally strong and powerful. Ordinary awakened individuals were no match for him. But how could an awakened one serving as the city lord's personal guard be ordinary? On this mountaintop, besides the surrounding rifle-wielding guards, there were 4 members of the psychic guard squad. One of them was a wood-type psychic. His wood-type ability wasn't the kind that made existing plants grow. Instead, like a Mokutan ninja from certain anime, he could create wood out of thin air using his own power. Snap! 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 As Chao Meng amplified his aura, Guo Chao the transformation type awakened who'd received the command charged toward him at breakneck speed. Guo Chao's ability transformed him into a gibbon, greatly enhancing his hand strength. Combined with his mastery of jujitsu and grappling techniques, he could easily immobilize most opponents. However, Chao Meng's strength was too overwhelming. Even Guo Chao could only hold him for a mere 2 seconds. Fortunately, for a top-tier fighter, 2 seconds were more than enough to turn the tide of battle. Before Chao Meng could break free, the capture net and serpentine wooden limbs appeared around him, striking from both front and rear. Get lost! Facing this powerful immobilizing ability, Chao Meng let out a cold shout. His aura surged once more, and behind him, the faint silhouette of a fierce tiger began to materialize. Boom! Guo Chao was sent flying, the wooden stakes shattered, and the capture net was torn aside. Chao Meng's charge remained unabated. Damn it, this kid's gone mad. The wood-type ability user, Zhou Lei, cursed angrily at the sight. With no time to hold back, he immediately amplified his ability's power. Guo Chao also dared not hold back. 2 fists couldn't fight 4 hands. Chao Meng, though formidable in close combat, couldn't withstand the combined assault of 4 high-tier ability guards. After a fierce battle of abilities, Chao Meng's hands, feet, and body were finally bound by the massive wooden chains. Chao Meng, calm down. Ha, ha. Zhou Lei gasped for breath, clearly drained from restraining Chao Meng. Calm my ass. Though bound by the giant wood, Chao Meng showed no sign of backing down. Because of this fool's stupid decision, how many people in City of Light suffered? Even my wife nearly died at the hands of those demons. How the hell am I supposed to calm down? This isn't solely the City Lord's fault. If not his, then whose? If he'd listened to Su Bai and prepared countermeasures earlier, would so many have died? Faced with Chao Meng's accusation, Zhou Lei momentarily lost his words. Though the fusion with the other world was inevitable, had they heeded Su Bai's advice, even if they hadn't evacuated early, just taking preventive measures beforehand would have prevented such chaos when the demons arrived. The casualties would have been far fewer. But now, it was too late for regrets. Chao Meng, take a look at this first. A member of the Psionic Guard broke the awkward silence, handing Chao Meng a phone and gesturing for Zhou Lei to release his grip. Zhou Lei complied. Chao Meng's left hand was released, and he took the phone with a puzzled look, beginning to watch. Soon, his already puzzled expression deepened with even greater confusion. What does this mean? The Special Abilities Guard explained, the first person in the video is Fang Yu, our newly appointed Seal Guardian. As for the second person, well, I don't need to say who that is, right? You mean Su Bai killed Fang Yu? Chao Meng's eyes widened in disbelief. The video was straightforward. It showed the final moments after Fang Yu was wounded by Lai Su, frantically teleporting to escape, and Su Bai promptly following up to retrieve the Zhang Kong sword. The videographer had intended to capture the apocalyptic devastation but unexpectedly recorded this scene instead. From the footage, it certainly looked like Su Bai was hunting Fang Yu down. How could that be? Chao Meng remained unconvinced. He had once been Su Bai's teammate, the kind of relationship where they fought side by side, trusting each other implicitly enough to have their backs covered. Su Bai betraying humanity? What kind of joke is that? Humph. Wu Xianxiang snorted coldly. With all this irrefutable evidence, what's impossible about it? Yeah, people change. Zhou Lei patted Chao Meng's shoulder, speaking with a hint of resignation. He didn't want to believe it either, but with the facts staring them in the face, what else could anyone say? Oh, what a lively scene. Chao Meng was about to say something else when a mocking voice suddenly echoed through the air. Hearing it, everyone present felt their hairs stand on end. The 4 members of the Psionic Guard immediately assumed defensive stances, their eyes fixed on the sky with heightened vigilance. Su Bai? Su Bai floated in midair, scanning the crowd atop the mountain. Spotting Chao Meng, he looked slightly surprised. Chao Meng? When did you get back? Just a couple days ago. Chao Meng was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. Zhou Lei ignored him entirely, fixing his gaze firmly on Su Bai. Su Bai, what are you doing here? Though his wood element ability could restrain Chao Meng, it proved utterly useless against Su Bai's spatial power. Chao Meng had to remain hyper-vigilant just to avoid being instantly obliterated by Su Bai. Don't be nervous. I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm just here to ask for someone. A person? Su Bai didn't answer, merely glancing at Wu Xianxiang. Is Ling Fengshao in this shelter? No. Wu Xianxiang narrowed his eyes at Su Bai, his reply blunt. Once, he had harbored a shred of affection and gratitude toward Su Bai. But now, seeing the devil-may-care grin on Su Bai's face made his entire body bristle with discomfort. If he hadn't been outmatched, he would have sent men to surround Su Bai long ago. Su Bai studied Wu Xianxiang, raising an eyebrow. Are you sure? He truly isn't here. Zhou Lei quickly chimed in, Su Bai, even if our positions are different now, there's no need to lie to you about something like this. Well, that makes sense. Su Bai pondered for a moment, finding no fault in their explanation. With demons overrunning the city, they were barely handling the threat themselves. Why would they waste time provoking him? He turned his gaze to Chao Meng. Chao Meng, I'm preparing to leave the City of Light. Do you want to come with us? Leave the City of Light? Chao Meng was confused. Su Bai didn't beat around the bush. He stated plainly, yes. The City of Light is about to fall. The sanctuary probably won't hold out much longer either. As former comrades in arms, their coordination remains seamless. An extra powerful ally meant an extra layer of support. City of Light is about to fall? How could that be? False. Absolutely false. Even if there's been a glitch with the seal, once reinforcements from other cities arrive, we'll drive those demons out of human territory. How could it fall? Exactly. These demons may be powerful, but they should never be our match. Chapter 56, The Devil's Insider. Su Bai's words struck like a thunderclap, sending shockwaves through the assembled crowd. When demons first invaded Blue Star 15 years ago, their strength had gradually increased from weak to strong. Humans, however, had possessed psychic warriors from the very beginning. Thus, humanity swiftly mastered methods to hunt the demons, military forces wielding thermal weapons as the main assault, supported by awakened psychics. Within 5 years, the demons were driven back to the otherworld. This experience fostered a false sense of security among humans that while demons were formidable, awakened humans could handle them with ease. Unlike Su Bai, they lacked years of direct combat experience against demons and remained unaware of the true terror of the most powerful ones. Even an anomaly like Lai Su struggled to shake their deeply ingrained beliefs. Bai ignored the others, fixing his gaze solely on Xiao Meng. What do you say? Fine, but I need to tidy things up first. The flood of new information had left Xiao Meng's mind reeling, making rational judgment impossible in the short term. Yet he chose to trust Bai. Years of fighting side by side, coupled with Bai's current state, were his reasons for trusting him. Receiving this answer, Bai smiled faintly. I'll come to the shelter to pick you up at this time tomorrow. With that, his figure vanished midair, leaving no time for anyone else to react. That guy, was he telling the truth or not? Well, I think it's better to believe it than to doubt it. After Bai departed, the crowd resumed their murmurs. After all, the fall of the City of Light was no trivial matter. No one could afford to ignore it. Just grandstanding. Wu Shian snorted coldly, still unconvinced by Bai's words. If such a thing truly existed, would he kindly come to warn us? In his mind, humans possessed not only advanced weaponry but also countless top-tier awakened. No matter how formidable the demons were, could they really overturn the heavens? Moreover, given how strained their relationship with Bai had become, his sudden appearance to deliver such a message inevitably smacked of ulterior motives. The others remained silent upon hearing Wu Shian's words, each silently calculating something in their minds. Bai couldn't care less about what Wu Shian thought. Truthfully, he harbored little resentment toward him or the others. If not for them, he might still be burdened with the heavy responsibility of saving humanity. How could he possibly enjoy such leisure now? Simply tossing those he wished to bring into the alternate dimension meant he didn't have to care about the raging flood outside. However, after leaving the southern part of the city, Bai intended to head to the western city shelter to see if he could find Ling Fengxiao. But halfway through his flight, he sensed that familiar aura. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air. The rooftop of a distant residential building was shattered by that immense force. Debris rained down from the top floor, thudding onto the ground. Ling Fengxiao? Is she fighting some kind of monsters? Sensing the situation at the battle site, Bai furrowed his brow slightly. He flashed twice and hid nearby. These things look like ancient soldiers. Except for their gray skin and eyes emitting black mist, they're indistinguishable from ordinary people. Never seen demons like this before. Captain Ling, what should we do? These monsters just keep coming. This scene unfolded in a vast plaza, encircled by a ring of demon soldiers. 3 members of the escort team stood back to back in the center, their cold weapons drawn, vigilant against the surrounding threat. Ling Fengxiao stood alone at the front, spear in hand. After smashing an armored enemy to the ground, a grave expression settled on his face. Follow me closely. We're breaking out together. Outnumbered, there was no point in lingering. Without another word, Ling Fengxiao gripped her spear tightly, preparing to break through the monster's weakest point. Like Xiao Meng, she excelled in close combat and possessed formidable individual fighting skills. Yet these demonic soldiers, resembling ancient warriors, were no pushovers. After she dispatched 2 demon soldiers, a towering figure nearly 6 feet tall emerged from the horde. Clad in black armor and wielding twin halberds, he rode a colossal warhorse. Like the black mage warrior, the figure was shrouded entirely in black armor. The colossal warhorse was little more than a skeletal frame, billowing black smoke from its body, its eyes burning with a ghostly blue flame. Boom! Clang! The warhorse charged at breakneck speed. Riding the momentum of its powerful charge, the towering figure thrust and slashed with his twin halberds, unleashing a devastating shockwave that swept everything before it. The 3 figures behind him dodged swiftly. Ling Fengxiao frantically parried, her 2 cold weapons clashing and tearing a long gash in the ground. She redirected the force, driving the spear tip into the earth with a burst of sparks. She flew backward dozens of meters before finally grinding to a halt. This monster's strength is terrifying, Ling Fengxiao exclaimed in shock after regaining her footing. Few humans could shock her with their strength, and even among demons, such power was exceedingly rare. How could this creature possess such overwhelming might? But now wasn't the time for such thoughts. She decisively shook the black gun, lightly planted her toes, and counterattacked toward the massive figure. It's been a long time since I've faced such a formidable opponent. Come on. Facing such a formidable foe, Ling Fengxiao showed no fear. Instead, she grew increasingly excited, her fighting spirit surging as if she were born for battle. Bai didn't disturb her enjoyment. He went alone to a long-abandoned underground parking garage nearby. This area bordered the western working-class district, where small buildings and houses lay in disrepair. Trash littered the ground, and the air carried a mix of mustiness, rot, and the tang of blood. Bai paid it no mind, blocking out the discomfort from the odors as he walked slowly deeper inside. At this hour, the power in City of Light had already collapsed. The deserted, unlit underground parking garage felt eerily sinister. Several bat demons lurking in the shadows, attempting a sneak attack, were swiftly dispatched by Bai. As Bai advanced, a pile of human corpses, their blood still wet, came into view. In the center of the underground garage, bodies were piled high, forming mountains, with rivers of blood flowing across the floor. 9 figures cloaked entirely in black robes stood encircling this mass of corpses, chanting something. No, it should be 8, for 8 sat while 1 stood. The standing figure sensed Subai's presence and turned to observe him from afar. Though the hood obscured his true features, Subai could sense the man's identity. Someone actually found their way here? That does surprise me. The 8 seated figures paid Subai no mind, but the standing cloaked figure addressed him. His voice was low, sinister, and raspy enough to terrify an ordinary person into losing control of their bladder. Subai merely narrowed his eyes. You're human, yet you're acting as a demon's insider? Is that really worth it? And what about you? Instead of answering, the cloaked figure countered in his raspy voice, after guarding humanity for so many years, only to be mocked online by those ignorant fools. Is that kind of sacrifice fun? Not fun at all. I think it's pointless too. That's why I joined the demons. The seal breaking early, that was your doing, wasn't it? Ha! That fool Wu Shian trusted Fang Yu for the sake of his own power, and Fang Yu trusted me implicitly. Naturally, I had to give them a little surprise. Chapter 57, The Shadow Warrior is at Dianwei? It was clear the cloaked figure was none other than Hu Taiping, one of the 2 spatial guardians who had replaced Subai in protecting the seal. From the very beginning, Subai had harbored suspicions. He had estimated the seal would break in 5 days. Even if it were to fail prematurely, it shouldn't have happened so silently. While observing Ling Fengxiao's battle earlier, he sensed something amiss with the aura here and decided to investigate. Little did he expect to witness such a scene. Hu Taiping's appearance confirmed his suspicions. There was a demonic mole within the human ranks, and this mole held a position of considerable influence. Hu Taiping, sensing Subai had recognized him, abandoned any pretense of mystique. Subai, after what humans did to you, surely you won't aid them anymore? Hu Taiping pulled back the hood of his black cloak, revealing his bearded face and speaking in his true voice. While others might not know Subai's true strength, as a demon informant, how could he possibly be unaware? Not only had he studied Subai's background extensively, but he'd also learned details from Lai Su during the demon seal-breaking operation. Though he hated to admit it, he knew he was no match for Subai. If the other deliberately tried to stop this sacrifice, he simply couldn't hold him back. Hearing Hu Taiping's words, Subai remained calm. I won't aid them, but that doesn't stop me from killing you. You're going to kill me? Hu Taiping frowned, taken aback. Fang Yu is the one replacing you. The Wu family forced you to step down. I've done nothing to you. Why would you kill me? I may not hate demons as much as I once did, but I despise traitors. Subai spoke bluntly, then flung his sky-splitting sword upward and to the right. Swish! An upward slash unleashed a force potent enough to tear space itself, hurtling toward Hu Taiping. Hu Taiping wouldn't dare conduct a sacrificial ritual here without preparation. A defensive spatial barrier had long been deployed around them. Subai's strike tore open a gap in the barrier, yet failed to harm Hu Taiping. Moreover, the barrier instantly repaired itself. You're serious? Hu Taiping's expression darkened. Subai, however, was curious, or did I come here to joke around with you? No sooner had the words left his mouth than he unleashed another strike. This strike carried more force, significantly stronger than the previous one. Hu Taiping dared not take it lightly, immediately channeling spatial energy to reinforce the barrier. Subai, humanity is already beyond hope. You don't need to go this far for them. Is that your justification for betraying humanity? Subai's expression remained cold as he delivered 2 more strikes. Though seemingly casual, these blows significantly weakened Hu Taiping's spatial barrier. Bull! They betrayed me first. Hu Taiping erupted in fury, his voice hysterical. Those beasts slaughtered my wife and daughter. My daughter was only 16. Those monsters. Do you know what it felt like to come home and find my wife and daughter covered in blood, dying in my arms? I had to kill those beasts to avenge my wife and daughter. Hu Taiping had once been an ordinary man. Lacking power and connections, he could only fade into the background of his era. When he saw his wife and daughter brutally murdered in his arms, his mind nearly shattered. At that very moment, a high-ranking demon approached him. The high-ranking demon offered him a deal, the power to exact vengeance in exchange for his soul, to aid the demon's return to the mortal realm. His wife and daughter were his entire world. Having lost everything, he hesitated not a moment. Thus, with the demon's aid, he slaughtered every last one of those scum. Using their corpses, he summoned a demon from the Rift Clan across the void. The Rift Clan excelled at manipulating spatial energy. To evade human perception, that Rift demon directly stripped away its own power and bestowed it upon Hu Taiping. This was the origin of Hu Taiping's spatial abilities. Subai, I have no desire to be your enemy. Why bring trouble upon yourself? Seeing Subai halt his sword swing, Hu Taiping continued his plea. At that moment, Subai was indeed contemplating. His opponent was also a spatial mage. Killing him here wouldn't be easy. Moreover, Hu Taiping was certainly not the only demonic collaborator. Even eliminating him would be futile. Perhaps he should seize this chance to strike a deal? With that thought, he drew a deep breath and sheathed his sky-splitting sword. Those monsters resembling ancient soldiers, you summoned them, didn't you? You mean those in-spirit soldiers? Hu Taiping paused, then didn't deny it. Yes, I summoned them. What of it? Shadow soldiers, that's a fitting name. Su Bai spoke thoughtfully, I'm taking those human psychics outside with me. You withdraw all the in-spirit soldiers. If I withdraw those soldiers, you won't stop me? Didn't you just say it yourself? I have no reason to stop you. Besides, you're not the only human traitor. Stopping you won't change anything. And anyway, do you even have a choice now? This. Hu Taiping was a smart man. He instantly realized Su Bai was absolutely right. Even if Su Bai had tried to stop him, it wouldn't have changed anything. And if he truly wanted to stop him, it would only cost him a little more time. There was no need for such deceitful tactics. All right. I believe you. With that, Hu Taiping lowered his hands from the barrier. Seeing Su Bai make no further moves, he exhaled deeply in relief. He slowly sat cross-legged on the ground, retrieved a dagger from his personal space, and slashed his left hand open. Blood quickly flowed out, enveloped by a cloud of black mist. As Hu Taiping channeled his demonic power, the surrounding space began to ripple. After a few seconds, the blood shrouded in black mist transformed into countless black specks of light, burrowing into the rippling space around them. Done. Hu Taiping remained seated cross-legged, not making a sudden move. Su Bai sensed the energy and gave a slight nod. Yet he didn't leave immediately, instead voicing the question on his mind. Before you go, could you tell me how those in-spirit soldiers came to be? Well, there's no harm in telling you. They were all humans who once existed on Blue Star. Humans who once existed. Su Bai was taken aback. So by your account, that in-spirit general wielding the twin halberds outside is. He was Cao Cao's personal bodyguard during the Three Kingdoms period, the legendary fierce warrior known as Ancient Evil's arrival. Jian Wei. Chapter 58, An Army Supporting Su Bai? Hu Taiping's words were nothing short of earth-shattering. Even though Su Bai had braced himself, the revelation still left him reeling. The history of this world closely mirrored Earth's Qin, Han, Jin, Sui, Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming. However, during the Ming dynasty, the Qing forces failed to breach the Great Wall, causing modern history to diverge from Earth's timeline. Hu Taiping, driven by the deaths of his wife and daughter, had sided with the demons. He then gained Fang Yu's trust and became a sealing guardian alongside him. Su Bai could understand that. After all, that's how most demonic collaborators came to be. But how could these historical figures, long dead, be summoned and granted demonic power? No wonder ordinary in-spirit soldiers weren't powerful. I'd never seen them before. So they were actually creatures native to Blue Star all along? Sigh, it seems humanity truly has no hope left. Su Bai sighed helplessly, then vanished from the spot as promised. Facing a full-scale demonic invasion, humanity never had much of a chance to begin with. Now, with these specter soldiers added to the mix, victory seemed even more improbable. Consider this, throughout history, how many ancient soldiers lie buried beneath the earth? Once summoned en masse, what could humanity possibly use to resist them? Su Bai, you did all this? On the vast plaza, Ling Fengxiao watched as the ghost soldiers and generals turned to dust one after another, still somewhat bewildered. But upon seeing Su Bai appear, she instantly grasped the situation. Few in this world understood Su Bai better than she did. Su Bai didn't deny it, pretty much. What kind of monsters were those? They looked so strange. We'll talk while we walk. Su Bai wasted no time, leading them away while exchanging intelligence with Ling Fengxiao. Originally, Ling Fengxiao intended to follow Su Bai's suggestion and head to the eastern city shelter. However, en route, they encountered a military unit escorting civilians evacuating toward the western city. When the troops faced danger, she couldn't stand by and watch. So she followed them to the western part of the city. After completing the escort mission, she immediately headed east with several teammates to rendezvous with Su Bai. Halfway there, they encountered these shadow soldiers, leading to the events just now. What? Historical generals? After hearing Su Bai's account, Ling Fengxiao could scarcely believe her ears. No wonder they were so powerful. They were the demonized historical general Dian Wei? Su Bai nodded. These ghost soldiers and warlords will only multiply. Humans can only survive by constantly ceding territory. Unbelievable. Demons can actually wield this kind of power? It must be connected to the demons' spies among humanity. This is tricky. Hearing Su Bai's account, the group was utterly horrified. Ling Fengxiao immediately glanced behind her. Li Ping, relay this situation to the West City shelter immediately. Tell them to abandon the shelter and leave the City of Light now. Yes, understood. Li Ping nodded decisively without hesitation. His ability was telepathy, and its range was no less than Su Bai's spatial perception. Thus, within seconds of raising his finger before him, the West City shelter received his message. The three were Ling Fengxiao's subordinates, 2 women and 1 man. Having been orphans since childhood, they developed somewhat reclusive personalities. Growing up, they never found suitable partners, leaving them with no family besides each other. Their allegiance to Ling Fengxiao stemmed not only from trust in their captain but also in Su Bai. After all, in this world, there were still plenty of intelligent individuals. As for whether others would believe this message, that was beyond their control. What should we do now? Should we leave the City of Light together? Or do you plan to stay and fight to the bitter end? Su Bai countered Ling Fengxiao with a hint of amusement. In the past, he might have stayed to guard or provide rear support, but now, he had no interest whatsoever. Ling Fengxiao understood Su Bai's predicament. We can ignore the ignorant masses, but what about the others? Especially those city defense soldiers who support you, they're innocent. City defense soldiers who support me? Su Bai raised an eyebrow, clearly unfamiliar with the term. Ling Fengxiao nodded eagerly, pressing his advantage. You didn't know? There are quite a few supporters of yours within the military. They just can't use phones normally and can't post online. That's right, Captain Su. We're all your fans, Li Ping chimed in with a grin, pounding his chest emphatically. Though Su Bai was the Guardian's captain, he was still a captain in his own right, so Li Ping calling him Captain Su was perfectly appropriate. Yet Su Bai's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this. Really? Why would we lie to you? Li Ping retorted with righteous indignation. Ask Zhang Fang if you don't believe me. She even said before that if it weren't for Captain Ling liking you, she'd wanna have your baby. Li Ping, what nonsense are you spouting? The girl named Zhang Fang flushed bright red at his teasing. Li Ping grinned and countered, isn't it true? I know exactly who's been daydreaming about you all day long. You're asking for a beating. Ha ha ha. Watching the two bicker and play fight in the square, Su Bai felt momentarily dazed, as if transported back over a decade to those joyful days when a group of them struggled to survive against all odds. After a moment's thought, he turned to Ling Fengxiao. How many fans are you talking about? Well, Ling Fengxiao recalled, we haven't counted exactly, but there are at least a few hundred. Su Bai frowned slightly at this. If hundreds of people are fleeing together, how will we handle their food and drink? We'd be self-sufficient, of course. And Su Bai, have you considered, what if other cities fall too? Are we supposed to keep fleeing like this forever? Uniting like-minded individuals to carve out a sanctuary together is the best option right now. With our abilities, I believe we can make it happen. As Ling Fengxiao spoke, her eyes began to sparkle with vision, as if she'd forgotten her earlier desire to retreat into seclusion with Su Bai. Forget about establishing a sanctuary together, Su Bai replied, somewhat exasperated. Haven't we thought this way before? And what was the result? I'm too exhausted for all this nonsense now. But, people? I can bring them along. Right now, I'm going with you to the West City shelter. Ask them if they're willing to join our group. If they agree, we take them all. Alright, let's head back right away. Chapter 59, Consider me a deserting soldier. When one is impoverished, one cultivates oneself. When one prospers, one benefits the world. Su Bai wasn't heartless. He had the ability and strength to save people effortlessly. If it were truly as Ling Fengxiao claimed that he had so many supporters, taking them along wasn't out of the question. But the turn of events proved somewhat unexpected. At the Western City shelter, one of the security officers was Wu Yan, son of Wu Shian. After Li Ping relayed the news, the supervisor didn't notify Wu Yan privately but instead alerted the entire shelter's leadership. What? Besides those demons, there are also in-spirit soldiers? In the shelter's executive conference room, over a dozen senior officials gathered. Wu Yan's face was etched with shock. Other leaders chimed in one after another. Is this real? The report came from Ling Fengxiao, captain of the 1st City Defense Brigade. It should be accurate. Isn't Ling Fengxiao one of Su Bai's people? So what if he's Su Bai's man? Earlier you claimed Su Bai had already defected, and what happened then? That was just an accident. Why keep bringing it up? You say all this is useless, but the most important thing now is whether to notify the higher-ups about this incident. Of course we must inform them. An unexpected demonic situation has arisen. This is beyond the supernatural protection squad's capabilities. No, we can't. There are still many people in the city waiting to enter the shelters. If we spread the word, the entire city will descend into chaos. Chaos is better than certain death. Flowers bloom in 100 hues, and people are all different. No matter where you go, when people gather in large numbers, differing voices inevitably emerge. Take the current situation. Could the intelligence Ling Fengxiao had relayed be trusted? If it was reliable, should it be disseminated? Add in the need to maintain order and mobilize city defenses. These were all issues they had to consider and argue over. The entire process was enough to give anyone a headache just thinking about it. But their debate didn't last long. A guard stood at the conference room door. Report. Enter. The guard entered and addressed Wu Yan. Minister Wu, several members of the Psionic Guard have abandoned their posts without authorization. Wu Yan frowned slightly upon hearing this. Left their posts without authorization? What reason did they give? They claim the City of Light is about to fall. They want to leave the city with Su Bai and are urging everyone to flee immediately, saying we shouldn't waste this last chance to escape. What? The others looked utterly shocked upon hearing this. Wu Yan erupted in fury. Damn it! That's Bai undermining morale at a critical moment? Where are they now? Most are packing their belongings. Some have already headed to the helipad behind the shelter's rear mountain. The western shelter of City of Light was designed to accommodate millions. Even just one of its helipads covered an immense area. To facilitate operations, Bai had secured several dozen helicopters and placed 2 sofas and a desk here, awaiting the arrival of the city defense warriors. Huang Jianpain, male, 36 years old, a 5th-tier physical enhancer. His motivation for joining the city defense department wasn't some grand national cause, but simply to leverage his abilities to secure a job that could put food on the table. After humanity entered a period of peace, most city defense soldiers chose to settle down and start families. Even if they didn't consider their own lives, they had to think about their families. Honey, are we really leaving City of Light? Lili, Huang Jianpain's wife, said with reluctance inside a shelter. They owned their own home in City of Light, and the shelter was purchased at considerable expense, stocked with stored supplies. Leaving now meant leaving behind everything except a few supplies. After all their years of hard work, would they end up with nothing? Few could accept that. Huang Jianpain was packing his belongings. Without turning his head, he replied, I know you're reluctant to leave behind the money and the house, but wealth is external. Nothing is more important than your own life. You trust that Bai that much? I haven't dealt much with Bai, so I can't say I trust him. But I trust Captain Ling, Huang Jianpain said earnestly. Ling Fengxiao might be a woman, but she was highly respected within the city defense department. Not only was she a formidable fighter, she was also fiercely loyal, decisive in her actions, and possessed a sense of justice so strong it bordered on the extreme. A woman like that wouldn't settle for just any man. But if we just leave like this, won't they say something? Huang Jianpain was part of the guard squad after all. The demons hadn't even arrived yet, and you were already running away? It just didn't look right. I haven't even cursed them out yet. What right do they have to say anything to me? Huang Jianpain's face darkened with fury at the thought. Bai's situation had made him see things clearly. Why would he care what others thought of him now? His immediate priority was protecting his own little family. But just as he finished packing and led his family out the shelter door, he collided head-on with Wu Yan and the others. Huang Jianpain, what are you doing? Trying to desert? Wu Yan forced his anger down. In his eyes, these people had clearly been turned by Bai and were traitors, so his words held no courtesy. Consider me a deserter, then. Huang Jianpain replied calmly, then tried to walk past them and leave. This blatant disregard for authority only fueled Wu Yan's rage further. You've worked in the city defense department for 8 years. Don't you have any sense of responsibility? Sense of responsibility? Hearing this, Huang Jianpain halted and turned to face Wu Yan. You have the nerve to lecture me about responsibility? Wu Yan, doesn't that make you blush? Making the Guardians apologize to that female influencer, you call that responsibility? Ignoring Bai's warnings and failing to prepare for the demon invasion, you call that responsibility? Do you even realize that because of your inaction, the brother who once saved my life is dead? Huang Jianpain pointed at Wu Yan hysterically, demanding, do you know how he died? To protect some old man, he was torn apart by demons. It wasn't that he couldn't outrun them, it was that the old man, scared of dying, shoved him right into the demon horde. Mentioning this filled Huang Jianpain with rage from head to toe. The apocalypse laid bare the selfishness of human nature in all its ugliness. Sometimes, saving someone not only brings no gratitude but invites mortal danger upon yourself, just like what happened to his brother. In his mind, if Wu Yan and the others had listened to Bai and warned people about the demon invasion beforehand, the panic wouldn't have been so severe. His brother wouldn't have died trying to save others. All of this was Wu Yan's fault. But now, it was too late for words. It was just an accident. Besides, when facing danger, your brother should have had the sense to protect himself. Right, you're correct. He should have protected himself in that situation. He deserved to die. But I'm tired. I don't want to protect others anymore. Now. I only want to protect those around me. I've already surrendered my equipment. Excuse me, please move aside. Chapter 60, The Alternate Dimension opens. Huang Jianpain's barrage of words left Wu Yan speechless. Reason told him he should stop Huang Jianpain now. If morale faltered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yet he couldn't find a single reason to intervene. His raised hand dropped, then rose again. After this hesitation repeated twice, he could only watch helplessly as Huang Jianpain led his entire family out of the shelter. How many others are like him? I don't know. Let's go. We'll check the back mountain. It was nearly noon. Since the demon's arrival, nearly 1 million civilians had taken refuge in the shelter, with roughly 20,000 members of the guard force. At least 3,000 guards, for various reasons, had chosen to leave the shelter and follow Bai. Together with their relatives and friends, their numbers swelled to at least 7,000. They marched in a vast procession, families in tow, carrying large and small bundles, food, supplies, clothing. Watching the steady stream of guards and their families emerging from the shelter's rear escape passage, even Su Bai was startled. 7 or 8,000 people? This was completely different from Ling Fengxiao's estimate of a few hundred. Captain Su. Captain Su. Captain Ling. Those who recognized Ling Fengxiao or Su Bai approached them and greeted them proactively. Su Bai gave a slight nod, then frowned in confusion. You, all intend to come with us? Yes, there are quite a few of us. We hope you two captains won't mind. But with so many of you, I can't guarantee everyone's safety, Su Bai ventured cautiously. His alternate space could comfortably house 10,000 people for regular living. If it were just a place to sit and rest without housing, accommodating 100,000 people wouldn't be a problem. His claim of being unable to guarantee their safety was merely a test to gauge their true intentions. Hearing Su Bai's words, one of the guard members chuckled. No worries, Captain Su. We can protect ourselves. Exactly, another chimed in. What we lack is a backbone. We have complete faith in both captains' abilities. I don't trust the others, but I trust you too. Su Bai narrowed his eyes. Is that how all of you feel? Yes. Absolutely. Captain Su, we've never doubted you from the very beginning. I'm your biggest fan. Me too. Me too. You guys? Alright. Hearing these words from his soldiers, Su Bai couldn't help but feel deeply moved. 7 or 8,000 people? Even if only 1/10 were genuine fans, it would prove his decade of guardianship hadn't been in vain. Taking a deep breath, Su Bai began assigning everyone to their respective squads. With this many people, management was essential. The positions didn't need to be overly complex. A simple hierarchy of squadron leaders, squad leaders, and team leaders would suffice. Su Bai would oversee 10 squadron commanders. Each squadron leader managed 10 platoon leaders, each platoon leader managed 10 team leaders, and each team leader managed 10 members. This simple yet effective management structure made overseeing 10,000 people a breeze. However, just as Su Bai finished organizing the teams and prepared to lead them out of the shelter, Wu Yan and several other high-ranking officials appeared on the helipad. Su Bai, you really have some nerve coming all the way to the shelter to poach people? Su Bai glanced at him but ignored him. Wu Yan didn't engage in a war of words with Su Bai either. Instead, he turned to the crowd. You deserters, are you sure you want to leave with Su Bai and his crew? At this point, what's there to be certain about? Exactly. Does Minister Wu intend to join us? You wouldn't be planning to use force to keep us here, would you? And would we be allowed to fight back? The city defense soldiers who wished to follow Su Bai were all dissatisfied with Wu Yan's outrageous actions, or rather, they were people who had suffered harm because of those actions. Thus, their tone carried a distinct edge of sarcasm. Wu Yan didn't lose his temper. He merely gave a cold laugh and stated a fact. No matter what, the shelter's defenses are what they are. If you leave with Su Bai, have you considered? What would happen if demons targeted you midway? Do you really believe Su Bai and Ling Fengxiao alone can protect all of you? It was common knowledge that open-air locations offered far less security than the shelter when facing demons. Huang Jianping and the others understood this well. But would staying guarantee survival? What if the shelter fell? What if these high-ranking officials fled at the critical moment? Who would they hold accountable then? So, at the very least, it's better than staying here to die. My decision is final. Minister Wu, there's no need to say more. Minister Wu, please return. You. Fine. I hope you won't regret this. Wu Yan was truly enraged by these traitors. He turned and stormed out, accompanied by several other high-ranking officials. Su Bai paid him no mind, merely clapping his hands and channeling spatial energy to broadcast his voice to everyone. Everyone, thank you for placing your trust in me and Captain Ling. Since you've chosen me, I won't let you down. I, Su Bai, can't promise everything, but I can guarantee the safety of your families. Today, I swear before all of you, as long as Captain Ling and I remain alive, not a single one of your loved ones will die at the hands of those demons. What? Is that for real? You're joking, right? Su Bai, have you lost your mind? Su Bai's words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Behind him, Ling Fengxiao immediately tugged at his sleeve and whispered urgently, do you even realize what you're saying? Among the 7 or 8,000 people present, over half were ordinary citizens. Not only were fewer than half of them awakened, but even if everyone were awakened, facing a large-scale demon attack would inevitably result in casualties. It was unavoidable. What Su Bai was saying sounded like nothing but bragging. At a critical moment of life and death, no one wanted a leader who was full of hot air. In fact, upon hearing Su Bai's words, the crowd genuinely felt he was blowing smoke. Even those who had been steadfast followers began to lose confidence. Not letting a single family member die at the hands of demons? If everyone were awakened, such words might be seen as rallying the troops. But with so many ordinary people present, what else could this be but bragging? This fool, I'd love to see how he'll back this up, Wu Yan remarked with a cold laugh, halting his departure upon hearing Su Bai's words. I thought Su Bai was a smart guy, but turns out he's just a complete fool. He'd already successfully turned these city defense soldiers to his side, yet he still had to spout such nonsense. What kind of idiot does he think he is? Ignoring the skeptical stares and whispered murmurs, Su Bai gave Ling Fengxiao a reassuring gesture before turning and tracing 4 circles in the air. Under the manipulation of his spatial power, the circles slowly shifted forward, transforming into 4 portals. These 4 portals lead to another dimension. Not a single demon exists there. You and your families can live there without fear for your safety. Chapter 61, The Power of Faith. Another dimension? Not a single demon inside? So you're saying we'll be absolutely safe inside? No sooner had Su Bai finished speaking than the crowd erupted into a frenzy. The skeptical looks on their faces were now replaced by surprise and anticipation. People whispered excitedly to each other. A different dimension? Su Bai actually has his own different dimension? That's insane. Wu Yan and several other high-ranking members froze upon hearing this. Currently, few knew of Su Bai's spatial ability. Beyond the original Guardian members, only Su Qinya, Fang Wanqing, and their group were aware. No one at the West City shelter had ever seen it, so they couldn't have imagined Su Bai's spatial ability had grown this powerful. Even Ling Fengxiao and Li Ping stood frozen in place, speechless for a long moment. Wu Yan's face darkened, consumed by jealousy and resentment. Su Bai ignored him, looking at the group as he continued, Now, everyone, form your teams and pass through the portal into the alternate space in an orderly fashion. Captain Ling and I will remain outside to ensure everyone's safety. At Su Bai's words, the group grew impatient, quickly lining up to enter the portal. The 4 portals, spaced 2 to 3 meters apart, did not hinder their speed of entry into the alternate dimension. The moment they stepped through the portals, astonishment and admiration washed over their faces. Not only were there no demons here, but the place was quiet and open and there were even dwellings? Unbelievable. This place is magical. To think someone could create a place like this with their abilities. It's unbelievable. No wonder Ling chose him, he's the real deal. Su Bai's alternate space was vast, and the portal required no ticket checks. Even with 7,000 or 8,000 people entering simultaneously, it wouldn't take long. However, as more people entered the alternate space, Su Bai, standing outside the portal, suddenly sensed something. He immediately turned to Ling Fengxiao beside him and said, You stay here and keep watch. I'll go in and check. Alright. Ling Fengxiao snapped out of her daze and nodded mechanically. She knew Su Bai was powerful, but she hadn't imagined he could be this formidable, not only capable of tearing open space to bring people through, but also creating an entirely new dimension on his own? No wonder he'd spoken so boldly earlier he had this hidden card up his sleeve? Unaware of her thoughts, Su Bai immediately headed to the edge of the alternate dimension upon returning. This space had been painstakingly carved out by him. The edge was a vast, white expanse where nothing could be seen, as if an immovable wall of air stood there, unyielding. And now, this air wall was actually expanding outward in all directions? Though the expansion was slow, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, it was undeniably detectable. What is happening? Why did I expend so much energy back then without expanding this space further? And now, without my psychic power having increased, it's starting to expand on its own? Su Bai was startled, then seemed to sense something. He turned to look at the city defense soldiers and their families entering through the portal. Nothing seemed unusual about them, yet Su Bai could see distinct colors emanating from a few individuals. Light yellow, deep yellow, and several of them even radiated a faint golden glow. In that instant, Su Bai seemed to grasp the principle. Is it the power of faith? Faith power, ethereal and elusive, was a special force only obtainable when others regarded you as a spiritual belief. As a psychic, Su Bai had never imagined he could possess such power, so he hadn't paid it any mind. When he had placed Su Qinya and the others inside before, he hadn't sensed anything of the sort. Yet now, with so many people gathered, the power of faith had manifested? These city defense soldiers already held a degree of trust in Su Bai. Upon learning that his alternate space could guarantee the absolute safety of their loved ones, they naturally began to regard him as a deity. However, due to individual differences in personality, the depth of their reverence for Su Bai varied. The deeper the yellow color, the greater the amount of faith power they provided. Fengxiao, Li Ping, notify the entire West City shelter. Anyone willing to join us, even ordinary citizens, is welcome to come. Realizing this faith energy was the key to expanding the space, Su Bai wasted no time in rushing out to find Ling Fengxiao and Li Ping. Though Ling Fengxiao was somewhat puzzled, she naturally wouldn't refuse if Su Bai was willing to save more people. She immediately had several psychics assist Li Ping in broadcasting the message throughout the entire West City shelter. What? Su Bai came to our shelter? No wonder so many guards were packing their belongings. They were heading to join Su Bai? Should we go? I heard he has a parallel dimension where demons can't reach. With monsters running rampant outside, hiding in another dimension would be safer, but why would he take us in? Exactly. Didn't you hear what that voice said earlier? As long as you haven't been a keyboard warrior online before and have a sincere heart toward Subai, he'll take you in unconditionally. Oh, really? Maybe, we should give it a shot? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Upon hearing Li Ping's telepathic message, the shelter's inhabitants began to stir with anticipation. Some wanted to defect to Subai, others felt they should wait and see, while a few were ready to take advantage of the chaos. In any case, with so many people, each had their own agenda. However, Subai would only wait at the helipad behind the shelter for half a day, no extensions granted. They didn't have much time to deliberate. As time passed, survivors seeking refuge began arriving at the helipad. Though some among them were awakened, their proportion was significantly lower than that of the city's defense guards. Subai, however, accepted all comers without exception, letting them all inside. You three, get out. In the queue to enter the alternate dimension, a couple leading a young boy toward the portal were intercepted by two guard members before they could find a resting spot. The woman looked unremarkable, but the man and the boy bore a strong resemblance to each other. Both were on the heavier side. The chubby boy, about 10 years old, held a yellow water gun and gazed curiously at the strange space. WHY? The man was baffled by the guard's words, and the woman froze in shock. No reason. It's our leader's order, the two guards stated their justification. The leader they referred to was, of course, the current Subai. Though they didn't know the reason either, they were now under Subai's command. This space belonged to Subai, so naturally, he had the final say. What gives? The woman exploded in anger. Is your leader really Subai? Get him to come out and explain. Why can everyone else enter, but not us? Exactly. Is this even fair? Do you have any idea how long it took us to pack all this luggage? We finally made it here, and now you just say we can't take it? Mommy, there are no demons here. I don't want to go out. No, no, no. You're all bad people. I'm going to beat you to death. Chapter 62, Subai, the God. Subai recruited many city defense soldiers. New to the group, they felt awkward sitting idle, so they volunteered to handle crowd control duties. Upon hearing Subai was the one barring their entry, the couple instantly flew into a rage. It felt like finally spotting an exciting tourist spot, driving hundreds of miles just to get there, only to find everyone else could enter except them. The chubby kid flopped onto the ground, throwing a tantrum while spraying water from his yellow water gun at the two guards. You little brat, you damn. One of the guards, younger in appearance, was drenched from head to toe. His instinct was to punch the kid, but his partner pulled him back just in time. Shao Yu, mind your image. Buzz. Thud. No sooner had the older guard spoken than the boy was lifted by an invisible force, hurled several meters away, and slammed hard onto the ground. His wails instantly turned into screams. The woman, witnessing this, shrieked in horror. Ah, ah. What are you doing? Dare to touch my son? I'll fight you to the death. Their son was their precious treasure. How could anyone treat him like this? The woman rushed over to check on her son, screaming. The man, unable to find the culprit, lunged at the two guards, intent on fighting them to the death. Before he could take 2 steps, he too was knocked flying by an invisible force, crashing heavily to the ground to join his son. Throw him out. Subai's calm voice came from somewhere unknown. The two guards dared not waste another moment. They nodded immediately. Yes. Thud. 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 One by one, the family of 3 was tossed through the portal. Subai, how did you know this family of 3 had personality issues? Since the task of maintaining order had been assigned to others, Subai and Ling Fengxiao found themselves with nothing to do. They sat down inside the alternate space. Seeing Subai order them to be ejected outright, Ling Fengxiao found it hard to comprehend. Witnessing the family's behavior only deepened her confusion. He'd never even met them before, yet he had them ejected immediately upon encountering them? Could his spatial ability somehow perceive others' true nature? This is my space. Anyone who enters it, I can see their goodness or evil, and their karmic connection to me. Subai explained calmly. This ability emerged after he sensed the power of faith. He didn't need to look with his eyes or actively perceive it, it simply became evident to him. Those who believed in and revered him radiated a yellow glow. The deeper the yellow, the stronger their faith. Those who remained neutral bore little color, or rather, a green hue signifying neutrality and goodwill. Those harboring hostility toward him, or who had harbored it in the past, glowed red. The deeper the red, the stronger the animosity. This meant those who had ever made snide remarks about Subai online couldn't enter this alternate space. The moment this couple entered, Subai saw the red aura around them. Upon closer sensing, he saw their past deeds. The man was a fan of Gu Qianshan. Not only had he posted defamatory information about her online, but he also frequently bullied neighbors. The woman was a shrew herself, routinely letting her dog roam unleashed and hurling insults at low-level staff. As for that brat? His red aura wasn't particularly strong. Subai simply saw he lacked discipline and decided to lend a hand in correcting him. Holy crap, has your ability evolved this far? Ling Fengxiao looked utterly stunned. Subai gave a rare smile. Pretty cool, huh? More than cool, you're practically a god in my eyes. Ling Fengxiao was overcome with excitement. Pure land? What is a pure land? A place without demons is a pure land. Su Bai accomplished this entirely on his own, without relying on others? Ha! Black? Mid-chat with Ling Fengxiao, Su Bai suddenly furrowed his brow before teleporting instantly before an elderly couple. Buzz! A spatial confinement spell pinned them to the spot. These two are possessed by demons. Send some people to drive the demons out of their bodies. Clearly, this alternate space was Su Bai's creation. Within it, no matter how formidable others might be, they remained merely three-dimensional beings. Su Bai could see everyone's past and present, seemingly evolving toward becoming a four-dimensional being. However, Su Bai paid little heed to this. After all, in the outside world, he was still just an awakened with slightly stronger abilities. Upon hearing Su Bai's command, 4 members of the guard squad rushed over. Using their unique abilities, they restrained the elderly couple. Wow. Captain Su can sense the presence of demons without even looking? That's incredible. Yeah, with him around, we don't have to worry about safety at all. Is this what they call a sense of security? Awesome. 666. The guards were visibly thrilled, deeply relieved by the choice they'd made today. They had come to pledge allegiance to Su Bai. The stronger Su Bai became, the more at ease they felt. They hadn't fully grasped Su Bai's capabilities before, but now it was crystal clear, Su Bai was a god who could change the world single-handedly. With him around, humanity had hope. As everyone busied themselves, time swiftly passed from noon to night. Su Bai's alternate dimension, influenced by the passage of time and the influx of new members, had expanded by 1/5 compared to before. Buzz. 4 portals closed precisely at 11 p.m. Su Bai ascended to the airspace within the alternate dimension, instructing the others to clear a large expanse of land. Boom! 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 Several skyscrapers over 30 stories tall shot up from the ground, leaving the group of survivors utterly speechless. Is this creating things out of thin air? He's no longer human, is he? Even gods couldn't do this. Captain Su, you are our god. With Captain Su, what demons could we possibly fear? Long live Captain Su. Long live. Seeing these skyscrapers materialize out of thin air, the survivors cheered and leaped for joy, truly regarding Su Bai as a deity in their hearts. Ignoring their excitement, Su Bai focused on creating light sources, water sources, mountains, and rivers within the alternate dimension. As miracle after miracle unfolded, he witnessed the survivors' auras shift transparent and green hues gradually turning yellow, while those already yellow grew deeper. My abilities are growing stronger too. Su Bai clenched his fist, gauging his power. By tonight, this space will at least double in size. Chapter 63, The Stunned 9th Tier Psionicist. The power of faith is not a one-time event, but an endless stream. As long as these people remain alive and the work of spreading faith is carried out effectively, Su Bai's supernatural abilities will continue to grow stronger, and the alternate space can keep expanding in all directions. It's important to understand that spatial expansion encompasses not only area but also height and ground thickness. This means he could replace those 4 or 5-story buildings with skyscrapers, allowing the number of survivors accommodated to increase exponentially. However, an excessively large survivor population would inevitably bring survival challenges like food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Su Bai couldn't conjure food out of thin air yet, so he needed to keep these people occupied. Introducing a dedicated currency was merely the beginning. The real focus now lay in cultivating fertile fields, planting crops, establishing processing plants, water treatment facilities, power stations, and the like. Truthfully, Su Bai didn't need to say much. Once these survivors realized his alternate space was absolutely safe, some had already begun mobilizing. Among their supplies were ample grain and vegetable seeds. If Su Bai could secure chickens, ducks, fish, pigs, cattle, and sheep, they could even establish livestock breeding operations. Damn it, this Su Bai, how did he acquire such power? Wu Yan slammed his fist hard on the table at the West City shelter. He'd been hoping to see the other guy humiliated, but it turned out the clown was himself? After nearly 10 hours of non-stop intake, his shelter hadn't lost tens of thousands of survivors. Instead, half of his guard squadron had vanished. That meant at least 10,000 guards had defected to Su Bai. Now he had to protect the remaining million civilians with just 10,000 men. This won't do. We must stabilize morale. Wu Yan made a decisive call: recruit a new guard squad immediately. Those who remain will be promoted 3 ranks. Yes, sir. Though the quality of these hastily recruited personnel would be uneven, there was simply no other option now. Reporting. Speak. Our armory has been ransacked by Su Bai. What? Wu Yan was dumbfounded, utterly dumbfounded. He had absolutely no idea how things had escalated to this point. Not only had the enemy poached his men, but they'd also raided his armory? This ing. He wanted to kill Su Bai, but with his abilities, how could he possibly track down Su Bai's whereabouts? What he didn't know was that his own father, Wu Shian, had suffered the same fate. Early the next morning, Bai hadn't returned to the East City shelter last night. Instead, he'd spent the night resting in his own alternate dimension. Shortly after dawn, he arrived at the South City shelter where Wu Shian was located, accompanied by Ling Fengxiao, Li Ping, and several others. He used spatial power to assist Li Ping in transmitting his voice. Soon after, Chao Meng arrived with Hao Liang and a large contingent of guard members to defect. Chaos erupted among the residents of the Southern City shelter. By around 6 in the afternoon, after 2 days and 1 night of spatial expansion, Bai's alternate dimension had grown more than 3 times larger than before. The 5-story building had transformed into a 60-story skyscraper. Its capacity surged from 10,000 to 360,000 inhabitants, while the number of survivors grew from the initial 7,000 to 270,000. My goodness, this is absolutely spectacular. Gazing at the towering skyscrapers and the vast sea of survivors within the alternate space, Shangguan Shui, who had just stepped through the teleportation gate, couldn't help but exclaim in awe. She couldn't believe this entire space had been created by a single person. Miss, shouldn't we go meet him first? No rush. Let's explore around first. To her, this alternate dimension was like an entirely new world, every corner brimming with wonder. Bai, however, was unaware of this. Not only did he have to maintain the portal, but he also had to construct buildings within the alternate space. After gathering everyone from the South City shelter, he felt quite exhausted. He promptly closed the portal and returned to the East City shelter to rest. With the demon having broken its seal only 3 days prior, and the shelter still guarded by its own security force, overall safety remained assured. Honey, he's back. He looks exhausted. Seeing Bai shut his door and fall into a deep sleep the moment he returned, Wang Jinming found his wife and whispered to her. He'd been thinking a lot these past 2 days. This was their only chance to break free from Bai. Fang Wanqing had also been deep in thought these past days. Hearing this, she merely nodded slightly. I understand. The next morning, Bai slowly awoke from his slumber. Feeling the power within him, he was filled with astonishment. Not only had his alternate space doubled in size overnight, but his spatial ability had actually broken through to the 9th tier? Consider this, it had taken Bai 6 years to advance his spatial ability from Tier 6 to Tier 8. The subsequent 4 years had only yielded a half-tier increase to Tier 8.5. Now, in just 3 days, he'd leapfrog from Stage 8.5 to Stage 9? The power of faith was truly terrifying. He flung open his door and summoned Su Qingya and Fang Wanqing to his room via telepathy. Boss. Bai. I'm feeling a bit tired. Come give me a massage. Bai beckoned to the 2 women. Neither refused. They approached Bai, one kneading his shoulders while the other pounded his legs. Bai, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I warmed up some breakfast over here. Want me to bring it over? Fang Wanqing, who was kneading his shoulders, suddenly spoke up. Bai didn't seem to mind, waving her off casually. Yeah, I am a bit hungry. Go ahead and get it. As Fang Wanqing left, Su Qingya seized the moment to pull out the yellow talisman from earlier. Boss, someone from the guard squad came earlier asking for your help. They left this contact information. Actually, I have business with them too. Bai took the yellow talisman and immediately ignited it with his fire elemental ability. Just as the talisman burned to ashes, Fang Wanqing returned with the breakfast. Milk, eggs, toast, corn. These were the supplies Bai had left behind. Without a word, he grabbed a piece of corn and popped it into his mouth. Moments later, Fang Wanqing left Bai's room. Wang Jinming, seeing this, hurried over. So, did he eat? Fang Wanqing nodded. Yes. Wang Jinming's face lit up with delight. Good, very good. I'll notify them to come over immediately. The one who came knocking was none other than Wan Kuan, the man from Wan Fang's family whom Bai had eliminated when he entered the shelter. He was a 9th-tier psychic. Originally, the death of Wan Fang meant little to him. After all, in these times, losing a few relatives or friends was all too common. But Bai had killed her in public and even returned the body to the Wan family. This was a blatant slap in the face to the entire Wan clan. However, ability rank only signified power level, endurance, and control over one's abilities. When the gap in latent potential was too vast, a higher rank meant little. His awakened ability was the A-rank Earth Demon Bear. Even though he'd managed to elevate this ability to 9th rank through some fortuitous circumstances, it was absolutely no match for Bai's spatial abilities. Therefore, to avenge Wan Fang by taking down Bai, he needed external assistance. Now that the conditions were met, he immediately led his men to confront him. Bai, get your ass out here. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Ling Fengxiao emerged from both sides of the corridor with over 100 guards, surrounding his men. Wan Kuan. Chapter 64, Where's Your Strongman Dignity? Through Wang Jinming, Wan Kuan learned that Bai possessed a separate dimension capable of transporting people. Therefore, even though the conditions had been met, he hadn't been overconfident. He'd brought 2 or 30 elite fighters to back him up. But he never imagined there would be so many guards here? And the leader? He was someone he knew all too well? Wan Kuan, what's the meaning of this? Ling Fengxiao scrutinized him from head to toe. Here to cause trouble for Su Bai? Wan Kuan felt goosebumps rise under Ling Fengxiao's piercing stare and immediately plastered on a smile. And no. It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. I heard everything just now. Ling Fengxiao clenched his fists until they cracked. Trying to act tough in front of Su Bai? You're asking for a beating? You misheard earlier. We're here to cause trouble for Wang Jinming. Yes, that Wang Jinming. Wan Kuan hastily dragged Wang Jinming into the fray as a shield. Just how close Ling Fengxiao and Su Bai were, even Wu Yan and the others didn't know, let alone him. If he'd known they were acquainted, only a fool would have come to avenge Wan Feng. Wang Jinming froze upon hearing Wan Kuan's words and observing his attitude toward Ling Fengxiao. This Wan Kuan was nearly 40 years old and a 9th-tier psychic. When he'd captured him earlier, he'd been full of swagger. How come he was acting like a scared little kid around Ling Fengxiao? Where's your swagger? Where's your aura of strength? I don't care about your grudges with others, but don't disturb Su Bai's rest. Yes. I'll take him away immediately. Wan Kuan dared not say another word, hastily ordering his men to drag Wang Jinming away. Why was he so cowed in Ling Fengxiao's presence? There was only one reason: he couldn't beat him. Wan Kuan's psychic potential was rated a class simply because his innate capacity peaked at that level. Meanwhile, Su Bai and Ling Fengxiao possessed S-class abilities because the highest achievable psychic potential tier was S-class. According to the supernatural ability settings in other novels, even Ling Fengxiao's abilities should be SSS tier. The disparity in potential was too vast, even a slight difference in rank resulted in a chasm between their combat capabilities. Wan Kuan once clashed with Ling Fengxiao during a military-civilian conflict. The outcome was predictable. His Earth Demon Bear's formidable strength and defense proved utterly useless against Ling Fengxiao. Ever since that day, he had harbored a deep-seated fear of Ling Fengxiao. Watching Wan Kuan depart, Ling Fengxiao paid him no further mind. Instead, he addressed the members of his escort team. Issue an immediate notice. All who wish to leave are to assemble at the square of the refuge. Yes, sir. Over 100 subordinates departed upon receiving their orders. Ling Fengxiao knocked on Su Bai's door, pushed it open, and saw Fang Wanqing kneeling before Su Bai. Ability suppressant? Wan Kuan managed to get his hands on quite the valuable item. Su Bai remarked with a smile as Ling Fengxiao entered. The ability suppressant was an official drug, colorless, odorless, and effective at suppressing an awakened individual's abilities. Originally developed to imprison ability criminals, it was unexpected that Wan Kuan would use it on Su Bai today. Thankfully, she pulled back at the last moment. Otherwise, the upcoming operation would have been a nightmare, Ling Fengxiao remarked with relief, glancing at Fang Wanqing. Though the drug couldn't completely suppress Su Bai's abilities, it would be impossible to use portals for mass transportation in the short term. Su Bai shrugged noncommittally, turning his gaze to Fang Wanqing. So, how did you suddenly get a conscience? Earlier, when Fang Wanqing had given him food, not only had she omitted the suppressant, but she'd also revealed everything Wang Jinming intended to do. That was precisely why Ling Fengxiao had brought reinforcements. He had forced himself on her, so she should have been plotting to escape him. Yet here she was, betraying her own husband at this critical moment? He hadn't had time to ask before, but now he was genuinely curious. It was yesterday afternoon. Fang Wanqing gritted her teeth as she recounted the events that had unfolded over the past 2 days at the shelter. That day, after Wang Jinming was brought back by Wan Kuan, he discussed plans to deal with Su Bai with her. She had initially considered confronting Su Bai herself, but his abilities were so profoundly mysterious that she dared not risk it. Yesterday afternoon, while she and Wang Jinming were scouting the surrounding terrain, survivors staying in the neighboring shelter forcibly dragged them into a room. Seeing the 4 attackers, her husband cowered in the corner, too terrified to make a sound. Had Wang Muyao not noticed something amiss and banged on their door in time, she would likely have met a terrible fate. Yes, Wang Muyao was an awakened one with considerable potential in her abilities. She was also sharp-witted, which was one reason Su Bai had allowed them to rest in the shelter. This incident left Fang Wanqing utterly disillusioned with Wang Jinming and made her acutely aware of the importance of strength in chaotic times. To protect herself and her daughter, she had no choice but to act this way. Heh, you made a wise choice. Get up. Go pack your things. We should be ready to leave soon. After saying this, Su Bai outlined the next steps of their plan. Fang Wanqing had knelt down to beg forgiveness of her own accord, hoping to secure a powerful ally for herself and her daughter. Recognizing one's mistakes and making amends is the greatest virtue. Su Bai chose not to press the issue. But after Ling Fengxiao left, Fang Wanqing bit her lip and whispered, You knew all along about my relationship with him? What else? Whispering secrets in front of me? That shows a lack of respect for us high-tier psychics, doesn't it? Receiving Su Bai's affirmative answer, Fang Wanqing wished she could sink into a crack in the ground. Her supposedly flawless concealment had been as transparent as a display in front of Su Bai? So forcing her to bite him had been deliberate too? At this realization, Fang Wanqing felt too ashamed to remain in the room. Bai paid her no further attention. Instead, he went to the neighboring shelter and, using his ability to tear open space, dragged all 4 men out into the wilderness and killed them. While human nature was indeed vile, and committing acts that defied all moral standards was commonplace in the apocalypse, to lay a hand on another man's woman without knowing anything about the situation? That was asking for death. It was their own choice. They had no one to blame but themselves. As for Wan Cohen and Wang Zhenming, Bai wasn't the least bit concerned. Time was on his side, he'd have plenty of opportunities to deal with them later. You cannot enter here. As time passed, the portal to the alternate dimension at the East City shelter opened smoothly. Survivors entered in an orderly fashion, though as usual, many still tried to take advantage of the chaos. This time, the guards stopped a young couple, or rather, the man and the young couple. Why? The man asked, utterly bewildered. Think about whether you've been insulting people online lately, the guards explained this time. This was also the explanation Bai had given them. When they first heard this explanation, though astonished by Bai's influence, they were even more outraged by such behavior. Daring to insult the guardians? Did these people really think the internet was a lawless zone? Thus, they showed no mercy toward these individuals. You. Hearing the guard's words, the man hesitated, then spat out a bitter threat. Fine, if we can't go in, so be it. What's so great about this place anyway? Come on, Sasa, I refuse to believe this dump could be safer than the outside world. The man stormed off in anger, but the young girl seemed reluctant to leave. She glanced at the strange, vast space, then looked back at the 2 guards. You too, do I have to leave too? We haven't received orders for you to leave. Ha? The young girl froze at their words. You mean I can stay? Yes. Wait, Zhu, what do you mean? Chapter 65, Wu Xian regrets. Seeing Zhu not only refuse to leave with him but instead stand there asking the security team if she could stay, Zhou Sheng was a bit dumbfounded. He didn't know how these guards had found out about his online trolling, but weren't boyfriends and girlfriends supposed to stick together through thick and thin? What the hell is your problem? Zhu shot him a withering look. What do you think it means? Monsters are everywhere outside. I'm not going to keep running and hiding with you. You want to break up with me? Zhou Sheng couldn't believe it. What else? Zhu Shasha's expression was strange, as if she were looking at an idiot. They were just ordinary boyfriend and girlfriend, no deep emotional foundation between them. Between an alternate dimension shelter and a regular one, even a fool could tell which was safer. Now that she finally had a chance to enter the alternate dimension shelter, how could she possibly give it up for some so-called boyfriend? Zhu, you. Zhou Sheng snapped, his rage boiling over. I dragged you all the way to the shelter through hell and back, and you dumped me just to switch shelters? I'll kill you. Zhou Sheng grew increasingly agitated, his words escalating into threats of violence against Zhu. But the security detail stood right beside her. How could they let him get away with it? Especially after learning of Zhou Sheng's past actions, they were even less likely to tolerate his recklessness. One guard seized Zhou Sheng, and together they threw him out of the alternate dimension. No need to set up a spatial blockade? Just leaving like that? Meanwhile, Bai paid no attention to the events unfolding here. He sat sipping tea in a plaza not far from the teleportation gate. The high-ranking guard who had sought him out earlier was named Wang Shueli. For the past 2 days, he had been waiting for news from Bai. Though they had a dedicated intelligence department that knew Bai had appeared in other shelters. But Bai came and went without a trace. By the time intelligence ran back and forth, he'd already shifted his base. So they could only wait at the shelter for his return. Today, after finally waiting for Bai to return, he'd gone and opened a portal right here to recruit people? That's the situation. How you choose to proceed is up to you. This. Wang Shueli pondered for a moment. How many people can this space hold? Theoretically, it can hold any number of people. But I can't take everyone like that person just now. Alright, I understand. 2,130,000 people. This was the data Bai gathered after staying in the City of Light for several days, including the latecomers Feng Jianjun and Sun Xiaoping. As his spatial abilities grew stronger, Bai could control more portals. Transporting 1 million people in a single day was no problem. Though the daily consumption of supplies for such a large population was staggering, strength lay in numbers. Each person brought some food with them when entering the alternate space, so there wouldn't be a shortage in the short term. Moreover, the collective power these individuals provided to Bai was unparalleled. He need only stand anywhere in the city to clearly perceive events unfolding in every corner of the City of Light, even where spatial fluctuations and interference existed. Run! Run now! Someone, please save me! No! On the 10th day after the demons broke the seal, carnivorous plants the kind only found in otherworldly realms sprouted up from the ground in every corner of Blue Star. Demons draw strength from human corpses, blood, and fear. Their numbers swell with every battle, their power grows with each clash, while humanity's resolve crumbles, suffering heavy losses daily. The meticulously constructed shelters initially offered some defense, but lacking sufficiently powerful spatial-type psychics among their ranks, they were breached instantly when Rixa led the Rift clan into battle. Some awakened individuals hiding within the shelter attempted to flee once the demon's initial assault ended, abandoning the refuge. Yet they had already missed their best chance to escape. They didn't get far before being intercepted midway by demon squads hunting them down like cats chasing mice. Some died, others fled. Many humans were captured and enslaved by the demons. The vast city of light was transformed into a demonic paradise in less than half a month. As for the wilderness, it was even more terrifying. Survivors had to defend against demons and mutated beasts while also guarding against mutated plants, snakes, insects, rodents, and all manner of other horrors. As time passed, roughly half a month after the demon's arrival, a group of survivors cleared a patch of land for rest in the southern outskirts of the City of Light, where otherworldly plants now obscured the sky. Wu Shian gathered the survivors who followed him. Though they were covered in dust and looked somewhat bedraggled, at least they were out of immediate danger. Leaning against a large tree, he sat exhausted, his mind racing over recent events. How could this happen? Why did it turn out like this? We merely replaced the Seal Guardian. Why did it lead to the entire city's downfall? He couldn't make sense of it, couldn't grasp it at all. Was Bai important? Yes, he was important. But he wasn't irreplaceable. He had already found 2 replacements. Why had it still led to such catastrophic consequences? If you ask me, it's all Bai's fault. Wu Qingya gritted her teeth in fury, her eyes blazing with undisguised venom. In her mind, Bai alone should bear the blame for all these dire consequences. Yet upon hearing her words, a flicker of confusion crossed Wu Xianxiang's face. Bai? Exactly. If he hadn't poached so many city defense soldiers, how could we have lost? The moment those words left her mouth, Wu Xianxiang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yes, it was Bai. Everything was because of Bai. Even if his earlier warnings were genuine, it was because he had poached so many elite fighters that he had suffered such a crushing defeat. He hadn't done anything wrong. Bai was the true scourge of humanity. No. Something's wrong. While Wu Xianxiang was pondering, a psychic tasked with gathering intelligence rushed back in panic. Wu Qingya immediately demanded, "What happened?" "The intel I just gathered shows Xinhui City can barely protect itself. The entire city is now in chaos. If we go there now, there's no place for us to stay." "What?" Hearing his subordinate's report, Wu Xianxiang was utterly dumbfounded. New Radiance City, located south of City of Light, was a survivor city and their intended destination. Its powerful forces were no less formidable than those of the City of Light. Combined with its sufficient distance from Fengyin, they must have made thorough battle preparations. Yet now, barely halfway through their journey, New Radiance City was about to fall too? "Lord Wu, what do we do now? Should we take a detour to Clear Moon City?" "Impossible. Reaching Clear Moon City from here would require at least 800 kilometers. In our current state, we can't cover that distance. Then let's head for Sunchase City. It's only 300 kilometers. If we're careful, it should be manageable." "Well, fine. You lead the way up front. We're heading to Sunchase City." Wu Xianxiang uttered this with resignation, when suddenly Bai's alternate dimension portal flashed through his mind. That alternate space could hold so many people, it should be safe, right? If only he could enter it himself, he wouldn't have to run around like this. Sigh. Wu Xianxiang sighed helplessly, a pang of regret suddenly welling up inside him. The replacement he'd found was useless. The city lord position he'd worked so hard to obtain had become nothing but a figurehead. If only he'd known this would happen, he might as well have maintained his original friendly relationship with Bai. At least then, he wouldn't have to worry about his own safety. Damn it! There's a high-level demon up ahead. It spotted us. Run! Run fast! Chapter 66, The Soul Leader. High-tier demons aren't uniform little fiends, they come in diverse forms with unique abilities. The one Wu Xianxiang encountered had a fish tail, a shrimp body, a spider head, and 3 pairs of gray fleshy wings on its back, each wing covered in white specks of light. It floated in midair, drifting slowly toward Wu Xianxiang and his group. None of Wu Xianxiang's group could fly. In this jungle where mutated flora and fauna obscured the sky, evading the demon's pursuit proved exceedingly difficult. As for confronting it head-on? You don't think I'm some pushover. A fire elemental ability user attempted to halt its advance with a burst of flame, but the fireball was intercepted by an invisible force before reaching the demon. Whoosh! Far from being harmed, the high-tier demon was enraged by the fireball. Several white points on its gray fleshy wings suddenly glowed, and pure white beams resembling lasers shot out from them. Precise, devastating, and wide-ranging, the beams pierced straight through the fire-type psionicist's body. The fire-type psionicist didn't even have time to scream before being reduced to dust by the lasers, vanishing into thin air. What kind of monster is this? Immune to abilities? This can't be real, right? What are you standing around for? Run! Realizing the terrifying defensive power of this demon, Wu Shian and his group froze in terror once more, scrambling to flee into the distance. Boom! Mid-flight, several demon tree roots suddenly burst from the ground ahead, blocking their path. These roots were as thick as an adult's arm, hard as iron, and tipped with needle-like spikes. The entire structure pulsed with a living energy. The moment they appeared, they pierced through 3 survivors. Their bodies withered and dried up visibly before their eyes, turning into shriveled husks. Fortunately, the high-tier demon showed no interest in slaughter, and the roots themselves were immobile. Otherwise, this single pincer attack would have wiped out Wu Shian's entire team. Meanwhile, Bai couldn't care less about others' fates. He was now implementing an entirely new order and policy. Since you've entered this realm, you sever all ties with the outside world. From this day forward, we have only one leader, His Divine Majesty. All previous currencies are now invalid. This is the latest version of the federal coin. All future transactions must be paid using the new federal coin. The new currency is issued by the Divine Lord, so there's no need to worry about credibility issues. With the Divine Lord's guarantee, there's absolutely no issue. As long as it keeps our family safe, nothing else matters. Thankfully, we entered early. Husband, hurry and see if there are any opportunities to make money. After over half a month of settling, this alternate space no longer required air from outside. Its area was no smaller than the City of Light, yet it housed only a little over 2 million people. The surplus land had been entirely converted into fertile farmland. The printing press had been borrowed by Bai from the currency factory. The new federal currency notes featured not only the original anti-counterfeiting technology but also Bai's portrait. This served both as a mark of respect for Bai and as a symbol of faith. Though the skyscrapers housed cramped living quarters, people aspiring to a better life had to take matters into their own hands. Yet whether farming, establishing factories, constructing buildings, opening shops, or founding banks and companies, as long as they informed Bai of the required materials and equipment, these resources would materialize within the alternate space in less than half a day. They then borrow these resources and equipment from Bai, crafting finished goods that flow into the market. Holy crap, boss, this place is huge. Are you sure one person created all this space? Yeah, it's just unbelievable. Even the legendary gods couldn't do better than this. Shui Wenbing, 36 years old, had been a hotel manager. They had entered this space the previous night. Bai still couldn't manually manipulate sunlight, so when they first entered, the lighting was poor, and they couldn't gauge the true size of this space. It wasn't until they ventured out this morning that they truly grasped just how terrifying Bai's capabilities were. People were building roads, erecting buildings, and opening shops here. They were practically transforming this alternate space into a modern city. You're Shui Wenbing? An enforcement team member's voice interrupted their thoughts. Shui Wenbing glanced at the 4 law enforcement officers before him and asked with some confusion, I am. The divine being wishes to see you. Within this realm, Bai's power was indistinguishable from that of a true deity. Thus, in just half a month, the law enforcement officer's address for him had evolved from Captain Su and Leader to Divine Lord. Having spent the night here, Shui Wenbing knew full well that the Divine Lord referred to was Bai. Yet he couldn't help but feel curious. He had never known Bai before. Why would he want to see him? Could it be to offer him some position? With these questions swirling in his mind, Shui Wenbing followed 4 enforcement officers into a police vehicle. The patrol car sped along the smooth roads of the alternate dimension, soon arriving at a luxurious standalone villa. This villa was indistinguishable from those owned by the wealthiest tycoons outside, but the sentries guarding the entrance and interior were not bodyguards, they were armed police officers. Following the security detail to the villa's front yard, Bai appeared to be reclining on a lounge chair, entertaining some guests. The guards asked them to wait a moment. Then Shui Wenbing overheard this exchange. You mentioned earlier that you want to get into the salt business? Yes. My family used to run a salt factory. With sufficient equipment and salt mines, I could supply refined salt to the entire city. I can give you the business. I can even help you find salt mines. But your daughter? Forget it. Bai dismissed the idea casually. Though most of these people harbored no ill intent, ever since witnessing Bai's extraordinary abilities, many had considered offering their daughters or granddaughters to him as concubines. Power struggles existed everywhere, even in his own realm. My daughter just turned 20 this year. She's exceptionally beautiful and has never had a boyfriend. Wouldn't you consider it, Divine Lord? Not at the moment. I'm not lacking in women right now, Bai emphasized. Over half a month was enough to change many things. Among the women around Bai, besides Su Qingya and Fang Wanqin, Wang Muya was also subtly hinting at him, while Ling Fengxiao openly expressed jealousy. Having too many women was its own kind of trouble, so he had no such thoughts for now. Well, fine. I'll take my leave then. The middle-aged man sighed helplessly and bowed respectfully before leaving. Though he desperately wanted to establish a connection with Bai, the man's refusal left him powerless. After the man departed, the guard approached Su Bai respectfully and reported briefly. Su Bai turned to look at Xue Wenbing. You are Xue Wenbing. Yes, yes. Xue Wenbing hurriedly approached Su Bai. The man's terrifying power could wipe him out with a single wave, so he adopted an extremely respectful demeanor. But the moment he spoke, he noticed a stunning woman standing beside Su Bai, an angle he hadn't caught earlier. While it was natural for Su Bai, the creator god of another dimension, to have beautiful women by his side, this particular woman, he felt he had seen her somewhere before? Before Xue Wenbing could ponder further, Su Bai's next words sent a chill down his spine. Su Guoliang, was it you who killed him? Chapter 67, Xielinger. That single sentence sent a chill down Xue Wenbing's spine, his legs turning to jelly. Simultaneously, he realized who the woman behind Su Bai was. Su Guoliang's wife, Shen Weiwei? No, how could this woman be involved with Su Bai? Your Divine Majesty, could there be some misunderstanding here? Xue Wenbing asked, his face frozen in shock. Su Guoliang's case had been closed over a year ago, and all evidence had been destroyed. He couldn't believe Su Bai could possibly know the truth. Su Bai reclined in his chair, eyes closed in quiet contemplation, his expression utterly unreadable. He merely asked lazily, do you know why they call me Divine Being? Xue Wenbing remained silent. Su Bai continued, though I fall short of a true deity, our nature is the same. Lying to me? You're not qualified. But I truly didn't kill him. Xue Wenbing wasn't foolish enough to admit it outright. Even if you're a god revered by thousands, you can't just take one side's word for it, can you? You won't believe it until you see the coffin. I'll ask you one more time, did you kill Su Guoliang? It was me. Clearly, it was mental hypnosis. Though Xue Wenbing was an awakened one, his awakening level was low, and he couldn't withstand this mental force. Su Bai had anticipated this and pressed on, why did you kill him? I killed a female waitress at the hotel, and he saw it. Silencing witnesses? Then who helped you cover up the evidence after the murder? Su Bai had already seen the truth, but he was curious about the person behind him with such extraordinary influence. Making an awakened one's homicide look like suicide? That's not something an ordinary person could pull off. My uncle. Who is your uncle? His name is Yu Li, the steward of the Lei family. The sequence of events was clear. Su Guoliang had seen something he shouldn't have, leading to his murder by Xue Wenbing in a backstab to silence him. Yu Li, the Lei family's steward, handled all the aftermath. Su Bai and Su Guoliang had only known each other for a few months, and hadn't seen each other in years. Even if Su Guoliang had been murdered, Su Bai wouldn't have wasted time and energy seeking justice for him. But when the murderer himself came to the alternate dimension, Su Bai couldn't be blamed for his actions. What surprised Su Bai, however, was the person behind the scenes covering up the truth. Earlier, he had only seen Yu Li's involvement. He hadn't expected that behind Yu Li stood the Lei family. It seemed that immense power truly made one prone to treating lives as grass. Even the Lei family, who prided themselves as guardians of the City of Light, was no exception. Drag him away. Bury him. Su Bai waved his hand dismissively. In this alternate realm, Su Bai was the law. No one dared defy his orders. And this man deserved to die. Two guards immediately bound Xue Wenbing with spirit-binding ropes and dragged him to the execution ground of this alternate realm. Ignoring the man's cries and pleas, Su Bai slowly rose and turned his gaze to Shen Weiwei behind him. I'll have Chenya give you 2 million new federal currency shortly. From now on, live well in this world. With me here, no one will bully you again. Thank you. Thank you. Shen Weiwei's eyes welled up with tears of gratitude as she knelt before Su Bai. Though she never believed Su Guoliang had committed suicide, she had exhausted countless people and methods, yet failed to prove his death was murder. During that struggle, she had twice put herself in mortal danger. Ultimately, to ensure her daughter would be cared for in the future, she had to abandon her quest for justice for her husband. Now, not only had Su Bai saved her and her daughter, but he'd also effortlessly taken down the killer and provided her with 2 million Federation credits for living expenses. For any family, this was nothing short of a life-saving favor. It was nothing. Get up. I have some business to attend to and need to step out. All right. I won't bother you anymore. Shen Weiwei wiped her tears, stepped inside the villa, took the child from Wang Muyao's arms, and quickly vanished from Su Bai's sight. Watching her retreating figure, Su Bai exhaled deeply, dismissing the entire incident as a minor interlude in life, paying it no further mind. He immediately sent a telepathic message to Ling Fengxiao, Fengxiao, come to me. In this world, Su Bai possessed near omnipotence capable of shaping mountains, rivers, and skyscrapers with his bare hands. Sending a telepathic message was, of course, a mere trifle. Before Ling Fengxiao could arrive, however, a guard suddenly entered from outside. Divine Lord, a woman claiming to be Lord Xie's daughter is outside and wishes to see you. Lord Xie's daughter? At these words, Su Bai's brow furrowed slightly. Lord Xie, formerly known as Xie Dingtian, was the former ruler of the City of Light and Wu Xianxiang's immediate superior. A month before the demons descended, Xie Dingtian was assassinated. Subai never got to see him one last time before he was laid to rest. Subai knew Xia Dingtian had a daughter, but she had been training in other cities and had never crossed paths with him. Let her in. After a moment's thought, Subai nodded in agreement. Yes, sir. The guard saluted respectfully and departed. Soon, he returned with a young girl tall and graceful, with short black hair, dressed in loose gray athletic wear. That was the gist of it. The girl stood about 5 feet 6 inches, with delicate features, a stern expression, and a posture that was both upright and elegant. You're Subai? I'm Xia Linger. I'm here to ask for your help. After the guard left, the girl addressed Subai directly, cutting straight to the point. Her voice carried a cool detachment, devoid of emotion. Subai had only a professional working relationship with Xia Dingtian and no deeper connection. He knew Xia Dingtian had a daughter but had never met her. Hearing her words now, he didn't rush to respond. Instead, he studied her for a moment before speaking. First, prove your identity. Without hesitation, the girl removed a jade pendant from around her neck and handed it to Subai. This pendant was a gift from you to my father. Most people wouldn't recognize it as a spatial jade pendant. Subai accepted the pendant, holding it in his hand and giving a slight nod. This jade pendant was indeed crafted by me and given to Lord Xia. It still bears my spiritual imprint. Your identity should be beyond doubt. What do you need my help with? Spatial storage artifacts were extremely rare in this world. Possessing spatial abilities alone wasn't enough to create them. Beyond mastery of spatial energy, they required specialized materials, spatial gems or horns from spatial demons, for instance. These materials were exceedingly rare. Even Subai had only crafted 2 such items, a ring given to Ling Fengxiao and this jade pendant presented to Xia Dingtian. Seeing he agreed to help, Xia Linger composed herself before voicing a request that even surprised Subai. I want you to help me eliminate the Lei family. Chapter 68, You want me to film a video? Take out the Lei family? Subai raised an eyebrow, taking another look at the short-haired girl before him. His feud with Lei Ming stemmed from pre-existing conflicts, compounded by Lei Ming's relentless smear campaign against him. That's why he'd harbored murderous intent toward the man. But he only intended to eliminate Lei Ming himself, never the entire Lei family. What was this Xia Linger up to? Yes. Dust-streaked, Xia Linger's face bore a cold expression, yet her eyes burned with unwavering resolve. Unable to discern the karmic ties binding her, Subai instinctively asked, what deep-seated grudge do you hold against the Lei family? My father was killed by the Lei family. I seek vengeance for him. But wasn't your father killed by Japanese ninjas? Subai frowned, sensing the scent of conspiracy once more. Xia Dingti was the city lord. His assassination would naturally trend online. The official story released at the time was that he died at the hands of Japanese ninjas. In this era, conflicts between individuals were purely personal matters, at most escalating to factional disputes, never reaching the level of state affairs. So when the announcement declared a full-scale manhunt for the killer, even Subai hadn't questioned it. But now, having experienced online mob violence, how could he possibly believe such nonsense? The Japanese ninja was just an excuse they concocted. The real reason is that my father uncovered the Lei family exploiting their positions for shady business dealings. He intended to strip them of their privileges. Fearing for their status, the Lei family decided to eliminate my father and prop up someone surnamed Wu to take his place. Xia Linger calmly recounted the intelligence she'd gathered over recent days. In this world, before the demons descended, humans still attended school, only the subjects taught were different. Human history, origins of eras, demonic lore, talent cultivation. Xia Linger had previously spent most of her time in Sunrise City mastering swordsmanship. It was during her studies that she learned of her father's death. Returning to handle his funeral arrangements, she unexpectedly uncovered the Lei family's conspiracy. Though her biological mother had long passed away, her father had remarried and his new wife treated her quite well. Thus, she resolved to avenge her father. However, alone and outnumbered, and unsure how many trustworthy figures remained among the City of Light's elite, she dared not act rashly. It wasn't until Gu Chanxian orchestrated a fan-driven online attack against Subai that she glimpsed a glimmer of hope. So you only decided to seek my help after seeing them attack me? Yes. Xia Linger didn't deny it, her expression turning bitter as she continued, but before that battle ended, the demon appeared in the city. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Subai, falsely accused by the City of Light's leadership yet possessing formidable strength, was an ideal ally. She had planned to wait until the conflict concluded before paying him a private visit. But the demon's arrival disrupted her plans. Subai had torn open a spatial rift and departed. I don't have much affection for the Lei family either, so helping you isn't a big deal. But if you're willing to help, I'll be your servant forever. Xia Linger assumed Subai was about to make demands, so she immediately played her trump card. The murder of her father was an unforgivable crime. Now that her father was dead and her stepmother vanished without a trace, she had no other family left in this world. Beyond vengeance, she couldn't even find a reason to keep living. You misunderstand. What I meant was, with all the chaos outside, who knows how many Lei family members are still around? Though Subai and Xie Dingtian were merely partners, their collaboration had been smooth evident from Subai gifting him the precious spatial jade pendant. Adding to this, he harbored little affection for the Lei family to begin with. Thus, without verifying the authenticity of Xie Linger's intelligence, he agreed to help her. But now that the seal was completely broken, the situation outside was far worse than imagined. Even the Lei family probably wouldn't fare well. Demons weren't zombies, they possessed a degree of intelligence. Once they detected humans with overwhelming power, they would alert higher-ranking demons to pursue and eliminate them. Upon realizing the demonic hordes were too vast for humans to withstand, the Lei family immediately evacuated the City of Light. Of the remaining survivors in City of Light, aside from the 2 million plus Subai had transported into the alternate dimension, 1/4 perished, 1/4 fled, 1/4 fell into demonic slavery, and another quarter remained hidden in some corner, trembling in fear. I can't speak for the others, but Lei Ming will definitely survive. No problem. Subai understood the unspoken implication and nodded in agreement. Actually, I need to make a trip to Sunchase City. You can stay here with me. I'll notify you the moment I find him. Great. Qinya, take her inside to rest. This villa was occupied only by Subai, Ling Fengxiao, Su Qinya, Wang Muyao, and Fang Wanqing mother and daughter. Everyone else resided in the adjacent family compound. Hearing Subai's call, Su Qinya hurried out. All right, miss, please follow me. Xia Linger had arrived last night with Shui Wenbing's group of survivors. Since entering, her mind had been filled with thoughts of meeting Subai, leaving her no chance to properly observe this world. Now, seeing Subai's villa, she couldn't help but marvel at its masterful craftsmanship. Subai paid her no mind. Once Ling Fengxiao arrived, he immediately led her out of the alternate space. My goodness, this other world is it the demon realm? Stepping outside the alternate space, Ling Fengxiao could scarcely believe her eyes at the sight of the current City of Light. She had spent recent days helping maintain order within the alternate space, never imagining that a city bustling with life just over 10 days ago could transform into this. The air was thick with the stench of blood and decay. Everywhere, demonic plants capable of toppling skyscrapers and wandering demons roamed freely. The ground was littered with architectural debris and human corpses, a sight so horrifying it made one's blood run cold. Not a single human soul was visible as far as the eye could see. If by demons you mean the demons of the demonic realm, then you're absolutely right, Subai emphasized. Demons from the cultivation realm and demons from the demonic realm were different, at least in terms of destructive power. They weren't on the same level. We're going to the sun-chasing city? I'm going, not you. What do you mean? I can't generate much water right now, and the space's interior remains unstable. So I plan to head east of Sunchase City to gather some seawater. You stay here and document the devastation of the city and the refuge. If Subai didn't intervene, the newly created environment within the space would be entirely random. It could manifest as mountains and rivers or turn into a yellow dust desert. Subai didn't have the energy to micromanage the growth of this alternate space. Therefore, whether for salt or the long-term development of the space, he needed to establish a sea area first. You want me to film videos? Yes. After uttering those words, Subai summoned Ling Fengxiao's 3 former teammates and 4 sealed guardians from the alternate space. Faith power could strengthen him, but such things fade over time. Thus, Subai resolved to brainwash the survivors to maintain their devotion to him. Exposing them to the brutal sights outside and fostering genuine gratitude was merely one part of the brainwashing process. Li Ping and Sun Xiaoping handle the filming. The rest of you provide cover. Once it's done, head to the East City shelter and wait for me. Any questions? Fine. Better to be busy than idle. Chapter 69, Wu Shian, stabbed in the back. Subai's alternate dimension was constantly expanding, a secret known to all its survivors. Yet none understood the reason behind it, save for Ling Fengxiao, who grasped a fragment of the truth. The more united and devoted the inhabitants became to Subai, the faster the space expanded. Ling Fengxiao had guessed Subai's purpose in filming the videos, so she readily accepted the task. The City of Light had already been swept through by the demons once. The main demon forces had long departed, leaving behind only minor troops no match for Ling Fengxiao. Thus, Subai felt entirely at ease with them. RIP. After assigning the task, Subai tore open the space and departed. The point where he emerged from his alternate space was centered around the portal he had entered, extending his sensory range in all directions. Though the spatial barrier drastically reduced his detection range, Subai's current power allowed him to traverse over 100 kilometers between the 2 spatial nodes upon entering and exiting the alternate dimension. However, just as Subai casually tore open the space and arrived at a location 100 kilometers away, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura. What kind of monster is this? City of Light lay to the north of Xianation, City of New Radiance to its south, and City of Sun chasing to its southeast. When Subai gathered the last group of survivors, he was in the city center. Thus, after emerging from the alternate space, his teleportation direction was slightly southward. Upon sensing this demon, he abandoned spatial jumps and swiftly flew toward it. Soon, high above a dense forest, he located his target. A fishtail, a shrimp body, a spider head? It floats in the air without even flapping its wings? I've never seen a monster like this before. Those white specks on its wings seem to contain immense energy. I've been itching for a fight lately. Let's play. Buzz. Whoosh. Also, that was the demon's name. Sensing the human aura emanating from Bai, it instantly coalesced a laser beam and fired it directly at him. Suspended mid-air, Bai effortlessly sidestepped the attack. Crack! The white laser struck the mutated giant tree behind him. The trunk, nearly 100 meters tall and as thick as a water barrel, snapped cleanly in two under the laser's force. A large section of the trunk at the fracture point instantly turned to ash, while the remaining stump radiated searing heat. Holy, that's so powerful? If I got hit by that, even I'd be pierced through, right? Looks like I'll have to take you on one-on-one. Realizing the demon's formidable attack power, Bai dared not take it lightly and immediately activated his spatial domain. At his current level of supernatural abilities, he could easily cover dozens of kilometers with his spatial domain. Yet he chose to focus solely on his opponent, creating only a cube-shaped octagon cage less than a kilometer long in the air. He flung out the sky-slicing sword, his entire being radiating battle intent. Come on! Holy crap, is that Bai? Zhou Lei, one of Wu Xianxian's personal bodyguards, a what elemental ability user. The team Wu Xianxian had led earlier numbered at least 200. After All's charge, half of them were instantly wiped out. It was unclear whether the others were dead or simply scattered. However, as a wood-type psionic, his abilities reached their peak in the jungle. With his help, Wu Xianxian and his group managed to evade All's pursuit. Now, with a moment to catch their breath, he used his wood-type abilities to climb to the top of a giant tree to check if Alf had followed. That's when he witnessed the scene just now. How did he vanish with that monster? Is it some kind of spatial ability? Zhou Lei was taken aback, recalling Bai's teleportation gate earlier and finding it quite plausible. After watching for over 10 seconds without seeing any signs of combat, he sighed in frustration and used a long branch to lower himself back to the ground. Zhou Lei, did that monster pursue us? Wu Xianxian couldn't help but ask the moment Zhou Lei touched down. The monster's devastating power was plain for all to see, and its defenses were no slouch either. It had chased them all over the forest earlier. Barring powerhouses like Ling Fengxiao and Lei Ming, few human awakened could stand against it. In his mind, Bai was still merely a support role, just like the day the demon descended when Bai had been surrounded and attacked by the group. He spent more time dodging and defending than attacking. Even when he did launch an occasional strike, it rarely harmed true powerhouses. Hurting that three-winged, laser-firing monster? Almost impossible. No, Bai intercepted it. Zhou Lei made no attempt to conceal the truth. Wu Xianxian's eyes widened slightly at the name. Who? Bai? Yes. Zhou Lei nodded and recounted what he'd witnessed. He flew over. He looks very young. Currently, in the entire City of Light, the only young person capable of hovering without wings should be Bai. Why would he come here? Did he come specifically to find us? Wu Xianxian was puzzled. The name that had occupied his mind most frequently lately wasn't his children, nor his mistresses outside his marriage, but the Bai Zhou Lei had mentioned. Bai's resignation, the rumors he spread, the public condemnation he faced, the pressure from his superiors all the way to the demon's arrival that plunged the entire city into ruin, it all began when he forced Bai to apologize to Gu Qianshan. Whenever things quieted down, he couldn't help but wonder, if he hadn't forced Bai to apologize to Gu Qianshan, if they'd maintained their previous friendly relationship, would today's situation be different? Other factors aside, at the very least, Bai wouldn't have poached so many of his city defense warriors. But, reality offers no what-ifs. I think it's highly possible. Wu Qingya, her face now streaked with sweat and dust, overheard their conversation and couldn't help but analyze. After all, you are the deputy city lord of City of Light. You've always treated him with utmost respect. Even if he made a mistake, he shouldn't have abandoned you like this. Besides, you were only asking him to apologize to that female influencer. What did you do wrong? If anyone is at fault, it's him. Is that so? Hearing his daughter speak thus, Wu Xianxian found himself beginning to believe it. And upon careful reflection, it really did seem that way. If Bai hadn't been so stubborn and refused to apologize to that female influencer, how could today's events have unfolded? Not to mention his subsequent shady move of poaching the city guard soldiers, which led to the shelter being breached, such a serious consequence. Of course it is. Everything he did was just to make you bow your head and admit fault. Wu Qingya's face flashed with reproach and contempt as she spoke. To prove himself, he caused so many deaths. To me, he's no different from a demon. Exactly, chimed in Xiaolu, Wu Xianxian's former assistant. Standing not far from Wu Xianxian, he glanced at the two awakened members in the team after speaking, then deliberately or unintentionally moved to stand behind Wu Xianxian. I agree, he's no better than a demon. But you know what? You two, father and daughter, are the worst of the worst. Put. The moment Xiaolu finished speaking, he plunged a dagger into Wu Xianxian's back from behind. Wu Xianxiang reacted, rolling away on the spot to try and create distance from Xiaolu. Xiaolu, what are you doing? Chapter 70, Faction Strife within the City Lord's team. Wu Xianxiang was the supreme leader of the South City refugee camp, while his son Wu Yan commanded the West City sector. The two factions hadn't fled together, only agreeing to regroup at New Brilliance City. Now, the remaining 100-plus members of Wu Xianxiang's group gathered to rest in a temporarily safe clearing within the jungle. Leaning against a tree trunk, he exposed half his body exactly where Xiaolu's dagger pierced his kidney. Hey! Don't move! As Wu Xianxiang's voice rang out, Zhou Lei reacted and tried to rush forward to rescue him, but an awakened assassin immediately pressed a blade against his throat. His hands, ready to unleash his abilities, were seized by two awakened individuals who arrived later. The last remaining guard in the team tried to intervene but was likewise blocked by several awakened individuals. Wu Qingya sensed the danger and prepared to flee, but the other survivors left her no time to react. Before she could move, a man and a woman appeared behind her, grabbing her arms. What do you think we're doing? Taking you down, of course. Surrender to Su Bai. Xiaolu didn't rush to deliver the finishing blow. Instead, he gripped his dagger tightly and sneered at the panicked Wu Xianxiang. As Wu Xianxiang's assistant, he knew everything about Su Bai. When Su Bai first used the portal to recruit people, he hadn't thought much of it. He believed that with the demons advancing fiercely, as long as the team was strong enough, it didn't matter who they fled with. Moreover, Wu Xianxiang had warned him that entering Su Bai's alternate dimension meant losing all freedom. Whether they could ever leave depended entirely on Su Bai's whim. So he believed Wu Xianxiang's words. But after days of relentless struggle, he realized he was wrong in the most egregious way. Though both were desperate survival situations, how could they possibly be comparable? Even a top-tier team like Wu Xianxiang's could only flee when facing high-tier demons, how much less so for ordinary awakened ones? Consider Su Bai's isolated alternate space, its refuge far surpassed any shelter. As long as Su Bai remained alive, that alternate space was absolutely secure. Even if it meant losing freedom, it was far better than living in constant fear and displacement outside. Are you all out of your minds? Wu Xianxiang clutched his bleeding lower back, gritting his teeth as he stared at his rebellious subordinates and the smirking Xiaolu. His face was etched with disbelief. You're attacking me to defect to Su Bai? Xiaolu, don't forget I saved your life. Cut the crap. Xiaolu's furious shout cut Wu Xianxiang off. You just had someone chase away a few thugs from me. What kind of lifesaver is that? I've worked like a dog for you all these years. I've paid you back in full. Besides, Xiaolu pointed at Wu Qingya with scorn. Didn't Su Bai save your lives too? How did you repay him? Kick the ladder after climbing it? Stabbed him in the back? Spread lies and slander? Ha! What I'm doing now is far nobler than your actions. Lu Wei, you're shameless. Wu Qingya's arm was pinned, causing her to grimace in pain, yet she still shouted, regardless, my father once helped you. He never treated you poorly. Now you're inciting others to rebel and stabbing him in the back? Don't you fear divine retribution? Shut your mouth. You're the last person here with any right to speak, you. Lu Wei glared at Wu Qingya and bellowed, I'm just your father's assistant, not your family's servant. What gives you the right to punch and kick me, to hurl insults at me? If I deserve to be struck by lightning, it should strike you first, you. You. Wu Qingya tried to retort, but Lu Wei had hit the nail on the head. She had indeed used her status to bully Lu Wei before beating him, cursing him as a worthless piece of trash, claiming even a dog was better than him, and slapping him whenever she felt like it. Seeing Lu Wei now seemingly losing his mind, she dared not speak recklessly. She could only swallow her words. Little Lu, what happened in the past is over. Wu Xianxiang snapped back to his senses, trying to calm the situation. You want to defect to Su Bai? I won't stop you. But why attack me? Why wouldn't it be necessary? Lu Wei countered instead of answering. We've already missed one chance to enter the alternate dimension. If we want to go in again, don't we have to pay a price? Tribute? You're treating us like tribute? Wu Qingya couldn't help but laugh sarcastically. Don't you know I used to be Su Bai's fiancé? Lu Wei scoffed, after all the betrayals you committed against Su Bai, you think he'd still recognize you as his fiancé? Are you kidding me? He thought Wu Qingya was being naive. Lu Wei knew most of the details about Wu Xianxiang, including Wu Xianxiang's plan to marry his daughter to Su Bai to bind him. But Su Bai rarely returned to the city, and Wu Qingya had set her sights on Fang Yu. Later, she even had Fang Yu take over Su Bai's job and used online public opinion to cyberbully him. Any sane Su Bai would never acknowledge her as his fiancé. Whether he acknowledges it now or not doesn't matter. It's enough that this fiancé once existed. Have you considered the consequences if you take action against us without his consent? It must be said, Wu Qingya was sharp. She managed to calm Lu Wei down in just a few words, despite his current state. Regardless, the Wu family's relationship with Su Bai was undeniable. What if Su Bai still harbored feelings for them? Eliminating them now would only backfire. If Lu Wei wanted to defect to Subai, he truly had to leave them for Subai to deal with. With that thought, Lu Wei wasted no time and turned to the only awakened with flight capabilities in their team. Brother Yang, according to my intel, Subai vanished with the monsters by masking his aura and visual presence. He never actually left. You go scout the area. If he shows up, try to bring him back to us. Got it. The man called Brother Yang wasted no time. He instantly used his ability to make his body lighter, then summoned over a dozen crows to carry him aloft. Meanwhile, Subai remained unaware of the situation outside, currently locked in a duel with ALS within the spatial octagon cage. This monster was truly formidable. Though mute, it possessed an invisible magical shield surrounding its body. The laser beams emitted from the white spots on its fleshy wings were so potent that even Subai's darkness ability couldn't fully absorb them. Moreover, it summoned two minions the size of soccer balls, their rear ends glowing like light bulbs with a peculiar radiance. The moment Subai entered that light's range, his movements became incredibly sluggish, as if struck by a slowdown beam. Fortunately, Subai's spatial leap relied solely on his willpower to activate, requiring no physical movement. Otherwise, he might have been defeated today. ZZZZZ. As Subai continuously flashed and devoured, Alf finally showed signs of slowing down, his evasion and pursuit speeds noticeably reduced. Without hesitation, Subai abandoned the dark ability and charged forward with the sky-slicing sword in hand. Dodging two laser beams, he unleashed a hyper-dimensional slash. Swish! 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 Flash, pause. The entire octagonal cage space was filled with the sword light of the sky-slicing sword cleaving through the void. As Subai sheathed his blade, Alf's body was sliced into dozens of pieces, swiftly disintegrating into dust. Only a dozen or so white beads, each the size of a pigeon's egg, remained floating in the air. Subai raised his hand lightly, and the dozen or so white beads flew toward him. This stuff is clearly better for making laser weapons than regular firearms. The only question is, how do I charge it? Feeling the power he had gained, Subai exhaled deeply, shook his head to clear his thoughts, and tossed the beads into his personal storage space before dismantling his spatial domain. Just then, a man being carried skyward by a flock of crows appeared within his line of sight. Who are you? One more step, and I'll shoot. Don't attack. My name is Yang Kai. I'm a scout for Wu Xinxiang's team. Chapter 71, Paying for One's Own Stupidity. The greatest power of dark abilities lay in devouring. When devouring demons, it not only strengthened him and granted various skills but also restored injuries, physical stamina, and mental energy. In other words, with this ability, Subai's physical and mental strength were nearly limitless. As long as he had a breath left, he could potentially turn the tide of battle. After devouring the magma breather, Subai's physical strength had reached the peak of the 5th tier. Now, having consumed Alf, not only had his dark ability been enhanced, but his physical strength had skyrocketed to the 7th tier? 7th tier physical strength not only granted formidable elemental and mental resistance but also allowed him to survive a vertical fall from 1,000 meters into the ocean surface, a feat unattainable for most pure physical enhancer throughout their entire lives. Seeing Subai emerge alone, Yang Kai instantly deduced that the monster that had chased them through the jungle had been eliminated. Simultaneously, he gained a profound new understanding of Subai's capabilities. This man not only had maxed out defensive and evasion skills, but his offensive capabilities were also exceptional. A casual remark could make him tremble in fear? A scout from Wu Xinxiang's team? That's right. Yang Kai hurriedly explained their current situation to Subai. Having endured a life of constant displacement and uncertainty while following Wu Xinxiang, they desperately wanted to escape that existence. They came to ask Subai if he might show mercy and reopen a portal. When Subai heard that these men had already captured Wu Xinxiang and his daughter, awaiting his judgment, he couldn't help but snort derisively. Their fate is none of my concern. Dispose of them however you see fit. With that, Subai vanished from the spot. Wu Xinxiang's actions might seem outrageous to outsiders, but they caused Subai negligible harm. Making Subai lift a finger to kill them? That would be a complete waste of time. He'd be better off devouring a couple more high-tier demons to boost his power. That would be far more satisfying. As for these survivors? He had given them a chance before, but they had squandered it. Now they regretted it? Clearly, it was too late. Moreover, Subai was certain they were already tearing each other apart. Whether it was these survivors or Wu Xinxiang and his daughter, their days were bound to be miserable. In fact, Subai's guess was spot on. When Lu Wei and the others heard Yang Kai relay Subai's exact words, they were all stunned. What? He took down that flying fish spider head all by himself? Are you serious? Unbelievable. We barely heard any fighting sounds. That's beside the point. What I can't wrap my head around is why he didn't give a damn about those two's lives? Yeah, even if there was no past connection, it's still true they slandered him and smeared his reputation. How could he just walk away like that? Doesn't he want to clear his name and prove his innocence to everyone? This just doesn't make sense. Compared to Subai eliminating ALS, the fact that he'd clearly abandoned Wu Xinxiang and his daughter was far more unacceptable to them. And it wasn't just Lu Wei and the others. Wu Xianxiang and his daughter were also dumbfounded. They had assumed Su Bai had deliberately sought them out. Wu Qingya had even planned to use this to stall for time, hoping Su Bai would rescue them from their misery. But Su Bai just walked away? Damn it, it's all your fault. Lu Wei suddenly roared at Wu Xianxiang. If it weren't for you, we'd be feasting in Su Bai's alternate dimension right now. How did we end up in this hellish mess? Yeah, exactly. I haven't slept properly in 5 days. If this keeps up, I'll die. It's all your fault, all of you. We lost so many teammates. You worthless city lord bears full responsibility. I'll kill you all. Wu Xianxiang had started as an ordinary man. After rising to the upper echelons of the City of Light, he de-enhanced his physique through some unconventional methods, but that was the extent of it. The core strength of their team had once been his trusted confidants. After encountering ALS, some of those confidants were killed outright, and the rest were scattered. The remaining members, even with him and Wu Qingya included, were no longer enough to intimidate the entire team. And now, the one who had rebelled was Lu Wei, a man he had trusted as a confidant. Thus, he had no chance of turning the tide. This former deputy city lord Wu, who once stood at the pinnacle of the City of Light, would pay for his folly. And those subordinates, driven mad by frustration and rage, would tear them to shreds in the days to come. Meanwhile, Su Bai had no time to concern himself with them. He had already arrived at Sunseeker City. This city lay nearly 300 kilometers from Wu Xianxiang's location and roughly 400 kilometers from the City of Light. With Su Bai's current psychic power level, he reached the city's skies in just 2 breaths. Sunseeker City faced the sea to the east. Upon arrival, he wasted no words, descending directly to the ocean surface and pushing a colossal teleportation gate over 100 meters in diameter into the water. Massive quantities of seawater, along with countless marine creatures, poured through the portal into Su Bai's alternate dimension, creating a colossal underwater vortex on the surface. Su Bai himself reclined upon a towering mountain within his space, awaiting the formation of the ocean. Unbeknownst to Su Bai, however, as he crafted his ocean, an extraordinary event unfolded 30 kilometers from Sunseeker City. 30 kilometers to Sunseeker City. Everyone, take a break. At our pace, we should reach it before nightfall. What's that smell? It smells so good. Kind of like flowers? We're lucky to have Commander Lei and Lord Lei Shan escorting us on this journey. Otherwise, we'd be in real danger. Yes, thank goodness for Lord Thunder. Lord Thunder, please accept our deepest gratitude. Power, no one ever has enough of it. Most people, just to survive, will be eternally grateful to those who protect them. This group was none other than the Lei family, who had escaped from the City of Light. The Lei family's elite fighters, supplemented by hired mercenaries, numbered over 500 scattered individuals. These 500 had protected nearly 3,000 people to reach the sun-chasing city, so the survivors were filled with gratitude toward the Lei family. No need for formalities, everyone. It was merely a small favor. Rest well now, we aim to enter the city before nightfall. Phew, we're finally here. Yeah, after all these days on the road, we can finally get some rest. Once we're in the city, I'm heading straight for a hot bath. Damn it, I haven't washed in 7 days. Me too. I stink to high heaven from sweat. Ah. The survivors of the demon invasion relaxed completely upon learning Sunrise City was just ahead, already fantasizing about indulging once they entered. But just as the group was cheering and celebrating, a piercing scream snapped them back to reality. What's going on? What's happening? The piercing scream instantly tightened the relaxed mood of the crowd. Immediately after, someone gasped, someone's been killed. What? Could a demon have infiltrated us? Impossible. Perception specialists, scan the area immediately. Report, no traces of demons detected. How could this happen? Ah. Husband, what's wrong? Husband, don't scare me like this. Chapter 72, The Female Succubus, Irina. Amidst the heightened tension, another woman's husband collapsed to the ground. Among the survivors escorted by the Lei family, awakened individuals were few. Most were ordinary people. Yet the 2 who fell were not slain by demons, but by humans. One lay with a dagger piercing his chest, the other with his throat slit. Both were covered in blood, twitching on the ground, filling everyone with unspeakable horror. Though the day was overcast with a faint mist lingering in the jungle, the Lei family, a prominent clan of the City of Light, boasted numerous skilled fighters. Not only could they not see the murderers, but they couldn't even sense them? The unknown was the most terrifying thing. With the deaths of these 2, fear rapidly spread through the crowd. Damn it, what the hell is going on? This shouldn't be possible. There must be a demon among us. Wang Chang, be careful. Sensing the eerie presence in the jungle, the survivors were on edge. Suddenly, Lei Ming spotted a ghostly figure appear behind Wang Chang. Wang Chang, a skilled mercenary hired by the Lei family, darted forward upon Lei Ming's warning. The ghostly figure lunged at thin air. As it tried to conceal itself for a second strike, Lei Ming wouldn't give it the chance. Charging forward with lightning speed, he flicked the dagger from its grasp with a spear thrust. The purple spear, like a lightning dragon, struck and electrocuted the shadowy figure, easily knocking it to the ground. Two subordinates quickly closed in, pinning the figure down on either side. You? Feng Si? Lei Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the figure pinned by his men. This Feng Si wasn't some demon, he was a member of the Lei family, loyal to the Lei clan through thick and thin. What on earth was going on? The two subordinates pinning the figure were equally bewildered. Feng Si, what are you doing? Why are you killing people indiscriminately? Why? Ha. Feng Si lay pinned to the ground, unable to move. Yet his face showed no trace of fear, instead, a sinister, eerie grin spread across it. For Her Majesty the Queen's plan, of course. The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Her Majesty the Queen? Plan? What plan? What's wrong with this guy? Possessed by a demon? No, if he were possessed, we wouldn't be able to sense it. He's probably just under demonic control. How is that possible? Hearing this, Lei Ming frowned. Feng Si may not be a psychic, but he's no pushover. What kind of demon could control him right under our noses? Could it be that floral scent from earlier? This jungle wasn't just shrouded in mist, it was also filled with mutated flora and fauna. Under normal circumstances, a hint of floral scent in such an environment would be expected. Yet, that particular fragrance from earlier felt distinctly unusual. Oh my, these human brains are just sharper than demon brains. As the group briefly discussed, a seductive female voice suddenly drifted into their ears. She spoke in human language, understandable to all present. Yet they could only hear her voice, not see her form. This unseen presence unconsciously reminded Lei Ming of the Void Splitter who had eliminated Fang Yu in the City of Light that day. Who the hell is playing tricks here? Come out. Come out. If you've got the guts, show yourself. What kind of skill is hiding like a coward? Being toyed with felt awful, but the group had no choice. They stood back to back, scanning their surroundings, their faces etched with caution. I've been out here all along. You just can't see me. He. A silvery, mature woman's laughter echoed throughout the forest. The moment the sound faded, a pink hue appeared within the misty jungle. Visibly coalescing at a rapid pace, the pink mist soon solidified into the tangible form of a female demon. She floated there in midair, observing the survivors in the forest with a playful expression. This is so beautiful. Gulp. Her figure is absolutely incredible. Is she really a demon? Upon seeing the female demon's appearance, people seemed to forget her demonic nature, fixating entirely on her looks. Several men even instinctively swallowed hard. It couldn't be helped, her image was simply too aligned with human aesthetics. Though she sported a pair of black demon horns atop her head, along with a set of signature black wings and a demonic tail trailing behind her. She stood nearly as tall as any human woman. Her skin was porcelain smooth, her figure tall and curvaceous, with a figure that was both voluptuous and well-proportioned. Her attire was undeniably sexy. Her outfit consisted of a form-fitting black low-cut dress that hugged her curves, paired with black stockings and thigh-high boots. Her long, shapely legs and silky purple hair made her radiate feminine allure. She looked something like this. Hello everyone, I'm Irina, from the Demon Realm. Her voice was hauntingly captivating. You're a succubus? Lei Ming narrowed his eyes, recognizing her identity. 15 years ago, numerous demonic species appeared on Blue Star, one of which was the succubus. But back then, they were extremely rare. Even he had only seen them in human-compiled records. Correct answer, but no reward for you. Irina vanished mid-air, her enchanting voice echoing in Lei Ming's ear. Every hair on Lei Ming's body instantly stood on end. He spun around swiftly while sweeping his purple spear horizontally. Whoosh! The spear struck the air with tremendous force, completely missing Irina's body? You really are impatient. Looking for trouble. Oh dear, why so hot-headed? Looks like I'll have to cool you down first. The succubus floated back to her original position, her voice laced with teasing as she spoke. Slowly raising her slender, jade-like arm, her expression brimming with rapturous delight, she declared, "My dear servants, this handsome gentleman is yours to handle." Survivors who managed to escape the City of Light carried weapons of some sort. The moment the succubus finished speaking, at least 300 men in Lei Ming's group flashed a hint of lust in their eyes. 2 seconds later, they grabbed their weapons and charged straight toward Lei Ming. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Damn it! Watching these survivors charge recklessly toward him, Lei Ming cursed furiously, with no time to think. He decisively unleashed a chain of electric arcs, stunning the frontmost group. Then, trailing a trail of lightning, he charged at the female succubus, plunging his purple spear into her heart. Die! You think you can conquer me? That's not nearly enough strength. Pierced by the purple spear, the succubus showed not a trace of pain. Instead, a mocking smile curled her lips. Boom! Her body dissolved into a cloud of pink mist, vanishing before Lei Ming's eyes. The mist carried a distinct floral scent, exactly the same fragrance they had smelled upon first arriving here. Lei Ming sensed danger and immediately covered his nose and mouth, retreating backward at full speed. Bad news. Run. Chapter 73, A City of the Dead. The female succubuses form perfectly aligned with human aesthetics. Any normal man would find her irresistible. But her true nature was that of a demon, the kind that feeds on human blood. Lei Ming wasn't foolish. He wouldn't hesitate to spare the weak. He decisively chose the strategy of capturing the king to subdue the bandits. Unfortunately, the arena they encountered was merely a clone, not the true entity. No matter how formidable Lei Ming was, he stood no chance against the real demon. At that moment, escape was their only option. At Lei Ming's command, the survivors panicked and scrambled toward the sun-chasing city. The remaining controlled humans were still hunting them down, leaving no time to grab their belongings or rescue those stunned by Lei Ming's lightning. Damn it! How could this happen? A single succubus cost us over 400 people? After fleeing to a safe location, the Lei family took roll call and couldn't help but curse angrily. Though Irina hadn't pursued them, the moment they entered the forest, they had stepped into the succubus's domain. Not only were there mental disturbances, but also a powerful enchantment array. Even a brief rest had dealt them a devastating blow. This was likely the fundamental difference between other awakened and Su Bai. Awakened ones like Lei Ming, no matter how powerful, could only protect themselves when facing strong demons. Unlike Su Bai, who could simply toss people into another dimension and rest easy. But this wasn't the most despairing part. What truly crushed them was this: after running from noon into the afternoon, finally escaping the succubus's domain and evading other demons' pursuit, they dragged their shattered bodies to the sun-chasing city only to find it had become a ghost town just like the City of Light? How could this happen? Why did this happen? No, this can't be true. A ghost town? It's actually a ghost town? Why haven't we received any information at all? This can't be. Why has this place become a dead city? Gazing at the city overrun by demonic flora and hordes of demons, the survivors' minds shattered. Why do people live? Because of hope. Some live for family, some for love, others for the dreams they hold of their future. But once hope is lost, the will to survive crumbles. Just like them now. After escaping the City of Light, they trekked through mountains and rivers, enduring countless hardships. What for? Wasn't it just to find a safe place to rest? No more demon harassment, no more sleepless nights, just eating well and relaxing. But now, everything is gone. Lord Thunder, what should we do now? Has the vast blue star truly become a place with no room for us? No, there must be another way. Over 400 kilometers. We trekked through mountains and rivers for over 400 kilometers. What was it all for? Right. Su Bai. His alternate dimension is safe. If we can find him, we can survive. Amidst the crowd, someone suddenly shouted this out. At those words, the eyes of the others lit up. Right. How could I have forgotten him? His alternate dimension is far safer than any shelter. What are you thinking? I heard he's incredibly powerful now, able to perceive a person's past and future. We cursed him relentlessly online back then. How could he possibly take us in under these circumstances? Apologize. If we just kneel down and apologize, he's magnanimous, he'll definitely forgive us. Right, apologize. Apologize. We need to find a way to reach Su Bai immediately. Hold on. Let's head into town first and see what we can find out. Some people in this world only reflect on themselves when faced with utter despair, just like the group following Lei Ming. Seeing Sunrise City reduced to a ghost town, the hope they'd clung to finally shattered. They even considered seeking out Su Bai to apologize. But would Su Bai forgive them? Of course not. Even if they could find him, Su Bai would never let them back into his space. An hour after Lei Ming and his group entered the city seeking refuge, atop a coastal mountain within the alternate dimension. Su Bai had set up a sofa and dining table here. He summoned Su Qinya to massage his legs and shoulders, while armed city defense soldiers stood guard all around. They watched the seawater pouring in through the 100-meter diameter portal with utter horror, though their shock didn't last long. They needed to guard against any sea demon slipping through. We've been filling the seawater all afternoon. Whether it's seawater or seafood, we've got enough for now. You guys can go back and rest. I'm heading out for a walk. Sunrise City was a dead city. Su Bai had sensed it upon arrival. Bold and skilled, he prepared to venture out. With that, he closed the portal. The influx of seawater ceased, and Su Bai's figure materialized at the heart of sun-chasing city. His senses snapped into focus. A dozen living auras entered his perception. Su Bai? What are you doing here? Lei Ming was taken aback upon seeing Su Bai materialize mid-air. The other survivors had been searching for Su Bai, yet now he appeared before them? Recognizing Lei Ming as their leader, Su Bai paused in surprise before breaking into a delighted smile. Lei Ming? Ha ha ha. What a small world. What do you mean? Buzz. Before Lei Ming could react, the space around him began to rapidly compress. An overwhelming crushing force squeezed him, making it hard to breathe. Even before, Su Bai's strength had placed him among the elite of the awakened. Now, with the power of faith at his command, not only humans, but even the Demon King himself might not stand a chance against him. Put. Unable to withstand the spatial pressure, Lei Ming planted his spear into the ground to brace himself, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Of course I meant to take your worthless life. I was delayed earlier, but you didn't think we had no grudge between us, did you? Bai cut straight to the point. After speaking, he landed on an open patch of ground not far from Lei Ming, activated a portal, and summoned Xia Linger out of the alternate dimension. You found the Lei family? Xia Linger was taken aback. Hadn't he been in the alternate dimension all afternoon? What was going on? Bai nodded. Yeah, pretty lucky. Arriving in this sun-chasing city, the first survivors I encountered were them. What are you standing around for? Attack him. Seeing Xia Linger's face twisted with murderous intent, Lei Ming sensed something was amiss and immediately bellowed at his companions. His companions weren't pushovers either. One burly man even aimed his blue flame Gatling gun at Bai. Die. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Bullets with devastating penetrating power sealed off all of Bai's escape routes. Bai merely activated a spatial barrier to deflect the bullets, then unleashed a gravitational field to suppress their firepower. He swiftly retrieved a jade bead from his personal storage space and tossed it to Xia Linger. Leave it to you. Chapter 74, The Death of Lei Ming. To consolidate their power, the Lei family had murdered Xia Linger's father, Xia Ding Tian. Seeking vengeance, Xia Linger sought out Bai, who was reviled across the entire internet. With Bai's assistance, how could the Lei family possibly stand a chance? The jade bead had fallen from Alpha's body. Its usage was simple, just envelop it with, lock onto the target, and fire. Bai had figured this out while lying in the alternate dimension pretending to be seawater. Xia Linger had never used it before, but it didn't matter. These people were pinned to the ground and wouldn't be getting up anytime soon, giving her plenty of chances to experiment. After explaining the technique to Xia Linger, she quickly got to work. When they saw Xia Linger fire a laser beam that reduced the burly Gatling gun user to dust, everyone was stunned. What kind of power is this? Lasers have that kind of power? No, don't kill me. I'm not from the Lei family. Please, don't kill me. No. Faced with death, no one could remain calm and composed. The dozen or so people who had followed Lei Ming into the city to investigate never imagined Bai possessed such formidable power. After witnessing the laser emitted by the jade bead reduce a person to ashes, even Lei Ming was overcome with fear. What kind of power is this? He forced himself to stand by channeling his internal energy, staring at Bai with utter disbelief. The dead don't need to know so much. After uttering these words, Bai turned his gaze to Xia Linger beside him. Xia Linger understood. After dispatching two more and shattering the group's psychological defenses, she drew her soul-bound sword and charged toward Lei Ming with swift cloud steps. Those who commit evil deeds will meet their own demise. Die. Put. Under Bai's influence, Lei Ming couldn't muster his full strength and was instantly pierced through the heart by that sword strike. Why? Lei Ming's mouth opened, desperate to speak, yet no words came out. He couldn't comprehend why the gap between him and Bai was so vast. Wasn't spatial ability supposed to be supportive? How could his offensive S-class ability be completely suppressed by a support-type S-class ability? This defied logic. And what the hell was that white bead anyway? A million questions swirled in Lei Ming's mind, but he would never know the answers. His final vision before death was Xia Linger advancing toward the others, sword in hand. Xia Linger wasn't a murderous maniac, she didn't slaughter them all. She only eliminated those who had attempted to fight back and the core members of the Lei family. Since Bai also needed 2 survivors for interrogation, 4 of Lei Ming's 12 scouts who had entered the city were left alive. The leader, Ma Jun, was in his 30s. What abilities he possessed didn't matter before Bai, he had no power to resist. Now, you answer my questions. Got it? I hear you. When did you arrive at Sunseeker City? 1 hour ago. How many of you are here? Over 3,000. That many? Upon hearing that over 3,000 people had settled in the outskirts, Bai was taken aback. He hadn't sensed the situation outside the city before, so he hadn't expected such a large number. A succubus killed several hundred earlier. Otherwise, there would have been even more. A succubus? Bai narrowed his eyes. Is Lei Hong among them? Lei Hong was Lei Ming's father and the head of the Lei family. Though not as powerful as Lei Ming, he was still a force to be reckoned with. Well. Ma Jun explained the current situation of the team. Many survivors controlled by the succubus had fled without even grabbing their belongings when pursued. Now Lei Ming had been killed by Xia Linger. Not only were they lacking in strength, but they were also running low on food and water. Many in the group now wanted to seek refuge in Bai's alternate space shelter. Bai monitored Ma Jun's mental fluctuations with his psychic abilities, confirming the man was truthful. This gave him an idea. He stored Lei Ming's purple spear into his personal space before addressing the group. Want to enter my alternate space? Fine. Go tell those survivors I'll pay them a visit in 3 days. Whoever brings me Lei Hong's head will be allowed to bring their family into my alternate space for refuge. As for the rest? Forget it. Alright. Using others to do one's dirty work, cutting the grass to eliminate the roots? Ma Jun wasn't the least bit surprised. At this moment, he dared not say anything more and hastily agreed. Subai, thank you. After Ma Jun and the others left, Xia Linger sincerely said to Subai. In this apocalyptic world, strength reigns supreme. She never imagined a single person could be this powerful. She had only sought his help that morning, and by evening, Lei Ming had already fallen by her hand? It was lightning fast. And judging by Subai's methods, Lei Hong would likely meet the same fate unless something unexpected happened. Thus, her vengeance was complete. In that moment, her nose suddenly stung with tears, and she felt lost about the future. Before, her reason for living had been to avenge her father. But what about now? You're welcome. Subai saw her confusion and added, what are your plans now? I don't have any plans. But I said I'd serve you faithfully, and I won't go back on my word. You won't have to be my slave, Subai said casually. I need a beautiful bodyguard, and you seem perfect for the role. In this world, aside from the first wave of awakened, all others awaken at age 12. The maximum age for awakening never exceeds 22. Xia Linger had awakened her a grade sword spirit talent at 12. Since the City of Light lacked any sword masters, she had been training under the Sword Saint in the City of the Sun. Now 18, her strength was quite respectable. She'd make an excellent sword attendant. I have no objections, Xia Linger agreed readily. Good. You may return first. I'll take a walk outside the city. Seeing that she had no intention of giving up on life, Subai breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she didn't want to die, everything else could be handled gradually. After opening a portal for Xia Linger to rest, Subai journeyed alone 30 miles north of Sunseeker City. I've only ever seen succubi in anime and books before. This is my first time encountering one in real life. Might as well capture one for some fun. Whoa, that mental interference was impressive. You nearly fooled even me into not sensing your true form. Whoosh. The words barely left his mouth when Subai materialized before Irina's true form. His right hand, imbued with spatial confinement, shot out and clamped around her throat. You have two choices, submit or die. Chapter 75, Subjugating the Succubus. Irina was stunned, utterly dumbfounded. As one of the two chief guardians under the succubus queen, she excelled in a series of psychic skills: seduction, illusions, and array formations. While she possessed some close combat abilities, they weren't particularly strong, amounting to no more than the level of a 6th-tier physical enhancer. Her presence in this jungle stemmed entirely from the fact that all other routes between the City of Light and the City of the Sun had been overrun by demonic flora. This path was the only viable passage, allowing her to enslave more humans here. Of course, she wasn't alone here. She had brought 6 subordinates with her. They were currently resting in a clearing within the jungle. Irina sat on a stone leaning against a large tree. The sudden shadow made her alertness surge, but just as she prepared to dodge, she felt her body unable to move. Crash! Subai seized her throat, his immense strength hurling her body against the tree trunk behind her. Submit or die. The icy voice echoed in her ears, leaving her mind blank. What the hell was this guy? Not only did he materialize right in front of her, but his attack came with spatial confinement? Let her go. A female succubus with blonde hair and dark skin lunged forward to rescue her, but before she could finish her plea, Subai sent her flying with a backhand slap across the room. Thud! Boom! Boom! The terrifying impact hurled her a great distance, finally halting only after she crashed through 2 trees as thick as water barrels. Cough cough! Lying amidst the tangled trees, the blonde succubus coughed twice, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Though not dead, she was clearly badly injured. What just happened? That was incredible power. This can't be real, right? Witnessing this scene, the remaining succubi dared not make a move. In the demon realm, might ruled supreme. When facing a superior force, submission was the only path to survival, a truth ingrained in their very bones. I'll give you 3 more seconds. I submit. The moment Subai finished speaking, Irina ground these words out between clenched teeth. She wasn't stupid. Knowing the vast disparity in power between them, refusing would be nothing short of suicide. Very well. Subai released her with satisfaction, then glanced at the other 5 succubi. Though their hair and skin tones varied slightly, and their attire differed, they all shared exquisitely delicate features, smooth skin, curvaceous figures, and a uniformly alluring, seductive charm. Now, they knelt on the ground, prostrating themselves before him, heads bowed in submission. Subai's satisfaction deepened as he scrutinized Irina before him. Your beauty and figure are undeniably impressive. Let's sign a contract. A contract? Irina froze, clearly taken aback. Don't you need a contract to submit to me? No, it's not that. We cannot sign master-servant contracts with other races. Irina knew full well that the contract Subai spoke of would not be an equal one, so she hastily explained her situation. Succubi were a race within the demon realm. Compared to other demonic species, their numbers were sparse and their power limited. Compounded by the absence of humans in the demon realm, their survival depended on solidarity. Refusing to enter master-servant contracts with other tribes was a rule their kind absolutely had to follow. In other words, they could enslave other races, but for other races to enslave them, they needed the queen's consent? Where is your queen? That city ahead, Irina answered truthfully. Subai frowned slightly. So you turned Sunseeker City into a ghost town? That has nothing to do with us. Irina hastily protested. In Subai's presence, she shed her usual mockery, teasing, and playful demeanor, replaced only by reverence for a superior being a trait common among highly intelligent demons. Her explanation gave Subai a rough understanding of the situation. So you're saying Sunseeker City just has more demonic flora, but most survivors evacuated long ago? Yes. We captured several humans who remained behind. They told us their city lord trusted that guardian named Subai. He believed the demons were too fierce, that the city couldn't hold out. So on the day the seal was broken, he ordered an evacuation southward. Hearing Irina's words, Subai couldn't help but wear a peculiar expression. He didn't know the ruler of Sunchase City personally, but the other party had actually evacuated their people in advance? Who would have thought that the city lord he personally supported wouldn't trust him, while a complete stranger would place such faith in him? This was kinda pathetic. Take me to meet your queen, Subai snapped back to reality, getting straight to the point. Rather than binding a single succubus, why not bind an entire tribe? That was the thought now forming in Subai's mind. You're sure you want to meet our queen? Irina was momentarily stunned by the request. Though it was her first time on Blue Star, she'd already been here for over a week. In that time, she'd witnessed countless humans groveling for survival and slaughtering each other. Thus, in her mind, humans were weak, lowly, and insignificant. Even the awakened were only marginally better. But this Subai? Not only was he immensely powerful, but he dared to request an audience with her queen upon their very first meeting? With her own irresistible charm, shouldn't he have tried to win her over first? Well, since succubi resembled humans in appearance, their aesthetic preferences aligned with human standards. They held little resistance to powerful, attractive human males. Subai possessed top-tier strength and equally stunning looks. Not only did she harbor no thoughts of resistance, but her mind was already conjuring up some blush-inducing scenes. Hurry up! Subai grew impatient, tearing open a spatial rift and gesturing for Irina to slip inside while the other succubi remained behind. Night was falling, and he needed to act fast. This is ripping open a portal? Isn't he human? This is unbelievable. The succubi watched in astonishment as Subai tore open a portal in the space. While most high-ranking demons could wield abilities like portals, such power was exceedingly rare among humans. No wonder this guy could appear before them instantly. He actually wielded spatial power? Realizing Subai was far more powerful than she'd imagined, Irina dared not refuse. She had no choice but to slip into the spatial rift he'd created. By the way, why are you enslaving humans? To procreate. What? Procreation? Chapter 76, is this the charm pet you sought? While sensing Irina, Subai realized most of the enslaved humans were still alive, prompting his earlier question. Now, though he'd long known succubi had a high demand for the opposite sex, hearing them state outright that enslaving humans was solely for procreation still left him somewhat stunned. A succubus with such an exquisite figure and appearance not only sparing the humans she captured, but actually seeking to procreate with them? For humans, wasn't that a kind of happiness? But then, Elena's next words made Subai realize, maybe not? Our kind is so few in number, isn't it only natural we wish to multiply? Seeing Subai's astonishment, Irina grew curious instead. Humans once existed in the demon realm, but they became extinct 500 years ago. As a species that prioritized appearance, succubi couldn't possibly mate with other ugly creatures. Compounded by their internal imbalance, far more females than males, with a female-dominant hierarchy, their needs remained utterly unmet. Indeed, the succubus clan numbered only a few thousand, with barely over 200 male succubi. Yet the imagined scenario of one male for many females never materialized. Because they were demons, they not only craved handsome men and beautiful women but also revered strength. Female succubi possessed power that could easily overpower males. Thus, the status of male succubi was essentially the same as that of human males. They existed as male concubines for the female succubi. Moreover, only low-ranking female succubi deigned to acknowledge them. High-ranking female succubi consider their bloodlines too base, fearing they would taint their own souls. Their survival over the centuries was sustained solely by their robust genetics and longevity. Do you only seek attractive humans for procreation? No, mere physical beauty is only worthy of being kept as a succubus's pet. It cannot make us pregnant. Only humans who are both attractive and exceptionally powerful possess that capability. Different species have reproductive barriers. Only those with bodies strong enough can break through that barrier. As Irina spoke, a flicker of realization crossed her beautiful face, tinged with a faint blush. Like, someone like you. Subai smirked at her words. How many men have you slept with? Ha? Irina froze for a moment before snapping back. What nonsense. I'm one of the Queen's 2 great protectors. Ordinary men wouldn't even catch my eye. Before you, I did notice one, but he got away. Far from angered by Subai's insult, Irina's tone carried a hint of playful petulance, devoid of any human woman's aggression. Is this what a succubus is like? Subai felt a pang of emotion. The one you mentioned, did he wield a purple spear? How did you know? Irina froze upon hearing this. Without further explanation, Subai flung the purple spear into the air. This time, Irina's expression turned distinctly uneasy. That human wielding the purple spear was so powerful, shouldn't he be some kind of human guardian deity? Had the person before her killed him? Why? Wasn't he human too? After a moment of stunned silence, Irina felt even more awestruck by Subai. Li Jun, 24 years old, an ordinary man. Regular exercise had given him a handsome appearance. To make ends meet, he became a male model at nightclubs. He thought he'd spend his entire life enduring the steel wool of wealthy women, but then the demoness arrival gave him a chance. Li Jun, please give me something to eat. I'll die if I don't eat soon. In a 5-star hotel room overgrown with demonic flora within the sun-chasing city, a disheveled, overweight girl knelt on the floor, clutching Li Jun's pant leg and begging for food. A dozen other survivors sat nearby, but they merely glanced at the scene before returning to their own affairs, as if nothing had happened. Unfazed, Li Jun pushed the woman away with a disgusted expression. Get lost. How many times do I have to tell you? Don't call me Jun. It's disgusting. Okay, I won't call you that. Please, just give me something to eat. I'm begging you. I have a piece of bread here. Li Jun pulled out a small, individually wrapped bread roll from his pocket, a twisted grin spreading across his face. If you crawl around this room 3 times and bark like a dog 3 times, I'll give it to you. Fine, I'll crawl. I'll crawl right now. The plump girl didn't hesitate. Using what little strength she had left, she began crawling around the room. She had once been wealthy herself, though merely a nouveau riche, still far better off than the average person. The reason she hadn't left Sunseeker City with the others was that the day before the demons descended, her parents had traveled to another city for business. She had crashed her car while drunk driving, undergone surgery, and fallen into a coma. When she awoke, the world had changed beyond recognition. Li Jun hadn't left precisely because she'd locked him in the basement of her villa. They had been in an employer-employee relationship before the very reason Li Jun now hated her with a vengeance. Ha. Who'd have thought you'd end up like this? Watching this fat hag who'd always either beat or berate him, whipping him at the slightest provocation, now groveling like a dog for scraps of food, Li Jun's vanity was utterly sated. They were all servants and blood bags captured by succubi. Servants performed hard labor, while blood bags supplied fresh blood to the succubi. But while the others were destined only for servitude or blood sacrifice, he alone had become a succubus's pet. Being a pet meant not only avoiding death and hard labor, but also being able to engage in deep communication with his master. Having started out as a male model, Li Jun believed that even the most capricious succubus was far superior to that perverted, obese hag. Thus, he charmed the female succubus who had contracted him into a state of ecstatic delight. Her delight elevated Li Jun's status, granting him authority over the other survivors. The exhilaration proved utterly addictive. Knock. The door to the room was suddenly knocked upon, and the voice of a guard echoed inside. Li Jun, Lord Vermeer seeks you. Alright, I'll be right there. These guards were humans controlled by succubi. Though spared from manual labor, they were still a form of servants. As for Vermeer, he was the succubus who had bound him to a contract. Rumor had it she held a high status among the succubi, supposedly one of the 2 great guardians? Woof. Here, take this. It's your reward. After hearing the plump girl imitate a dog's bark, Li Jun tossed the bread on the ground with a satisfied smile, deliberately crushing it underfoot as he walked away. Seeing her pick it up without a second thought about the dirt and shove it into her mouth, his sense of satisfaction grew even stronger. Following the guards to the hotel lobby, he encountered his master, Vermeer, a succubus with heavy makeup, snow-white skin, and lips tinged purple. She was reclining on the living room sofa, eyes closed in feigned slumber. Mistress! Li Jun approached her, his expression respectful. Verm slowly opened her eyes, then stood up and stated bluntly, "Come with me. Today, I'm taking you to meet the Queen." The Queen? Li Jun's face lit up with excitement at the mention. He'd never met the succubus queen, but he'd heard she was currently selecting succubus pets. If he could be chosen. Li Jun couldn't even imagine how amazing that would be. Oh, Irina? Is this the succubus pet you found? Chapter 77, I Want to Conquer You. The abandoned 5-star hotel served as the succubi's prison for servants and blood vessels. An outer barrier shielded it from perception and trapped survivors inside. Without immense power, breaking through the barrier was impossible. Li Jun was an exception, and he felt a surge of pride at this realization. His mind was already fantasizing about becoming the object of the queen's desire when his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by his master's voice. He looked up to see a purple-haired succubus accompanied by a handsome human male entering his field of vision. Though Li Jun spent most of his time within this five-star hotel, he had never encountered this purple-haired succubus before. Yet, her appearance was undeniably more striking than Vermeer's. While succubi were generally beautiful in both figure and face, Vermeer's appearance was more like a bar-hopping party girl, making her slightly less appealing overall compared to this purple-haired succubus. He's not some succubus pet, Irina quickly retorted. Since she was leading the way, she'd been walking ahead. Had this front and back walking pattern caused Vermeer to misunderstand? Come on, I wouldn't mock you. What's so hard to admit? Verm shot Subai a playful glance. But honestly, he's just average. Not nearly as attractive as the succubus pets I've found. You. Flattered by his master's praise, Li Jun felt a bit giddy. Yet, judging by Vermeer's tone when speaking to him, this purple-haired succubus must be of considerable rank. In that moment, he instinctively saw Subai as a rival. Alright, let's go. Irina was about to say something else when Subai cut her off. While his looks weren't quite up to professional male model standards, more ruggedly handsome, he was here to find the succubus queen. Who had time to listen to their bickering? Irina dared not disobey and reluctantly abandoned her argument with Vermeer. She led Subai toward the plaza across from the five-star hotel. A succubus pet actually dares to interrupt Irina? Could this guy really not be a succubus pet? Seeing Subai interrupt Irina, Vermeer was somewhat surprised, but she didn't dwell on it for long. She quickly gathered Li Jun and followed after them. Sunchase City, the plaza opposite the five-star hotel. Once a vast, open space where elderly folks gathered for square dancing, the plaza now boasted not only lush greenery but also a newly erected palace. This palace was surrounded by a disruptive barrier, serving as the succubi's main base in the demon realm. While not exactly lavish, it was certainly spacious and imposing. Following Irina to this place, Subai discovered the palace housed not only succubi but also numerous human guards. The succubi stood at the palace's outer perimeter, while the guards formed two rows encircling the central courtyard. Within that courtyard stood numerous survivors, with an empty throne at the very front. Notably, these survivors were all young men, and all were exceptionally handsome. Wait here for a moment. I'll go inform the queen, Irina said, leading Subai to the left side of the front of the open space. The queen's whereabouts were beyond Irina's knowledge. Rather than wandering around aimlessly with Subai, it was better to have him wait here. Got it. Subai nodded. He had come alone. No matter what method he used, he would ultimately face the entire succubus tribe by himself. Therefore, even if she tried to take the opportunity to send word, he didn't care. After Irina departed, Subai closed his eyes and scanned the surroundings. The palace was surrounded by magic stones used to cast protective barriers. If the distance was too great, even he wouldn't be able to sense it, let alone anyone else. Holy, has this guy become Lady Irina's enchanted pet? Damn, I'm so jealous. Heard Lady Irina hasn't taken any familiars yet. Becoming her pet would be a total win. Exactly. Wait, this guy isn't exactly good looking. How did he catch Lady Irina's eye? Who knows? Hopefully, I'll get picked by the queen later. As Subai was led by Irina to the left front of the clearing, the survivors there murmured among themselves, seemingly envious of Subai's luck. Unlike Li Jun, some of them had been captured by Irina herself, so they were quite familiar with her. In their eyes, the human survivors enslaved by the succubi fell into four distinct tiers. The lowest were mere blood bags good for nothing but supplying fresh blood to the succubi. Next came slaves and bodyguards, the former performing manual labor, the latter guarding the succubi's lairs. If the succubi grew displeased, they'd be whipped until their flesh split open. The highest rank, naturally, belonged to the succubus's favored companions. At least until the succubus grew tired of them, these companions held power second only to the succubus herself. Even if they met their end one day, they would have been men who had played with the succubus. Irina hadn't bound any familiars yet, so Subai's selection was clearly a matter of luck. Subai overheard their discussion but chose not to intervene after all. Their purposes for being here were entirely different. Handsome, Verm's sultry voice murmured beside Subai. Subai opened his eyes and turned his head. He saw her toss Li Jun aside and walk alone behind him. A faint smile touched his lips. How am I different? Their expressions are filled with servility, cowardice, panic, greed, and fear. But you. After uttering those words, Vermeer's figure suddenly flickered, darting to Subai's front. She teasingly reached out to touch his cheek. Apart from a tiny flicker of desire for the opposite sex, I see no trace of negative emotion. Subai neither flinched nor dodged, allowing her to touch him. So, I want to conquer you. These words were whispered into Subai's ear as Vermeer slipped behind him, pressing her soft curves against his back. The unique scent of a succubus filled Subai's nostrils. Combined with her soft body and enchanting voice, what man could resist? But I already belonged to Irina. On the way here, Subai had already asked about Irina's name. Coupled with what he just witnessed, Subai's playful side was thoroughly aroused. It doesn't matter. Vermeer continued to breathe her sweet scent into his ear. In a fair fight, she's no match for me. As long as you agree, nothing else matters. This. Lord Vermeer, we've captured a woman claiming to be the eldest daughter of the Tang family from the City of Light. Just as Subai pondered his response, a red-haired succubus interrupted their conversation. So what? Vermeer was annoyed at being interrupted. The red-haired succubus continued, according to our intelligence, this Tang family heiress is related by marriage to the ruler of the City of Light. If we detain her, might it provoke retaliation from the human forces? There are only so many powerful humans. What main force are you talking about? Forget it. Bring her in first. Chapter 78, Wu Yan's fiancé, Tang Euro. Though succubi were demons, their average strength surpassed that of humans. Yet their numbers were limited, and aside from the queen and her two protectors, most succubi possessed only mediocre combat prowess. Humans, even just within Xia Nation, numbered over 1 billion. Even if only 20% of the population were awakened, that still amounted to 200 or 300 million awakened individuals. Assembling a few top-tier fighters and several main forces would easily wipe them out. However, among these otherworldly demons, succubi were merely a minor faction. Human forces were preoccupied battling other demonic entities who would have time to concern themselves with them. The Tang family's eldest daughter? Hearing the two succubi's conversation, Subai was somewhat surprised. This was the second time he'd heard that family name. The first time was when he helped Su Qingya deal with some thugs, overhearing it from Li Mang's henchmen. Little did he expect that even after arriving at Sunrise City, he would encounter them again? Think it over. I'll come back for you later. Verm regained her seductive smile, then followed the red-haired succubus toward the palace gates. Subai ignored her, intending to sense the situation of this Tang family heiress. Unexpectedly, Li Jun had approached him at some point. Hey, what did Lady Vermeer say to you just now? Subai glanced at him, unwilling to engage. After all, they were worlds apart. But his attitude was naturally interpreted by Li Jun as arrogance. Humph. What are you playing at? Think becoming a charm pet makes you superior? Let me tell you, in the entire succubus clan, aside from Her Majesty the Queen, Lord Vermeer is the strongest fighter. Even as the left protector's charm pet, your status still ranks below mine. Li Jun sneered coldly. On the way here, he had already inquired about Irina's status, learning she was the Queen's left protector and that Irina couldn't defeat Vermeer in direct combat. Which meant, theoretically speaking, if Subai was a charm pet, his status would surpass Subai's. So what gave Subai the nerve to treat him like this? Upon hearing this, Subai couldn't help but glance at him again, then spat out 2 words with utter contempt. Idiot. You. Li Jun, stung by the contempt, clenched his fists, ready to teach Subai a lesson. Demons could grant humans power. Having earned Vermeer's favor, he naturally possessed strength ordinary people could only look up to. But before he could act, Irina's figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Left with no choice, he lowered his hand. You just wait. Li Jun gritted his teeth, muttering a threat before silently returning to his seat. The queen is out, but she's selecting her favorites today. She should return soon. This was the intelligence Irina had brought back. Subai nodded. Aside from a flicker of curiosity about why the other party hadn't seized the chance to call for backup and ambush him, his expression remained utterly unruffled. He paid no heed to Li Jun's threat. Tang Euro, 24 years old, was the daughter of the Tang family from City of Light and the younger sister of Tang Feng. She differed from her 2 brothers in several ways. Not only was she beyond reproach in conduct, but she had also been well-educated and refined since childhood, gentle, virtuous, and passionate about music. She embodied the essence of a cultured, well-bred young lady from a scholarly family. To solidify their standing, the Tang family had betrothed her to Wu Yan, son of Wu Shian. This meant she was not only the Tang family's heiress but also Wu Yan's fiancée. Her arrest, however, was somewhat unjust. On the day the seal was broken, she was overseeing a major Guzheng performance competition in New Brilliance City with her assistant and bodyguards. She served as both organizer and contestant. The moment the demon broke free, the ground of New Brilliance City trembled. The Blue Star's magnetic field became chaotic, severing all internet connections. Phone lines went dead, even emergency numbers were busy. No one knew exactly what had happened. By the time they received concrete information, it was already afternoon. Her first instinct was to return to City of Light to seek out her family. But New Shining City lay over 300 kilometers from City of Light. Demons had already rampaged through City of Light, and all major transportation routes were severely congested. With no other options, she had no choice but to retreat to New Radiance City. As time passed, the hordes of demons in New Radiance City grew ever larger, and panic spread among the populace. To alleviate the pressure on the city's defense forces, she went to the city walls to help defend the city. Her abilities ended up causing some trouble for the demons. Within days, a traitor among humans smeared her reputation by framing Su Bai, then killed the family of a powerful figure and pinned the blame on her. To evade the powerful figure's pursuit, she had no choice but to flee New Radiant City overnight with her people, heading toward Sunrise City. What followed was a journey fraught with hardship, culminating in their accidental entry into the succubus territory while en route to Sunchase City. "What is your name?" At the palace gates, Vilmer seemed intrigued by the human woman before him, dressed in a long green gown. "Tang Euro. You wish to see our queen?" Yes. It was her first time interacting with a non-human sentient being, and Tang Euro felt a bit nervous, though she forced herself to hide it. Reason? Vermeer's gaze turned frivolous and mocking. Who was the queen? Was she someone ordinary folk could simply request an audience with? Not only were these lowly, insignificant humans unlikely to gain an audience, but even these two guardians found it difficult to see the queen. Tang Euro took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Your succubus clan, like us humans, are intelligent beings. So, I wish to persuade your queen to coexist peacefully with humanity. He. Vermeer doubled over in laughter. You human girl, you're adorably naive. Setting aside whether you can represent humanity, even if you could, you can barely protect yourself right now. What gives you the right to speak such words? But? No buts. I've heard enough of your nonsense. That's all. Vermin patiently raised her hand, cutting Tang Euro off. She turned her gaze to the two low-ranking succubi behind her. You two keep an eye on her here. Dispose of her after the meeting concludes. Yes. The succubi subordinates responded respectfully. Vermeer turned and walked away, mentally labeling the human woman as naive. If all humans were as naive as this little girl, their extinction wouldn't be far off. Tang Euro felt utterly helpless. She quickly scanned her surroundings, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope. Her earlier words hadn't been an attempt to persuade the queen toward peaceful coexistence with humans, she'd merely been fighting for her life. Though succubi did not drink human women's blood, they would bestow them upon their male servants as rewards. Here, her status as the Tang family's eldest daughter meant nothing. The peace talks were merely a delaying tactic. But now that delay had failed, and every human survivor in the clearing was either a succubus's pet or servant, who could she possibly turn to for help? That figure's back looks strangely familiar. Chapter 79, Welcoming Her Majesty the Queen. On the open ground within the succubus palace, the human survivors were easily distinguishable by their attire and positioning. Yet while everyone else stood scattered across the clearing, only Su Bai and Li Jun remained at the very front. Thus, Tang Euro naturally focused her attention on Su Bai and Li Jun. Especially Su Bai, she felt she'd seen him somewhere before. Yet, with only a silhouette to go on, she couldn't place him. She could only search her mind for any information tied to that figure. As time passed, the succubi returned to their positions. About 3 minutes later, Su Bai, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly spoke in his mind. Here it comes. The moment the words left his lips, a massive pink mist materialized out of thin air on the throne at the front of the clearing. The pink mist swirled ceaselessly in the air, forming a portal so dense that its other side was invisible to the naked eye. A pair of fair, slender, and perfectly straight legs stepped out from within the pink portal. Soon, the succubus queen appeared before the crowd, radiating an overwhelming aura of power. She held a purple sapphire scepter in her hand. Her pink eyes, snow-white skin, and purple gown radiated an aura of noble yet seductive charm. Even Su Bai had to admit that the beauty of the succubus race was truly overwhelming. Even without using their enchantment skills, ordinary men would be utterly helpless against them, right? As Su Bai marveled, the succubus queen had already seated herself upon her throne. She casually crossed her legs, revealing her snow-white, jade-like legs in full view. Hail Her Majesty the Queen! Vermeer shouted respectfully, leading the others in kneeling on one knee. Hail Her Majesty the Queen! Hail Her Majesty the Queen! Following his cry, Irina and the other succubi knelt in unison. Witnessing this scene, not only the succubus pets, guards, and survivors, but even Tang Euro found herself compelled to kneel on one knee. Damn, is this guy crazy? Even the master is kneeling, and he still won't? TSK, he's got some guts. Doesn't this kid fear death? Good riddance. Maybe then I'll get chosen by Lady Irina for a taste of her charms. At that moment, everyone in the entire succubus palace was kneeling. Only Su Bai remained standing. Standing out like a sore thumb, his behavior immediately drew the attention of the others. They whispered among themselves, convinced Su Bai was doomed. Li Jun, in particular, felt he could already see the blood splattering across the floor. The succubus queen, of course, had also noticed Su Bai. Ignoring the whispers of the other survivors, she lifted her cloud-like hair and parted her vermilion lips. Irina, is this human the one you brought back? Yes. Irina stammered nervously, daring not to add another word. Receiving the answer she sought, the succubus queen likewise spared no words. She raised the staff in her hand. Whoosh! Buzz! A burst of blue energy suddenly shot forth from the sapphire on the staff, hurtling straight toward Subai. Subai stood with his hands behind his back, calm and composed, not even shifting his stance. Yet that energy, potent enough to reduce a human to dust, was halted by a spatial barrier. The collision of immense power left everyone present utterly stunned. Before they could react. Reciprocity is the way of the world. Subai wasted no time. He instantly withdrew his spatial barrier, formed a sword finger with his hand, and unleashed a small dimensional slash at the succubus queen. The succubus queen's expression flickered, clearly caught off guard that Subai could both block her attack and launch a counter. Yet her reflexes were lightning fast. The instant Subai struck, she had already channeled energy into her staff. Hum! Boom! The collision of spatial energy and the succubus queen's demonic power erupted in a thunderous, muffled roar. A powerful shockwave radiated outward from the point of impact. This time, the force of the collision was far greater than before. Fearing the energy's reach, Irina instantly flashed to a safe distance. Li Jun and the other survivors, unable to dodge in time, were knocked to the ground by the shockwave. The surrounding succubi sensed the danger. As soon as the shockwave dissipated, they immediately surrounded Subai. Such formidable spatial power. Who exactly are you? What brings you to my domain? Irina, I demand an explanation. The battle unfolded in the blink of an eye. The Dimension Slash's principle was to tear space apart with. While it might seem that the mere ability to tear space apart implies immense power, and indeed it is formidable. Ultimately, however, the Dimension Slash is channeled through arcane energy, and its destructive force depends entirely on the user wielding it. When encountering solid obstacles within the space, insufficient tearing force will inevitably fail to rip through the target. Therefore, if the defensive skill employed far surpasses the force of the spatial tear, the space will naturally remain intact. At this moment, Subai's casual strike was easily blocked by the succubus queen. Yet she immediately sensed something amiss. What could Irina say? Could she admit she was being held hostage too? She had intended to report this matter to the queen, only to find the queen absent from the palace. Knowing that seeking others would be futile, she could only keep it bottled up inside. Who could have imagined you two would start fighting the moment you met? Don't bother asking her. I asked her to bring me here. Subai was blunt and matter of fact. My name is Subai. I came here today with only one purpose: to bind you to a contract. Contract me? Subai's words were so shocking that the succubus queen's mind froze momentarily, unable to process it immediately. But Tang Yuro and the other survivors who heard it were utterly stunned. Subai? He's Subai? No wonder he felt familiar, so he's Subai? What's going on? Isn't he a succubus pet? How could he be Subai? Unbelievable. Who is Subai? Subai's story had been all over the place before the demons descended, so most survivors had at least heard the name, even if they hadn't seen his face. Only Li Jun, locked away in the basement by the plump girl, had missed this explosive news. Seeing everyone's expressions, he was utterly bewildered. But the most astonished person at that moment wasn't the survivors, nor Vermeer and the succubi, and certainly not the so-called succubus queen. It was Irina, the one who had brought Subai back. Subai? He is Subai? The name Subai might be unfamiliar to ordinary humans or demons, but among the powerful and intelligent beings of the demon realm, it was virtually a household name. 10 years ago, after the Great War between humans and demons concluded, nearly all demons in the demon realm believed the slightly weakened seal on the City of Light was the best target to breach. So, after several years of recuperation, they launched a concentrated assault on that seal. Unexpectedly, Subai's defenses proved impenetrable. Instead, some seals that had initially seemed unbreakable were breached prematurely. Had the seal guarding the City of Light not later changed its guardian, it likely would have held firm for some time longer. In other words, while Subai remained unknown in the human world, his name had long since become legendary among demons. She truly never imagined that the legendary human powerhouse had been right beside her all along? So handsome, so powerful, I adore him. I absolutely must bind a contract with him. Chapter 80, Your Majesty, your turn. The succubi clan naturally adored handsome men and revered the strong. Learning that the human who defeated her was the legendary Subai, Irina flushed crimson, a strange thrill stirring within her. Unlike Irina's excitement, after a moment of stunned silence, boundless fury swept across the enchantingly beautiful face of the succubus queen. Isabella. You wish to bind me? Isabella's voice remained melodious, yet it was as cold as ice frozen for 10,000 years. How arrogant! Even if you are Subai, you are only fit to be this queen's servant. As the queen of the succubus clan, she ruled over a vast domain, her power unfathomable. For a mere human to declare his intent to bind her in front of all her subjects and collections? Utterly humiliating. In that instant, she held nothing back. Her sapphire scepter erupted with dazzling purple radiance. The overwhelming power of a succubus, mingled with the oppressive might of a high-ranking demon, surged towards Subai like a tidal wave. Wherever the pink-purple torrent of energy passed, space itself seemed to thicken, filled with a dual aura of seduction and destruction, creating an overwhelming sense of suffocation. In sheer intensity alone, this strike was incomparable to the previous one. Ordinary humans, and even low-tiered demons, faced with such an assault would either be enchanted into submission or have their souls crushed outright. Yet Subai merely raised his hand lightly, twisting it through the air. Snap! Boom! A vertical crack appeared in the space 5 meters away. The surging torrent of terrifying energy collided with this fissure, like a flood encountering a dam, forcibly splitting into two. The surging energy swiftly flowed past Subai on both sides, unable to harm him in the slightest. Since that's the case, I'll beat you into submission. As the pinkish-purple energy dissipated, Subai clenched his fist, flung out the sky-slicing sword, and stomped his foot with tremendous force. Boom! A powerful spatial repulsion radiated outward from Subai, scattering in all directions. Except for the succubus queen, Vermeer, and Irina who actively dodged, all other succubi and survivors were violently thrown back by the force. Tang Euro, positioned farther away, remained unaffected by the spatial repulsion. Witnessing this scene, she was filled with awe. Even Li Jun, who didn't know Subai, instantly grasped the terrifying power he just provoked. Paralyzed with fear, he collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of strength to seek cover. However, Subai had come to contract the succubus queen, so the repulsion-like lethal force inciting blood feuds would be unwise. So that's why you possessed such overwhelming confidence you're the human guardian known as Subai? Excellent. I've long desired to test my strength against you. Queen, this one is mine. Vilma, who had blocked Subai's repulsion force, finally snapped out of it. Far from being afraid, she was now brimming with fighting spirit. When facing a formidable foe, having subordinates fight on one's behalf was an advantage afforded by power. Thus, Isabella would not refuse Vermeer's proposal. But could Vermeer truly be a match for Subai? Beyond her demonic traits, Irina possessed only 6th-tier physical strength, with her succubus skills peaking at 8th tier. If she preset an array, she could elevate her succubus abilities to early 9th tier. Subai remained unaffected because he was a 9th-tier psychic with exceptionally high mental power, bolstered by dark psychic abilities and the power of faith. Mental control skills were essentially useless against him. Verm, however, was the exact opposite of Irina. Her succubus skills are at tier 6, while her physical strength peaks at tier 8. Her physical toughness completely outclasses Subai's. If they fought barehanded without using skills, Subai likely couldn't even break through her defenses. But as always, whether in battles between awakened or between humans and demons, rank only grants an advantage, it never determines the outcome. Abilities, weapons, armor, treasures, and combat experience are the true deciding factors. It's like two fighters in a ring, the stronger one holds an edge, but that alone doesn't win the match. Otherwise, why bother training combat techniques? Wouldn't just pumping iron suffice? Verm's weapon was a blood-red thorn whip. The whip seemed alive, capable not only of direct strikes but also of automatically extending or retracting to track enemies. Moreover, she could transform her demonic wings into several steel whip-like spiked tentacles for both offense and defense. Ordinary awakened ones who face her are usually forced into close combat, only to be stabbed like a honeycomb by those tentacles. Unfortunately for them, she encountered Subai. Come on! She initiated with a dimension slash, then blinked to reposition herself, unleashing rapid-fire slashes with her sword of void. Swish! 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 When infused with spatial energy, the void slash didn't leave a sword-like trajectory in the air. Instead, it instantly created a cleaved spatial fissure at the exact location Subai targeted. Under Subai's rapid strikes, spatial rifts appeared everywhere. This guy's spatial power is incredibly strong. Even I would be in serious trouble if hit by a single strike. Verm maneuvered through the air, evading Subai's void slash attacks while her mind raced. Her flight speed was swift, yet Subai's spatial power was faster. To evade his slashing blades, she could only fix her gaze on his sword movements, anticipating the location of the spatial rifts before they appeared. This won't work. I have to get him up close. Only by engaging in close combat can I figure out the pattern of his spatial jumps and stand a chance of defeating him. Here's your chance. Now let's see where you'll hide. Verm, a succubus warrior with extensive combat experience, swiftly analyzed Subai's abilities and the path to victory. But just as she dodged several void slashes and closed in on Subai with blinding speed, she saw the smile on his lips. Oh no, this is bad. Boom! Less than 10 meters from Subai, before she could even react to dodge, terrifying gravitational force suddenly descended from the sky, slamming her from the air onto the ground. She wasn't Lei Ming, her physical strength was several tiers above his. This gravitational suppression couldn't completely immobilize her. Yet in a clash between masters, a hair's breadth could mean a world of difference. The instant she was pinned to the ground, slash marks already appeared on her body. Put! 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 The slashing blades pierced through her formidable defenses, leaving 4 crimson gashes upon her seemingly indestructible demonic body. Ah! Blood gushed forth as Vermeer let out an agonized scream. Subai teleported after her, kicking her flying over 20 meters. He then swiftly teleported back into the air, aiming his sky-slicing sword at the succubus queen. Your Majesty, it's your turn. Chapter 81, Subduing the Succubus Queen? Verm was sent flying over 20 meters by Subai, crashing onto the palace's bluestone floor and leaving a long gash in its wake. Though not dead, she was badly injured. Struggling to sit up while clutching her wounds, she was clearly unable to continue fighting. What level of combat is this? Is he really Subai? I thought it was just a coincidence of the same name. Too strong. Just too strong. Does this mean we're saved? Seeing Subai defeat the succubus queen's top combatant in mere moments, the survivors murmured among themselves. A few were already fantasizing about him leading them to freedom from the succubus's grasp. Meanwhile, the succubus queen watched Vilmer, still dripping blood, with a hint of surprise. Gravity? She knew better than anyone the physical strength and combat prowess of Verm. Even she herself could never achieve such effortless mastery. Yet this human named Subai had used gravity space combined with the sky-slicing blade to take Verm down in an instant? A formidable foe. Irina, take Vermeer down. Sensing Subai's extraordinary nature, a trace of gravity flashed across the succubus queen's breathtakingly beautiful face. In that moment, absolute certainty had vanished from her heart. Yet a queen's dignity must never be defiled. Yes, Your Majesty. Hearing this, Irina wasted no time, swiftly stepping forward to hoist Vermeer onto her shoulder before vanishing from the spot. In a clash between masters of this caliber, ordinary warriors could not intervene. Staying far from the battlefield was the only wise course. Seeing the others retreat, Subai wasted no further time and activated his spatial domain. Is the succubus queen powerful? Yes, very powerful, extremely so. Whether for human awakened or demons, physical strength and magical power must be calculated separately. Physical strength represents stamina, endurance, physical defense, and magical defense. Ability level represents sustained power and skill potency. Ability attributes determine an individual's attack ceiling and combat methods. The succubus queen not only possesses dual 9th tier physical and psychic abilities, but her psychic attacks also manifest as energy blasts that inflict mental damage, something ordinary human awakened individuals simply cannot withstand. To defeat her, at least 3S rank or higher 9th tier psychics would be required. Unfortunately for her, she encountered Subai. If the succubus queen was a high-level mage proficient in both magic and martial arts, then Subai was a high-level assassin wielding infinite teleportation and true damage. Low physical durability? No problem, spatial barriers and infinite teleportation compensate. If you can land a single hit on me, I'll concede defeat. And every strike I deliver deals true damage. Even the toughest tank couldn't withstand multiple dimension slashes. And let's not forget, the succubus queen was merely a mage. However, Subai activated his spatial domain. Other survivors and succubi couldn't see the battle within it. This both concealed Subai's trump card and preserved the succubus queen's dignity, laying groundwork for the upcoming contract. About half an hour later, the succubus queen slammed her staff into the ground, clutching her pale, ample chest as she gasped for breath. I never imagined you not only wield such formidable spatial power but also mastered dark magic? Truly astonishing. So, what is your answer? I can arrange for Irina to sign a contract with you, but I will never become a servant to a human, not even to you. Never. Though defeated by Subai, the succubus queen remained unyielding on this matter. A sovereign dies with their realm. This was her final dignity as queen. Death before surrender? Rather die than surrender. Very well. Subai sighed in resignation. Then we'll sign an equal contract. Facing an opponent who feared neither death nor his superior mastery of psychic power, what choice did he have? He could only settle for the next best option. An equal contract? The succubus queen was taken aback. Exactly. We'll use your succubus clan's contract method. I'll form a friendly alliance with your clan. When you need help, you can summon me. When I need help, I can summon you. You expect this arrangement to make me abandon my enslavement of humanity? No, no, no. Subai hastily waved his hands. Those survivors outside have nothing to do with me. How many humans you capture as servants is entirely your business. I won't interfere. Why? The succubus queen was taken aback. Aren't you humanity's guardian? The guardian of humanity doesn't save people but instead allies with demons like them? It was hard to understand. I was, but now. Subai paused, then sighed helplessly. I can't go into specifics. Suffice it to say, I have no reason to deceive you. If you don't believe me, you can write everything I just said into the contract. Hearing Subai's words, the succubus queen felt her resolve waver. Subai, one of humanity's most powerful beings, not only refrained from stopping them but was willing to sign an equal contract with them? This contract seemed like a no-brainer. After we sign the contract, if humans mobilize their armies to hunt us down, whose side will you take? Rest assured, with me here, war won't happen. But if that day ever comes, I'll help you. Subai spoke plainly, holding nothing back. Survivors from the alternate dimension would obey his commands. They wouldn't launch a purge against the Succubi clan without cause. As for the other survivors? If they gave him face, fine. If they didn't, well, Subai wouldn't mind helping them go out with dignity. Agreed. But that final condition I wanted written into the contract. Isabella made her decision. The Succubi clan was otherwise fine, but their numbers were too small, and each death meant one less. Once humans stabilized and discovered them, it would inevitably bring disaster upon their clan. With Subai's backing now, they gained a powerful trump card. This contract was absolutely worth it. No problem. Subai shrugged, offering no refusal. With Subai's consent, the succubus queen waved her staff. A swirling vortex of pink mist appeared within Subai's domain space. Immediately, a scroll wrapped in parchment and bound with a red cord drifted out from the pink vortex. The succubus queen picked up the scroll and unrolled it. Countless characters formed from ancient runes floated in midair. She incorporated all of Subai's earlier conditions into the text, then used her sharp nails to slit her palm, pressing a blood seal onto the scroll. The scroll drifted back to Subai. Satisfied that the contents were correct, he pressed his own blood seal onto it. The instant Subai's blood print touched the scroll, a pink-purple energy representing the succubus clan's contract burst forth from the scroll, splitting into two streams that simultaneously pierced the third eyes of both Subai and the succubus queen. The equal contract was sealed. From this day forward, we are friends. Subai tucked the scroll away and handed it back. The succubus queen flashed before him, catching the scroll as her slender jade-like fingers hooked beneath his chin. A seductive smile spread across her face. Just friends? What do you mean? Ever since arriving in your world, I've been searching for a suitable succubus companion. Alas, humans are greedy, selfish, and weak, none worthy of this queen. You're different from other humans. I've decided, before you take Irina away, I'll enjoy you thoroughly. Subai. Chapter 82, The Alliance with the Shangwan Clan. 3 days. 3 full days. Subai hadn't left the bed in the succubus queen's chambers. He had no recollection of how he'd endured those days. All he knew was, after emerging from the spatial realm, they'd publicly declared it a draw. They'd become acquainted through combat and forged a friendly alliance. Then, under the pretext of discussing specific cooperation details, he accompanied Isabella to her chambers. Even if she's a heavenly beauty, even if my body's been enhanced to 7th tier, this is still too much. Subai pounded his waist, muttering in exasperation. Not only did the prolonged duration diminish the pleasure, but succubi also drained their partner's spiritual energy. Had he not been sufficiently powerful, he likely would have been drained dry by her. Still, Subai hadn't gained nothing these past few days. At the very least, he'd uncovered information about the succubus queen. Isabella, 500 years old, of royal succubus lineage. She had never seen a human since birth, and due to her family's strict management, she had yet to be defiled by any lowly male succubus. Her choice of Subai stemmed not only from his formidable power and appearance that aligned with succubi aesthetics, but crucially, from a certain scent emanating from him that captivated her. This scent not only aroused her passion but also enabled her to evolve during their dual cultivation sessions. Could it be the power of faith? Subai had some suspicions, but he wasn't entirely certain. Forget it. That Tang woman won't be of much use to you. Leave her to me. Subai sat on the edge of the canopy bed, cracked his neck, and spoke without turning his head. The Tang family, by all logic, should be his enemies, but Subai's power grew stronger with time. He no longer needed to enter to sense the karmic ties between himself and others. While he still needed to actively sense it in the outside world, it wasn't particularly troublesome overall. His desire to take Tang Euro stemmed from sensing a light yellow hue of faith power emanating from her, a phenomenon that piqued his curiosity. Am I not satisfying you? The succubus queen lay sideways on the bed in her bedchamber, propping her head up with one hand, her face flushed with seductive teasing. Her succubus power had been stuck at the early 9th tier for a long time, showing little progress. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine that after just 3 short days with Subai, she would show signs of breaking through to the mid-stage. She felt Subai was a gift bestowed upon her by the heavens. Don't misunderstand, it's her who's useful to me. You've already spoken. What more can I say? After saying this, Isabella naturally draped herself across his back, her breath fragrant and alluring. Subai. He couldn't take it anymore. He really couldn't. If he didn't leave soon, he'd probably die right here. Run. Run now. We can't fight them. Retreat first. Damn it, how can these monsters be this strong? Subai stayed in the succubus queen's bedchamber for 3 days. Outside, the world kept turning regardless of his absence. While Ling Fengxiao remained in the City of Light filming videos, he also engaged in guerrilla warfare against the demons. Thanks to his storage ring, he didn't have to worry about supplies. Other survivors scattered, some fled, some hid, others sought refuge. However, the demon numbers weren't as overwhelming as feared. Humans weren't mysteriously turning into zombies, and with the awakened among them, resistance wasn't entirely hopeless. After the demons slaughtered the cities surrounding the seal, large numbers began marching north towards Xia Nation. Their offensive within Xia's borders gradually slowed, granting the humans in other cities much-needed breathing room. Dawn City lay southeast of Sunseeker City. Because this city was far from the seal, aside from an increase in man-eating plants, it hadn't suffered much demonic assault. After the evacuation of Sunseeker City, most of its inhabitants had relocated here. Sir, the head of the Fang family requests an audience. In the front yard of a villa, Shangguan Zhenyang, a man in his 40s, reclined in a chair with his eyes closed, resting. A suit-clad bodyguard stood behind him, his expression respectful. Before the demons descended, humanity had already produced numerous awakened individuals. Thus, ordinary people had their own ways of seeking refuge, while the wealthy had their own sanctuaries. They owned properties in numerous cities. If one city falls, they simply move on to the next. After all, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. As long as they don't encounter powerful demons or monsters like Bai, they'll never starve wherever they go. The head of the Fang family? Fang demon? Yes. Show him in. The bodyguard bowed respectfully and departed, soon returning with a middle-aged man roughly the same age as Shangguan Zhenyang. The man stood tall and imposing, radiating authority, accompanied by a handsome young man. Head of the Shangguan family, it's been a long time. It has been a long time. Please, have a seat. After exchanging pleasantries, Fang Demon and the young man took their seats. Shangguan Zhenyang got straight to the point. Mr. Fang, what brings you here? Indeed I have. Fang Demon explained his purpose. The cities near the seal are in utter chaos now, and others will likely follow soon. Only by joining forces can we weather this storm together. I came here today with no other purpose than to propose an alliance with your Shangguan family. An alliance? Shangguan Zhenyang raised an eyebrow. How exactly would that work? A marriage alliance. Fang Demon cut straight to the point. I've long heard that the head of the Shangguan family has a daughter of unparalleled beauty who remains unmarried. Coincidentally, my son Fang Ping is also quite presentable and similarly unwed. If possible, I hope the head of the Shangguan family would allow them to give it a try. Hello, Uncle Shangguan. Seeing the conversation reach this point, Fang Ping promptly stood up and addressed him politely. He was indeed quite presentable, standing at 179 centimeters tall with a well-proportioned build and handsome features. Combined with his awakened special abilities, he absolutely qualified as a fine specimen. But? Very well, very well. But I'm afraid this matter will disappoint you. What's wrong? Fang Demon frowned. Could it be that the Shangguan family head thinks my son isn't good enough for your daughter? He had 3 sons, all of whom possessed powerful awakened abilities. In his eyes, there was no woman in this world his sons weren't worthy of. Shangguan Zhenyang shook his head and explained, it's not that. The main issue is that my daughter went to the City of Light half a month ago. Now, her whereabouts are unknown, even to me. How could I arrange a marriage alliance with you? She went to the City of Light? At the mention of the City of Light, Fang Demon froze, then felt a sharp pang of pain. Among his 3 sons, it was his second son, the one who possessed spatial abilities, who had been killed by that guardian named Bai after going to the City of Light. Spatial abilities? They had invested so much effort cultivating that power in their family, only for Bai to take it away like that? My daughter loves to watch the spectacle. With all that happened in the City of Light before, I simply couldn't stop her. Chapter 83, You Know You're Wrong. Shangguan Zhenyang looked utterly earnest, his tone brimming with resignation, like an old father whose daughter had just hit her rebellious phase. Upon hearing this, Fang Demon couldn't possibly bring up the marriage alliance anymore. But since his true purpose for coming today had never been the alliance in the first place, there was nothing to regret. After exchanging a few casual words with Shangguan Zhenyang, Fang Demon left with his son, his face etched with regret. This time, even Shangguan Zhenyang failed to notice that as Fang Ping departed, he left his shadow lingering beneath the shade of a nearby tree. It was a clear, sunny day, and the sun in the sky had an extra tinge of crimson compared to before. Human shadows were naturally deeper than the shadows cast by trees. But when Fang Ping's shadow blended in, it quickly merged with the tree's shadow. Dad, are you sure the treasure was taken by Shangguan? Fang Ping asked quietly after leaving Shangguan Zhenyang's villa. The arranged marriage was merely a pretext. Gathering intelligence on the treasure was their true purpose for coming here. Fang Demon's expression was grave. Numerous witnesses saw it. How could it be false? The treasure ground. The world has truly changed. Yeah, it's mind-boggling that even places like treasure grounds can appear. But while there are treasures inside, they're also fraught with danger. Should we go rescue some survivors to use as cannon fodder? Sometimes, facing demons doesn't require outmatching them to survive. Outrunning other survivors can also mean survival. That's what cannon fodder is for. This isn't your concern, Fang Demon reminded him. Your job is to gather detailed intelligence on the treasure ground. What about avenging Second Brother? That kid Bai's spatial abilities surpass Second Brother's. Catching him won't be easy, but I already have a plan. As long as we find him, we'll have a chance to take him down. Ha! Chaos has arrived. I'm starting to like this world. In peaceful times, whether you're a tycoon or a clan, you have to keep your dirty deeds hidden. Otherwise, if someone exposed them online, it would bring immense trouble. But now, might reigns supreme. As long as you're powerful enough, you can build your own faction, plunder, pillage, murder, arson, seize women, hoard resources, grab territory. As long as you don't provoke the ultimate powerhouses, no one dares interfere. Bai remained unaware of these dynamics. Having just emerged from the succubus queen's palace, he prepared to depart with Irina. Why did he ally with the succubus? Tang Euro was trapped within the succubus territory. Due to her unique status and striking appearance, she was held in solitary confinement. Though deprived of her freedom, at least she wasn't being mistreated. Recalling the scene where Bai and the succubus queen emerged hand in hand from the spatial domain, sealing their truce, Tang Euro couldn't make sense of it. Bai was the guardian of humanity. Even if he'd been cyberbullied into abandoning his duty to protect humans, he wouldn't have gone so far as to ally with a succubus, would he? She knew well that while succubi were beautiful, each and every one was brutally cruel. Skinning humans alive was commonplace. Bai's actions not only shattered the image she held of him but also dashed the hopes of other human survivors for freedom. Click. As Tang Euro pondered, the room door suddenly swung open, revealed by a female succubus. The left protector is waiting for you in the lobby downstairs. Hurry down. The left protector? Hearing those three words, the image of that stunning purple-haired figure flashed through Tang Euro's mind, leaving her somewhat puzzled. But as a captive, she had no time to dwell on it. Rising, she made her way to the hotel lobby on the first floor. Two people sat on the lobby sofa, Bai and Irina. Today, Irina wore a human-style black t-shirt and short shorts. Gone were the devil horns on her head, the devil tail on her back, and the wings. Overall, she looked indistinguishable from a human. You're Tang Euro? Bai asked her point blank. Tang Euro nodded quickly. Yes. The Tang family's eldest daughter who's betrothed to Wu Yan. Yes. Do you want to die or live? Tang Euro froze. You're willing to save me? If you want to live, I can take you away. But if you want to die, I won't interfere. Clearly, those who wished to die were few in this world and Tang Euro certainly wasn't one of them. After Bai allied with the succubus queen, she had already given up hope of survival. Yet now, a ray of hope appeared? Though she didn't know why Bai wanted to save her, did it really matter? Not anymore. As long as she lived, nothing else mattered. She didn't even have time to care about the lives of others. Yet, when Bai activated the portal and ushered her and Irina into the alternate dimension, shock still etched itself across her face. Xinhui City was only a few hundred miles from the City of Light. Since Bai used portals openly, she had heard of his ability. Yet many things in this world could never be fully grasped through mere hearsay. Only by witnessing them firsthand could one truly comprehend their majestic grandeur and divine craftsmanship. And it wasn't just her. Irina was even more astonished. Bai had actually created his own space? Was he that powerful? If he truly intended to annihilate the succubus clan, he could simply teleport to their lair, open a portal, and unleash 10,000 awakened warriors. The succubi would be utterly powerless to resist. I'm growing more and more fond of him. What should I do? What should I do? I want to get closer to him right now. Irina pressed her icy hands against her burning cheeks, trying to cool herself down. Though she knew what had transpired between Bai and her queen, her core identity as a succubus made such matters irrelevant. Besides, as a subordinate, a mere servant, she had no right to care. All she knew was that Bai was incredibly handsome and powerful. Her admiration and reverence for him had completely transformed into a love that was becoming almost impossible to contain. Bai, unaware of their thoughts, closed the portal and walked alone to the entrance of Lei Ming's former team. This was an old residential complex. By the time he found Ma Jun, Lei Hong, the head of the Lei family, was already dead, secretly eliminated by the surviving members. The remaining survivors had even fought amongst themselves over who would claim Lei Hong's head. In the end, Ma Jun and his group, possessing the strongest overall strength, secured Lei Hong's head. But just as Bai prepared to lead Ma Jun and his group away, the others, unwilling to accept their fate, called out to him. Bai, don't leave. Please, just open one more portal and let us in. Yes, we don't want to wander outside anymore. Please have mercy and take us in. We admit we were wrong before, but we were coerced. That's right. We were coerced by the Lei family. Though their leader is dead now, we know the harm we caused you can never be undone. We're willing to kneel and kowtow in apology. Please, don't abandon us. Lei Ming is dead, the Lei family has fallen. These survivors who followed the Lei family now beg for Bai's mercy just to stay alive. The leaders among them took the lead in kneeling before Bai. Alas, it was too late. Bai merely gave them a calm glance before speaking slowly. You don't know you're wrong. You only know you're about to die.